It's actually a phoenix. No wonder it's so powerful. The Lin family and the Ghost family dare to offend her. It's really looking for death. An old man of the Tang clan was shocked, and he secretly congratulated himself. Fortunately, he had not dealt with Ning Xiaochuan before, otherwise, their Tang clan would have made a big deal. Tang Shuyao and the elders of the Tang nationality were all stunned. Their hearts were very complex and could not be calm for a long time. If our Tang clan can get the support of a phoenix, then the Tang clan can recover its former glory at any time and become one of the top ancient aristocratic families in northern Xinjiang. Another old man said with some emotion. In fact, Tang Shuyao is also very regretful at the moment. To know that Ning Xiaochuan's background is so hard, he should not have joined hands with the crown prince of the emperor at the beginning. She will not have such a hostile relationship with Ning Xiaochuan now, and even may have more relations with Ning Xiaochuan. In today's world, Tianming Demon Emperor is north. The supreme demon clan in Xinjiang is invincible. It can destroy a holy land in just one night, showing strong strength and ruthless means. The monks in the whole cultivation world were panicked and felt that the end of mankind had come. However, after today's incident, the strong of the demon clan certainly dare not go to Ning Xiaochuan. If anyone can win Ning Xiaochuan, it will be equivalent to getting a gold medal of no death, which is enough to make all the demon clans avoid rats. Even the Tianming Demon Emperor is estimated to give the phoenix some face. The elders of Guangming Holy Land were also extremely shocked. They didn't expect that there was a phoenix within the territory managed by Guangming Holy Land, which killed 2 real people without any effort. The bright saint's beautiful eyes were full of bright brilliance. She was slim and beautiful, and walked towards the direction of the Great Blood Desert. The monks of the Holy Land of Light also followed closely behind the Saint of Light. In front of Feng Yueshi, Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian, the bright saint bowed slightly to Feng Yueshi and said, "Bright Saint Earth, Saint Lin Yueji, meet Master Phoenix." Feng Yueshi glanced at the monks of the Bright Holy Land and said, "What do you want to do in the Bright Holy Land?" "Master, don't get me wrong. I just want to invite you to Guangming Holy Land as a guest." In addition, elder martial brother Ning and younger martial brother are also old friends. Elder martial brother Ning, when you were in Baichao Garden, you personally promised me to come to Guangming Holy Land as a guest to discuss medical classics together, but don't renege on your promise. The bright saint's face was covered with white gauze, which covered the beautiful immortal face. However, her elegant temperament was not covered by a layer of white yarn at all. No man, seeing such a perfect beauty, can refuse her invitation. Ning Xiaochuan declined. "Your Highness, Master Phoenix has another very important thing to do for the time being. You can't go to Guangming Holy Land. If you have the opportunity in the future, you will definitely visit." How can Ning Xiaochuan not know the intention of the bright saint? She wants to frighten all the demon families with the help of her identity. Even if it's just the wind and moon coming to the Holy Land of Light and passing it to the outside world, it will also cause a lot of vibration to the major demon families. If the demon families want to fight against the Bright Holy Land again, they must consider whether they will offend a phoenix. Unfortunately, Feng Yueshi is about to retreat in practice for the 5th nirvana, and it is impossible to go to the Holy Land of Light. The bright saint naturally heard Ning Xiaochuan's words of shirking, but her face was still smiling with beautiful eyes, giving people a soft feeling of spring breeze. "Master Phoenix can't go to Guangming Holy Land. Elder martial brother Ning can always go to Guangming Holy Land as a guest." In a few days, the heirs of all the holy lands in northern Xinjiang will gather in Guangming Holy Land, and even some young masters from western and middle lands will come. It's definitely an opportunity for the younger generation. I think with Ning Xiaochuan's outstanding cultivation, I definitely don't want to miss this gathering. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "If time comes, I will go to the Holy Land of Light." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan walked into the great blood desert with the wind and moon. The bright saint frowned slightly, stared at Ning Xiaochuan's leaving figure, and said, "Why don't you persuade Ning Xiaochuan to go to the bright holy land with us? With your relationship with him, he shouldn't refuse you." Hua Qinglian said faintly, "You have already said what you should say. Why should I waste my lips?" With these words, he circled up, turned into a white streamer, and disappeared in the sky. The bright saint shook her head helplessly, and those monks with the bright holy land also left the great blood desert. The wind and moon she killed 2 real people in a row, which had already scared away the monks of all major forces. Who is so unkind and dares to provoke a phoenix? The great blood desert was calm again, and almost no one dared to approach it anymore. It became a real forbidden area of death. Big Mingza. A white bone altar stands in the void, I do not know how many meters high. They are all made of human bones. From a distance, they look like a mountain made of white bones. However, the white bone altar is countless times higher than a mountain. Under the altar, there are all human beings, including the elderly, beautiful women, cute little boys, strong monks, and ordinary people who can't practice. They are all sacrifices, captured by demon and beast races from the civilized country of mankind. Pa. The whip kept beating them, making their bodies bloody, and urging them to climb to the top of the white bone altar. All those who dare to escape will be caught back and beaten to death. The whole white bone altar is like a human purgatory. Almost every day, a large number of human beings are pushed into the altar, and their blood dries. The bones become part of the white bone altar, just like bricks and stones piled up on the altar. Let the white bone altar become higher and more magnificent. From the moment when Tianming Demon Emperor woke up, the whole north. The major demon clans in Xinjiang began to attack the major human countries, sending a steady stream of human beings to the Great Dream. Not far from the white bone altar, there is a magnificent 9-fold palace suspended. All monsters and Xian beasts who come to the white bone altar will respect that 9-fold palace, just like the gods of the demon clan living in the temple. At this moment, the Tianming Demon Emperor stood on the top of the 9-fold palace, stood proudly with his hands on his back, stared at the white bone altar below, and said, "It's still a lot worse. We must sacrifice all the human beings in northern Xinjiang and absorb the blood of hundreds of millions of human beings in order to recast the flesh of the secondary god. If I can recast the flesh, I will be the second living." The Tianming Demon Emperor ordered to fight against the Terrans, not only to hate the Terrans, but also to use the blood of hundreds of millions of human beings to cast the flesh of the secondary god for himself and make himself truly reborn against the sky. Black Ape King, meet the Demon Emperor. The Black Ape King knelt outside the hall and saluted respectfully. Tianming Demon Emperor's long white hair swayed with the wind, his eyes were cold, and said, "Black Ape King, this time you went to the Huiyuan Empire, it seems that you saw a big man of the demon clan." Although the demon king of Tianming just stood there at will, the breath naturally emitted from his body has been powerful and boundless, making the Black Ape King feel very difficult to breathe. The Black Ape King's forehead burst out beads of sweat, like kneeling in front of a true god, and said with some trembling, "The cultivation of the Demon Emperor is complete, and there is nothing the Demon Emperor doesn't know. My subordinates have indeed seen a big man of the demon clan, that is a phoenix, her cultivation is very strong, and there is a word for me to tell the Demon Emperor." Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes showed a curious look, and his ruddy lips were slightly upturned, saying, "Oh. A phoenix, it's a little interesting. What did she say?" So, the Black Ape King repeated what Feng Yueshi had said. After hearing the words of the Black Ape King, the eyes of the Tianming Demon Emperor rarely became dignified, and he said to himself, "The Kingdom of Truth, the Wind family." The king of the Black Ape asked cautiously, "Demon Emperor, where is the Kingdom of Truth? How come my subordinates have never heard of it before?" The Heavenly Demon King stared at the Black Ape King with a sneer, if you know the kingdom of truth, that's a strange thing. The kingdom of truth is a very powerful high-level civilization between heaven and earth. It is said to have developed to the level of Jiu Dang civilization, managing more than one universe, and each universe has a group of gods managing the universe. Anyway, the strength of the kingdom of truth is not what you can imagine. And the emperor of the kingdom of truth is the surname Wind. 9. 9 grades of civilization. The Black Ape King was so frightened that his chin fell to the ground. With the development of Lupin civilization, it is already very powerful and can even dominate a continent. However, the 6th-level civilization is in front of the 9th-level civilization, just as they are looking at the primitive people living in the tribe. With their current cultivation, they simply can't imagine how powerful and brilliant the world of Jiu Dang civilization is. That is the real advanced civilization. It's incredible that phoenix actually came to the kingdom of truth. Suddenly, Tianming Demon Emperor remembered another name, Ning Xiaochuan. Phoenix cannot say that Ning Xiaochuan is a friend of the Fang family for no reason. What is the secret of Ning Xiaochuan? Of course, the Tianming Demon Emperor just kept the name in mind, and didn't really take Ning Xiaochuan seriously. After all, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is too weak now. In her opinion, Ning Xiaochuan is no different from an ant on the ground. Now she just remembers the name of this ant first. Half a month later, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong walked out of the Big Blood Desert and headed for the bright Holy Land. With the help of Feng Yueshi, Xiaohong has successfully condensed the divine fire dragon Yuan, which not only makes great progress in cultivation, but also grows a lot taller. It looks like a 7 or 8-year-old girl film, with red lips, white teeth, bright eyes, and full of aura. In this half-month, Ning Xiaochuan has refined the fire of Phoenix Nirvana into the demon fire of extermination, and his cultivation has been directly promoted to the 7th realm of heaven and man. The number of rules in the body is more than 10 times more than half a month ago. However, his evil fire path is not Mahayana, and it still needs some time to condense. This also shows that there is still room for improvement in the world-destroying demon fire path. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his palm, and a magic fire flew out of his body, suspended above the palm, and burned the air slightly distorted. Because of Ning Xiaochuan's subtle control, the flame power of the world-killing magic fire is controlled within the palm range, and the heat of the world-killing magic fire is completely not felt outside the range of 1 meter away from Ning Xiaochuan. With Ning Xiaochuan's mind moving, the magic fire condensed into a fire tripod. The mind changes again, and the magic fire also changes, turning into a fire tower, and then into a fire mirror, a fire bead, and a fire sword. The evil fire of extermination is not only the fusion of the fire of annihilation, the fire of hell, the fire of Phoenix Nirvana, but also many other mysterious fires, such as the immortal holy fire, cultivated by the monsters of the holy fish family, the blue Nirvana fire, cultivated by Li Chonglu, and so on. Melt more than 10 kinds of flames, and finally turn into a demon fire. It is said that when you practice the way of destroying the world to the extreme, you can really burn the sky and boil the sea, sacrifice and refine a world and refine all sentient beings. Ning Xiaochuan condensed the evil fire into a 9-petaled fire lotus. With a wave of his arm, the 9-petaled fire lotus flew out and fell on a barren field, which immediately made the earth burn and turned hundreds of miles into a fire field. The destructive power is so powerful. Ning Xiaochuan flew over the fire field, looked at the flames burning below, and roughly judged the power and intensity of the evil fire. More than 28 million rules of extermination have been cultivated in the Tao of extermination. More than 21 million rules of heaven and earth have been cultivated in the universe. Ning Xiaochuan is now in the early cultivation of the 7th realm of heaven and man. His mental strength has increased 10 times than that of the 6th realm of heaven and man, and has far exceeded those monks of the 9th realm of heaven and man. With his current combat power, he can beat the crown prince down in 10 moves. The special feature of the seventh realm of heaven and man is that the mind and spirit will be increased by 10 times, and the understanding of martial arts will be greatly increased. It can control the Taoist methods and magical powers more subtly, and its power will naturally be greater. The combat effectiveness of monks in the seventh realm of heaven and man is naturally much higher than that of monks in the sixth realm of heaven and man. Next is the eighth realm of heaven and man, the boundless heaven. The eighth realm of heaven and man is called boundless heaven because the rules in Dao Yuan will completely disappear and become invisible. Rules still exist. It's just that rules and Dao Yuan are integrated into one, forming another thing, Dao Tai. If we compare a rule to a cell, the Tao fetus, like a fetus still in gestation, is formed by the accumulation of countless cells, but it goes beyond the scope of cells and reaches a higher level of sublimation. It is said that if you want to reach the realm of human beings, you must let the Tao fetus condense into a human form and turn into a Tao fetus baby. It is called Yuanying and Jinyuan in Taoism and Yuanshan in martial arts and Taoism. In the legend of Taoism, if you cultivate Yuanying, you can live forever. In the realm of martial arts and Taoism, it is true to enter the level of a master, to cultivate a Yuanshan. The seventh realm, the eighth realm and the ninth realm of heaven and man are the realm of the transition from heaven and man to real people, and also the realm of the transition from Dao Yuan to Yuanshan. The eighth realm of heaven and man is to condense rules into Tao fetuses. The ninth realm of heaven and man, Tianweishan, the Tao embryo can fly out of the body and absorb the essence of the sun and moon, the essence of vegetation, the essence of lightning, the essence of wind and snow. When the strength of the Tao embryo reaches a certain level, it will lead to Tianweili robbery. Only by going through the thunderstorm can we achieve success. Therefore, the seventh realm, the eighth realm and the ninth realm of heaven and man, each realm has a huge span, which is a barrier that many people can't cross in their whole lives. Some geniuses, unable to condense out of the womb, can only stop in the seventh realm of heaven and man all their lives. Some geniuses can't let their fetuses fly out of the body, and can't absorb the essence of the sun and moon. The essence of heaven and earth can only stop in the eighth realm of heaven and man for a lifetime. As for the realm of real people, it is a big barrier, blocking countless people outside the door. Some people will always stop in the ninth realm of heaven and man, while others will be destroyed in the thunder. I am still far away from the cultivation of the eighth realm of heaven and man. Only by first cultivating the rules in my body to 180 million, and then using 180 million rules to condense the Tao embryo. Only in this way can I enter the eighth realm of heaven and man. Of course, it is not difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to increase the number of rules in his body. There are a lot of shancher and treasures on his body, so he can buy a lot of psychic miracles and refine a human-level pill to improve his cultivation. It will not take long to increase the number of rules in the body to 180 million by taking pills. This is the advantage of mastering a large number of cultivation resources. The cultivation speed is far higher than that of other monks. Ning Xiaochuan, where are we going? Why don't we leave together before Sister Phoenix finishes her training? Xiao Hong is wearing a red robe. Although she is only 7 or 8 years old, she has a pair of slender long legs. Her skin is snow white, her eyes are clear, and her eyelashes are long and warped. She stares at Ning Xiaochuan curiously. Ning Xiaochuan walked in front and said, Miss Fang has completed her 5th nirvana, and it will take some time to consolidate her realm. Even if she finishes her practice, she must have other things to do, and we also have our things to do. My business? Xiao Hong blinked her eyes. She didn't know what Ning Xiaochuan meant. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became serious and said, Don't you want to revenge the crown prince? Think. It's so hateful. I almost forgot such an important thing. Xiao Hong patted her forehead and clenched her small fist. A trace of flame came out of her hair. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and said, "But where are we going to find the crown prince?" Holy land of light. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the distant direction, called out the double-headed stone beast, sat on the back of the stone beast, and flew towards the direction of the bright holy land. Sitting on the back of the double-headed stone beast, Ning Xiaochuan took out the body of the Fire Dragon King from the Heaven and Earth bracelet. The body of the Fire Dragon King is more than 600 meters long, and it is almost like a body of steel. Each scale is extremely hard. Ning Xiaochuan can't cut the scale with a concrete magic sword. The blood and demon yuan in the Fire Dragon King's body have been taken away by Feng Yueshi, but its body is still full of treasure. Even if it's just a scale, it can forge a shield of 9-grade Xuanqi level. Ning Xiaochuan used the Tiandi blade to remove the 2 Jiao eyes of the Fire Jiao King. This is one of the most important treasures of the Fire Dragon King. Each jiaoyan is as big as a water tank, crystal clear, red as blood, emitting hot heat, and with a faint fragrance. Ning Xiaochuan handed the 2 Jiao eyes to Xiaohong and let Xiaohong refine them into her eyes. There are many similarities between dragons and dragons. Refining these 2 eyes is enough to raise Xiaohong's eyesight to the level of a real dragon, and it is even possible to cultivate a powerful celestial eye magic. Later, Ning Xiaochuan planed the teeth of the Fire Dragon King one by one. Jiao teeth are the hardest part of the Fire Jiao King, and also the precious material of forging tools. If you ask a big forge master to forge them, each tooth can be forged into a supreme weapon-level war sword. There are 38 dragon teeth in total. The longest one is 7 meters long, and the shortest one is 5 meters long, like a spear made of blood crystal. Even without sacrificial refining, Jiao teeth are extremely sharp, which can easily penetrate the body of heaven and man. Later, Ning Xiaochuan divided a huge jiaobi, a jiaojin more than 600 meters long, and a large number of jiaogu. All of them are treasures of calcined utensils. Among them, the backbone of the Fire Dragon King is the most precious, which contains a lot of bone marrow. This is a treasure, comparable to the pith of a real dragon. Every drop is invaluable. Ning Xiaochuan called out all 6 monsters and fed the bone marrow of the Fire Dragon King to them. After taking the bone marrow of the Fire Dragon King, each monster broke through a realm. Among them, the promotion of Jin Jiao is the largest, which directly impacts on the 6th realm of heaven and man. Jin Jiao and Fire Jiao Wang belong to the Jiao clan. Everything on Fire Jiao Wang is a treasure to it. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a while, and gave all the bones on the Fire Jiao King to Jin Jiao to refine. Thank you for your gift. If you can refine all the bones on the Fire Dragon King, I believe your subordinates will soon be able to cultivate into the Dragon King. Jin Jiao was extremely excited and full of confidence in reaching the realm of Jiao King. You know, that Fire Dragon King is definitely a real person-level cultivation. Moreover, it is not as simple as ordinary real people. King Huajiao just died. His bones contain a lot of essence. If all these bones were refined, Jin Jiao's cultivation would not be far from that of a real person, even if it could not reach the realm of a real person. Ning Xiaochuan took back the demon beasts again, and put all the remaining bone marrow in the backbone of the Fire Dragon King into a jade bottle. Using 9 flower nectar and Jiao King's bone marrow, plus several psychic miracles, it should be possible to forge a human-level pill to improve cultivation. It is not easy to create a kind of human Dan. Later, Ning Xiaochuan devoted all his energy to the study of Dan Fang, analyzed the drug properties of Jiuhua Qiongjiang and Jiaowang bone marrow, and spent 3 days to finally develop a rough Dan Fang. However, he was not sure that he would be able to refine the elixir. After all, those who can create human-level elixir are soul-level great heart-nourishing masters. Ning Xiaochuan is still far from reaching the level of soul-level great spiritual trainer. He relies on his strong mind to constantly explore and analyze a general Dan Fang. If you want to refine human-level Dan, you still need to constantly try to improve Dan Fang in failure. Of course, it is also possible that he was very lucky and successfully refined the human-level pill for the first time. After analyzing the general Dan prescription, you need to find and buy the corresponding psychic magic medicine. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan walked into an ancient city not far from the Holy Land of Light, and planned to buy the magic medicine for alchemy. The ancient city is very prosperous. Because it is very close to the Holy Land of Light, it has not been attacked by monsters and mysterious beasts. This ancient city is the largest trading market of Guangming Holy Land. Those monks with strong cultivation, after getting rare treasures, will take them here to sell, some in exchange for xianxue, some in exchange for materials they need. This ancient city, which has a history of many years, is built on an ancient cliff with a very high terrain. The streets are paved with bluestones, and the buildings are extraordinarily magnificent. Some are like palaces, some are like castles, and some fly in the void, not like places where ordinary people live, like an ancient city of Xinjia. You can see powerful monks everywhere, who hurried by. Among them are even inner disciples of Guangming Holy Land, noble children from Huiyuan Empire, prince from Yinlong Empire, and business trips to Central Earth. After the First World War of the Great Blood Desert, Ning Xiaochuan's name has spread all over the north. Xinjiang, become north. One of the most popular young talents in Xinjiang. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to attract attention, so before entering the ancient city, he took a bone salt pill and changed his appearance, making his height a little shorter, his face thinner, and wearing a white Confucian robe. He was like a poor scholar. As for Xiaohong, she doesn't need to take Quoguden at all. Because after she cultivated Long Yuan, she had grown a lot taller and her appearance had changed a lot. Even those who had seen her before, it was difficult to recognize her as the dragon cub. As a dragon cub, Xiaohong is naturally proficient in many dragon family secrets and knows how to cover up her dragon qi. Unless she is a particularly powerful monk, it is impossible to see through her noumenon at all. The secret methods and magical powers of the dragon clan are preserved in the blood of the dragon cub. As long as you open your mind, you will gradually stimulate the dragon clan skill and classics deep in your blood. Not only the dragon clan, those powerful ancient gods and beasts can also pass on the cultivation skills to future generations through their blood, which can not only ensure that the cultivation skills do not leak out, but also ensure that future generations will always be strong. Even some advanced Terrans can inherit martial classics and magical powers through their blood. It deserves to be north. The middle of Xinjiang is indeed more prosperous than Tiandi Mountain. Walking in the ancient city, Ning Xiaochuan can see not only some powerful monks who deliberately hide their accomplishments, but also some advanced Terrans. A big man of the black bone giant family, with a body of 13 meters high, a head larger than the water tank, ears like a palm fan, carrying an iron bar as thick as a bucket, exuding a strong breath, walked towards the center of the ancient city. Boom! For white fox monsters pulled an ivory fragrant car up the street. On the fragrant car, there were 2 young beauties of the Jade Crystal Beauty family with identical faces. Their skin was like white jade, emitting a faint fragrance. They are only 17 or 18 years old, like twins. One of the beauties lifted the curtain of the car, revealing a delicate and gorgeous face, which attracted the eyes of many monks and made a series of exclamations. Those are the 2 noble daughters of the Jade Crystal Beauty family. They came to Central Earth and are also the geniuses of the younger generation. I heard that they will represent a saint in Central Earth and go to visit the Holy Land of Light. A monk looked at the fragrant car that was gradually going away and sighed softly. An old Haitian, only 1 meter tall, with a half-foot-long beard, looks like a short and thin dwarf. However, he walked past Ning Xiaochuan with an earthworm as big as a hill. That earthworm, in front of the old man, looked very docile. Every step, it would shake the ground. However, when the earthworm passed by Xiaohong, it stopped slightly and shivered all over. That old Haitian seemed to notice, and also glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. However, he smiled at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, and then led the earthworm away. Ning Xiaochuan saw many strong men in this ancient city, many of whom came from some high-level terrains. Although it is said that the Holy Land of Light is located in the north. In the middle of Xinjiang, however, this situation is still somewhat unusual. Those monks seem to deliberately gather in the Holy Land of Light. Among them, the younger generation of monks is the most prominent. Ning Xiaochuan has met several young people with strong cultivation. The two twin sisters sitting on the fragrant car are two of them, and their cultivation has reached the seventh realm of heaven and man. With Ning Xiaochuan's current mental strength and the power of the seven orifices demon heart, he can completely detect the other party's cultivation level without being aware of it. Even if the other party deliberately hides his cultivation, it is difficult to hide from his mind. North Xinjiang is still too desolate, far less prosperous than Central Earth. No wonder it will be slaughtered by those monsters. The key reason is that North Xinjiang's monks are too weak. Ning Xiaochuan heard an arrogant voice coming into his ears, so he raised his head and looked up. I saw a tree house built on a huge ancient tree not far away. Two young monks in royal robes were sitting in the tree house, drinking. The words just now were spoken by the man in purple robe sitting in the north. Ji Qiankuan sat opposite the purple-robed man, gently touched the goat beard on his chin, and said with a smile, Brother Wang is a famous genius hero in Middle-earth. His eyes are higher than the top, so naturally he won't pay attention to these barbarians in North Xinjiang. However, there are still some masters in North Xinjiang. It's said that North. The Big Dipper 7 stars in Xinjiang are rare talent levels in thousands of years, and their strength is not much weaker than those top geniuses in Middle-earth. Wang Su, with a sword on his back and a sneering smile on his face, said, Is it difficult to meet in 10,000 years? It's just a talent, it just represents one's potential. However, not everyone can tap their potential, nor can everyone play their potential. In history, some geniuses who are difficult to meet for thousands of years can be cultivated into secondary gods and become masters of the world. However, some people can't even practice to heaven and man for various reasons. Nowadays, there are many outstanding people in the world. It is estimated that it is not a big deal for all the so-called Big Dipper 7 stars in northern Xinjiang to fight down alone. Ji Qiankuan smiled and said, I heard that several of the Big Dipper 7 stars will come to this gathering of the Holy Land of Light. Brother Wang must teach them a good lesson this time, and it's time for them to see the power of our middle land. While Ji Qiankuan and Wang Su were talking and laughing, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong had entered the tree house. That ancient willow has grown for many years. Its trunk diameter is more than 10 meters, and even its roots grow out of the soil, just like strange dragons. The steps leading to the tree house are directly dug from a tree root. There are other monks in that tree house, and there are still several vacant positions left. Ning Xiaochuan chose a place near the window, ordered a pot of wine, and sat down. Wang Su and Ji Qiankuan didn't notice Ning Xiaochuan coming in at all. With a look of disdain in his eyes, Wang Su said, The cultivation of martial arts and magical powers in central China is absolutely far beyond the north. The martial arts cultivated by those monks in Xinjiang, even if they are of the same talent level and under the same realm, the young monks in central China can also abuse the north. Young monks in Xinjiang. What's more, China is a 6th-level civilization with fertile soil and abundant resources. The cultivation speed of the young generation is absolutely far faster than that of the north. Those young monks in Xinjiang have far exceeded those in northern Xinjiang in terms of cultivation. This time, if it weren't for the elders in the clan, let me investigate the situation in northern Xinjiang. I didn't even expect to come to such a remote place. The conversation between Wang Su and Ji Qianquan did not lower his voice at all. Almost all the monks in the treehouse had heard their conversation. You know, this is in the north. Xinjiang. Most of the monks in the treehouse are also from the north. The genius of Xinjiang. Many people have been gnashing their teeth with anger, and feel that Wang Su and Ji Qianquan are too arrogant, and they don't have the north at all. In the eyes of the monks in Xinjiang, they are simply red. Naked provocation. A woman's voice rang out and said coldly, "It's really a big tone. You keep saying that the martial scriptures cultivated by monks in Xinjiang are not as powerful as those cultivated by monks in Central Earth. Let's ask, which martial scripture in Central Earth is better than the heaven and earth scriptures of Tiandi Mountain?" Ning Xiaochuan looked in the direction of the woman's voice, and his eyes showed a look of surprise. That woman has long black hair, a tall figure and a white Taoist robe. Her face is very beautiful. She is actually the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain, Luowu. Luo dance ranked in the top 10 of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain when taking the Tianmen exam, and was the key training of Tiandi Mountain. Now, her accomplishments have improved by leaps and bounds, more than 10 times stronger than when she took the Tianmen exam. Not only Luo Dance, Situ Jing, Yu Mingsong and Niao Lanji were all there. They all sat in a corner, far away from Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was attracted by the dialogue between Wang Su and Ji Qianquan, so he walked into the treehouse. He didn't expect that they also came to the Holy Land of Light. Ji Qianquan laughed and said, "The Emperor of Heaven is indeed the greatest figure of the human race after the Apotheosis era, which is worthy of respect. His creation of the Heaven and Earth Sutra is indeed a volume of nerve. However, in our Middle Earth, there are several great religions that have been inherited from the Apotheosis era, and also have the same strong nerve as the Heaven and Earth Sutra. Besides, I heard that the Heaven and Earth Sutra of Tiandi Mountain is only the next part, which is not a complete nerve." Yu Mingsong sighed and said, "Hey. Some people have their heads on their hips and don't understand how powerful the Heaven and Earth Sutra is. Even if it's just the next book, it's definitely not comparable to the nerves of Central Earth. If you don't agree, you can compete with the goddess of Tiandi Mountain." Niao Lanji sat on the edge of the most corner, looking very reserved, pursed her lips, and said in a low voice, "Why do your highness God make a move? Our spirit son or spirit daughter of Tiandi Mountain can also sweep those talented heroes in Central Earth." After saying this, Niao Lanji's mind came up with the shadow of her sister and Ning Xiaochuan. On her clever face, she couldn't help but show a restrained smile. But when she saw that the other three were looking at her with strange eyes, she was like being seen through her secret. 2 rosy clouds appeared on her face. She immediately lowered her head and dared not look directly into the eyes of the other 3 people. Yu Mingsong patted the table and laughed, "That's right, absolutely right. The spirit son or spirit daughter of Tiandi Mountain really has the fighting power to sweep Central Earth, and it doesn't need the hand of the goddess at all." The 4 people in Tiandi Mountain couldn't stand the arrogance of Wang Su and Ji Qianquan, so they had no scruples about speaking. What's more, Yu Mingsong was originally an outspoken person. Wang Su looked at Yu Mingsong like an idiot and said, "After I came to northern Xinjiang, I have heard of the Lingzi and Xingzi of Tiandi Mountain. Their battle has caused quite a sensation in northern Xinjiang. However, in my opinion, their battle is that children live at home and cannot be brought to the table. Not long ago, one of my clan brothers killed alone in the wilderness and destroyed a monster race. The bones of monsters and Shan beasts piled up into mountains, and the blood gathered into rivers. My brother is the real hero and hero. You North. Who can compare with the younger generation in Xinjiang? You are as weak as a flock of lambs, to be slaughtered in front of the demon beast army. But my brother, who is young, can kill a demon race and win tens of thousands of miles of territory for mankind. This is the gap? Yu Mingsong said, "Your brother is really admirable. But it's none of your business?" Luo Wu said, "Your middle land is the territory under the jurisdiction of the human race, and the powerful monsters have almost been killed. The power of each race of monsters is not strong, but in the north. Xinjiang is the place where powerful monsters gather, and no one can say clearly in the north. How deep is the water in the great wilderness of Xinjiang? How many powerful monsters of monsters are hidden? Which brother of your clan can destroy a monster race in Middle Land? However, when he comes to North Xinjiang, he still wants to rely on his own power to fight against the demon clan is to strike stones with eggs." Wang Su said coldly, "I know you are not convinced. In that case, let's try 2 moves." Situ Jing and Luo Wu's eyes shrunk slightly, and the cold light was exposed. Their bodies are full of vitality and ready to fight. However, some people are one step ahead of them. Let me ask for advice. How strong are your magical powers in China? A big man with a tiger back and a heavy waist stood up, stretched out his arms, and his bones made a crackling sound. He stared at Wang Su coldly and said, "Bright Holy Land, core disciple, Huatiancher." Huatiancher caused a lot of exclamation in the tree house after he reported his taboo. In other places, perhaps few people have heard of Huatiancher's taboo. However, in the civilized countries under the jurisdiction of the Holy Land of Light, almost no one does not know his name. Although the 4th person of the younger generation of Guangming Holy Land did not enter the top 3, his talent and cultivation are still very strong, and he has the strength to enter the top 3. Huatiancher, unexpectedly, is in the treehouse. He is a top-level genius of the young generation in northern Xinjiang. He often goes in and out of the wilderness, and there are no less than 10 monsters who die in his hands. Someone whispered. Ning Xiaochuan also glanced at Huatiancher slightly and nodded slightly. He was indeed a young master. His physical strength was the most powerful, and his blood gas was as strong as a Tyrannosaurus rex. Huatiancher drank coldly, his voice was like thunder, and said, "Let's go to fight in different space." Wang Su was still sitting on the chair with a light wind and a light cloud, and sneered, "Just a low-level buns, who are qualified to fight with this child in a different space. This child, within 3 moves, can suppress you." Huatiancher was even more angry. These monks from Middle-earth were also too arrogant. They must be taught some lessons, otherwise they really thought that north. The monks in Xinjiang are uncivilized barbarians. Huatiancher roared, and the howling of beasts broke out in his body. Kick the chair beside you out with 1 foot, and a layer of vitality and brilliance appears on the surface of the chair, condensing into a virtual shadow of a 3-winged electric leopard, flying towards Wang Su. At the same time, Huatiancher's feet kicked, and his massive body was as flexible as a scarlet king, punching Wang Su. Phew! Wang Su still sat on the chair, his head did not turn back, but his arms shook and pointed out, and immediately broke the virtual shadow of the chair and the 3-winged electric leopard. Just between the lightning and flint, Huatiancher's fist had hit the back of Wang Su's brain. If this punch is hit, even if Wang Su has an iron brain, he will be beaten to pieces. Wow! On Wang Su's back, a purple glow blooms, condensing into a ring of baoguang. Huatiancher punched on the purple halo, like hitting an iron wall, which made his arm numb and painful. Not good. Huatiancher's heart shouted out that it was not good, so he would close his fist and retreat. It's too late. His eyes flashed, and Wang Su's shadow flashed. A huge force came from his chest. Click, the 3 ribs of his chest broke, and his viscera seemed to crack. Bang! Huatiancher vomited a mouthful of blood from his mouth, flew out upside down, half knelt on the ground, and stared at Wang Su, who was still sitting in his original position with great shock. How can it be so strong? Wang falsely raised his glass and smiled, "Brother Ji, those young geniuses in northern Xinjiang, whose cultivation is weak, unexpectedly attacked behind their backs. Their quality is too low. They deserve to be beaten on the ground like dogs. Boy, who do you say is a dog? Huatiancher covered his chest and gnashed his teeth. Whoever is beaten on the ground is a dog. Haha. Brother Ji, dry this cup. Wang Su's face was with a contemptuous smile, and he didn't pay any attention to those who were present. The angry eyes of the monks in Xinjiang. Roar. Huatiancher was so angry that he was about to smoke on his head. He roared and attacked Wang Su again. In his body, countless virtual shadows of war beasts rushed out, and his strength continued to rise, hitting out with one palm. The corners of Wang Su's mouth were slightly upturned, and he stretched out a palm, 5 fingers towards the void, and immediately turned into a dragon eagle's giant claw, crushing the virtual shadow of beasts played by Huatiancher. Pooh! The dragon eagle's huge claw hit Huatiancher's chest, and blood splashed, leaving 4 wine-glass-sized blood holes. Huatiancher flew backward again, smashed the wall with a bang, and fell to the street below, half dead. Wang Su withdrew his arm, and the virtual shadow of the dragon eagle's giant claw also disappeared. In the treehouse, those north. All the monks in Xinjiang were stunned. How can this young monk in Middle-earth be so powerful? The top genius of Guangming Holy Land had no power to fight back in his hands. Even Luo Wu and Situ Jing and others were slightly moved. Although these 2 monks in Middle-earth were arrogant, they did have real talent and learning. Such a powerful cultivation, even if the 4 people of Tiandi Mountain worked together, it is estimated that they are not his opponents. Only Her Highness, the goddess, can defeat them. Ji Qianquan slightly looked at the horrified expressions of the monks in the treehouse, and looked very happy. He smiled and said, the 4th person of the young generation of Guangming Holy Soil is just like this, and he can't walk 3 moves in Brother Wang's hands. What Brother Wang just showed should be the unique skill of the Wang family Dragon Eagle 7 claws. I don't know how many claws Brother Wang has cultivated. Wang Su said faintly, I'm just cultivating to the 4th claw now. However, a talented hero of our Wang family has cultivated Dragon Eagle 7 claws to Mahayana, and his cultivation is more than 10 times that of me. Outside the treehouse, there was a noise. Surrounded by a group of inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain, the bright saint came in from the outside, with a slim figure, a soft curve, dark long hair hanging softly behind her, and her body was covered with a light layer of spiritual smoke. Although the white yarn covered her face, it still gave people the amazing feeling of natural beauty. Behind her, 2 inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain helped Huatiancher, who was seriously injured, and followed him in. The 2 inner disciples' faces were full of anger, and their eyes seemed to be able to burst out flames. Pointing to Wang Su and Ji Qianquan, they said, Your Highness, it's the 2 of them. They are too arrogant. They not only belittle our friars in northern Xinjiang, but also seriously hurt Elder Martial Brother Hua. The arrival of the Saint of Light caused a greater shock, and many monks became excited. Not only because of the strong cultivation of the Saint of Light, it can be north. The friars in Xinjiang let out a bad breath. It is also because the bright saint's beautiful appearance makes many monks regard her as Lingbo Fairy and admire her. If you want to see the bright saint at ordinary times, it is simply as difficult as heaven. Wang Su and Ji Qianquan naturally knew the arrival of the bright saint, and the 2 slightly looked at each other, with an imperceptible smile in their eyes at the same time. The bright saint was elegant and moving, just like a rising moon on the sea, staring at Wang Su and Ji Qianquan, and said, Wang Su, the 2nd person of the younger generation of the Wang family of the ancient aristocratic family in Central Earth. Ji Qianquan, the holy son of the Holy Land of the 9th ruins in Central Earth. Both of them are well-known young heroes in Central Earth, who belittle the North. The monks in Xinjiang are afraid to damage the reputation of the Wang family and the Holy Land of the 9th ruins. Ji Qianquan stood up, with a smile on his face, worshipped the Saint of Light and said, "It's a pleasure to meet His Highness, who was originally the Saint of Light. I heard the good name of the Saint of Light in Central Earth. As soon as I saw it today, it was really beautiful, like a fairy coming to Earth, which makes people envy." However, the Saint's Highness covered her face with white yarn, so that we didn't have the chance to see the fairy-like appearance of the Saint's Highness, which is really the biggest regret in the world. Wang Su also stood up and said with a smile, "If the Holy Lady is willing to take off the veil and let us see the fairy face, Brother Ji and I are willing to apologize to the monks in northern Xinjiang for what we said earlier." Presumptuous. What kind of person do you think Your Highness the Saint is? It's too bold to dare to speak to Your Highness, the Saint, like this. An inner disciple of Guangming Holy Land said in a deep voice. All the disciples of Guangming Holy Land were irritated and felt that Wang Su and Ji Qianquan were talking too frivolously, which was simply flirting with the Holy Lady. They all regard the Saint of Light as the goddess in their hearts, which is inviolable. Otherwise, they are very dissatisfied with Wang Su and Ji Qianquan. Many people were angry and could not wait to take action immediately and tear the mouths of Wang Su and Ji Qianquan. The bright saint also frowned slightly, and her calm state of mind was also irritated by Wang Su and Ji Qianquan. When she was about to attack, she saw Wang Su and Ji Qianquan attacking her at the same time. How brave! The bright saint never thought that Wang Su and Ji Qianquan dared to attack her. Wang Su and Ji Qianquan made moves without warning, but they seemed to have been premeditated, giving people a strange feeling. Wow! The bright saint sent out stinging white light, and thousands of Taoist tones came out of her body and turned into white ancient texts, like twinkling stars, attacking Wang Su and Ji Qianquan. Do it! Ji Qianquan said to Wang Su with a strange smile in his eyes. Wang Su laughed wildly, and the purple sleeve swelled up, like turning into a purple cloud. In his sleeve, a delicate tower flew out and collided with the Saint of Light. That small tower continued to grow into a huge tower as big as a mountain, bursting out with destructive power, smashing all the ancient texts of the Saint of Light. The bright saint was slightly surprised, and immediately launched the divine method, stepping on a spiritual bridge and flying towards the sky. Haha! Your Highness, you can't go. Wang Su and Ji Qianquan shot at the same time to break into the ancient tower with vigorous vitality, and awaken the spirit of the ancient tower. A huge and incomparable force emanated from the ancient tower. At the bottom of that ancient tower, a huge vortex formed, and with a few, the Saint of Light was collected into the tower. Yes, let's go. Wang Su's face showed great joy. He took back the huge ancient tower, turned it into a small and exquisite tower, and put it in his sleeve. When the ancient tower rushed out, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a surprised look. Zhenren Tower. No, it's not a real Zhenren Tower, but an imitation. It's a treasure made by imitating Zhenren Tower. Although it is only an imitation, it still reaches the level of Supreme King. It is precisely because it is a Supreme King's instrument that it has such a powerful power to take away all the Saints of Light. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he always felt that these two people were really too strange. From beginning to end, they were deliberately bringing the bright saint to appear. They first angered the crowd and injured the core disciples of Guangming Holy Land. In fact, their real goal was Guangming Saint. I'm too brave to abduct the Saint of Light in the territory of the Holy Land of Light. However, the cultivation of these two people was indeed very strong, beating the inner disciples of Guangming Holy Land to the ground, and even some old people were put down by them. You are so bold that even Your Highness, the Saint, dares to hijack them. Everyone go up together. We must stop them and not let them escape. As long as we can hold them for a moment, the strong of the Holy Land of Light will come soon. Countless monks in the ancient city all rushed into the crowd, playing all kinds of mysterious tools and magical powers, almost completely drowning Wang Su and Ji Qianquan. Boom! An ancient pagoda flew out, turned into a mountain so huge, emitting dazzling brilliance, and an overwhelming force rushed out of the ancient pagoda, lifting all monks out. Standing on the top of the ancient tower, Wang Su and Ji Qianquan laughed wildly at the monks of the bright holy land below and said, "After today, there will be no saints in the bright holy land." Wow! The ancient pagoda carried 2 people, breaking through the air and flying at an extremely fast speed. A 9-heaven venerable of Guangming Holy Land caught up at the first time, but half an hour later, he returned to the ancient city. The flying speed of that ancient pagoda was so fast that even the 9 heavenly beings couldn't catch up, and they ran away. Elder Su, those 2 thieves are Wang Su of the king's family of Central Earth and Ji Qianquan of the Holy Land of the 9 Ruins. Hua Tianchi knelt on the ground and said to the 9 heavenly venerable. Elder Su was in a very bad mood. His old face looked extremely cold and even twisted. He said sternly, "It's hateful. I'm going to report to the leader immortal now, and I must find the king's family in Central Earth and the Holy Land of the 9 Ruins to discuss an explanation." Hua Tianchi said with some worry, "Your Highness. What should I do?" Elder Su was also very worried. After all, Wang Su and Ji Qianquan deliberately came to capture the bright saint. What are their goals? If you just want to threaten the Holy Land of Light, it's easy to do. As long as the conditions they put forward are not too excessive, the Holy Land of Light can agree. However, in case the Holy Lady was violated and insulted by those 2 people, it would be a heavy blow to the Holy Land of Light, and even ruin its reputation. I believe they don't have so much courage. After all, the Wang family and the Holy Land of Jiu are the top forces in Middle Earth, with strict family education and decent school style. They won't allow their disciples to do things that damage their face. Elder Su can only comfort himself in his heart. When Su Changlao returned to the Holy Land of Light, something unexpected happened to him. He unexpectedly met Su and Ji Qianquan, who came to visit the Holy Land of Light. Su Chang was so angry that he rushed up immediately to take them down. Elder Su, these 2 are the top talents of the young generation in Central Earth. They came to visit Guangming Holy Earth on behalf of the Wang family and Jiu Holy Earth, respectively. What are you doing? Another elder of Guangming Holy Land was just about to send the 2 talented heroes to a resting place. Seeing Elder Su rushing up, he wanted to capture the 2 talented heroes. Naturally, he was very unhappy. He felt that Su Changlao was too impolite. Without the demeanor of the Holy Earth elder, he would certainly be laughed at by 2 young geniuses in China. Lose face and throw it into the Middle Earth, and the face of the bright Holy Earth will be lost. Su Changlao blushed and angrily said, "These 2 thieves have just kidnapped the Holy Lady in the ancient city of Xuguang. Shouldn't they be taken down? Don't you hand over Your Highness the Virgin soon? If Your Highness has any mistakes, even if you come from Middle Earth, I will cut you thousands of times." Another elder of the Holy Land of Light also changed his face and said, "What are you talking about? Your Highness, the saint has been kidnapped? I saw it with my own eyes. Can it be false?" Elder Su glared at Wang Su and Ji Qianquan mercilessly. Both Wang Su and Ji Qianquan appeared calm and not panicked. Wang Su frowned slightly and said, "Senior, maybe there is some misunderstanding. Today, Brother Ji and I have been staying in Guangming Holy Land. Not long ago, we also met with the leader of Guangming Holy Land. How can we hijack the Guangming Holy Woman? Even if we use our separation, we can deal with the Holy Woman with our separation? Can we escape from the hands of Senior? Have you been in the Holy Land of Light?" Elder Su's face showed surprise again. Wang Su and Ji Qianquan nodded. Ji Qianquan said, "Both Elder Zhao and the leader can testify to this." The elder surnamed Zhao also nodded and said solemnly, "They have indeed been wearing them in the Holy Land of Light all the time, which is absolutely true." Wang Su's eyes looked thoughtful and said, "It must be someone who pretended to be the two of us and kidnapped the holy daughter." Elder Su, can you describe what happened at that time carefully? Although Elder Su was anxious, he still calmed down and gradually restored calm. He carefully told what happened in Shiguang ancient city. When Wang Su heard Elder Su talking about the two people offering an ancient pagoda, he carefully asked about the shape and color of the ancient pagoda. After hearing the description of Elder Su, Wang Su and Ji Qianquan looked at each other, and their faces became dignified. Wang Shuling, with a calm face, said, "According to the elder's description, if the younger guessed well, the two people should be the Son of God and the Son of God of the Yin Yang Saint." What? Yin Yang sect. Hearing the name, Elder Su almost fainted in the dark. God! How could it be them? Yin Yang sacred religion was once the largest religion in central China. The cultivation methods are very evil. It pays attention to the cultivation of yin and yang, and the cultivation of yang and yin. Many outstanding heirs of the Holy Land have been poisoned by the heirs of Yin Yang sacred religion. However, later, the internal turmoil of Yin and Yang saints, with countless deaths and injuries, finally split into two major religions, Yin religion and Yang religion. Yin sect specially trains female disciples, while Yang sect specially trains male disciples. After the birth of female disciples of the Yin sect, they will certainly bring disaster and chaos to the world, causing several great turbulence in Central Earth, and countless powerful monks died in the turbulence. Male disciples of Yang sect are known as the destroyers of gods, saints, and spiritual women of all holy lands. In history, countless women were picked by God's sons of Yang sect, and almost all holy lands in Tianshu continent were disgraced by God's sons of Yang sect. In recent thousands of years, Yin and Yang saints have been fighting against each other without causing any major events. Therefore, the holy lands did not prevent them at all. However, no one expected that they would come out again. This is definitely bad news for the whole cultivation world. When Elder Su and Elder Zhao learned that the identities of the two men were probably the Son of God and the Son of God of Yang sect, the two old men with profound cultivation almost vomited blood with anger. Their faces were extremely pale, and they immediately rushed to tell the leader immortal the news and let the leader immortal decide. That ancient tower is a supreme king's weapon, and its flight speed is really amazing. After Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong combined, he showed his dragon speed and exerted his body method speed to the extreme, only barely catching up. It's really strange that Wang Su and Ji Qianquan, no matter how arrogant, after all, they represent an ancient aristocratic family and a holy land in Central Earth. How could they hijack the Saint of Light and do such extraordinary things? Ning Xiaochuan always felt that there were a lot of doubts about this matter. The other party seemed to be prepared to capture the bright saint. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized his powerful mental strength to cover up his breath and try not to let the two people notice that he was chasing after him. He wants to follow up and see what the purpose of those two people is. That ancient pagoda also did not know how long it had been flying. It entered a primitive mountain and finally stopped. The primitive mountains below are very tall, with countless tall peaks, and Wanzhong waterfalls flying down from the top of the mountain, hitting pools and deep streams. The mountains are shrouded in clouds and roaring beasts, which seem to hide great dangers. Wang Su took off from the top of the ancient tower, hung in the void, and played a seal in his hand. The ancient tower, which was as huge as a mountain, immediately turned into a 7-inch tall tower and fell into his hands. Ji Qianquan looked in all directions and determined that no one was catching up, so he took out a scroll of ancient animal skin from the Qianquan bracelet on his wrist, pinched it in his hand, and looked carefully. The two fell to the ground, followed the path above the ancient map of animal skins, walked into the depths of the barren mountains, and came to the outside of a hidden ancient cave. The entrance of the ancient cave is built at the bottom of a valley more than 1,000 meters deep, and the surrounding environment is very cold. The opening of the ancient cave is completely covered by ice. Ji Qianquan put away the ancient map, with a happy smile on his face, and said, "This is the cave opened by a great leader of Yang sect in those days, named Cave. The cave is connected with the earth vein under the ground, which can resist the calculation of the real person and isolate all the breath from leaking out. As long as we hide in the cave, even the leader of the Holy Land of Light can't find us." Wang Su raised his head and looked at an old blue stone tablet above the cave. Although it was wrapped in cold ice, he could still see the words "hole" engraved on the stone tablet. "Hole, it's a good hole." Wang Su sighed, gently rubbed his chin, and then said, "It is said that when he was young, that leader took in dozens of beautiful women in this cave. Each of the beautiful women in the great holy lands of Xinjiang was the pride of the young generation. That leader is really great." Ji Qianquan nodded. "Avenue, yes. It is said that, including the goddess of the four-elephant Holy Land, the goddess of the bright Holy Land, the goddess of the nine-heaven pavilion, the proud daughter of the heaven of the ghost family, almost wiped out all the holy lands in northern Xinjiang, which made the whole northern Xinjiang's cultivation community disheartened and disgraced. It is said that in that era, there were northern Xinjiang almost every day. Young talents in Xinjiang threw themselves into the river, and many people were angry to death. It was the worst and the best era. It was the great era of our young religion." "Haha." Wang Su smiled and said, "That leader is a genius in heaven, with extraordinary talent and strong flesh. He is an example for us to learn all our life. However, I firmly believe that we will open up a great era more brilliant than our predecessors. This great era will start with the bright saint." Wang Su held the ancient tower in one hand and pointed to the top of the ancient tower. A white glow flew out of the gate of the ancient tower. When the white glow disappeared, only the bright saint in white was standing there. The bright saint still wears a white veil on her face, with a slender figure, full breasts and hips, a waist as thin as a willow, a flawless figure, and a white and delicate jade skin. There is simply no flaw. The Saint of Light was suppressed by the ancient tower and couldn't move. However, she didn't panic. A pair of phoenix eyes full of spirituality kept turning, as if thinking about something. Ji Qianquan turned around the bright saint twice, looked at the bright saint all over her body, nodded, and said, "The best. She is worthy of being the saint of the Holy Land of Light. She is not only perfect in figure, but also in a state of mind that can't be compared with other women. She has fallen into the hands of our brothers, and she can still maintain peace of mind. People admire, people admire." Under Ji Qianquan's scrutiny, the bright saint slowly closed her eyes, sighed softly, and said, "You are not Wang Su and Ji Qianquan at all." Wang Su nodded and said, "Since we have been seen through by the Holy Lady, our brothers will not continue to disguise. Yes, we are not Wang Su and Ji Qianquan. It is just heard that they both want to marry the Holy Lady of the Holy Earth of Light, and they can't compete. Our brothers really don't want to see them continue to fight, so we want to marry the Holy Lady as a double monk on behalf of them." Ji Qianquan said, "That's right. In fact, our brothers came to the north. The first goal of Xinjiang is the goddess of Tiandi Mountain. However, I heard that Wang Su and Ji Qianquan both want to marry the bright saint. Naturally, we have to see what kind of fairy lady the bright saint is." Unexpectedly, Wang Su and Ji Qianquan's eyes are still very good, and the bright saint didn't disappoint our brothers. The bright saint didn't want to open her eyes at all and said, "Are you the heirs of the Yinyang saint?" "Papa." Ji Qianquan patted his palm and said with a smile, "The bright saint is really smart. She guessed right. She taught the sun in Shaiyang and Gong Sunny Bai." While talking, Ji Qianquan's body shape and appearance changed greatly, and soon became a handsome man with slightly slender eyebrows, thin lips, slightly thin cheeks, and always a sinister smile in his eyes. Wang Su said, "The godson of Yang sect, thousands of blue fall." Wang Su's figure and appearance also changed immediately. He was also a handsome man, with 2 curls of neatly trimmed beard above his lips, which was quite manly. However, his face was very pale, with a bit sick. Even if Gong Sun Bai and Qian Biluo walk in the cultivation world with their true faces, they must be beautiful men who captivate thousands of girls. They have an aristocratic temperament, and they don't look like 2 big thieves picking flowers at all. In fact, as the Son of God and the Son of God of Yang religion, what they did was no different from that of the flower-picking thieves. Qian Biluo gently touched the 2 beards on the top of his lips and said, "Our successors of Yang religion are very compassionate and cherish jade, leaving sufficient choice space for the Holy Lady. The Holy Lady can choose one from Gong Sun and I, and have a hearty Taoist exchange in this cave." No matter how calm the Saint of Light was, at this moment, her eyes also showed a trace of confusion, clenched her teeth and said, "If I don't choose?" Gong Sun Bai laughed and said, "If your Highness doesn't want to choose, our brothers naturally won't mind communicating with your Highness. In that case, your Highness's understanding of our Yang sect's Taoism will be more profound. Your Highness, what do you think?" Shameless. The bright saint's eyebrows burst out with white beams, which are human rules one by one, with 128 human rules, trying to break through the oppression of that ancient tower. Boom! The power of 128 immortal rules is really strong. Caught off guard by Gong Sun Bai and Qian Biluo, the ancient tower was lifted out. The Saint of Light regained her ability to move, took a step towards the void, and wanted to leave here. However, Gong Sun Bai and Qian Biluo reacted very quickly, communicating with the ancient pagoda again, awakening the spirit of the Supreme King's instrument, and forcing the Saint of Light back. Holding the ancient tower, Wang Su rushed out of the tower with beams of light and suppressed it on the Saint of Light. Gong Sun Bai, with a smile on his face, walked towards the bright saint and said with a smile, "Let me take off the veil of the saint. I don't know what a beautiful fairy face will be under the veil." Gong Sun Bai just stretched out his hand to remove the veil of the bright saint. Suddenly, behind him, a footstep sounded. Where did the footsteps come from? Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Bai's face changed slightly. Why are there outsiders here? The bright saint also showed a trace of joy in her beautiful eyes. She looked in the direction of the sound of footsteps, and her heart gave birth to the hope of getting out of trouble. If someone really can escape from the clutches of 2 flower-picking thieves with her, it's not impossible to promise each other by example. Today should be the first. Ask for the guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Dada. Footsteps, more and more clear. A rather thin white-faced scholar came out of the cold fog. Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Bai are the top strong men of the young generation. They have a sense of danger in their hearts. As soon as the smile on their faces closed, the vitality in their bodies is released, turning into a layer of Yuan Gang, to guard their bodies and pay full attention to this unexpected guest. The bright saint stood outside the ancient cave, unable to move all over, but her ruddy and glittering attractive lips could open and close. Seeing the white-faced scholar coming out of the cold fog was like grasping a life-saving straw, and hurriedly said, "This young master, I am the saint of the bright holy land. I accidentally fell into the hands of the evil people of the Yang sect. Please help me out. If the young master can save me from the clutches of the devil, I will be very grateful. This valley is more than 1,000 meters deep, and the bottom of the valley is surprisingly cold. Ordinary people simply cannot come here alive. Those who can come to the bottom of the valley are definitely wonderful people in the world. Maybe they are senior masters living in seclusion here, or they may be disciples of some reclusive masters. The bright saint is erudite. She has long heard of the bad name of the Yin Yang saint, and naturally understands that she falls into 2 immortals. The end in the hands of thieves. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must strive for it. At this moment, the white-faced scholar at the bottom of the valley is her only hope now. Gong Sunnybai looked at the white-faced scholar, smiled, and said, "Scholar, know the current affairs and leave immediately. Heroes should also do what they can to save beauty. Otherwise, not only did the beauty not save, but they wasted their lives. It's not worth it." With a wave of Gong Sunnybai's arm, a strong wind flew out of his sleeve and hit the cliff, not far away. Suddenly, with a roar, a large cliff collapsed. Although he just shook his arm, he had shown great strength and wanted to scare the white-faced scholar away. The white-faced scholar showed a thoughtful look, gently nodded, and said, "It seems to make some sense." Gong Sunnybai and Qian Biluo looked at each other, and a slight smile appeared in their eyes. For fear that the white-faced scholar would leave, the bright saint seemed to make a very important decision, blowing a breath out of her mouth and blowing the veil off her face, revealing a flawless fairy face. It is a non-charming face, with slender eyebrows, straight nose, and skin that can be broken. It is full of spiritual beauty, giving people a kind of sanctity that does not eat human fireworks. Just seeing this face is the luckiest thing in the world. If you can have such a beauty, an emperor will definitely start a war for her. Seeing this beautiful face of Jiuchen and that almost perfect figure, even countless thousands of Yuan Qian Biluo and Gong Sunnybai were stunned. The Saint of Light was a little shy and said softly, "Young master, if you can save me from the clutches of evil, I'm willing to make a promise." That white-faced scholar is naturally Ning Xiaochuan. But Ning Xiaochuan took the wrong bone pill, which changed his height and face. The bright saint didn't recognize him at all. It has to be said that the bright saint is indeed very beautiful, with elegant temperament, exquisite facial features, beautiful face, almost perfect every curve on her body, and every inch of her skin is glittering and translucent. Even a clay figurine will be moved to see her. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched the tip of his nose and said, "The bright saint is actually willing to make a commitment. I'm afraid any man will be excited and work hard for you after hearing this." Being able to marry the bright saint is probably what every young talent in northern Xinjiang wants to do. Qian Biluo said coldly, "You have to think clearly. Although everyone wants to marry the bright saint, not everyone has that strength." Gong Sunnybai laughed and said, "Besides, the bright saint just wants to use your strength to deal with the two of us. I'm afraid she may not fulfill her promise when she really gets out of trouble." The Saint of Light said, "Young master, don't listen to them. If I escape today, I will promise by example and never break my promise." Ning Xiaochuan once again showed a thoughtful look, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, "The bright saint is so beautiful that after she married home, she is not allowed to have children. Just looking at such a beautiful woman every day is also a kind of enjoyment. Too, do you think so?" Qian Biluo's eyes were slightly cold and said, "It seems that someone dares to rob a woman from our Yang sect. It's really fatal. Hey, hey. I'll take his life." Shua. The saber on Gong Sunnybai's back automatically flew out of the scabbard, emitting a dazzling brilliance, like a black dragon flying out of the sea, and cutting off at Ning Xiaochuan. That saber is not an ordinary weapon, but a medium-grade supreme weapon, called Dragon Knife. Inside the blade, there is a powerful dragon soul sealed. Yin Yang saints used to be the largest religion in central China. Although the influence of Yin Yang saints after civil strife is far less than before, how can ordinary people compare their accomplishments if they can become the holy son of Yang religion? In the deep valley, knife chi appeared in all directions, making a sharp knife sound, which was like thousands of blades flying in the void. The light of the dragon knife became brighter and brighter, and the knife gas emitted became stronger and stronger, sending out the howling of a giant dragon, which echoed constantly in the valley. Boom! The dragon knife cleaved out, leaving a sword scar more than 100 meters long on the hard cliff, and countless boulders fell from the cliff. He is worthy of being the successor of Yang sect. His cultivation is really strong. It is absolutely difficult for the young generation to meet an enemy. The bright saint's heart is worried. After all, Gong Sunnibai and Qian Biluo are the top powers. If they work together, it is estimated that the younger generation in Xinjiang has no rivals at all. Ning Xiaochuan escaped Gong Sunnibai's attack 14 times in a row, and his body shape kept changing, leaving countless shadows in the void. Gong Sunnibai was also quite surprised. He thought that with his cultivation, he could easily get rid of this unknown person. However, he cut 14 knives in a row, and he didn't even touch the corners of each other's clothes. You know, Gong Sunnibai also has a talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. He can be called a unique figure of the young generation. Don't you have any magic powers other than dodging? Gong Sunnibai took back his sword and retreated to the Saint of Light. He knew that Ning Xiaochuan's purpose was to save the Bright Saint. As long as he held the Bright Saint in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan would naturally take the initiative. Okay. Then let you see my magic power. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan stopped, raised his hands to the void, and a 9-petal fire lotus condensed in the palm of his hand. Countless regular forces intertwined in the fire lotus, and the brilliance of the fire lotus was even brighter than the scorching sun. Not good. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the fire lotus, Qian Biluo immediately penetrated the vitality into the ancient tower and awakened the spirit of the ancient tower. The ancient pagoda immediately swelled and became as huge as a mountain peak, hitting the world-destroying fire lotus. Boom! The fire lotus exploded, and the whole valley burned. With a bang, the 4 cliffs collapsed at the same time, and the rocks were burned and melted by the fire. The originally extremely cold valley turned into a fire valley completely covered by flames in an instant. Blue water falls into the yellow spring. Qian Biluo showed a magical power, tearing the space into a gap, and a gloomy river gushed out of it, on which countless bones and ghosts floated. That is the water of the yellow spring. Qian Biluo borrowed water from the yellow spring and finally extinguished the demon fire. While the 3 of them were fighting, the Bright Saint immediately escaped from the suppression of the ancient pagoda, turned into a beautiful figure, took a step towards the void, immediately flew more than 100 meters away and fell behind Ning Xiaochuan. This white-faced scholar's cultivation turned out to be so strong that it completely exceeded her expectations. Who the hell are you? I'm afraid even the top genius in northern Xinjiang, one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, can't force our brother into such a mess. Qianbi was holding the ancient tower, and the momentum in his body was fully mobilized. A colorful auspicious cloud appeared above his head, and the clouds rolled, scattering colorful brilliance on him. The Bright Saint also had some curiosity about this white-faced scholar, because this scholar's cultivation is really strong, and it can't really be an unknown person. Having such a strong cultivation at a young age is enough to be famous in the north. Xinjiang. Gong Sunnibai said, yes. Cave is in the north of our Yang sect. In a secret place in Xinjiang, outsiders can't know the location of cave. How can you stay here? Are you also a member of Yang sect? Gong Sunnibai and Qian Biluo are extremely confident in their cultivation and firmly believe that no one can follow behind. Therefore, they suspect that this white-faced scholar has actually been staying at the bottom of the valley, which is likely to be a talent cultivated by the branch of Yang religion in northern Xinjiang. Hearing Gong Sunnibai's guess, even the Bright Saint's heart was slightly chilly, slightly distancing from Ning Xiaochuan. If the white-faced scholar in front of him is also a member of Yang sect, wouldn't he just escape from the wolf's nest and fall into the tiger's den? Ning Xiaochuan said, tell me what secrets are hidden in this hole. Maybe I can spare you 2 lives. What a joke. Do you really think that you can do anything about our brother by yourself? Zenuanta. Qian Biluo slapped on the ancient pagoda, and the vitality of the body was constantly entering the ancient pagoda. Ancient patterns appear on the ancient pagoda. The Supreme King's weapon was activated, and a powerful pillar of light rushed out from the top of the tower and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Let me help you. Gong Sunny Bai also put a pillar of light into Jinyuan Tower, and the brilliance of Jinyuan Tower became brighter. A bolt of thick thunder and lightning rushed out of the tower and turned into a column of electricity, all of which cut off to Ning Xiaochuan. Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny Bai are the top masters of the younger generation, and their accomplishments are not under the crown prince of the emperor. The two people joined hands, plus a complete Supreme King's instrument. Even some of the slightly weak 9 heavenly lords did not dare to confront them head-on. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan called out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, pinched it in his hand, slowly raised his arm, mobilized the power of the gods between heaven and earth, and condensed a virtual shadow of the Emperor behind him. The Emperor's shadow is very majestic. His body is like a mountain, his eyes are like a torch, like an idol hanging in a temple, which makes people feel like kneeling down to worship. A mighty divine power converged on Ning Xiaochuan. It was like a god possessed the body, swallowing the gasification cloud, and making a sound like thunder. Boom! Cut down with a knife, and the knife turns into a bright river. The Jinyuan Tower of the Supreme King level shook violently, collided with the Tiandi blade, fell violently down, sank to the ground, and hit a huge pit on the ground. Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny Bai were shocked all over, and their bones snapped, as if they were about to break. However, at the critical moment, a layer of white light rushed out of their bodies, blocking the knife gas. They all had treasures to protect their bodies, and were not injured, but they were surprised by the power of Ning Xiaochuan's knife just now. What kind of knife is this? It's too terrible to suppress the power of the Supreme King's instrument. He mobilized the power of a god. Gong Sunny Bai stood with a dragon knife in his hand, and his arms were shaking. He can mobilize the power of gods, and I can mobilize the power of gods. If I want to work hard, no one is afraid of anyone. Qian Biluo took back the Jinyuan Tower and held it in the palm of his hand. The position of his heart flashed, and circles of blood-red halos rushed out of his body, like circles of ripples, spreading out in all directions. Forget it. Anyway, the Saint of Light has escaped. Let's go to the cave first and get back what the leader said. We'll deal with this boy slowly in the future. Gong Sunny Bai whispered. That makes sense. Qian Biluo drove a halo, rushed into the valley, and rushed into the hole. Gong Sunny Bai took the dragon knife back into its scabbard, stood at the mouth of the hole, smiled at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "You have the ability to fight our brother in the hole." With these words, Gong Sun flashed away and rushed into the cave. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan took the Tiandi blade and walked to the whole opening of the hole, looking into the hole. Previously, he unleashed a demonic fire to ignite the whole valley, and the surrounding cliffs were burned into golden magma. However, the whole of this ancient cave is still intact, which is really strange. Is there an expert who made arrangements here? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were a little confused and stretched out a palm. The arm just reached the entrance of the ancient cave, and the ground shook slightly. An invisible barrier appeared at the entrance to block Ning Xiaochuan's arm. Fingers are like touching current, bouncing Ning Xiaochuan's palm back. Ning Xiaochuan felt that the whole right arm was a little numb. Fortunately, he closed his hand quickly. If he was a little late, he was afraid that he would be injured by the boundary of the hole. What a powerful border, at least it is the means of real people. I'm afraid this is an important secret place of Yang sect, and I don't know what secrets are hidden. Evil fire to destroy the world. The demonic fire rushed out of the body and formed a flame armor on the surface of Ning Xiaochuan's body. The destructive power of the world-destroying demon fire is extremely powerful. If you exert your full strength, you can even burn the Jiupin Xuanqi to melt. Even the enchantment arranged by a real person may not be able to stop the evil fire. What Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know is that the cave is indeed Yang religion in the north. A secret cave in Xinjiang, the boundary of the cave, is arranged by a leader of Yang sect. Only those who practice the top skills of Yang sect can pass through the boundary. However, times have changed. Thousands of years have passed, and the boundary of the cave has become much weaker, far less powerful than before. Ning Xiaochuan opened the way with the evil fire of destroying the world, moved forward carefully, and walked slowly towards the ancient cave. Chi. The demon fire of extermination collided with the enchantment, which depressed the enchantment. It took 3 breaths, and the demon fire finally burned through the enchantment. Ning Xiaochuan successfully entered the ancient cave. How dare you break into the cave? You are indeed a member of our Yang sect. Gong Sunibai's joyful voice came from the depths of the ancient cave. Hearing the sound from the cave, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and sent out his mind, exploring the depths of the ancient cave, looking for the traces of Gong Sunibai and Qian Biluo. Those 2 people are the cultivation of the 7th realm of heaven and man, and their talent is extremely excellent. If they are really fighting for life and death, even outside the hole, Ning Xiaochuan is not sure of winning. Moreover, cave is a secret place of Yang sect. There must be various arrangements left by the ancestors of Yang sect in the cave. If Gong Sunibai and Qian Biluo use those arrays and the power of enchantment, they will certainly be able to play a more powerful role. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan is so cautious that he dare not trust big. If you go into the hole, it will show that I am a member of your Yang sect. Ning Xiaochuan held the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and the soles of his feet were 3 inches above the ground, like stepping on the void. When he walked, there was no sound. Gong Sunibai's voice sounded again and said with a smile, "Before we came to Beijiang, the leader told us that a respected elder of the sect lived in seclusion in the north. Jiang, let's respect that elder. You not only know the location of the hole, but also can break the boundary of the hole. It must be the descendant of that elder." Ning Xiaochuan hooked his mouth and said, "I'm really sorry, you really recognize the wrong person." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed and pointed to a certain point in the dark. A 9-grade metaphysical level avatar magic sword flew out of his fingertips and turned into a fast sword light, rushing out and stabbing into the darkness. Bang! In the dark, there was a huge sound of metal collision, and the flame suddenly appeared, revealing Gong Sunibai's figure. Gong Sunibai's speed was as fast as lightning, and he disappeared into the darkness in an instant. The avatar magic sword flew back and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Walking forward again, I don't know how far, Ning Xiaochuan felt the flow of air, like entering an open place. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's palm showed a flame, like a magic lamp, illuminating the darkness inch by inch and spreading out around. Under the light of the fire, the whole picture of the hole was gradually revealed. The cave is indeed very open. The top of the cave is as high as 100 feet. In the center of the cave, there is a magnificent ancient hall suspended. The pillars of the ancient hall are inlaid with black crystal stones, and a picture scroll is hung on the wall. It is resplendent and paved with jade, which is more magnificent than the palace where the emperor lives. On the stone walls in all directions of the cave, portraits of men are carved. Everyone looks different and has different temperament, which represents the past masters of Yang religion. A total of 137 stone statues. Light brilliance flows along the lines on the portrait, making everyone lifelike, as if they can come out of the stone wall. At this moment, Qian Biluo and Gong Sunibai are standing in the center of the cave, on the top of the ancient hall. With a wave of Qian Biluo's arm, the 7 lights suspended in the cave lit up at the same time, illuminating the whole ancient cave, just like 7 bright stars. Wow! On the stone wall, in the eyes of each portrait, 2 extremely thin rays of light were emitted at the same time, entering the bodies of Qian Biluo and Gong Sunibai. They seem to be absorbing the power in the portrait and constantly refining their flesh, bones, 5 internal organs and 6 internal organs. The power in their bodies increases rapidly, and even the spiritual qi on their bodies is rapidly changing. While absorbing the power of 137 stone statues, Qian Biluo opened his eyes and said to Ning Xiaochuan, who was preparing to fight, "You don't have to rush to fight. I'm sure you must be a member of Yang sect. Since we are all disciples of Yang sect, why kill each other?" Gong Sunny Bai also said, "Even if you say the Saint of Light, our brothers still regard you as their own person and will not be hostile to you. The world is so big, there are many holy lands, and there are countless beauties. Without a Saint of Light, there are other heirs of the Holy Land. However, there are not many elite heirs in Yang sect. I count one, Qian Biluo count one, and you can count one. The whole young generation of Yang sect, only the three of us are qualified as geniuses. There is no need to kill each other for a woman. Do you say yes or no?" Ning Xiaochuan felt a little speechless. If he hadn't seen both of them looking very serious, he would really think that they were deliberately delaying time. Qian Biluo said, "Don't hurry to deny it, sir. Maybe you are the successor of Yang sect, but you don't know it yourself. There is a way to prove that there is a respected elder of Yang sect living in seclusion in the north. In Xinjiang, his old man's taboo is called Yumingsong." After saying the name Yumingsong, Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny Bai carefully observed the changes in Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. If Ning Xiaochuan knew the name Yumingsong, there must be some fluctuations in his eyes. They have been speculating that Ning Xiaochuan is probably a disciple of Yang sect elder Yumingsong. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised and said, "Is that guy an elder of Yang sect?" Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny Bai showed an expression of exactly so. Ning Xiaochuan's shocked expression could not be pretended, which also confirmed the speculation in their hearts. "Yang Jiao has another extreme Tianjiao," Gong Sunny Bai said with a smile. "Elder Yu's status in the church is transcendent and his identity is secret. I didn't tell you that he is an elder of Yang sect, which is also very normal." Qian Biluo said, "If you still don't believe it, you can go to ask Elder Yu after leaving the cave. Elder Yu will tell you the truth." The two of them have regarded Ning Xiaochuan as a disciple of Yumingsong, and they are a little less hostile to Ning Xiaochuan, as if they have regarded Ning Xiaochuan as a junior brother of the same school. "Haven't you ever seen that Elder Yu?" Ning Xiaochuan has some hopes. "You know, in the ancient city of Guangming Holy Land, Yumingsong sat not far away from them and even said something sarcastic about them. If they had met Yumingsong, it would be impossible for them not to recognize that Elder Yu." Gong Sunny Bai said, "Elder Yu has a very high level of seniority and is almost the oldest old man in the sect. Even the contemporary leader of Yang sect will call him Taisher uncle when he meets him. It is said that the last time his old man came to Islam, it was 2,000 years ago. Like Elder Yu, the existence of a dragon professor without tail, our brother has only heard of his legend in the sect and never seen him." Ning Xiaochuan has a black line on his forehead. The Elder Yu described by Gong Sunny Bai is completely different from the Yumingsong he knows. Continue to ask for guaranteed monthly tickets. Ning Xiaochuan was curious and asked, "What legends does that Elder Yu of Yang sect have?" Qian Biluo said, "It is said that Elder Yu is the first master of forging tools in Tianshu continent. Although he is not a secondary god, he can forge the supreme imperial tools. One of the Xinjiao magic soldiers of Yang sect, Tianlong Tai, is from Elder Yu. Elder Yu is also the only master of forging tools who is not a secondary god but can forge the supreme imperial tools." Gong Sunny Bai said, "There are also legends that Elder Yu is the illegitimate son of the previous generation of the leader. There are also legends that he is the illegitimate son of the previous generation of the leader. There are also legends that he is the illegitimate son of the previous generation of the leader. Anyway, which generation of the leader is Elder Yu? How many years have he lived? It is impossible to calculate. His old man is a real wonder of the world, walking between the world of mortals, like mortals and immortals. Great master of forging tools. Ning Xiaochuan observed the eyes of Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Yibai from beginning to end, and used the seven-hole demon heart to explore their hearts. They didn't seem to be lying. Yu Cheng Lao, as they described him, was definitely an expert outside the world. He lived as long as heaven. He was not old enough to die, and he had great magic powers. He was also a great master of forging tools. He was simply like a figure in myths and legends. However, although Yu Mingsong, whom Ning Xiaochuan knew, was also proficient in forging tools, he was far from the image of an expert in the world. He was obscene, cheap and cynical, and could not be the same person at all. In the ancient cave, on the stone walls in all directions, 137 stone carvings of human figures. In the eyes of the portrait, a trace of light was released, all rushing towards the bodies of Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Yibai. Every stone statue has extraordinary power, with a fiery, masculine, and domineering atmosphere. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "What power are you absorbing?" Qian Biluo and Gong Sun looked at each other, in vain, with hesitation in their eyes. Although they regarded Ning Xiaochuan as their own people, after all, it was only the first time they met, and their hearts could not be completely unprepared for Ning Xiaochuan. "Since you regard me as a person in teaching, I'm not polite." Ning Xiaochuan's body flew up and hung in the void, just like standing in the center of the universe. Qian Biluo hurriedly said, "Only by practicing the highest martial arts sutra of Yang sect, Xinyu Sutra, can we absorb the Xinyu Yang Qi left by the religious leaders of previous dynasties in the stone wall. Otherwise, we must not be able to bear that masculinity, and we will explode. And die." Suddenly, the sound of Qian Biluo suddenly stopped, because he saw that a white-faced scholar actually absorbed the spirit of God Yu Yang in the stone sculpture into his body. Moreover, the absorption speed is faster than that of him and Gong Sun Yibai combined. It turns out, he also practiced the Divine Jade Sutra. Qian Biluo was only slightly surprised, and then immediately relieved. If he is really the descendant of Yu Cheng Lao, it is not strange that he has practiced the Xinyu Sutra. Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Yibai immediately closed their eyes and tried their best to urge the Xinyu Sutra in their bodies, frantically absorbing the Xinyu Yang Qi in the stone statues. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan was able to absorb the divine Yang in 137 stone statues was naturally to mobilize the power of the magic sword. The magic sword, suspended in the blood orifices, rotates rapidly, producing a strong suction, and constantly absorbs the God Yu Yang Qi in the stone statues into Ning Xiaochuan's body. The absorption speed of the magic sword is 10 times faster than that of Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Yibai. The past leaders of Yang sect will come to the north before they know their deadline. In Xinjiang, all the remaining divine Yang Qi in the body was released into the cave and preserved in the stone statues. Every generation of the descendants of Yang religion goes far north. Jiang, come to the cave, get the God Yu Yang Qi preserved in the stone statues of ancient sages, harden your body, and promote the cultivation of the God Yu Jing. Xinyu Yang Qi can be called the strongest vitality in the world. Ning Xiaochuan absorbed Xinyu Yang Qi into his body, which was like sucking flames into his body. The blood in his body completely boiled, and the bones, muscles, viscera, and everything in his body seemed to burn. If he had not possessed the supreme body of gods and demons, he would have been burned to ashes by the spirit of God Yu Yang. Although those divine Yang Qi are strong, domineering and hot, they are of great benefit to the monk's body. After integrating into the flesh and blood, Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that the strength of the body is getting stronger. Half an hour later, Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Yibai stopped absorbing Xinyu Yang Qi almost at the same time, and their bodies became red all over, as if they were wrapped in a hot sun. They immediately sat on the ground and ran the Xinyu Sutra to refine the surging Xinyu Yang Qi in their bodies. Xinyu Yang Qi is very violent. Even Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny Bai can only absorb it once in 3 months. Each time, they can only absorb a small amount of Xinyu Yang Qi. Otherwise, if the Yang Qi is too high, they will burn themselves. However, to their horror, Ning Xiaochuan actually absorbed 10 times the amount of Xinyu Yang Qi at one time, and he still absorbed it without stopping. My God! If he absorbs such a large amount of divine Yang Qi at one time, isn't he afraid of spontaneous combustion? Gong Sun widened his eyes and felt quite incredible. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that Xinyu Yang Qi couldn't be absorbed in large quantities. He just felt that Xinyu Yang Qi was a great help to cultivate the flesh body, and it was a rare opportunity. Since the opportunity appears, it is natural to seize it, absorb more divine Yang Qi as much as possible, and strengthen the body. After an hour, Ning Xiaochuan finally felt that the yang in his body was almost completely saturated, controlled the magic sword and stopped running. Intend to start digesting the Xinyu Yang Qi in the body. However, when he stopped absorbing Xinyu's Yang Qi, he found that the Yang Qi in his body had been extremely vigorous, and even some were out of his control. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's body burned, and it was like turning into a fireman. The amount of Xinyu Yang Qi he absorbed was comparable to the amount absorbed by Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny by 20 times. No. Gaju Yang Qi is so domineering. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly suppressed the flame back into his body, and then stimulated the power of the supreme body of gods and demons. While suppressing the divine Yang Qi in his body, he refined the divine Yang Qi into his body. His body, like a red iron block, stood on the ground, burning the stones to Qi sound. He actually controlled the pressure of Gaju Yang. It's too abnormal. Gong Sunny Bai simply admired Ning Xiaochuan. If he absorbed so much divine Yang Qi, it was estimated that he would have exploded and died. Xinyu Yang Qi was constantly refined by Ning Xiaochuan and transformed into physical strength. Finally suppressed. Ning Xiaochuan's body temperature returned to normal, but the divine Yang Qi in his body was not completely refined, only about 1/10 of it was refined, and the other 9/10 were forcibly suppressed in his blood by the power of the supreme body. Such a huge amount of Xinyu Yang Qi, even with Ning Xiaochuan's constitution, it will take at least 3 months to completely refine it. Although he only refined 1/10 of God's Yang Qi, his physical strength was at least quadrupled. Even if he didn't use any magic powers and hit a punch at will, it was also comparable to the full strength of the monk in the 8th realm of heaven and man. If the divine Yang Qi in his body is completely refined, Ning Xiaochuan can even fight with the monks in the 9th realm of heaven and man with only a pair of fists. Ning Xiaochuan felt his essence was full, and the positions of his vest, heart and abdomen were like a flame burning. His body was full of strength, and he was very uncomfortable. He wanted to fight a war and vent all his strength and essence. You too, I'm going to leave first. As for the elder you mentioned, I have to confirm it with him. Ning Xiaochuan said this, then turned into a streamer and flew out of the hole. Hey! Brother! You! Gong Sunny Bai looked at Ning Xiaochuan's figure disappearing into the cave, gently shook his head and sighed, how dare you leave a name? This man is definitely an unparalleled genius cultivated by Yu Changlao. If he is willing to join hands with our brothers, we will certainly be able to turn the holy lands of northern Xinjiang upside down and open up a more brilliant era. Thousands of Blue Fall Road. Ning Xiaochuan, Qian Biluo, and Gong Sunny Bai didn't have a deep hatred, so they didn't continue to fight with them. He saved the Saint of Light only with ease. At that time, he actually wanted to find out the identity of Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny Bai, and wanted to know Bei. Why did 2 top young masters suddenly appear in Xinjiang? The bright saint left as expected. It seems that she also thought I was a member of the Yang sect. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Walking out of the hole, I didn't see the figure of the bright saint at all. It was obvious that I had left. Meet Xiaohong first. Ning Xiaochuan rose from the bottom of the valley, fell to the ground, and came to the desolate mountain again. With a flash of his body, he flew towards the forest, and soon saw Xiaohong's figure. Xiaohong sat on the branch of a big tree, holding a red fruit in her hand, and kept gnawing. She glanced at Ning Xiaochuan standing below and said with a smile, "Ning Xiaochuan, aren't you going to save the beauty? How can you come back alone, beauty?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "That beauty originally said that she wanted to make a promise, but after she really got out of trouble, she ran away first, which was really sad. Otherwise, we might catch up with her." "Chase? Why don't you chase? Since she has made a commitment, it's your woman. If your woman didn't marry you, but married someone else, wouldn't you have no face? If your face is gone, I'll also feel ashamed." Xiaohong jumped down from the tree, widened her eyes, and said plausibly. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised, and said, "How old are you, and how do you know so much? Don't think of me as a little girl. I know no less than you. Do you chase after me? I saw your beauty fly away from that direction before. If we chase now, we will definitely catch up." Xiaohong pointed in a certain direction in the forest. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched his chin. If he wants to go to Guangming Holy Land to kill the crown prince, naturally he cannot use Ning Xiaochuan's identity, but must use a new identity. However, it is not easy for a new identity to enter the Holy Land of Light. Unless this new identity is the savior of the Saint of Light. Isn't it the safest way to let the Saint of Light bring him into the Holy Land of Light? Ning Xiaochuan finally caught up with the Goddess of Light before reaching the Holy Land of Light. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan again, the bright saint appeared very calm, but she obviously took precautions against Ning Xiaochuan and stopped 10 feet away from Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stood in front of the bright saint with his hands on his back. It seemed that he had waited for her for a long time and said with a smile, "Your Highness, why do you want to leave without saying goodbye?" Xiaohong stood beside Ning Xiaochuan, still holding a red fruit in her hand, and her long eyelashes blinked, looking at the bright saint carefully. The bright saint didn't choose the route to return directly to the bright Holy Land, but spared a little path. Its purpose was naturally to prevent Qian Biluo and Gong Sunibai from catching up. At the same time, she didn't completely trust Ning Xiaochuan. She wore a veil on her face and a shallow smile in her eyes. "Thank you for your help to repel the 2 evil people of Yang sect. It's better for you to go to the Holy Land of Light with Yueji. Yueji must give a big gift." The bright saint didn't mention anything about the promise, but invited Ning Xiaochuan to go to the bright Holy Land. "As long as we return to the Holy Land of Light, even if Ning Xiaochuan is really a member of Yang sect, he will never be able to turn over much spray. Your Highness, don't even know who I am, so it's not good to invite me to the Holy Land of Light." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Saint of Light smiled and said, "Dare you ask your name? Which holy land is it?" Ning Xiaochuan arched his hands and said, "My surname is Ding, and my family ranks 3rd. So the elders of the family took a nickname, Ding Xiaosan. If the saint takes me as a friend, just call Xiaosan." Not very good? The bright saint never believed such a talented hero. She had only a nickname and said, "Since Prince Ding regards Yueji as a friend, why don't you tell Yueji your name?" The bright saint is curious about Ning Xiaochuan's identity. After all, it is impossible for a young generation of top masters like Ning Xiaochuan to emerge for no reason, let alone an unknown person. She wants to know Ning Xiaochuan's real name and infer his identity from his real name. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the beautiful eyes of the bright saint, pondered for a moment, and said, "That's right. Ding Xiaosan is really just my nickname. My surname is Ding, and my name is Spring and Autumn. Spring and autumn come and go, and I live and die together. Ding Chuanqiu." The Saint of Light carefully looked at Ning Xiaochuan's expression, and did not see any emotional fluctuations of Ning Xiaochuan. It seemed that he did not make up his name. The cultivation of martial arts of the spring and autumn child has reached the seventh realm of heaven and man. With the cultivation of the spring and autumn child, it is in the north. The young generation in Xinjiang can be called the peak, and few people can compare it. I don't know whether the spring and autumn child cultivates the family martial arts or the Holy Land, asked the Saint of Light. Ning Xiaochuan answered like a stream, looking very proud. My sect is called Xingxiu sect, which is an ancient hermit sect in northern Xinjiang. Our sect leader, Xingxiu Old Fairy, is a strange man in the cultivation world. He has great powers, boundless magic, wenching martial virtue, and unified the river. My sect disciples have always been very low-key. Only when there is a great disaster in the world, the descendants of Xingxiu sect will be born to save people, kill demons, and return a bright future. Whether it is Ding Xiaosan or Ding Chuanqiu, it is just a new identity created by Ning Xiaochuan for himself. In order to complete this identity, it is natural to fabricate a sect. North. The Yinshizong sect in Xinjiang, Xingxiu sect, was born from this. Xingxiu sect, I have never heard of it before. The heart of the Saint of Light thinks so. Naturally, she won't completely believe Ning Xiaochuan's words, but after all, Ning Xiaochuan rescued her from the hands of two evil people of Yang sect not long ago, and she can't continue to doubt each other, so she can only keep her doubts in mind. The bright saint is so intelligent that it's not easy to deceive her. Ning Xiaochuan immediately cut off the topic, sighed. A thought of the Tianming demon emperor woke up, causing unrest in the world, and the whole north. The human beings in Xinjiang will face an unprecedented catastrophe. Moreover, the Tianming demon emperor is still brewing a bigger conspiracy. If she succeeds, the Terrans in Tianshu continent will not be peaceful. This time, I was ordered by my teacher to go down the mountain, and I want to do my best to stop the Tianming demon emperor's conspiracy. As expected, the bright saint was guided by Ning Xiaochuan's words. She stopped thinking about Ning Xiaochuan's identity and asked, "What is the plot of the Tianming demon emperor?" Spring and autumn child, it seems that she knows some unknown secrets. Of course. My school Xingxiu sect is a powerful hermit sect. It is proficient in stargazing. It can see the trend of the world, and even predict the past and future, to a certain extent. Not long ago, Xingxiu Old Fairy personally boarded the observatory and saw a bright alien star in the northern sky. That alien star was wrapped in a blood cloud, as if to devour the entire northern sky. Seeing such a vision, the old immortal knew that a peerless demon would be born in northern Xinjiang. So, his old man rushed to the wilderness overnight and went into the hinterland of the demon clan alone to investigate the trend of the demon clan. Unexpectedly, his old man found a shocking secret. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Saint of Light said, "What big secret?" Ning Xiaochuan deliberately teased her appetite, paused, and said, "Do you think Tianming demon emperor launched this war between demon and Terran, just to make it so simple for human beings in northern Xinjiang to exterminate the nation? She wants to use the blood and essence of hundreds of millions of human beings in northern Xinjiang to forge the flesh of the secondary god. Once she succeeds, she can really be reborn against the sky. At that time, she will not only be a secondary god, but a real secondary god. In that case, no one in the whole world can be her opponent." Hearing the news, the bright saint's beautiful eyes also showed surprise, and said, "Is this true?" "There is absolutely no lie." Ning Xiaochuan's eloquent way. This news, naturally, is Feng Yueshi telling Ning Xiaochuan. When Feng Yueshi told Ning Xiaochuan the news, he advised Ning Xiaochuan to leave the north as soon as possible. Xinjiang, once the heavenly dream demon emperor, is cast into the flesh of the secondary god, the whole north. The Xinjiang cultivation world cannot stop the Tianming demon emperor in total. Although, Feng Yueshi has warned the heavenly dream demon emperor as a phoenix. However, compared with the power of the Tianming demon emperor, Ning Xiaochuan is still too weak after all. The Tianming Demon Emperor may not take Ning Xiaochuan as a small person to heart. Even if Tianming Demon Emperor doesn't take action in person, even if it's just any of the 9 demon emperors and the queen of the 9 demons under her seat, it will be a devastating disaster for Ning Xiaochuan. Besides, if the Tianming Demon Emperor really casts into the flesh of the secondary god, it will be strong enough to be unimaginable to ordinary people. With one hit, it will destroy a civilized country of mankind. At that time, how could she deliberately care about the life and death of a young human monk? Ning Xiaochuan has made a decision. After getting rid of the crown prince of the emperor, he will return to Tiandi Mountain and Yulan Empire and leave the north with his relatives and friends. Xinjiang. North. Xinjiang has become more and more dangerous. No one can predict what will happen in the future. The Saint of Light said, "It's not easy to be reborn against the sky. Even if you cast the body of the secondary god, you may not be able to restore the power of the secondary god." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "What if the Tianming Demon Emperor holds a second god's martial arts heart palace?" Hearing this, the bright saint's face changed again and said, "The Wu Daoxin Palace of the Purple Gold Emperor." Yes, the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Zijin Emperor is in the hands of the Tianming Demon Emperor. As long as she casts the flesh of the secondary god, she has a great chance to be reborn against the sky. Unexpectedly, the Holy Lady also knows about the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Zijin Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan deliberately looked a little surprised. Only monks Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian and Tan Qian have seen the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Emperor Zijin. Hua Qinglian was originally a disciple of Guangming Holy Land, and must have sent the news back to Guangming Holy Land. The bright saint can know that the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Purple Gold Emperor is in the hands of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan is not surprised at all. Just because of this sentence, the Saint of Light believes him more. You unexpectedly know that the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Zijin Emperor is in the hands of the Tianming Demon Emperor. It seems that he really can't be a member of the Yang sect. Is he really a descendant of some Yinchizong clan? The Saint of Light stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, "The news brought by the young master of spring and autumn is too important for the cultivation world in northern Xinjiang. Please follow me to the Holy Land of Light and discuss countermeasures with the heirs of the great Holy Lands." Well, since the heirs of all the Holy Lands have gathered in the Holy Land of Light, it is indeed a rare opportunity. Gathering the power of all the Holy Lands may really be able to turn defeat into victory, push down the White Bone Altar and kill the Tianming Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiao Hong, who had been standing nearby, flashed her eyes and said solemnly, "Saint of Light, didn't you say that if my brother rescued you from the hands of the 2 evil people of the Yang sect, you would promise each other by your own example? Is this really true?" Xiao Hong looks only 7 or 8 years old, but she speaks very seriously, like a little adult. Hearing this, a trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the bright saint. After all, I was really too impulsive when I said that. Originally, she deliberately avoided this question. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't ask, she naturally didn't mention it. However, Xiao Hong asked. The bright saint glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and smiled, "Is this little sister?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "She is the younger sister, Ding Chunhua. You are so cute. When you grow up, you must be a great beauty." The Saint of Light praised. Xiao Hong said, "Don't take me as a little girl, and don't digress. My brother is a reserved person, he can't open his mouth, but I have to get justice for him. Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny Bai are the top masters of the young generation, and they are cruel and ruthless. My brother almost lost his life in order to save you. Now you've got out of trouble, do you want to turn your face and disown people? Holy Daughter of Light, is what you say worth it?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect Xiao Hong's mouth to be so powerful. Good. He also wants to see what the Saint of Light should do next. After all, it was all the promises made by the bright saint herself, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't force her at all. Even if she doesn't make such a commitment, Ning Xiaochuan won't die. Ask for a monthly ticket. As the saint of light and in Wu Dao's state of mind, I won't do anything against my promise. Now that I have promised to make a promise, I will never break my promise. However, my grandfather, who is the leader of Guangming Holy Soil, intends to marry the king's family and the leader of Jiu Holy Soil in Central Soil. He has discussed this matter with the family king of the king's family and the leader of Jiu Holy Soil, and has decided to choose one from the son of the king's family and the son of Jiu Holy Soil as the object of marriage. The bright saint's eyes are very clear, without any taboo, staring straight into Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. In the north. In Xinjiang, the power of monsters is growing, and the living environment of the Terran is in jeopardy. Guangming Holy Land has to find a way for itself in advance. Move the Holy Land of Light away from the north. Xinjiang, the best way is to go to Zhongtu to establish a Taoist temple. However, the power struggle between China and Turkey is more intense. There are many holy lands, and the strong are like crucian carp crossing the river. It is impossible to accommodate an outsider at all. It will certainly exclude other forces and enter Middle-earth. Therefore, Guangming Holy Land can only choose to get on well with the king's family or Jiu Holy Land in Central Land by marriage. If it is really forced to leave the north in the future. Xinjiang, at least there is a way out. The bright saint is also a proud woman, naturally unwilling to accept marriage. It is also for this reason that when she fell into the hands of Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Bai, the idea of whoever can save her to escape, she will make a commitment by herself, came into being. Ning Xiaochuan heard that what the bright saint just said was not deliberately prevaricating him. Maybe the leader of the bright holy land really had plans to marry. Ning Xiaochuan is not a tough person. Besides, he has no feelings for the bright saint. Since the bright saint decides to marry with the Middle-earth forces, Ning Xiaochuan is also too lazy to get involved. Since Your Highness, the saint has to suffer, then Your Highness, the saint doesn't need to promise you personally. I won't take this matter to heart. It's just a small effort. Ning Xiaochuan's words have not been said yet. Xiaohong first said, "It doesn't matter. Since you have promised to marry my brother, from now on, you will be my brother's woman. My brother will naturally protect you and won't let you marry anyone else." Really? The bright saint stared at Xiaohong with a little interest and thought that Xiaohong was very cute. Xiaohong said, "It's natural." Ah. It hurts. Ning Xiaochuan pinched Xiaohong's ear, dragged it to the side, and whispered with his heart, "Don't talk nonsense. Can't you see that the bright saint actually wants to use us to resist the people of the Wang family and the 9 ruins holy soil and be her shield? Once we promise, we will offend the bright holy soil, the king family of Central Soil and the 9 ruins holy soil at the same time. Do you think we can stop the masters of the 3 holy lands?" Xiaohong said, pain, Ning Xiaochuan, let go first. Ning Xiaochuan loosened his hand pinching Xiaohong's ear. Xiaohong rubbed her ears, stared at Ning Xiaochuan fiercely, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you forget what I said to you earlier? The key is not to really marry the Saint of Light, but to fight for breath. After all, the Saint of Light promised to make a commitment by herself, which is equivalent to saying that she has decided to marry you. A woman who decides to marry you is forced to marry another man. Don't you feel sorry at all?" "No pain." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "You don't feel bad, I feel bad." Little Red Road. Ning Xiaochuan said indifferently, "We go to Guangming Holy Land to kill the crown prince, not to marry a wife. Even if I want to marry a wife, I can have many choices. There is no need to offend the 3 holy lands for a woman I don't like, and there is no need to be a shield for Guangming holy women. However, the Saint of Light will think you are timid and dare not oppose the Wang family and the Holy Land of Jiu, and dare not marry her. Little Red Road. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised and said, "Will you?" "Of course. Your low EQ doesn't mean my EQ is also low." Little red lips, red teeth, white eyes, dribbling and rolling, said plausibly, "Ning Xiaochuan, you are the dragon envoy of fighting, and you are the successor of the world-destroying Tao. How can you be despised by a woman? It seems reasonable." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "It's more than a little reasonable. It's quite reasonable. What's our identity now?" Ding Chuanqiu and his sister. Even if they marry the Saint of Light, Ding Chuanqiu also married them. Even if they offend the three holy lands, they are also the people Ding Chuanqiu offended. As long as we kill the crown prince of the emperor and recover our true identity after leaving the Holy Land of Light, we will be Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's sister again. Who knows who Ding Chuanqiu is? Besides, if the Saint of Light wants us to be his shield, I'll be his shield. But if we are to be his shield, we always have to pay a price. While pulling her finger, Xiaohong said to Ning Xiaochuan seriously, "Fortunately, you really married her. On the one hand, you can break other people's thoughts, on the other hand, even if you really don't like her and dump her, we will take the initiative." Hee hee. This is also a lesson for her, telling her that we are not people who can be used casually. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed Xiaohong's ear again, almost lifting her up, and said, "How old are you? Why are you so thoughtful? Who taught you? Is it the King of Green? It hurts. It hurts. It really hurts. No one taught me, what I said is the truth. Dragon women are very smart and can become talents by themselves." Xiaohong said. Ning Xiaochuan loosened his hand again. In fact, how could Ning Xiaochuan not have thought of what Xiaohong said? However, Ning Xiaochuan really doesn't want to make trouble, especially when it comes to the relationship between men and women. If you can avoid it, try to avoid it, so as not to get stuck in the mud. Xiaohong ran towards the bright saint, hugged the long of the bright saint, hid behind the bright saint, and said pitifully, "Saint, saint, my brother just bullied me, you must help me." This. The bright saint stared at Ning Xiaochuan and threw an inquiring look. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is a little speechless. Xiaohong is more and more ancient and clever. If she grows up again, it must be another disaster. Xiaohong said, "Saint, my brother said that you have to marry in this life. Even in the face of the king's family in Middle-earth and the Holy Land of Jiu, he will never compromise. No one in the world can stop his determination." Ning Xiaochuan rolled his eyes. At this time, if he denied Xiaohong again, it would be tantamount to admitting that he was afraid of the king's family and the Holy Land of the Nine Ruins in China. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of the three holy lands at all, but doesn't want to ask for trouble. However, sometimes trouble comes to the door. Is it true that our Middle-earth king's family is so ignored? At the edge of the sky, there came a thick sound, which was almost like the God of heaven talking, shaking the sky and the earth constantly, and the clouds cleared. Wow! A purple streamer came from the sky. It was a giant beast covered with purple scales, with a pair of huge scale wings. It looked like a giant tiger, but it had a dragon tail. On the top of the giant beast stood a handsome purple-robed man, with his hands on his back, standing tall, and his momentum was like a magic sword about to leave his body. Ow! The giant beast roared and made a deafening sound, much like the roar of a dragon. It is said that in the era of apotheosis, there was a powerful divine dragon who gave birth to 9 sons. Every son has a different form, and one of them is called Pang Pang. Although he is the son of the divine dragon, he is also gifted. He cultivates to the divine realm with an unnatural posture and calls himself a divine beast. The giant beast under Wang Su is the offspring of the divine beast Pang Pang. It can be called a divine beast cub. It is extremely talented and powerful. A toad wants to eat swan meat, a bright saint, a noble status, a pure jade, and is it worthy of you? I'm afraid you don't have enough weight to be the enemy of our 9 ruins, holy land. Jiu Dang Jia was carrying an ancient knife. I don't know when he had stood on a boulder, not far away, staring at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. The news that the bright saint was captured by the evil people of Yang cult was returned to the bright saint Earth. Wang Su and Jiu Dang Jia immediately left the bright saint Earth, mobilized the forces of the Wan family and the 9 ruined saint Earth, and tracked down the whereabouts of the bright saint everywhere. When they found that the Saint of Light was actually staying with another man. Naturally, they were quite unhappy. Ning Xiaochuan originally did not want to participate in the affairs of the bright saint, the Wang family, and the holy land of the 9 ruins. However, what Wang Su and Jiu Dang Jia said just now made him feel very uncomfortable and aroused his anger. Why do I want to eat swan meat? How can I not be worthy of the Saint of Light? Don't you know that the Saint of Light has promised to promise me? Jiu Dang Jia sneered and said in a deep voice, Boy, in my opinion, what you just said is a blasphemy and insult to the Holy Lady of Light. Kneel in front of the Holy Lady immediately and kowtow and apologize, otherwise, today is your death. Ning Xiaochuan said, It's a joke. I just told the truth. It made me kowtow and apologize. The son of Jioshu Holy Land is so powerful. The Holy Land of the 9 ruins dominates the Middle Earth with a long history, strong as clouds, and disciples spread all over the world. The majesty of the Holy Land of the 9 ruins is naturally not like you. The barbarians in Xinjiang can understand it. Jiu Dang Jia once met with the Saint of Light, and sat down and talked about it together. He admired the Saint of Light's face and knowledge, and was astonished. In his view, there are only a few men who deserve the bright saint in the world. If you can marry the bright saint, it is definitely the happiest thing in the world. Therefore, he didn't believe that the bright saint would promise Ning Xiaochuan by himself. It was definitely Ning Xiaochuan who deliberately entangled the bright saint and wanted a toad to eat swan meat. In the north, there are countless men in Xinjiang who pursue the bright saint, and Ning Xiaochuan is definitely one of them. Jiu Dang Jia stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said sarcastically, If you want to pursue the Holy Lady of Light, I'm afraid it's far from qualified, and your strength is too weak. It's better to give up early. The Holy Lady of Light and you are not in the same world at all, and the gap between you is an insurmountable gap. Wang Su said, Brother Ji, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? It's just a fool who overestimates himself. In their view, Ning Xiaochuan is just a bumpkin, which can't be compared with the identity of their holy son. Only the Son of God is worthy of lineage, who is a saint. Ning Xiaochuan felt very funny and said, Do you think I'm not even qualified to pursue the bright saint? If you can catch my knife, I will admit that you have the qualification to pursue the Holy Daughter of Light. Of course, it is only a qualification. Jiu Dang Jia smiled coldly. He felt that he needed to help the bright saint teach Ning Xiaochuan a good lesson. On the one hand, you can show your strong strength in front of the bright saint. On the other hand, getting rid of this fly that pursues the bright saint can also win the favor of the bright saint. Boom! Jiu Dang Jia's eyes were full of energy, and his momentum suddenly changed, and a powerful air rushed out of his body. With his body as the center, the gravity within 10 feet suddenly increased 10 times. The air seemed to become solidified, and any wind blowing to his 10 feet position would disappear automatically. Within 10 feet, it seems to become an independent world space. Gravity space. This is a magical power that can control and change space. Wow! The scope of gravity space continues to expand, spreading towards Ning Xiaochuan, and soon sweeping Ning Xiaochuan into gravity space. Ning Xiaochuan clearly felt that the gravity he was bearing was getting bigger and bigger. At first, it was 10 times the normal gravity, and then it reached 20 times, 50 times. He felt like he was carrying dozens of mountains on his back, his legs were completely sunk to the ground, and the ground also cracked countless cracks. The earth seems to be collapsing. However, he remained motionless and relaxed, and was not overwhelmed by gravity. It has reached the level of 800 times gravity, and he can withstand it. His cultivation is not bad. Ji Qianquan's secret way. Being able to withstand such a strong gravity, the accomplishments have at least reached the fourth realm of heaven and man. Such accomplishments have been outstanding in the young generation. However, it is still impossible to catch his knife. Wow! The sword on Ji Qianquan's back flew out of the sheath. He held the knife in one hand, and the position of his wrist exuded vitality and brilliance. The blade was like a bright half-moon, and he chopped at Ning Xiaochuan with a knife. Originally, he was 50 feet away from Ning Xiaochuan's foot, but when the saber cut down, he had appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and the blade was less than a foot away from Ning Xiaochuan's head. The light of the knife is like lightning. It only takes a moment to split Ning Xiaochuan's head in half. However, Ning Xiaochuan neither showed his magic power nor used war soldiers, and his body exuded domineering yang, just like a round of God's day rushing out of his body. The skin of his palm seemed to be covered with a layer of metallic luster. He slapped it and hit it on the blade, making a loud, buzzing sound. Did he even collide with a medium-grade supreme weapon with his bare hands? In the distance, Wang Su standing on the back of the giant beast shrank his eyes slightly, and his heart was a little more alert. With his cultivation, he didn't dare to pick up a medium-class supreme weapon-level saber with his bare hands, and his arm would break. How strong is this boy's body? The bright saint was also slightly surprised. She had long known that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was strong, but she didn't expect that his body was so terrible that it could be compared with the advanced Terran being Tai Terran. After a confrontation, Ning Xiaochuan and Ji Qianquan immediately separated and retreated at the same time. Don't fight anymore, listen to me. The bright saint's delicate body moved, launched a rapid body method, turned into a beautiful figure, and fell between Ning Xiaochuan and Ji Qianquan, separating the two. The bright saint stared at Ji Qianquan, her red lips slightly opened, and said, "The son of Jiu, not long ago, I really promised to marry the spring and autumn child." Impossible. Your Highness, what is your identity? What is his identity? How can you marry him? Ji Qianquan's face was blue and sudden, and his eyes were like torches. He couldn't accept this fact. The delicate body of the bright saint was wrapped by wisps of spiritual smoke, her chest was round and full, her willow waist was thin, her long black hair floated with the wind, and her voice was extremely beautiful. She said, "Young Master Chuanqiu risked her life to rescue Yueji from the hands of the God Son and the Saint Son of Yang sect. Her accomplishments and courage are not ordinary people." At that time, Yueji had promised to make a commitment. Is he so capable? The Holy Son of Yang sect has a talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. Among the young generation in Central Earth, he is also the Tianjiao of the top level. The God Son of Yang sect is even more a descendant of gods. The divine blood in his body wakes up and is invincible in all battles. He has almost never been defeated, from small to large. The two of them work together. It is estimated that few people in the young generation of the whole Tianshu continent can stop them. Ji Qianquan didn't believe that Ning Xiaochuan had such strong strength. Wang Su said, "That's right. Your Highness, the saint has fought with the Son of God and the Son of God of Yang sect. You should understand how powerful they are. An unknown person can save people from their hands? Maybe he is also a member of Yang sect. He is just acting together with the Son of God and the Son of God of Yang sect to deceive your Highness, the Saint. If you have that strength, you can have a try." Ning Xiaochuan gently moved his palm, and his eyes were also extremely sharp. The bright saint said, "The two saints, the spring and autumn child, are from the north. A descendant of a secluded sect in Xinjiang has brought a very important secret. Now I want to rush back to the bright Holy Land immediately and tell the news to the elders of the Holy Land. As for the promise Yueji made to the spring and autumn child, I will naturally tell the elders of the clan together, and I will give you an explanation at that time. With these words, the Saint of Light stepped on an ancient sword and flew towards the sky. Wang Su glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, a trace of murderous spirit flashed in his eyes, and gave an order to the giant beast. The giant beast immediately spread its wings and flew up, following the Saint of Light and flying towards the Holy Land of Light. The leader of the Holy Land of Light has promised us that the Holy Land of Nine Ruins will marry with our Holy Land of Nine Ruins, and the Holy Daughter of Light will definitely be my wife in the future. Boy, how do you think the leader of the Holy Land of Light will choose? If you go to the Holy Land of Light, you will humiliate yourself. Ji Qiankuan snorted coldly, waved his arm, and cut into the void with a knife, chopping out a circular, light door on the void. He stepped into the light door and disappeared in place. The next moment, he had appeared thousands of miles away. Space magic. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the slowly disappearing door of space above the void with great interest and gently nodded. The ancestor of Jiu Holy Land is a secondary god who studies space magic, creating many powerful space magic, as well as the military sutra Yuanshu Sutra for practicing space. Monks who practice the Yuan Ruin Sutra can control space, change space, and even open up new space. The gravity space previously displayed by Ji Qiankuan is the natural space he cultivated, which belongs to a kind of space magic. Just now, he showed the magic power of the door of space, which can fix a spiritual cave, open the door of space in the void, and connect another space. He can stride over 1,000 miles with one step. But Ning Xiaochuan can see that the door of space he displayed is not stable, and his control of space is only on the surface, which is far from being compared with Shuelingxiu. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to stop him from crossing the void, he can completely destroy the space gate before he enters the space gate. Even if he has entered the space channel, Ning Xiaochuan is sure to force him out. The Holy Land of Light is located in the north. The central part of Xinjiang occupies the north. Xinjiang's most fertile territory, with a long history and profound deposits, is north. One of the oldest heritages in Xinjiang, countless earth-shattering heroes have been born in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Coming to the territory of the Holy Land of Light, the jade seal in Ning Xiaochuan's body was constantly throbbing, as if it was going to fly out of Ning Xiaochuan's body. It feels the power of the underground earth vein and wants to take away the underground earth vein. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the breath of the jade seal to avoid being seen by other monks. I'm kidding. Now I'm in the territory of Guanming Holy Land. If Ning Xiaochuan takes away the earth vein of Guanming Holy Land, it's simply cutting off the dragon vein of Guanming Holy Land, and it's strange not to be chased by experts of Guanming Holy Land. Excuse me, Your Excellency is the descendant of that Holy Land. Have you ever received an invitation from the Holy Land of Light? Above the void, a holy door opened, emitting a stinging white light. 2 young disciples in white robes flew out of the holy gate. 2 young disciples, a man and a woman, are probably only in their 20s. Their vitality is quite strong, and they have reached the realm of heaven and man. They are definitely the 2 inner disciples of Guanming Holy Land. Ning Xiaochuan said kindly, it was the Saint of Light who invited me to visit the Holy Land of Light. As for the invitation, I didn't receive it. Your Highness, the Virgin personally invited you to visit the Holy Land of Light. The male inner disciple looked at Ning Xiaochuan incredulously, with a skeptical attitude. How noble the Saint of Light is, like the goddess above the 9 heavens, unattainable. Even if he is also a disciple of the Holy Land of Light, it is difficult for him to see the Holy Woman of Light. Ordinary people can't get the invitation of the Saint of Light in person. The female inner disciple said, "Which sacred place does your pavilion come from?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I'm not a descendant of the Holy Land. In recent days, Guangming Holy Land will hold a Northern Xinjiang Holy Land Friars Conference. Only the descendants of the major Holy Lands can enter Guangming Holy Land. If they are not the descendants of the Holy Land, please leave quickly." The male inner disciple was very unhappy. That male inner disciple looked arrogant like a Saint Earth disciple, and other monks seemed to be inferior in his eyes. Since Ning Xiaochuan is not a descendant of the Holy Land, he is naturally very impolite to Ning Xiaochuan. "It doesn't matter. I'll wait a little longer. I believe that the Saint of Light will soon return to the Holy Land of Light. At that time, she will naturally explain to you." Ning Xiaochuan seemed very easygoing and not angry. Ning Xiaochuan's speed was higher than that of the bright saint and others, and he reached the bright Holy Land one step ahead of them. Even Ji Qianquan's space magic has many limitations, which is not as fast as Ning Xiaochuan's dragon. At the moment, the three of them are still on their way back to the Holy Land of Light. The two inner disciples guarding the Holy Gate, with a contemptuous smile in their eyes, saw Ning Xiaochuan take the initiative to retreat, and did not expel him again. Outside the Holy Gate, there is a pavilion. Many monks who want to enter the Holy Land of Light gather outside the pavilion to rest. Some were rejected because they didn't receive the invitation, but they were unwilling to leave the Holy Land of Light, so they continued to wait outside the Holy Gate. Some are waiting outside the Holy Gate because their companions are still on the road. There are also some people who deliberately wait here to pay tribute to the supreme demeanor of the great native heirs. Ning Xiaochuan also walked towards the pavilion, sat on a stone bench and began to close his eyes. Look, Song Minghai, the godson of the ghost family, Yan Mia, actually came to Guangming Holy Land in person, as well as the elder masters of the ghost family. Sure enough, it's Yan Mia. My God, this is one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The young generation is invincible. It is said that Yan Mia came for the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan, the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain, is now the man of the moment in northern Xinjiang. He killed the Lingzi of the ghost family, which made the ghost family disgraced. The ancestor of the ghost family was furious and sent Yan Mia to teach Ning Xiaochuan in person. Are you kidding? Ning Xiaochuan is backed by Phoenix. As far as I know, a real person of the ghost family died in the hands of Phoenix, and the ghost family dare to offend him? Aren't you afraid that Phoenix will go to Kangminghai to kill the earth? The ancestor of the ghost family, but a secondary god, absolutely has the means left by the secondary god. Even if the Phoenix goes to Kangminghai, it may not be able to get the ghost family. Yan Mia's fight against Fu Ning Xiaochuan is a struggle between the young generation of monks. As a phoenix, he will never intervene. The ghost family expected this, so it sent Yan Mia to come in person. Hearing the voices of the people, Ning Xiaochuan also raised his head and looked at the people of the ghost family. The black shadow in the front is Yan Mia, one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the godson of the ghost family. Yan Mia's body was very vague, like a black human ghost fog. I didn't know what skill he had practiced. Even the people standing beside him couldn't see his face clearly. Definitely a dangerous person. Behind Yan Mia, followed by a group of old people of the ghost family, all dressed in black robes, pale, just like a group of old ghosts. Seeing the monks of the ghost family and the 2 inner disciples of Guangming Holy Land, they immediately walked forward to salute and respectfully invited them into the Holy Gate. Not long after, another group of people came. The leader is an enchanting and beautiful young woman. That woman looks like a teenager, but her figure is very hot, her chest is full, and there is an attractive gully squeezed out in front of her chest, very upturned, her legs are slender, and she is wearing a blue luo shirt, outlining attractive curves. Seeing that enchanting woman, many monks with lower accomplishments had nosebleed and straight eyes. That's That's the spirit girl of Jiu Pavilion, the proud girl of Tang nationality, Tang Shuyao. A young monk sitting not far from Ning Xiaochuan added his lips and swallowed spittle wildly. Sure enough, she deserves to be the spirit girl of Jiu Pavilion. If she shows her charm, I'm afraid few men can resist her temptation. Unfortunately, the goddess of Jiu Pavilion didn't come. According to legend, the goddess of Jiu Pavilion is the first beauty in northern Xinjiang, and she once received the guidance of a reclusive supreme, whose cultivation is far beyond that of her peers. Ning Xiaochuan also looked at Tang Shuyao. Behind Tang Shuyao, there were many monks of the older generation, including the elders of the Tang nationality and the old women of Jiu Pavilion. The accomplishments of these older generation monks are not necessarily inferior to those of Tang Shuyao, and there are even some unfathomable antiques. However, they are willing to be green leaves and follow behind Tang Shuyao. Because Tang Shuyao's talent is extremely high, his future achievements must be above them, and he will become the ruler of the Tang nationality and the Jiu Pavilion. Seeing Tang Shuyao, Ning Xiaochuan wanted to rush up and ask the whereabouts of the treasure trove. According to the crown prince, when Ning Xiaochuan fought with the crown prince, Tang Shuyao used the power of the Tang nationality to lead Baozhu Dizong to a dead place and wanted to get rid of it. Ning Xiaochuan still has some good feelings for Baozhu Dizong. Although they are allies, when Ning Xiaochuan needed help most, only Baozhu Dizong was beside him and broke into the Jiu Pavilion with him. Ning Xiaochuan has always kept this feeling in mind. If Baozhu Dizong had really died in the hands of Tang Shuyao, Ning Xiaochuan would definitely avenge her. Tang Shuyao. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed through his pupils. In the distance, an old man of the Tang nationality seemed to notice and glanced in the direction of the pavilion. Uncle, what's the matter? Tang Shuyao's skin was like jade, her eyes were like water, and her eyes were like the soul of a man. She glanced in the direction of the pavilion and swept over Ning Xiaochuan. I just felt a little murderous, the old man said in a deep voice. He was looking for the source of the murderous spirit, but the murderous spirit flashed away and disappeared without a trace. Tang Shuyao knew the strength of this uncle's cultivation. Since Uncle Tai said he felt a trace of murderous spirit just now, someone must have just moved to kill. Who on earth wants to kill me? Tang Shuyao smiled and said, it seems that the bright holy land is not peaceful, so we should be more careful. I don't know what kind of talents will appear at this North Xinjiang Friars meeting. It's really exciting. Wow! In the distance, a white sword light flew from the horizon, turned into a beautiful figure, and fell outside the holy gate. Everyone looked at the beautiful figure, and many people showed a happy and excited look. Saint of Light. It's actually Saint of Light. Seeing the bright saint, the inner disciples of the two bright saints immediately came forward to salute and said, "See your highness." The bright saint nodded gently, looked at the Nine-Heaven Pavilion and the friars of the Tang clan, and said, "Welcome the Nine-Heaven Spirit Lady and your predecessors to the bright holy land as guests, and you must make good arrangements for your predecessors. Your Highness, don't worry, we will never neglect the Jiu Pavilion and the predecessors of the Tang clan." The male inner disciple said excitedly. He was very excited to see His Highness, the Saint of Light. Later, Wang Su, the son of the Wang family, and Ji Chankuan, the son of the Holy Land of the Nine Ruins, also returned to the Holy Land of Light and came outside the Holy Gate. Presumably, they are the two holy sons from the king's family of Middle-earth and the Holy Land of Jiu. I have heard about them for a long time. They are indeed handsome and magnificent. At first glance, they are dragon and phoenix in people, and north. I'm afraid few young people in Xinjiang can compare with them. Tang Shuyao's red lips are crystal clear, her voice is soft, and her beautiful eyes are staring at Wang Su and Ji Chankuan. After seeing Tang Shuyao, Wang Su and Ji Chankuan had a stunning feeling, and secretly said that they were worthy of being north. Since ancient times, there have been many famous beauties in Xinjiang. Not only does the Saint of Light have a beautiful face, but even this woman is like a witch, extremely attractive and blood-spurting. The beauty of the Saint of Light is an ethereal beauty. When people see her, they will feel happy. They can put aside all their troubles and talk about their hearts with her. However, Tang Xiao's beauty is a kind of beauty that flatters the bones. When people see her, they want to hold her in their arms and press her down on the bed. It's simply a beauty that makes men can't stop. Is this girl? Wang Su stared at Tang Xiao, and his heart was full of imagination, just like the waves of the sea. However, his face was still calm and looked very elegant. Ling of Jiutian Pavilion, Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao smiled slightly, his apricot eyes were smoky, and his red lips were slightly upward, looking extremely beautiful. Ji Qiankuan stared straight at Tang Xiao's full chest, and it was difficult to remove his eyes. He gently swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, I have heard the name of Jiutian Pavilion for a long time. It is said that almost every generation of the first beauty in northern Xinjiang came from Jiutian Pavilion. When I saw Miss Tang today, I knew that the original rumors were true. It's not that Ji Qiankuan's state of mind is not firm, but because Tang Xiao's charm is really amazing. She is naturally obsequious. She has a charm emanating from her body all the time. She is simply a witch to the letter. Although her cultivation is not as good as Ji Qiankuan and Wang Su, if she really moves the idea of killing, Wang Su and Ji Qiankuan are expected to die in her hands. Not only Ji Qiankuan, almost every man present could not take his eyes away from her. They were also beautiful women. Naturally, the Saint of Light still had a little loss in her heart. She gently shook her head and said to the two inner disciples guarding the holy gate, wait a moment. If a young monk named Ding Chuanqiu comes to the Holy Land of Light, you must be polite to him. He is my guest. The female inner disciple seemed to think of something, looked in the direction of the pavilion not far away, and said, not long ago, a young monk said he was a friend of the Holy Lady, and was stopped by us. I don't know. Is he the person that the Holy Lady said? At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has walked towards the direction of the Holy Gate, and said from a distance, I have said that I am a friend of the Holy Virgin, but you don't believe it. Holy Virgin, I arrived before you. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were fixed on the bright saint from beginning to end, and did not look at Tang Xiao next to him. Although it was just a look, it greatly increased the favor of the bright saint to him. At least, the man named Ding Chuanqiu was more determined than Wang Su and Ji Qiankuan, and he was not fascinated by the beauty of the 9 heavenly spirits. At the same time, the bright saint also admired Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation more, and the speed was too fast. She started behind them, but she reached the bright holy land 1 step ahead of them. With such a speed, no one in the younger generation can compare. The bright saint looked behind Ning Xiaochuan and smiled, Spring and Autumn child, where's your sister? She has something else to do. She left first and can't come to the Holy Land of Light for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan's primary purpose in coming to Guangming Holy Land is to kill the Crown Prince. If Xiaohong is brought to the Holy Land of Light, the dragon cubs around the Crown Prince will definitely feel Xiaohong's breath. Ning Xiaochuan's identity will soon be seen through by him. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan asked Xiaohong to wait for him outside the Holy Land of Light. At the same time, if Ning Xiaochuan has an accident in the Holy Land of Light, she can also meet Ning Xiaochuan at any time. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Wang Su and Ji Qiankuan looked away from Tang Xiao and stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, without a good face. Spring and Autumn child, go to Guangming Holy Land with Yueji. The bright saint's temperament is elegant, and her jade hand is stretched out, pointing in the direction of the Holy Gate. She personally invited Ning Xiaochuan into the Holy Land of Light, which made those monks in the distance envious and speculated about Ning Xiaochuan's identity. After Wang Su, Ji Qianquan, Tang Shuyao, and others all entered the holy gate. The two inner disciples looked at each other, and the female inner disciple still didn't slow down, saying, unexpectedly, they are really friends of the Holy Lady, and the Holy Lady actually invited him into the holy gate in person. The two holy sons who came to Central Earth don't have such treatment. The male inner disciple wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said with some trembling, Fortunately, he didn't tell the saint about the previous thing, otherwise I would be in bad luck. Others are noble guests of the Holy Lady, and they must be the top arrogance of the young generation. It is estimated that others have not paid attention to you at all, said the female inner disciple. She saw Ning Xiaochuan's extraordinary, because previously, all male monks were fascinated by the charm of the 9 heavenly spirits, and only the spring and autumn child remained awake, with only the bright saint in his eyes. With this state of mind, ordinary people can't have it. Guangming Holy Land is an ancient territory, with fairy mountains, green spirit lakes, fog bridges floating in the air, and dense medicinal herbs planted in the mountains, emitting a charming fragrance of medicine. The strong man of the Holy Land of Light subdued many powerful Xian beasts and monsters, and was imprisoned in the Valley of Beasts, including even the Big Demon and the Demon King. When Ning Xiaochuan and the Bright Saint passed through the Valley of Beasts, they saw a huge fierce beast roaring in the valley, and the roar shook the earth. Looking from a distance, I saw a handsome and extraordinary man, turned into a streamer, slowly walked into the Beast Valley, just stepped on the ground, and immediately startled all the monsters in the Beast Valley to calm down, prostrate on the ground, looking very frightened. The man standing in the Valley of Beasts is more like a beautiful woman. He is slender, with red lips and white teeth. His delicate skin emits colorful lights. He is simply more beautiful than many women. If he put on women's clothes, he would be even more beautiful than the Bright Saint and Tang Shuyao, and he would have more spiritual temperament, just like a goddess coming to earth. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan looking at the direction of Beast Valley, the Bright Saint also looked over. After seeing the man standing in the valley, she said, He is the god-son of our bright holy land. He is a turning god with unpredictable cultivation. In the north, the young generation in Xinjiang can hardly find a better hero than him. Is he the son of the Holy Land of Light? Ning Xiaochuan was so surprised that his eyes were almost staring out. Ning Xiaochuan is not surprised. The man standing in the Valley of Beasts is Hua Qinglian. The Bright Saint stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Do you know him? Ning Xiaochuan realized his gaffe just now, for fear of being seen by the Goddess of Light, and immediately recovered his composure, saying, I don't know, just. He's too beautiful, but I thought he was the goddess of the Holy Land of Light. The Bright Saint smiled and said, It's normal for the spring and autumn child to have such a misunderstanding. The bright god's son is really handsome, and it's not too much to call him the most beautiful man in the world. This kind of beauty makes women jealous. Ning Xiaochuan joked, You won't fall in love with him, will you? Ning Xiaochuan regarded Hua Qinglian as a true friend. After all, when Ning Xiaochuan was surrounded by enemies, only Hua Qinglian stood up to speak for him. This sincere friendship is particularly touching. If the Bright Saint and Hua Qinglian are really a pair of lovers, Ning Xiaochuan will immediately clear up the relationship with the Bright Saint. The Bright Saint showed a strange light in her eyes, smiled, shook her head and said, He is different from you. He doesn't like women at all. Ning Xiaochuan naturally heard the words of the Bright Saint, and his heart suddenly clicked, giving birth to a strange feeling, and almost fell from the cloud. God! If Hua Qinglian likes men, is that okay? Spring and autumn child, what's the matter with you? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's pale face, the Bright Saint asked, curiously. No, nothing. Ning Xiaochuan immediately restored calm and stopped thinking about Hua Qinglian. The more you think about it, the more terrible it is. The Saint of Light took Ning Xiaochuan to the place where the heirs of the Holy Lands lived, and said goodbye to Ning Xiaochuan. She wants to immediately report the news brought back by Ning Xiaochuan to the elders of Guangming Holy Land. The news brought back by Ning Xiaochuan is really amazing. If the Tianming Demon Emperor is really cast into the flesh of the secondary god, the whole North Xinjiang, the whole Tianshu continent will become a sure field, and human beings will have nowhere to escape. That's the real catastrophe. The Saint of Light rose and fell on the back of a white crane, like a fairy in the painting, flying towards the top of a fairy mountain in the distance. At the top of that fairy mountain, there were groups of palaces and misty clouds. Divine light shone down from the top of the fairy mountain, opening a suspended gate and wrapping the Saint of Light in. It is worthy of being the Holy Land of Light. There are actually 25 earth veins under the ground. If you can cultivate in the Holy Land all the time, the cultivation speed must be 2 or 3 times faster than that outside. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes, felt the earth vein under the ground, absorbed the air of the earth into the sky, and condensed into earth rules. When Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the air of the earth, a man came behind him, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, brother, which holy land are you the heir?" Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped absorbing the air of the earth, turned around and saw an extremely obscene face. Besides Yu Mingsong, who else can there be? Yu Mingsong squeezed out a smile that he thought was very friendly, touched his beard, bowed his hands, and said with a smile, "I'm the core disciple of Xiatiandi Mountain, Yu Mingsong. At first glance, you are not ordinary people, and you must be the descendant of some holy land. Can you see that?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong said confidently, "If I'm not mistaken, is that beauty the Saint of Light? Can it be an ordinary person to walk with the Saint of Light?" He lowered his voice and said, "What is the relationship between you and the Saint of Light? I also want to know her very much and pay tribute to her Zhu Li Xianyan. Brother, would you like to introduce her?" "Elder Yu, you are worthy of being a respected elder of Yang sect. Are you ready to attack the Saint of Light?" Ning Xiaochuan wants to test Yu Mingsong, and has been staring at Yu Mingsong's eyes. As long as Yu Mingsong has even a slight change in his eyes, he can't hide it from Ning Xiaochuan. "Elder Yu? Yang Jiao? Elder brother, do you recognize the wrong person?" Yu Mingsong stepped back, looked at Ning Xiaochuan carefully, straightened his skirt, and said, "I'm a serious disciple of the Holy Land, and I have nothing to do with Yang sect. Don't fool me." "Really? But I heard that you are the elder of Yang sect and a great master of forging tools." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "I'm a great master of forging tools, but I'm definitely not an elder of Yang sect. I swear by my character. I'm a righteous man with an iron bone. How can I have anything to do with Yang sect?" Yu Ming clenched his teeth and said with awe-inspiring justice. Ning Xiaochuan still wanted to continue pressing questions, but a beautiful and petite figure came in the distance. He immediately withdrew the words he wanted to continue asking, and looked at the beautiful figure. Niao Longji stepped on the fallen leaves and walked in front of him. With beautiful eyes, he looked at Yu Mingsong and Ning Xiaochuan. "Judo, brother Yu, are you in trouble again?" Yu Mingsong widened his eyes and said, "I'm in trouble? How can I be in trouble? It's this guy who has to falsely accuse me of being an elder of Yang sect. Shit, how can I get so miserable if I'm an elder of Yang sect?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and turned away. He doesn't want to expose his identity yet. If Yu Mingsong and Niao Longji know that he is Ning Xiaochuan, it may not be a good thing for them. "Young master, please stay." Niao Longji's eyes blinked. His eyes were very clear. Staring at the back of the white-faced scholar, not far away, he had a strange feeling in his heart. She felt as if she knew this strange man. Ning Xiaochuan stopped, but did not turn around and said, "What advice do you have, girl? Are you little Marquis?" Niao Longji asked cautiously and tentatively. Hearing this, Yu Mingsong, who was standing aside, was shocked and said, "Younger martial sister Nia, are you confused? This guy will be Ning Xiaochuan? He looks completely different, his height is also different, and even his breath is completely different." Niao Lanji gently pulled the tip of her hair, pursed her red lips, stared at the white-faced scholar not far away with a trace of expectation, and asked again, "Are you the little Marquis?" Ning Xiaochuan's mouth slightly hooked and said, "Lanji, your 9 palace calculation and 9 palace occupation have been cultivated to such a degree that even I can't hide it from you." Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Niao Lanji was extremely excited, trembling with excitement, and wanted to rush up and hold the man. However, when she thought of the relationship between Ning Xiaochuan and her sister, her feet seemed to have roots and grew on the ground. How could she take that step? He is my brother-in-law. He and his sister are a pair. Niao Lanji. Niao Lanji. Don't rob a man with your sister. He is your brother-in-law. He is your brother-in-law. Niao Lanji clenched her lips and controlled her impulse to rush up and hold Ning Xiaochuan. Although many times when she dreams back at midnight, she dreams that she is held in her arms by Ning Xiaochuan, every time, she dreams that her sister suddenly appears, and then wakes her up from her dream. Niao Lanji was no longer the astringent girl she used to be. She knew how to hide and restrain her emotions, and said softly, "In fact, I'm still very stupid. I can't count and cultivate the 9 palaces to a higher level. If my level was higher, I might be able to predict your arrival at the moment you enter the Holy Land of Light. I won't wait until you appear in front of me before I find you." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "You are already very good. Jiu Dang Jia and Jiu Dang Jia are broad and profound, complex and obscure, and full of many variables. In just a few years, you will be able to practice to the current level, and your future achievements will be absolutely unlimited." He added, "Maybe I will ask you in the future. Please help me calculate something." "Really?" Niao Lanji's eyes widened, like 2 beautiful stars. The joy could not be concealed at all. "Of course." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Not far away, Yu Mingsong had been so surprised that his chin would fall to the ground. "Wipe it," it was really Ning Xiaochuan. He slapped Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you're not brother enough. You've come to Guanming Holy Land, and you're still lying to me. Don't you trust your brother? What's the purpose of you coming to Guanming Holy Land, and how did you become like this?" Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, with a chill in his eyes and said, "I'll kill." "Kill? Kill who?" Yu Mingsong rode. "Is it the crown prince of the emperor?" Niao Lanji said. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Niao Lanji and said, "You seem to know everything now? Then you may tell me, where is the crown prince of the emperor now?" Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's praise, Niao Lanji immediately bowed his head shyly, and 2 pieces of rosy clouds appeared on his white face, all the way to the root of his ears. He whispered, "The crown prince of the emperor was cut off by brother Ning, so he came to Guanming Holy Land for medical treatment, and was treated by a soul-level spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land, and the 2 broken legs have grown again. Because the crown prince of the emperor is the holy son of Tiandi Mountain, his status is noble, and the Holy Land of Light provides him with a place to recuperate, located in the Yunshao Hall of Yunshao Mountain. Brother Ning, if you want to kill him, don't fight in the Holy Land of Light. The Holy Land of Light will never allow anyone to kill in the Holy Land. It will definitely send experts to suppress it, which is quite detrimental to you." Niao Lanji's practice of Jiu Dang Jia and Jiu Dang Jia can not only predict the position of others, but also predict misfortune and good. She figured out that if Ning Xiaochuan killed the crown prince in the Holy Land of Light, it would bring great disaster to Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, she took the initiative to persuade Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing something, and said, "Huanhua Princess also came with you to the bright Holy Land?" Princess Huanhua was accepted as a slave by Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has felt her breath. She is in the Holy Land of Light. Niao Lanji said, the royal family of the Tianshu Empire already knew that the crown prince was seriously injured, so they specially sent Princess Huanhua to lead the royal family's experts to protect the crown prince. Good. Good. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan and the crown prince of the emperor are both fighting dragon envoys, who are originally mortal enemies. Plus what the crown prince did last time, he almost killed Xiao Hong and almost killed Ning Xiaochuan. The crown prince of the emperor has become a member of Ning Xiaochuan's must-kill list. At night, on the sky, there are still monks of Guangming Holy Land riding Xian beasts on patrol, flying over Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the dark, looking out at the Yunxiao mountain in the distance. Yunxiao mountain is one of the many fairy mountains in the Holy Land of Light. It stands high into the clouds, with steep cliffs and ancient trees. Phew! Princess Huanhua, dressed in a gorgeous Taoist robe and noble temperament, walked behind Ning Xiaochuan and half knelt on the ground, meet the master. I don't know why the master summoned the slaves late at night. Ning Xiaochuan carried his hands on his back and said faintly, kill the crown prince of the emperor. Understand? Huanhua princess nodded gently, then stood up and walked towards the Yunxiao mountain in the distance. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the back of Princess Huanhua and said to himself, even if you make a sneak attack with the cultivation of Princess Huanhua, there is little chance to kill the crown prince, but it is still very possible to hurt the crown prince by surprise. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, he can defeat the crown prince with up to 10 moves. However, if you want to kill the crown prince, you must wait until at least 100 moves, and only if the crown prince will not escape can you kill him. If the crown prince of the emperor wants to escape wholeheartedly, it will be even harder for Ning Xiaochuan to kill him. It's not too difficult to defeat a master. However, it is extremely difficult to kill an expert. Moreover, there is a dragon cub beside the crown prince of the emperor. If he fits with the dragon cub, his combat power will be greatly improved. It will be more difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to kill him again. In the Holy Land of Light, Ning Xiaochuan didn't spend much time, at most half the time of Zhu Xiang. If Ning Xiaochuan fails to kill the crown prince within half a column of incense, then the master of Guangming Holy Land will arrive at Yunxiao Mountain. A person who dares to make trouble in the Holy Land of Light will surely be killed by the Holy Land of Light. It is almost impossible to kill the top talents of the young generation, such as the crown prince, within half a column of incense. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must make good use of Princess Huanhua. In order to revenge and protect his friends and relatives from being persecuted by the crown prince in the future, Ning Xiaochuan will kill the crown prince in Guangming Holy Land anyway. It would be even more difficult to find him after he left the Holy Land of Light. When Princess Huanhua went to the Yunxiao mountain, Ning Xiaochuan drove the ground products into the ground and scattered 36,000 ground products around the whole Yunxiao mountain. Each ground product basalt is arranged according to the orientation of Xinglua Shanhai array. Of course, it is not a complete Xinglua Shanhai array, but a simple large array. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it will take at least half a month to arrange a complete Xinglua Shanhai array. It is not only necessary to choose the terrain and communicate the earth vein, but also to burn a large number of cumbersome array patterns. Ning Xiaochuan has no time to arrange a complete Xinglua Shanhai array. Xinglua Shanhai array is also the array above Qi Dang Jia, which is more than 10 times more powerful than the 8 winds god array. If the complete array is burned, it is enough to make Ning Xiaochuan compete with real people in a short time. Although the simple Xinglua Shanhai array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan is not as powerful as the complete array, it is more than enough to deal with the crown prince of the emperor. Yunxiao Mountain, Yunxiao Hall. The Yunxiao Temple is only one of the main halls on the Yunxiao Mountain. There are other temples on the top of the mountain. The monks living in those temples are all noble guests of the Holy Land of Light, and most of them are spiritual masters. After the crown prince of the emperor was cut off by Ning Xiaochuan, he came to Guangming Holy Land to seek medical treatment. Finally, he spent a huge amount of xianxue to get the treatment of a soul-level great heart healer. His broken leg had already been reborn, and others thought he was recuperating in the Yunxiao temple, but they didn't know that his injury had already healed. He's waiting. He is waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to kill him in Guangming Holy Land. Because he knew Ning Xiaochuan would come. In Huiyan Emperor capital, he almost killed Ning Xiaochuan. With such a great hatred, Ning Xiaochuan will surely take revenge. Moreover, he already knew that there was a phoenix behind Ning Xiaochuan. If he leaves the Holy Land of Light, he is likely to face a phoenix. In front of a phoenix, he is like an mole ant. The phoenix can kill him with one breath. Therefore, he can only choose to stay in the Holy Land of Light and wait for Ning Xiaochuan to take the bait himself. The crown prince of the emperor sat in the hall, his body was golden, and 9 dragon shadows appeared behind him, emitting a deep and thick dragon sound. A purple young dragon hovered over the crown prince of the emperor, and every scale was flowing with current. A pair of dragon horns were glittering, as if pregnant with divine light. If you breathe out, they will turn into clouds. 2 elders stood on both sides of the crown prince to protect the law for the crown prince. One of the elders said, "Your Highness, tomorrow is North. I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan won't come to the Xinjiang Friars Conference. After all, this is the Holy Land of Light. Even that phoenix may not dare to make trouble in the Holy Land of Light." The crown prince of the emperor said, "Ning Xiaochuan, knowing that the dragon cub is in danger, still dares to break through. Do you think he doesn't care about the life and death of other relatives and friends? As long as I live in this world, he will certainly have trouble sleeping and eating. Just like he lives in the world, I also have trouble sleeping and eating. But Ning Xiaochuan has a supreme imperial weapon. Even if we have made arrangements, we may not be able to stop him." The old man said with some worry. "The supreme imperial weapon can't be invincible. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it's impossible to exert the real power of the supreme imperial weapon. With our hands in Yunxiao Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan will die if he dares to come." The crown prince of the emperor is very determined and confident. Although Ning Xiaochuan cut off his legs last time, the crown prince never thought he was weaker than Ning Xiaochuan. It was only because he didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan could borrow the power of the gods, so he was caught unprepared by Ning Xiaochuan. If he fights again, he must personally suppress Ning Xiaochuan to prove his strength. Princess Huanhua, please see me." A woman in silver scale armor came in from the outside of the hall, with a silver war knife on her slender waist, and bowed slightly to the crown prince of the emperor. Seeing the crown prince of the emperor, she just bowed slightly. It can be seen that this woman wearing silver scale armor is definitely not as simple as an ordinary guard. "Invite her in," the emperor prince said. Princess Huanhua came in from the outside of the hall, dressed in gorgeous skirts and robes, wearing a gold hairpin, and dragging 3 meters of satin behind her, came to the crown prince of the emperor. When the crown prince saw Princess Huanhua, he said, "Sister Huang, is it important to come to the Yunxiao temple so late?" Huanhua princess said, "Naturally, there is something important. Ning Xiaochuan has come to the Holy Land of Light, and is likely to come to the Yunxiao temple tonight. I don't need to worry about Fu Ning Xiaochuan. I'll make a comprehensive arrangement. As long as he dares to come, there will be no—" The voice of the crown prince suddenly stopped, and the figure of Huanhua princess and her pupils grew larger and larger. A golden sword light flew out of Huanhua princess's fingertips and stabbed the crown prince's chest. That golden sword light is Princess Huanhua's avatar magic sword. There was no sign of this sword, and it was only less than 2 feet away. For a strong person like Huanhua princess, the distance of 2 feet can be ignored, and it stabbed the crown prince in the chest in the blink of an eye. The crown prince did not expect that Princess Huanhua would attack him. Ow! A huge golden dragon's shadow rushed out of the emperor's crown prince's body, like a dragon's golden mask, blocking Princess Huanhua's killer sword. The emperor's eyes were cold, and he slapped them out, making a sound of dragons singing and tigers roaring, breaking the golden sword in Princess Huanhua's hand into 9 pieces. Wow! Princess Huanhua spit out a mouthful of blood and was hit by the palm wind of the crown prince. Sister Huang, why? The crown prince stood up, his face extremely cold, staring at the Huanhua princess, who fell to the ground. He really can't think of any reason to let Princess Huanhua kill him. Boom! The gate of the Yunxiao hall exploded, turned into door panels, and flew towards the crown prince and others. A man wearing a golden ghost mask came in from the door, holding a bloody sword in his hand, and said coldly, "Crown Prince of the Emperor, you want to know why? I tell you, because Princess Huanhua has long been my person." Who am I, you should know. Ning Xiaochuan. The handsome face of the crown prince of the emperor became distorted and extremely angry. The crown of golden hair on his head broke and his long hair spread out. He thought that he was always at the top in the struggle between himself and Ning Xiaochuan. However, I didn't expect that my royal sister, the princess of the royal family, had already been accepted by Ning Xiaochuan and became Ning Xiaochuan's servant. What a shame is this? What a shame is this? How can it be? Your Highness Royal Highness Princess. Your Highness Royal Highness Princess. The 2 elders standing behind the crown prince of the emperor stared at Princess Huanhua incredulously. They really wondered why the noble Royal Highness Princess would submit to Ning Xiaochuan. Since she is willing to degenerate and become your servant, she will no longer be the princess of the royal family. Elder sister Huang, I will send you on the road. The emperor's eyes were extremely cold, stretched out a palm and pinched it towards the void. Bang! Huanhua princess's head was crushed, and blood flowed from her neck into a cold corpse. Ning Xiaochuan had no mercy in his heart. Whether it was Princess Huanhua or the crown prince of the emperor, they were all responsible for it. The emperor's crown prince killed his sister with his own hands, and he has hated Ning Xiaochuan to the extreme. He counted all this blood account on Ning Xiaochuan. Good. Very good. Ning Xiaochuan, it seems that I underestimated you before. But if you dare to break into the Yunxiao temple, you will be caught. Today, you can't escape again. The crown prince of the emperor shot a golden on from his fingertips and sent a signal towards the outside of the hall. Ning Xiaochuan just quietly watched the emperor prince send out the signal and said, "Are you sending a message to the imperial master who is ambushing in the Yunxiao mountain? Don't waste your efforts. I have solved all the monks ambushed outside in the Tianshu Empire." Ning Xiaochuan's sword is still dripping blood. At this moment, the outside of Yunxiao temple is full of dead bodies. How can you silently kill so many monks? It's absolutely impossible. No matter how high your cultivation is, I can't be completely unaware. The crown prince of the emperor has smelled the smell of blood. I'm afraid all the monks ambushing outside have really been killed by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "That's because I used the power of my mind to cover the whole Yunxiao hall and deceive your mind. Therefore, you didn't notice the changes outside the hall at all. Crown Prince of the Emperor, today is your death. Overestimate your strength. I really think you can kill me by killing a group of minions?" The Crown Prince of the Emperor was still calm and put his palm on the ground, pushing his vitality into the ground. Boom! On the ground of the hall, array lines emerged, and a column of light shot from the node of the array and rushed up. A total of 81 light columns completely imprison the whole hall and turn it into an independent space. The reason why the Crown Prince of the Emperor arranged the array in the temple in advance is to prevent Ning Xiaochuan from escaping. Ning Xiaochuan wants to kill him, why doesn't he want to kill Ning Xiaochuan? The 2 elders standing behind the Crown Prince of the Emperor killed Ning Xiaochuan at the same time, blocking the retreat of Ning Xiaochuan in both directions. The two old men were thin, white-haired, and seemed to be dying. However, their blood was full, their vitality was thick, and countless thunderbolts rushed out of their bodies, with their power surging and frightening. They have all practiced the top 10 magic power of Tiandi Mountain Avalanche Thunder Fist. Ha! With one punch, thunder and lightning roared, and the momentum of mountain collapse and earth crack broke out. Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel the rules in them, which shows that these two elders have cultivated the rules to the realm of nothing, condensed the Tao fetus, and reached the 8th realm of heaven and man, the realm of no heaven. Two masters of the 8th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan's body rushed out of the vast spirit of Yang, every inch of the skin was burning, and the flesh was like a body that turned into a King Kong. A pair of fists hit out at the same time, and the two elders in the 8th realm of heaven and man were smashed. This is a sweeping trend. Even the master of the 8th realm of heaven and man was punched by Ning Xiaochuan. How strong! The two elders in the 8th realm of heaven and man slapped on the ground and flipped up at the same time. Two people spit out a dragon ball in their mouths, one black and one white, rotating constantly, turning into a huge yin-yang tai chi diagram, and suppressing it towards Ning Xiaochuan. The so-called dragon ball is actually dragon yuan. Once the dragon clan cultivates the dragon yuan, it will be comparable to the human monks in the 7th realm of heaven and man. The two of them refined the dragon ball into a concrete magic power. Two kinds of concrete magic powers, one yin and one yang, combined into a yin-yang tai chi diagram. Ning Xiaochuan vaguely looked at the yin-yang tai chi diagram, with the virtual shadow of a huge black and white flying dragon. The virtual shadow of the dragon stretched out an electric claw to tear Ning Xiaochuan's body. The monument of the god of destruction. A huge magic monument was presented on the top of Ning Xiaochuan, with a sense of annihilation. Ancient inscriptions are clearly visible, as if they contain the power to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan knocked out the stone tablet of the god of destruction, smashing the yin-yang tai chi diagram condensed by two dragon balls with the power of destroying the dead and destroying the dead. The two dragon balls flew out and hit the wall, making two loud noises, shaking the array in the whole hall violently. The two elders in the 8th realm of heaven and man spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and the air wave emanating from the stone of the god of destruction hit them, shaking them back constantly. Ning Xiaochuan was more belligerent and strode forward to suppress the monument of the god of destruction. One of the elders in the 8th territory of heaven and man slowed down a little and was suppressed under the monument. He can only support the monument of the god of destruction with both hands, painstakingly. Ning Xiaochuan stood straight above the huge monument, holding a magic sword, pointing to another old man in the 8th realm of heaven and man, with a domineering momentum on his body, which made the monks in the 8th realm of heaven and man feel frightened. Ning Xiaochuan, I didn't expect you to break through to the 7th realm of heaven and man so soon. It's really unexpected. But you don't have any chance today. Purple dragon, fit. That purple young dragon, turned into a purple dragon armor, covered the emperor's crown prince, with a barb on his head and a pair of dragon wings on his back. Ning Xiaochuan, your dragon cub is not by your side. How can I see you fighting me? The momentum of the emperor's crown prince immediately climbed several times and hit an avalanche fist. More than 10 meters away from him, countless electric lights gathered together and condensed into a huge fist. Ning Xiaochuan was determined not to be afraid, and suddenly stepped on the stone tablet of the god of destruction, which immediately sank. A scream came from the bottom of the stone tablet of the god of destruction. The old man in the 8th territory of heaven and man was killed under the stone tablet of the god of destruction and turned into a pool of blood and mud. Wow! 11 war swords rushed out of Ning Xiaochuan's body to form a sword array to kill the emperor's crown prince's thunder-smashing fist. Ning Xiaochuan once again played the magic power of the stone tablet of the god of destruction, swung the huge stone tablet with his arm, and with the roar of the wind, fell on the crown prince of the emperor. Zilong's huge head stretched out from the back of the emperor's crown prince and spit out an electric pole. With a bang, it punctured the stone tablet of the god of destruction, and the electric pole was almost split on Ning Xiaochuan's body. The lightning pole spit out by the purple dragon is not ordinary lightning, but the divine dragon Tianjia true thunder that only the divine dragon cub can cultivate. It is said that the divine dragon disaster thunder displayed by the divine dragon cub is even more terrible than the real disaster, which can destroy everything in the world and destroy the monks. Worthy of being a dragon cub. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that the combat effectiveness of the purple dragon cub is absolutely no weaker than the crown prince of the emperor. What's more, the two are also combined, and their combat power will only be multiplied. Ning Xiaochuan, if you dare to break into the Yunxiao temple today, you are looking for death. In the hands of the crown prince of the emperor, there is a war sword with flashing lightning. The war sword is condensed from the claws of the dragon cub, which is extremely sharp, and with the power of the dragon Tianjia real thunder. Thunderbolt. He waved a sword and cut down, and a huge lightning sword cut to the top of Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly, didn't retreat but entered, and he rushed towards the crown prince of the emperor. Friendly tip, later, there are 2 chapters at 12 a.m. The evil fire rushed out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, condensed into a 9-petaled fire lotus, and hit the crown prince's chest. Boom! The 9-petal fire lotus exploded, which was like a hot sun bursting in the cloud hall, tearing all the array lines in the cloud hall. Boom! Because of the attack of 9-petal fire lotus, the cloud hall immediately fell to the ground and turned into ruins. The whole Yunxiao mountain shook for a moment, and countless array brilliance rushed up from the mountains to guard the fairy mountain in this holy land. Otherwise, with the power of the world-destroying magic fire, that blow just now is enough to make Yunxiao mountain completely disappear from the holy land of light. At the top of Yunxiao mountain, there was a blazing fire. From a distance, it was like a huge torch, shaking the whole holy land of light. Those monks who originally lived on the Yunxiao mountain were also terrified and inexplicable. They felt the powerful wave of magic gas and thought that it was the strong man of the magic door who killed into the holy land of light. The evil people of the demon sect dare to make trouble in the holy land of light. It's really brave. This man's cultivation is also too strong. His demon chi is vast, and the demon cremation turns into a cloud of fire. This is to burn heaven and earth? Ning Xiaochuan wears a golden ghost mask, hangs in the void, carries his hands, and his long hair is flying. From a distance, he does have a somewhat ferocious feeling, which is quite frightening. Boom! The crown prince of the emperor rushed out of the fire in confusion. Although he was protected by dragon armor, he was still injured by the world-destroying demon fire, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He stared angrily at Ning Xiaochuan standing in the void, hoping to frustrate Ning Xiaochuan. Then the old man in the 8th realm of heaven and man also came out of the ruins, badly injured, almost burned all over his body, and his white hair burned to the ground. Wow! The black shell on the surface of the old man's skin in the 8th realm of heaven and man cracked, revealing the new skin. Every inch of skin exudes bright brilliance, containing strong life force. Cultivation has reached the 8th realm of heaven and man, and self-healing ability has been quite strong. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly, looking at the ruins full of flames, and a third person came out of it. It was a woman in silver armor, with a war knife on her waist. She looks very young, but there is a sense of vicissitudes in her eyes, which is definitely not the eyes that a young woman should have. Previously, this woman had been standing beside the crown prince. Ning Xiaochuan didn't pay close attention to her, thinking that she was just a guard of the crown prince. However, she can come out of the demon fire. Is it a general guard? To Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, there was no scar on her body. Is her cultivation stronger than that old man in the 8th realm of heaven and man? Do it together, the Emperor's prince said in a deep voice. The 3 masters each stood on one side, blocking Ning Xiaochuan in the center. The silver-clad woman who did not fight from beginning to end finally began to fight. Her eyes turned silver, emitting bright silver light, turning the 100-mile radius centered on Yunxiao Mountain into a silver world. This is a kind of celestial eye magic, which condenses the field with eyes to imprison Ning Xiaochuan. Heaven and man. The 9th realm. Ning Xiaochuan felt as if he suddenly fell into a cold deep pool of mercury, and strong pressure came from all directions, as if to crush the bones of his whole body. Yu Mingsong looked at the silver brilliance on the top of Yunxiao Mountain, gently touched his beard, and made a tut sound in his mouth. This is the field of Tao embryo displayed by the 9 heavenly masters. Ning Xiaochuan is in big trouble. Standing aside, Niao Longji was very worried and said, "Are you still here? Let's go to save him quickly, in case anything happens to him." Even if Ning Xiaochuan is dead, how much does it matter to you? Yu Mingsong laughed. Niao Longji tightly pursed her lips and whispered, "In case anything happens to him, what should my sister do?" Don't worry, Ning Xiaochuan is not a rash person. He must have predicted this situation for a long time, and there must be a way to deal with it. Besides, he still holds the Emperor Blade of the Supreme Emperor level in his hands, and even the 9th Emperor may not be able to get him. Yu Mingsong said faintly. The cultivation of that silver armor woman is really terrible, far beyond the friar of the 8th realm of heaven and man, and billions of rules are cultivated in her body. The number of rules cultivated is almost more than 100 times that of Ning Xiaochuan. The more rules you cultivate, the deeper your understanding of martial arts. Billions of rules are condensed into Tao Tire, and with the power of Tao Tire, this silver field of Tao Tire is derived. Every rule is like a silver chain, wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, it's time for you to die. The crown prince of the emperor and the elder of the 8th realm of heaven and man attacked Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. The crown prince of the emperor was carrying a dragon scale sword wrapped by lightning, and a sword stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. The old man in the 8th realm of heaven and man, whose palms seemed to turn into steel claws, grew sharp nails, as if to crush Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows appeared a bright spot of light, which turned into a heavenly mark, breaking through the realm of the Tao embryo of a silver-clad woman. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan turned into a pillar of light and rose into the sky, narrowly avoiding the attack of the crown prince of the emperor and the old man of the 8th realm of heaven and man. With a stretch of his hand, he called out the blade of the emperor of heaven. The emperor blade said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you already owe me a lot of supreme weapons. Kill the crown prince of the emperor, and all the supreme tools on him belong to you." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Good. The half of the supreme king's instrument on the crown prince of the emperor belongs to me. Tiandi Mountain is very happy. The value of half of the supreme king's ware is higher than that of 100 inferior supreme wares. This time it seems to make a lot of money. Except that half of the supreme king's ware. Ning Xiaochuan rode. It's too stupid. If you deal with the 3 masters by yourself, I won't do it. Tiandi Blade felt that he had been fooled by Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to fly back to Xuanzhou Jian. That's not up to you. Ning Xiaochuan's body rushed out a mass of evil fire to destroy the world and completely wrapped the Tiandi Blade. The spirit of Tiandi Blade was suppressed in the world-destroying magic fire. As long as Ning Xiaochuan dared to disobey his will, Ning Xiaochuan could use the world-destroying magic fire to refine it. If Tiandi Blade is still a free body, even if a real person is in front of it, it can also kill with a knife. The combat effectiveness of a supreme imperial weapon can compete with that of a supreme in the eternal realm. However, the Tiandi Blade has long been accepted by Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to refine it, it can only accept its fate. In the past, it was because Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was too weak, so he could not refine the spirit of the Supreme Emperor's instrument, and would be restrained by the spirit of the Emperor's blade. After cultivating into a world-destroying demon fire, Ning Xiaochuan has fully possessed the power to refine the spirit of the Tiandi blade, and he no longer needs to be restrained by the spirit of the Tiandi blade. We must make a quick decision. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the void, looking into the distance, and saw that the strong in the Holy Land of Light had rushed towards the Yunxiao temple. If they were allowed to arrive, it would be too late to kill the Crown Prince again. That's the breath of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. Sure enough, it's like an emperor was born, and my saber is trembling. Only the secondary god can forge the Supreme Imperial weapon. It's a waste of war soldiers of this level to be held in the hands of a young monk in the realm of heaven and man. The three masters below feel the powerful breath of the Supreme Imperial weapon at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan poured his vitality into the blade of the Emperor and awakened the power of the Supreme Imperial instrument, just like an emperor awakened. Cut down with a knife and cut out a huge knife shadow more than 100 meters long. The woman in silver armor wanted to help the Crown Prince block this blow. Her hands stretched out towards the void, and on the ground 10 feet above the ground, a rotating silver mirror condensed, which looked like a silver cloud suspended in the void from a distance. Wufa Cloud Mirror. This is a magical power that can counterattack the power of other monks. Like a mirror, it can counterattack the attack of the opponent. Of course, when the opponent's attack is strong to a certain extent, it can still break the cloud mirror of martial arts. Pa. At this moment, the cloud realm of martial arts, played by the silver armor woman, was broken by Ning Xiaochuan with a knife. The sharp knife gas was chopped on the silver armor, making a ding-ding sound and emitting a series of sparks. The silver armor was also a supreme weapon, blocking the residual saber gas of the Emperor's blade. The armor of the supreme weapon level is much rarer and more precious than a soldier of the supreme weapon level. Part of the knife's strength, through the armor, chopped on the silver armor woman, shocked the silver armor woman back 7 steps, leaving 7 deep footprints on the ground. You know, the silver armor woman is a 9 heaven venerable. She is the existence at the peak under the real person. She can be called the top existence in the cultivation world. She was defeated by a young monk with a knife. With this record, it is enough to make that young monk famous all over the world. Although Ning Xiaochuan holds the Supreme Imperial instrument, with his cultivation, it is impossible to give full play to the real power of the Supreme Imperial instrument. You two help me, combined with the power of 3 people, to wake up the power of the Supreme Imperial instrument. The Crown Prince of the Emperor took out a rusty bronze ancient halberd, and a powerful breath came out of the bronze ancient halberd. Although it is only a broken halberd, it is a Supreme King's weapon, which is not comparable to ordinary soldiers. At the same time, the 3 masters broke their vitality into the half of the Supreme King's weapon. Half of the bronze halberd immediately emitted a bright brilliance, and the whole world was filled with the power of the Supreme King's instrument, as if to break through the Holy Land of Light. You know, the first war soldier of Guanming Holy Land is only a Supreme King's weapon. It is seldom used at ordinary times. When the first generation is started, the earth will collapse and the body will lie thousands of miles away. The power of the Supreme King's instrument is simply beyond ordinary people's imagination. There is another chapter. Even the Crown Prince of the Emperor, the Silver Armor Woman, and the Old Man in the 8th realm of heaven and man, together, the 3 people only awakened the power of half of the Supreme King's instrument, and even 1% of the power of the Supreme King's instrument did not play out. Even a real person cannot fully exert the power of the Supreme King's instrument. Only the Supreme can exert the real power of the Supreme King's instrument. Once the real power of the Supreme King's instrument breaks out, the whole Holy Land of Light can be destroyed in an instant. Unless the Holy Land of Light also has Supreme King tools to compete with it. Open the sky, open the earth, and cut. Ning Xiaochuan slowly raised the Tiandi blade, which was like a slowly rising blood moon. In the whole space, an invisible divine force gathered towards him. That is the divine power left by the Emperor of Heaven in the world, because Ning Xiaochuan's earth-breaking knife is invisibly consistent with the Tao and Dharma of the Emperor of Heaven, so that part of the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven converges towards him. At the same time, the half-rusty bronze halberd also rose into the sky and turned into a cyan pillar of light, as if it could penetrate the world. Boom! Two peerless magic soldiers collided together, but the half-bronze, broken halberd couldn't stop the Emperor's blade at all. The powerful knife chi broke through the void and cut off the three people below at the same time. That old man in the eighth realm of heaven and man couldn't bear the power of the knife chi, and his body was as broken as ceramics. The crown prince of the emperor and the silver-armored woman were also pierced by the sword chi. Even the spirit war sword and silver scale armor did not block the knife, leaving bloody wounds on their bodies. Right now, Ning Xiaochuan didn't give his opponent any chance to breathe. Holding a knife in both hands, he cut down with a knife, and with 9 blood-red knife chi, he cut at the silver armor woman. The silver armor woman's cultivation is the most powerful. You must get rid of her before she stands firm. The silver armor woman knew that no war soldiers could compete with the Tiandi blade, so she didn't use war soldiers. Instead, with her strong cultivation, she made a move that was extremely destructive. Even if it's just a simple magic trick, it can turn corruption into magic in her hands, and burst out with amazing power. Fang dances in heaven and earth. The silver armor woman showed a body method, which was extremely fast. It was like moving in the void, showing dozens of silver human shadows. Boom! She moved behind Ning Xiaochuan, her palm seemed to be made of silver, and patted the back of Ning Xiaochuan's brain. Ning Xiaochuan's body immediately sank, fell to the ground, took out the Zhenwu bow and Zhenwu arrow, pulled the golden bow into a full moon, and a golden on dozens of meters long flew out of the bow string, hit the silver armor woman's chest, and knocked the silver armor woman out. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan immediately shot a second arrow, which was not aimed at the silver armor woman, but at the prince of the emperor in the distance. Previously, Ning Xiaochuan's knife wounded the crown prince of the emperor. If he hadn't mastered half of the supreme king's instrument, he must have died under that knife. Bang! Zhenwu arrow hit the crown prince's chest, and a powerful force wave passed through the dragon armor to the crown prince's body, breaking the crown prince's internal organs. Wow! The emperor's crown prince spit out a mouthful of blood, staring at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance with a venomous look in his eyes. Damn! He lifted half of the bronze halberd again, burst into a dragon speed, and instantly impulsive in front of Ning Xiaochuan, a halberd stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan blocked the emperor's blade horizontally in front of his chest to block the angry blow of the emperor's crown prince. The power in the emperor's crown prince seemed endless, pressing Ning Xiaochuan back. The crown prince is ready to work hard. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel the power from the bronze halberd. As long as his power can't stop the bronze halberd, in a flash, his heart will be pierced by the bronze halberd. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt a silver figure behind him, which was the woman in silver armor. Wow! The woman in silver armor took out the saber on her waist, and a piece of silver brilliance emanated from the scabbard, with a breath of death, and cut it into Ning Xiaochuan's neck behind her head. Silver carp knife, an inferior supreme weapon, is very close to the intermediate supreme weapon. You can't retreat anymore. If you retreat again, you will die by the knife of the silver armor woman. Ning Xiaochuan bit his teeth hard, and the evil fire rushed out of his body and wrapped his body. He controlled the flame, swam along the bronze halberd towards the crown prince, and wrapped the crown prince's body. Wow! The crown prince of the emperor suddenly burned. Although the crown prince of the emperor is wearing dragon armor, he can still clearly feel the heat from the outside of the armor. That dragon cub was in direct contact with the infernal fire, which was like being refined by the infernal fire, and could only be supported bitterly. Fortunately, it is a dragon cub with strong physique, which can't be compared with other dragon families. Otherwise, it would have been burned to ashes by the demon fire. The dragon armor on the crown prince of the emperor was burned red, as if it was about to melt. As a last resort, the crown prince of the emperor can only immediately take back the bronze halberd, step back, and quickly put out the demon flame on his body. Just as the emperor's crown prince hurriedly extinguished the demon fire, Ning Xiaochuan immediately moved out and narrowly avoided the light of the silver armor woman's knife. Only a little short, Ning Xiaochuan's neck was about to be cut off by the knife light, which was almost breathtaking. Ning Xiaochuan and our Tianshu Empire are enemies. You are dead. The silver-clad woman clenched her teeth, and her body erupted with extreme cold power. The temperature in the air fell rapidly. Before long, the whole Yunxiao mountain became an iceberg. In the distance, the strong of the Holy Land of Light has rushed to surround Yunxiao mountain. There are 3 of the 9 hall masters of the Holy Land of Light, and each of them is an existence of supreme cultivation, just like 3 bright stars standing under the night sky. An old man with a magic wand came out. He was the lord of the law enforcement hall. He said coldly, "Who dares to make trouble in the Holy Land of Light? If you don't stop, don't blame our merciless hand in the Holy Land of Light." Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Jia women didn't mean to stop, but fought more fiercely. The woman in silver armor pointed her sword at the sky, and a silver knife light rushed up, breaking through the clouds and straight into the sky. Boom! Above the sky, thunder and lightning, falling a basin of hail. A huge iceberg fell upside down from the clouds and suppressed towards the top of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan felt great pressure, and those masters of Guanming Holy Land had also rushed towards Yunxiao mountain. Looking at their posture, they were ready to use force to forcibly suppress Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Jia woman and the crown prince of the emperor. If you let the masters of Guanming Holy Land enter Yunxiao mountain, you will never have a chance to kill the crown prince of the emperor. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were extremely firm, and he shouted, "Xinglua Shanhai Array." At the periphery of Yunxiao mountain, 36,000 pieces of ground product basalt buried by Ning Xiaochuan rotate at the same time, absorbing the power of stars in the sky and turning into a large array of the sky. Within 100 miles, it seems to become a sea of stars, and countless light spots are suspended in the void, emitting bright brilliance. As soon as the strong of the bright Holy Land rushed over, they were all blocked back by the Xinglua Shanhai array. They were like hitting an iron wall. Many people were bruised and couldn't break through the front line. "Get out of the way. It's just an array, just trying to stop me." The law enforcement lord of the Holy Land of Light was extremely angry. "I dare to kill people in the Holy Land of Light, and I don't pay much attention to the Holy Land of Light. Whoever this man is, he must be executed. Otherwise, who will pay attention to the Holy Land of Light in the future?" The lord of the law enforcement hall flew to the edge of the Xinglua Shanhai array, read a series of magic formulas in his mouth, and the magic wand in his hand suddenly hit the Xinglua Shanhai array. Wow! In an instant, the Xinglua Shanhai array was torn out, opening a narrow star road. The lord of the law enforcement hall rushed directly into the Xinglua God Sea array, and flew quickly in the direction of Yunxiao mountain along the narrow star road. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the Xinglua Divine Sea array, and the star road opened by the lord of the law enforcement hall immediately collapsed. Not good. The head of the law enforcement hall shouted out in his heart. Seeing the surging force, it was like a piece of stars hitting him. What a powerful array. The lord of the law enforcement hall immediately retreated and finally escaped from the Xinglua Shanhai array before the Xinglu completely collapsed. The lord of the law enforcement hall wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and shouted in secret, "It was dangerous. The heart of the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall had not completely sunk. Suddenly, a silver figure flew out of the Xinglua Shanhai array and hit the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall severely. This silver figure is naturally the silver armor woman in the ninth realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan finally defeated the silver armor woman after mobilizing the Xinglua Shanhai array. The silver armor woman's silver knife of the supreme level was broken into two sections, one of which was pinched in her hand, and the other had been refined by the emperor's blade. The silver armor woman's waist and abdomen were cut, leaving a bloody wound. However, she seemed to be unaware of the pain, and killed again in the Xinglua Shanhai array, trying to save the crown prince. Ning Xiaochuan's means are too terrible. Once the power of the array is mobilized, even the nine heavenly venerable is not his opponent. Although the crown prince of the emperor is also very strong, he is much worse than Ning Xiaochuan. In case the crown prince of the emperor dies in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan, the royal family really has no hope of rising again. Girl, just stay outside and don't get involved. The Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall advised. Get out. The woman in silver armor drank in a deep voice. Tonight, the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall was also in a very bad mood. When he was shouted by the silver armor woman, his anger immediately erupted. Tonight is messy enough. Give me some peace. The Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall made a deep roar, and with a soul-calming force in his voice, he stretched out an old white hand and suppressed the silver armor woman in his palm. Although the Law Enforcement Hall Lord and the silver armor woman are both the realm of the nine heavenly venerable, the cultivation of the Law Enforcement Hall Lord is much higher than that of the silver armor woman, and it is not a power level at all. Therefore, the Law Enforcement Lord can suppress the silver armor woman with just one blow. The same is the nine heavenly venerable, and the strength gap is also quite large. Just like those geniuses who are difficult to meet for thousands of years, if they cultivate to the ninth realm of heaven and man, I'm afraid it's not difficult to deal with 10 ordinary nine heavenly lords with the power of one person. Being able to become the leader of the Law Enforcement Temple of Guangming Holy Land is naturally not an ordinary monk. When young, they are at least the top 10 geniuses of the younger generation of Guangming Holy Land. It's a powerful array, which is very similar to an ancient array in the period of apotheosis. It seems to be Xinglua Shanhai array. However, this Xinglua Shanhai array is also too simple. In the distance, a man in a black robe, stepping on the void, slowly came towards Yunxiao Mountain. This man, who looks only in his 20s, always has a vicious smile on his face, a purple gourd hanging around his waist, and a fist-sized monkey sitting on his shoulder. Although he is also a disciple of Guangming Holy Land, he is completely different from other disciples, and his body exudes a gloomy breath, which is like a person in an evil way. Everything, once close to him within a foot, will automatically become dust. Even if the light shines within a foot of him, it will be swallowed by him. It's so weird. The Law Enforcement Hall Lord and the other 2 Hall Lords, seeing the black-robed man, showed a dignified look in their eyes and retreated a few steps slightly. How did you let him out? The Lord of Law Enforcement whispered. The Battle of Yunxiao Mountain has already startled the heirs of all the Holy Lands. All of them stood in the distance and wanted to see how the Holy Land of Light could clean up the current situation. When the man in black appeared, all the monks talked. He is the Son of God in the Holy Land of Light, Moi. It is said that this son is very rebellious, and the old people of Guangming Holy Land don't like him. However, his talent is extraordinary, and he has developed a kind of evil scripture himself. Looking at the momentum he shows now, it is likely that he has broken through to the realm of real people. Reality? How can it be? How old is he? It took 400 years for the contemporary leader of Guangming Holy Land to break through the reality. Generally speaking, after the birth of the new generation of God's Son, the previous generation of God's Son will live in seclusion in the depths of the Holy Land, concentrate on cultivation, and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Holy Land. The Son of God, the last generation of the Holy Land of Light, actually appeared, and may have entered the realm of human beings, causing a huge shock to other monks of the Holy Land. Today Monday, Lao Jiao sincerely asked for a reward to hit the sales list. Standing in the center of Xinglua Shanhai array, Ning Xiaochuan also felt a frightening breath. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the distance, just opposite Mo Ye's 4 eyes. Mo Ye's pupils, like 2 black holes, sent out a strange and cold breath, with a shallow evil smile on the corners of his mouth. Just standing on the periphery of the array, he has made the Xinglua Shanhai array sway constantly, as if it would break at any time. What a terrible strong man, is he a real person? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the crown prince not far away, and his heart was very unwilling. The crown prince of the emperor has been badly hit. As long as you hit him again, you can take his life. However, if Ning Xiaochuan insists on killing the crown prince of the emperor, he must be attacked by the Son of God on the Holy Land of Guanming. With the powerful cultivation of the Son of God of the generation on the Holy Land of Light, even if it is just a hit, I'm afraid it will cause the destructive power of the earth to collapse. Forget it. Today, the crown prince of the emperor will die. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, waved the emperor's blade, like a long knife blood moon, and chopped it down toward the crown prince's head. It's over. How dare you do it? Qua qua. Just as Ning Xiaochuan waved his knife and cut down, Mo Yi, who was standing outside the Xinglua Shanhai array, followed suit and broke the Xinglua Shanhai array with a handprint. The fingerprints hit Ning Xiaochuan above his head. That handprint hasn't fallen yet. Ning Xiaochuan's blood all over his body seems to freeze and can't flow. Moreover, his body was fixed in the void and completely unable to move. The crown prince of the emperor was wearing a tattered dragon armor, stained with blood, and his long hair was messy on his shoulders. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan, who was set in the void, he laughed wildly. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Today, you can't kill me, and in the future, you will be brutally retaliated by me. The first thing to die is your sister. And your family in Yulan Empire, all must die. The crown prince of the emperor sent out a ferocious laugh. He knew that Ning Xiaochuan would never kill him if there was a real person coming from the Holy Land of Light. He has investigated the origin of Ning Xiaochuan and knows that Ning Xiaochuan came to a primary 5-level civilization Yulan Empire. He can't help Ning Xiaochuan, but he can kill his relatives and friends. All people related to Ning Xiaochuan will die. Even if you don't kill those people, you can use them to threaten Ning Xiaochuan. Find. Die. Ning Xiaochuan squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. The Xingyu Yang qi that had been suppressed by him in his blood immediately burst out, filled his whole body, and made a brilliant sound in his body. In his body, Yang qi was boiling and his body was burning, even breaking through the power of Mo Ye's palm print. Poof. The emperor's blade cut through the crown prince's neck, and a head immediately flew up, rushing 3-foot-high blood columns into his neck. The head of the crown prince of the emperor flew in the air, and his eyes still looked frightened. He didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan should break through the power suppression of a real person, and he was very unwilling until the moment of death. Prince. Outside the Xinglua Shanhai array, the silver armor woman gave a heart-rending cry. Seeing the death of the crown prince in front of her, her expectations were mercilessly torn apart, and then fell into endless despair. The most outstanding heir of the Tianshu Empire, the crown prince of the emperor, who can be called a young god, was strangled in the cradle. He died before he grew up. If the crown prince of the emperor does not die, he will probably become a sub-god in the future, which will shock the world. However, when his head was cut off, it meant that a Tianjia fell, and the whole north Jiangdu will definitely be shocked by it. The crown prince of the emperor is incredibly dead. He is one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, representing the top combat power of the young generation in northern Xinjiang. Is there only 6 stars of the Big Dipper left in northern Xinjiang in the future? Maybe. There will be other geniuses who will fill his vacancy. After all, the most important thing in this world is genius. Who is the person who killed the crown prince of the emperor? Is it the killer of the killing list? The old devil of the demon gate? All the monks of the Holy Land were shocked and shocked. You know, this is the Holy Land of Light. Can you kill a holy sun in a holy land? Except that the killers of the killing list have made such great achievements, other monks have never had such ability and courage. It can be said that the Holy Land of Light lost its face. The face of the Lord of the 3 main halls was gloomy, and he hated to gnash his teeth. He wanted to tear the man with the golden ghost mask to pieces and frustrate his bones. Interesting. Mo Ye's evil chi was heavier, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and his body sent out a cold chill. He slowly stretched out a finger and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan's head. After killing the crown prince, Ning Xiaochuan took away the half-bronze halberd and immediately ran underground. However, as soon as Ning Xiaochuan escaped to the ground, he felt a breath of death coming from above his head, which made his whole body cold, as if he would be killed immediately. If you continue to dive underground, you will die no matter how deep you dive. Fight. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped, gathered the power of the Xingluo god Ray, gathered all into the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and cut off above his head with a knife. Boom! The whole Yunshao mountain burst open. In the hinterland of Yunshao mountain, a dazzling white light rushed out and spread out in all directions. The 36,000 pieces of ground basalt that make up the Xingluo Shanhai array burst and turned into particles of light. When the light dispersed, people saw that the whole Yunshao mountain was razed to the ground, fragmented, and the ground was torn out of thousands of kilometers of ground cracks, with countless light spots flashing between heaven and earth. The scene was so spectacular that it was like a battle between gods. The man is dead? The Lord of Law Enforcement asked. Mo Ye frowned slightly and said, No, I escaped into a vein of the earth under the ground. Although I'm not dead, I'm also seriously injured, and it's not far from death. I'll leave the next thing to you, and I'm going to reply to the leader immortal. After saying this, Mo Ye went away. The Lord of Law Enforcement Hall, the Lord of Etiquette Hall, the Lord of Meritorious Service Hall, and the 3 hall lords had nothing to do but watch Mo Ye leave. Although Mo Ye is their younger generation, Mo Ye's cultivation has entered the realm of real people. These elders are not qualified to let him continue to fight and hunt down the demon sect masters who escaped into the vein of the earth. The friar of the law enforcement hall listened to the order and followed me into the earth to pursue and kill that demon master. The lord of the law enforcement hall took the lead in rushing into the ground, entering the vein of the earth, and went to hunt down Ning Xiaochuan. The master of law enforcement hall rushed into the ground from all directions. One of the remaining 2 hall masters, with a large group of inner sect disciples, inquired in the whole bright holy land to find out the identity of the demon sect master. The other temple lord stayed to deal with the aftermath. After all, the turbulence caused tonight is too great. Many arrays in the Holy Land have been destroyed and must be repaired immediately. What? That man is Ning Xiaochuan? The hall master stared at the silver armor woman in shock, then shook his head and said, It's impossible. Ning Xiaochuan is just a spirit son of your Chandi mountain. How can he be so powerful? He can catch a real person and not die, even if I don't have that ability. What's more, he's just a hairy boy. The silver armor woman cut gold and cut iron and said, He is definitely Ning Xiaochuan, not an expert of the demon sect. If you don't believe it, you can check the list of monks who have entered the Holy Land of Light in the past 2 days. Ning Xiaochuan must have come to the Holy Land of Light. Although the Lord of the Hall of Transmission didn't believe it, he still ordered people to check it. Soon there was a result. An inner disciple bowed down and said, Tell the temple lord that in the past 2 days, there is no record of Ning Xiaochuan entering the Holy Land of Light. Impossible. The silver armor woman said again, what about earlier? That inner sect disciple knew that the silver armor woman was a nine-heaven venerable, and he was very respectful to her. I report back to the elder that all monks who came to the bright Holy Land have records. Ning Xiaochuan did not come to the bright Holy Land, and earlier, there was no record. The hall master breathed a sigh of relief and said, that person must not be Ning Xiaochuan. How can there be such an abnormal person in the young generation? The crown prince of the emperor is already the top existence of the young generation. The person who can kill him is definitely the old generation of the demon sect. This kind of big demon is cruel and dangerous, so we must find him as soon as possible. Don't worry, the temple lord. The holy door has been closed, and that great demon will not escape from the Holy Land of Light. The inner disciple said. The silver armor woman is absolutely sure that the person with the golden ghost mask is Ning Xiaochuan. However, the preacher elder didn't believe it, and she had no choice at all. She had no choice but to catch Ning Xiaochuan herself and avenge the crown prince. With the help of Xinglua Shenhai and the power of Emperor's Blade, Ning Xiaochuan hit Moyi hard. Although it was just a hit made by a real person at will, it still seriously injured Ning Xiaochuan and almost died. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed a 3-turn Huanyang pill in his mouth. Sanchuan Huanyang pill is worthy of being a human-level healing pill. In an instant, Ning Xiaochuan's trauma was completely healed. Even if it was internal injury, it was better for 2 or 3 layers. This life-saving pill will have to be refined more in the future. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. The earth vein at the bottom of the Holy Land of Light is very strong, surging and surging, just like an underground or ancient river. A main earth vein can produce countless branches. Moreover, there is more than one earth vein under the ground of Guangming Holy Land, which is like an underground maze, making Ning Xiaochuan lose his way soon. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't escape. Behind him came the cold voice of the silver armor woman. Not good. Catch up. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't care so much. He rushed to the ground immediately, and soon rushed out of the ground and appeared in a cold room. It was extremely cold, like an ice cave. Ning Xiaochuan just breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the silver armor woman didn't catch up. Suddenly, my body tightened, and there was someone in the ice cave. Is there anyone? It must be a monk in the Holy Land of Light. Ning Xiaochuan looked behind him with an uneasy mood, and saw a beautiful woman sitting on the colorful ice bed not far away, practicing. No, it's not a woman, it's a man. Hua Qinglian is sitting in the center of the colorful ice bed, with a spotless white robe, delicate skin like a woman, black and shiny long hair falling naturally, and 5 illusory figures appear behind him. Everyone looks exactly like him. The multicolored ice bed under the body is like a huge multicolored stone with irregular shape. It is obviously a naturally long god stone. This dark ice stone house is located in the hinterland of the Holy Land of Light. Only core disciples can come into practice. Ning Xiaochuan rushed out from the ground and didn't expect to break into the hinterland of Guangming holy soil. Fortunately, Hua Qinglian was the person who practiced in the Xianbing stone house. If he changed to another master of Guangming holy soil, Ning Xiaochuan would be dead today. Feeling that someone broke into the Xianbing stone house, Hua Qinglian, who was originally practicing, suddenly opened her eyes, cold as frost, making the Xianbing stone house even colder. If you dare to break into my cultivation place, you will die. With a wave of his sleeve, the white magic wand inserted on the colorful ice bed immediately flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's robe was puffed up by the cold wind. He immediately took off the ghost mask on his face and said, "Wait a minute. Brother Hua, it's me." Hua Qinglian saw the pale face under the golden ghost mask, and her eyes coagulated slightly. She immediately took back the white magic wand, and her body flew from the colorful ice bed and fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan. She was surprised and concerned. "Young Master Ning, what's the matter with you? How long did you come to the Holy Land of Light, and why didn't you come to me?" It's a long story. Cough. Ning Xiaochuan covered his chest, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood in his mouth, and his face became more pale. The power of Sanjuan Huanyang pill only pulled Ning Xiaochuan back from the gate of death. His internal injury did not heal, and he was seriously injured. The power of that real person ran around Ning Xiaochuan's body, destroying his blood and attacking Wu Daoxing Palace. Only by completely dissolving the residual strength of the real person can the injury be healed. How easy is it to dissolve the power of real people? Are you hurt? Hua Qinglian stretched out a slender jade catkin and held Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was originally badly hurt, but when Hua Qinglian came close, he smelled a faint fragrance on Hua Qinglian, like a woman's body fragrance. In my mind, I immediately thought of what the bright saint had said. Ning Xiaochuan shivered all over, resisted the injury, gently pushed Hua Qinglian away, and smiled. It doesn't matter, it's just a slight injury, and the injury has been suppressed by me. God. When a man has a woman's heart and is more beautiful than a woman, it is really a very fatal thing. The key is that he is also very concerned about Ning Xiaochuan. He once risked his life to help Ning Xiaochuan out of the siege at the expense of offending the ghost-raising family. If he really has a woman's heart, a woman can be a man, even regardless of life. The relationship is absolutely extraordinary. Ning Xiaochuan deliberately avoided Hua Qinglian and walked outside the Xianbing stone house, saying, "I killed the crown prince of the emperor, and now the monks of the whole bright holy land are looking for me. If I stay here, it will only affect you, and I have to leave immediately. Just stay here and recuperate. After the injury recovers, if you want to leave, I will never stop you." Hua Qinglian's body moved, and with a flash of white light, she stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Hua Qinglian's black hair and long hair move with the wind, and her facial features are soft. 2 slender eyebrows are as thin as willow leaves, and a pair of beautiful crystal eyes. Each eyelash is clearly visible. Her lips are not as broad as men, but very delicate and ruddy. The originally white skin, set off by the white robe on the body, is simply like a flawless white jade. At ordinary times, Hua Qinglian wears her hair on her head. Everyone will only think that he is a woman disguised as a man, and the temptation is not so strong. However, at the moment, Hua Qinglian didn't have her hair tied, and her long hair was falling. In addition to her flat chest, it was so beautiful that it was suffocating, leaving people's brain blank. Who would think he was a man? Ning Xiaochuan insisted on leaving for more reasons, or to avoid Hua Qinglian. It's really terrible. If you continue to stay with him, Ning Xiaochuan is afraid that his view of mate selection will change seriously. However, before Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the Xianbing stone house, a large number of footsteps came from outside, and a large number of monks appeared outside the Xianbing stone house, surrounding the whole Xianbing stone house. This is it. I saw Ning Xiaochuan break into the Xianbing stone house with my own eyes. The woman in silver armor held a war knife in her hand and stared at the stone gate cut on the cliff. Inside the stone gate is the Xianbing stone house. The stone gate, 9 feet high, is carved with ancient and mysterious array patterns, and a huge stone eagle stands on both sides. 2 old men in white robes, as thin as firewood, sat cross-legged on the top of the stone eagle. The old man on the left stood up and said, "Your Highness, the Son of God, is practicing in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb. The 2 elders are the guardians of the Son of Light. You'd better open the stone gate immediately, otherwise, the Son of God of Light may be in danger." Silver armor woman cold voice way. She chased to the ground from the earth vein under the ground. It is certain that Ning Xiaochuan was definitely hiding in the Xianbing stone house. Nonsense, His Highness, the Son of God, is extremely cultivated. Who can hurt him? The old man standing on the top of the stone eagle said in a deep voice. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to take advantage of Ning Xiaochuan's injury and completely get rid of Ning Xiaochuan, so she ignored the obstruction of the two elders and walked directly in the direction of Sherman. Godson's closed place, how can you mess? The stone eagle under the two old men came to life at the same time, revealing a pair of red eagle eyes, and made a sharp cry in his mouth, which rang through the night sky. Two stone eagles, stretching out their sharp claws, rushed at the silver armor woman at the same time. Bang! Bang! The woman in silver armor directly slapped two stone eagles flying, hit them on the cliff, and smashed two huge pits. Blocks of 10,000 gene boulders fell from the top of the cliff, making a continuous roar. Two stone eagles are also inlaid on the cliff. Damn! Your Excellency doesn't pay much attention to the Holy Land of Light. The two old men soared up, each playing magic powers, and attacked the silver armor woman to stop her pace. The two elders have a very high position in the Holy Land of Light, and they are both strong in the seventh realm of heaven and man. However, the silver armor woman was more powerful, her eyes were like electricity, and her momentum was like an unbreakable holy mountain. A strong vitality rushed out of her body. The two elders were shocked out by her before they got close to her body. Bang! The silver armor woman hit the stone gate with a fist, and circles of white array light came out from the stone gate, blocking the silver armor woman's fist for a moment. After a moment. Boom! The stone gate, 9 feet high, was torn apart, and even the array on the stone gate was completely torn to pieces, revealing a deep, dark, cold hole. Without any hesitation, the woman in silver armor walked into the cave step by step with a war knife in her hand. A moment later, a loud noise came out of the cave. I saw a dazzling multicolored divine light in the cave, which was like turning into a multicolored light column, which shook the silver armor woman back constantly and stopped until she withdrew from the cave. She looked into the cave with some astonishment. What a powerful cultivation! Previously, in her view, the crown prince of the emperor was the most powerful person of the younger generation. Other monks of the same generation can't even take a move from the crown prince. Even if they are masters of the older generation, few people can compete with the crown prince. However, Ning Xiaochuan was born strong and killed the crown prince. She thought that Ning Xiaochuan was invincible in the younger generation. However, now there is another bright god, whose combat power is not under Ning Xiaochuan. It is really a general trend of genius to rise at the same time. There is a strong hand in the strong, and one mountain is still high. No one dares to say that he can be invincible. Hua Qinglian's body radiated colorful spiritual light, walked out of the cave, stood straight, stared at the silver armor woman not far away, and said, "Only the core disciples can enter the forbidden area of the Holy Land of Light. Who are you? How dare you rush here? The Lord of Law Enforcement Hall and the Lord of Martial Arts Hall, don't you take this person down?" The Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall stepped forward and said, "Son of God, this Taoist friend Xia is an elder of Tiandi Mountain and is here to catch the demon head of the demon gate." Hua Qinglian interrupted his words and said, "The elder of Tiandi Mountain can break into the forbidden area of Guangming Holy Land. Besides, this is Guangming Holy Land. Even if we want to capture the demon head of the demon gate, it should also be captured by our friars of Guangming Holy Land. Can't even a demon head be captured in such a large law enforcement hall, and we need to ask an outsider to help? Do you want me to report to Mingzhong Immortal and ask him to do it himself?" The head of the law enforcement hall broke into a cold sweat on his forehead and said, "No, no, it's all my dereliction of duty, which disturbed the cultivation of His Highness the Son of God. I'll take people away now. Please don't tell the leader Immortal. Everyone, follow me to pursue the demon head of the demon gate." "Wait a minute." Hua Qinglian looked at the silver armor woman and said in a cold voice, this man not only broke into the forbidden area of the Holy Land of Light, but also injured my 2 Dharma guardians. He was so bold that he didn't pay attention to the Holy Land of Light at all. As the Lord of the Law Enforcement Temple, don't you know how to enforce the law? The Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The practice of the silver armor woman has indeed violated the code of the Holy Land of Light and should be dealt with. However, after all, she is an elder of Tiandi Mountain and has a high position. If she is really punished, won't she offend Tiandi Mountain? The silver armor woman gave Guangming Shenxi a cold look. Now she is completely sure that Guangming Shenxi was deliberately shielding Ning Xiaochuan. But why did he do this? Does it have anything to do with killing the crown prince of the emperor? Thinking of this possibility, the woman in silver armor was shocked into a cold sweat. If the Son of God of Light is also involved in the killing of the crown prince of the emperor, then the whole Holy Land of Light is hard to get rid of. Is the death of the crown prince of the emperor also related to the Holy Land of Light? Otherwise, why can't so many strong people in Guangming Holy Land catch Ning Xiaochuan? There is only one reason why Guangming Holy Land did this. It must be for the dragon cub and the half of the Supreme King's weapon. That half of the Supreme King's wear has been taken away by Ning Xiaochuan. The dragon cub died under Ning Xiaochuan's knife, but Ning Xiaochuan had no time to take the dragon yuan. That dragon yuan must have been taken away by the people of Guangming Holy Land. If so, then the Holy Land of Light is too dark. I can't stay here long, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be killed by the Holy Land of Light. The silver armor woman thought so. After 12 o'clock, there is another chapter. However, it's estimated that it's too late. Please rest early and watch it tomorrow morning. After all, the silver armor woman is a 9-heaven venerable. No matter her cultivation or her identity in Tiandi Mountain, the bright Holy Land can't really deal with her. The Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall, the silver armor woman, and the core disciples of the Holy Land of Light, all withdrew, and Hua Qinglian also returned to the Xianbing stone house. However, there was no one in the Xianbing stone house. Just now, when he restrained the monks outside, Ning Xiaochuan had taken the opportunity to leave. On the cold stone wall, there are 2 words. Thank you very much. Hua Qinglian's mouth tilted slightly, and with a wave of her arm, she erased the 2 words on the cold stone wall. Then he sat on the colorful ice bed again and began to practice again. In the Holy Land of Light, the most sacred and solemn place is definitely the Mingjing Palace, where the real person in charge of teaching lives. At this moment, the Guangming sect was sitting on the altar at the top of the Mingjing Palace. The altar was made of unknown materials, emitting purple and white-black light. Standing in the hall, looking from a distance, I can only see an old figure, white hair and white beard floating like Xian silk, but I can't see his true face. Mo Yi walked into Mingjing Palace, stood in the most central position with his hands on his back, with an evil light in his eyes, and there was no respectful attitude. The crown prince of the emperor is dead, and the person who killed the crown prince of the emperor has also escaped. Why let the man escape? Guangming Palm teaches Tao. If he can take my blow, it means he is qualified to live. Mo Ye's mouth was slightly hooked. Guangming sect frowned gently and said, "Did you find out the identity of that person?" Mo Dao, I found out. It's a young man with a supreme imperial instrument in his hand. His talent is not under Hua Qinglian, but the one who came to Tiandi Mountain. It really shouldn't be killed. It really should let him go. Offending a phoenix is not good for the Holy Land of Light. Guangming Palm teaches Tao. Mo Xia smiled and said, "Did you just let me deal with a young man who just came out of the cottage?" Guangming Palm taught, the earth vein began to wither, and the rate of withering was quite fast. This sentence taught by Guangming Palm made Mo Yi put away the smile on his face and become more serious than ever. Mo Evil Way, which earth vein? The main vein of the Holy Land of Light is also the dragon vein of the Holy Land of Light. If the dragon vein withers, there will be great disaster. In recent days, I'm afraid the Holy Land of Light will encounter unprecedented catastrophe. If it fails, the Holy Land will be destroyed. The voice of Guanming Palm is very calm. Everyone can imagine that his heart can never be calm. Like a prophet, he had predicted that the end was coming. Mo evil way, since the signs of disaster have appeared, you can't escape even if you escape. There is another thing, Yu Ji brought back a message that the demon emperor of Tianming was using the north. The Terrans in Xinjiang offered sacrifices to the demon god and wanted to cast the flesh of the secondary god. This is not a trivial matter. Tonight, you go down the mountain and go to Demengza to find out what the demon family is planning. If the news is true, I will immediately send the message to the Middle-earth world. This matter is related to the life and death of the whole Tianshu continent. I believe that the Middle-earth world will never stand by watch. By the way, you can adjust a hidden sect, Xingqiu sect. Xingqiu sect. Mo Yi read a sentence and retreated. Ning Xiaochuan didn't disturb anyone. After returning to his residence in the Holy Land of Light, he immediately set up a simple sound insulation array, and then began to heal. Previously, he fought with a real person in the Holy Land of Light, and the injury was almost fatal. Although he took the 3-turn Huanyang pill and saved his life, there was still a ray of immortal qi invading his body and constantly attacking Ning Xiaochuan's blood and Wu Daoxing palace. If you can't thoroughly refine that ray of immortal qi, Ning Xiaochuan's injury will never heal, but will become more and more serious. Destroy the world demon fire, refine it for me. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes tightly and gathered all his mind into his body. The exterminator cremated into very thin silk threads, shuttling through Ning Xiaochuan's blood, chasing and intercepting that wisp of real gas. Finally, the air of a real person was contained. Ning Xiaochuan just breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to slowly refine the real breath, but something happened again. The Xingyu Yang qi that was originally suppressed in Ning Xiaochuan's blood burst out crazily and bumped around in Ning Xiaochuan's body, which was almost like bursting Ning Xiaochuan's body. You know, the amount of Xingyu Yang qi absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan is 20 times that of Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny Bai. 90% of Xingyu's Yang qi was suppressed in his blood, ready to spend time slowly refining. No one thought that a ray of immortal qi actually invaded the body, stimulating the Xingyu Yang qi to become violent immediately, as if to burn Ning Xiaochuan to ashes. The spirit of Yu Yang continued to move down, filling Ning Xiaochuan's lower abdomen. It's over. One wave is not even, another wave rises. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, sat on the ground, and worked hard to refine the qi of human beings, while suppressing the spirit of God Yu Yang. At this time, as long as he is a little distracted, he will die without residue. However, it was at this time that the accident happened again. A graceful cyan figure, unexpectedly floating in from the outside, with a charming fragrance, is simply like a beautiful ghost in the night. After seeing the woman who broke into his room, Ning Xiaochuan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, trying to keep calm, and said, "Who are you? Dare to break into this child's room, do you want to die?" Tang Xiaoqiao stood not far from Ning Xiaochuan, gently touched his pointed chin. A pair of attractive star eyes looked at Ning Xiaochuan, his voice was full of magnetism, and smiled. "Ning Xiaochuan, do you want to continue to install it?" She had seen through it. Ning Xiaochuan's heart sank again, no longer pretending, and said, "Even the Saint of Light didn't find my true identity." "How did you find it?" "Guess." "Hee hee." Tang Shuyao was wearing a light blue dress with a white jade belt and 2 breasts. The peak is very full and round, because the chest is very low, you can clearly see the attractive gully between the 2 peaks. She kept a certain distance from Ning Xiaochuan and did not get close to the past. Obviously, she also tabooed Ning Xiaochuan's strong cultivation and dared not get too close to Ning Xiaochuan. guess? At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is trying his best to refine the qi of human beings, suppress the surging spirit of God Yu Yang in his body, and he can't move at all. If Tang Shuyao walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan at this time and slapped Ning Xiaochuan on the head, Ning Xiaochuan would never be able to fight back. Ning Xiaochuan can only pretend to be relaxed and pretend to be practicing, hoping to deceive Tang Shuyao. At the same time, he can only delay time as much as possible at this time. Tang Shuyao's figure was very hot, and he laughed like a silver bell. He walked to the bed not far away, and half lay on it enchanting and seductive. He laughed and said, "When I was outside the holy gate, I guessed that the so-called Ding Chuanqiu was actually you Ning Xiaochuan. After all, the man who cannot look at me right in the world, so far, I have only met you. Of course, at that time I was just guessing. But tonight, the tragic death of the crown prince in Yunshao Mountain made me more sure of my guess. Because in this world, only you will be desperate to kill the crown prince, and you also have the strength to kill the crown prince." "Oh. Ogawa, do you say I'm smart?" It has to be said that Tang Shuyao is indeed a beauty, a witch. Even if she just lies in bed and talks, the voice will lure the dead, and it will not pay for their lives. It is better than shouting. The sound of the bed is more attractive. If at ordinary times, Ning Xiaochuan can also mobilize the 7 orifices demon heart to resist her temptation with a strong will. However, Ning Xiaochuan has been seriously injured and his willpower has decreased a lot. In addition, his yang qi was too high and there was no place to vent, which was like a huge powder keg. However, Tang Shuyao had to make a candle and kept shaking around the powder keg. "Insist, we must insist." Ning Xiaochuan's clothes were almost soaked with sweat, and the heat under his stomach almost ignited the whole person. He tried to restrain himself, tried to change the topic, and said, "Tang Shuyao, has the 9-day saint died in your hands?" Tang Shuyao half lay on the bed, jade fingers gently playing with the long hair scattered on the bed, a pair of beautiful eyes narrowed like 2 crescent moons, and said with a smile, "Ouch. Ning Xiaochuan, you haven't hooked up with the bright saint, how can you still miss my senior sister?" Ning Xiaochuan was too lazy to explain so much to her, and his eyes said coldly, "If the 9-day saint really died in your hands, tonight, I will take your life." "Really? I'm so afraid. However, a great beauty, came to your room late at night, but you sat on the ground and didn't move. Do you want me to take the initiative first, or? In fact, you've been seriously injured and can't move at all?" Tang Shuyao's eyes are very charming. The 2 jade white peaks under her skirt shake slightly. It's rough. Few women are more talented than her. Ning Xiaochuan said coldly, "Then come and have a try." Tang Shuyao is suspicious. Ning Xiaochuan may have been seriously injured, so he came to investigate. Since she entered the room, Ning Xiaochuan didn't move, which made her more suspicious. However, Ning Xiaochuan's calm performance made her dare not rush. In case Ning Xiaochuan is deliberately seducing her, with her gratitude and resentment with Ning Xiaochuan, will Ning Xiaochuan let her go? Tang Shuyao was still a little uncertain about Ning Xiaochuan's reality. She walked down from the bed, bare a pair of crystal white jade feet, and was like a white kitten. With a fragrance, she walked behind Ning Xiaochuan, bowed down and put her lips next to Ning Xiaochuan's ears. He said softly, "In fact, when he cooperated with the crown prince, he just wanted to deal with my elder martial sister. You know, although my elder martial sister practices Buddhism, she practices killing Zen. If I don't take the initiative, I will definitely die in her hands in the future." Ning Xiaochuan felt 2 groups of soft and tight on his back, and Tang Shuyao's lips were almost close to his cheeks. The temptation from touch and hearing was like pulling people out of an endless abyss. Ning Xiaochuan tried to keep calm and told himself that this was just a means for Tang Shuyao to test him, saying, "What do you want to express?" "I just want to say, I can give you whatever elder martial sister can give you. I can also give you whatever elder martial sister can't give you. How about being my man? Tang Xiao's voice is charming and soft, with a ruddy and crystal lips, gently blowing a heat wave in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. A pair of soft, boneless jade hands slowly touched Ning Xiaochuan's neck, slid down, reached into his robe, completely hugged Ning Xiaochuan's chest, and the whole person was clinging to Ning Xiaochuan like cotton. Tang Xiao can clearly feel the heat on Ning Xiaochuan. Her lotus-like jade arms gently hold Ning Xiaochuan, which is like holding a human-shaped flame, to melt her. He. It turned out that you had already bathed. It's amazing that you deliberately restrained yourself when the fire burned your body. Tang Xiao's beautiful eyes are rippling, her smile is like smoke, and her soft lips gently touch Ning Xiaochuan's neck, stretching out a soft, warm and smooth fragrant tongue and constantly adding. A crisp feeling spread all over Ning Xiaochuan's body, like an electric shock, almost groaning. Sing. Why should you restrain yourself? It will hurt your body. Tang Xiao's delicate body moved forward towards Ning Xiaochuan's body, a pair of slender jade arms gently hooked Ning Xiaochuan's neck, almost completely squeezed himself in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, and a pair of huge soft meat constantly rubbed Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Her body is extremely soft, just like a mass of warm nephrite, full of elasticity, sitting down, trying to sit on Ning Xiaochuan. However, she just sat down and felt a hard and strong hard object, which made her slightly painful. Tang Xiao not only did not feel frightened but let out a tempting groan. A pair of beautiful phoenix eyes almost narrowed into a seam, and said, "Your mouth says you don't want it, but your body has already betrayed you." Tang Xiao's pair is slender, round and slender, and the skin on her legs is white and delicate, just like lanolin, perfect. She pulled her hand on her head, pulled out the purple gold hairpin of her hair, and her long soft hair fell down like a waterfall, full of femininity. A bright red lips kissed Ning Xiaochuan's lips, and Ning Xiaochuan's teeth opened with a small snake-like tongue directly into Ning Xiaochuan's mouth, with a faint fragrance. Tian's Hegio girl like Tang Xiao has long stopped eating grains, and takes lingquan and xiandan every day, or some lingsui treasures. Therefore, her saliva has no peculiar smell at all, but is particularly fresh and sweet, just like a sweet spring like honey. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan is crying bitterly. Even if he was not injured and not haunted by the spirit of Yang, it must be difficult to control him. What's more, his body was already too young, but he was also constantly seduced by Tang Xiao, a peerless witch. Let alone Ning Xiaochuan, I'm afraid even a saint will be moved, and the lifelong practice of a Taoist monk will be destroyed by her. Suddenly, at this time, the stout hot one in Ning Xiaochuan's crotch was pinched by Tang Xiao's delicate jade hand and gently stirred up and down. Ning Xiaochuan was convulsed all over. His body now was like a huge powder keg, but Tang Xiao was a burning candle. It happened that the candle caught the lead of the powder keg. Is this enough? Tang Xiao's red lips were separated from Ning Xiaochuan, and her eyelashes blinked, and she said softly, "I know that you have been seriously injured. If I want to kill you now, it is absolutely an easy thing. However, I don't want to kill you, but I want to give myself to you. I don't need to die, but I can still hold the beauty back, hee. Is there anything luckier in the world than this?" At this point, how can Tang Xiao not know that Ning Xiaochuan was seriously injured? However, killing Ning Xiaochuan is not good for her. On the contrary, it will bring great disaster to her. It's better to take this opportunity to rebuild the relationship with Ning Xiaochuan, and even make the relationship further. Ning Xiaochuan has the strength to kill the crown prince of the emperor, and can be called invincible in the younger generation. As long as he doesn't fall, he will become an arrogant hero in the future. Now, she naturally wants to catch Ning Xiaochuan and can't let others take the lead. Tang Xiao untied his belt, and his light blue long shirt and skirt fell from the room, revealing a white and fragrant delicate body. Under the bra, a pair of breasts appeared in the shape of a jade bowl, huge and surging. However, the jade waist was extremely slender, and there was no fat on the lower abdomen, only a lovely navel. Tonight, I will let you know that I know more about men than senior sister, and the taste is definitely better than senior sister. Hee hee. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan with her bitter and provocative eyes, then untied Ning Xiaochuan's trouser bag, held the hot one in her hands, buried her head, ups and downs, constantly huff and puff, and made an attractive sound of baji baji. After a while, she raised her head, and the jade finger gently wiped the glittering and translucent edge of her mouth with a charming smile. A pair of arms hooked Ning Xiaochuan's neck, his legs wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan's waist, and slowly sat down. At first, it was just a touch of water. The second time, he completely sat down, and the slender jade waist slowly moved. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that he had entered a warm, tight and narrow smothering path, and the Jiu Dang Jia in his body was frantically vented into Tang Xiao's body. The mighty spirit Jiu Dang Jia circulated around Ning Xiaochuan's body, and then entered Tang Xiao's body again. After a big week in Tang Xiao's body, it flowed into Ning Xiaochuan's body again. In such a cycle, with Tang Xiao's action, Jiu Dang Jia is also running continuously. Tang Xiao felt the terrifying heat that was going to burn her up when the spirit of Yu Yang first spewed into her body. Stimulated by that heat, the bath in her body. The fire was aroused, the snow-white skin turned pink, and the eyes were full of spring. Feeling, her mouth sent out an attractive and whirring cry, which unexpectedly made her completely lost in the comfortable. Jiu Dang Jia is in her body. After a big week, a part of Jiu Dang Jia is integrated into her blood, bones, and skin. Jiu Yang's air flow returned to Ning Xiaochuan's body, and then integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's blood, bones, skin, 5 internal organs and 6 fu organs. After running around their bodies, the Jiu Dang Jia will be weakened by 1 point. Ning Xiaochuan is also under less and less pressure. Finally, he can relax and try his best to refine the spirit of a real person. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan would also like to thank Tang Xiao. If it weren't for Tang Xiao's active dedication, tonight, Ning Xiaochuan would probably explode and die under the dual attack of the spirit of human beings and the spirit of God Jiu Yang. Perhaps, this is the divine providence. Tang Xiao wants to borrow his body to win over Ning Xiaochuan. However, she didn't expect that she saved Ning Xiaochuan's life instead. After an hour passed, the spirit of Yang in the two people's bodies finally fully integrated into their bodies. The intense exercise just now made Tang Xiao tired and stopped. She collapsed in Ning Xiaochuan's arms like a mass of spring mud, without any strength. A purplish-red lip trembled gently and gasped slightly. Ning Xiaochuan. What's the airflow in your body? It's so hot. I'm completely exhausted. Tang Xiao felt that her lower body was aching and ready to crack, and was about to prop up her legs and stand up from Ning Xiaochuan. However, Ning Xiaochuan's hand suddenly grabbed her waist and pressed her down again. Wheeze! Tang Xiao screamed in her mouth and shivered all over her body. You're so happy, I haven't started yet. Ning Xiaochuan directly picked up Tang Xiao, pressed him on the bed and began to crusade frantically. Don't, next time. Don't. I'm dying. Tang Xiao begged for mercy in a low voice. Previously, Ning Xiaochuan was suppressed by the immortal qi and Jiu Dang Jia in his body, and he couldn't move. He could only watch Tang Xiao give himself up. Now, the real qi in his body has been completely refined, and Jiu Dang Jia has also been integrated into their bodies. Tonight, Ning Xiaochuan held back a belly bath. Fire and anger completely burst out. Tang Xiao still wants to beg for mercy? It's not her the final say. Now that meet has happened. In terms of physical relationship, Ning Xiaochuan no longer continued to restrain himself, and completely vented everything on Tang Shuyao. The whole room fell into a fragrant fight. For a long time, Tang Shuyao's mouth was groaning at the beginning. Chant and beg for mercy. In the end, even the voice of begging for mercy could not be heard. Until a certain moment, her para began to tremble, and her mouth shouted again, "Dead. Dead. Dying." Then, after a spasm, she really fainted. The next morning, Ning Xiaochuan woke up first, sat up from the bed, and saw clothes, skirts, trousers, belts, brassieres, all thrown on the ground, everywhere. What happened last night? Ning Xiaochuan rubbed his temples and gradually recalled what happened last night. There is still a pool of crimson blood on the ground, which has not been dried up until now. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Tang Shuyao, who was sleeping next to her. Her skin was as white as fat, her long hair was messy, was half exposed, and there were still blood stains between her legs. It's really unexpected that a witch like Tang Shuyao is still a virgin. Ning Xiaochuan's recent slight tick, showing a trace of smile. Tang Shuyao's eyelashes gently vibrated twice, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and saw Ning Xiaochuan not far away, with a charming smile on her face. She said delicately, "Xiaochuan, my taste is good, or is it the taste of elder martial sister? Your senior sister and I have not reached this stage." Ning Xiaochuan's expression was positive, and he said solemnly, "Since you are my woman now, you must not seduce other men in the future, otherwise, I will make you miserable." "How dare I? I cleaned up so badly last night that people begged for mercy." "You're really a bad person," Tang Shuyao said with some bitterness. "His eyes are provocative, and he looks miserable." "Pa." Ning Xiaochuan slapped her plump and said, "I'm talking to you very seriously now." Tang Shuyao rubbed the painful, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, who do you think I am? If Tang Shuyao is really a fickle woman, will she still be a virgin?" Ning Xiaochuan naturally knows that Tang Shuyao just looks like a witch, but if a man really wants to take advantage of her, he may lose his life instead. It is for this reason that Ning Xiaochuan didn't accept her as a heart slave and planned to treat her as her own woman. "Spring and autumn child, are you in there?" Outside the door, the voice of the Saint of Light came. "Why is she here?" Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. If the bright saint rushed in and saw the scene in the house, what would it be? While Ning Xiaochuan was thinking hard about countermeasures, the door had been pushed open slowly by a beautiful jade hand. Last night, due to the death of the crown prince of the emperor, the Holy Land of Light caused a huge storm, shaking the whole Holy Land. The news even spread to major human civilization countries, which made many owners of cultivation aristocratic families feel afraid. The world has become more and more chaotic, and some people dare to break into the Holy Land to kill. Moreover, the murderer who killed the crown prince of the emperor also escaped, driving the elders and temple owners of the Holy Land of Light crazy. They suspected that the murderer was hidden among the heirs of the Holy Lands. The bright saint thought of the unknown Xingxiu sect Ding Chuanxiu at the first time. This person's cultivation is unfathomable, and his identity is also very mysterious. As soon as he arrived at the Holy Land of Light, the crown prince of the emperor was killed. What a coincidence! Therefore, she came to investigate the spring and autumn child personally. If he was really the big demon of the demon sect who killed the crown prince of the emperor, he must have been injured now. However, the moment she opened the door, she was completely stunned. The ground was full of messy clothes, including men's robes and women's bright corsets, while two naked men and women were lying on the bed. That man is the spring and autumn child. That woman is actually the spirit girl of Jiutian Pavilion, Tang Shuyao. How is this possible? For a moment, the Saint of Light forgot her purpose of coming here and was completely stunned. Originally, she had imagined countless possibilities, but there was no such scene in front of her. You know, when Ding Xiaochuan was outside the holy gate, he didn't even look at Tang Shuyao. However, just one night, they were already lying in the same bed. If they were just in bed, talking about the world's major events and discussing the philosophy of life, they would kill the Saint of Light and would not believe it. Ning Xiaochuan was a little embarrassed, and he had a feeling of being caught in bed. However, he still looked calm, pulled down the curtain, covered him and Tang Shuyao behind the curtain, and said, "Your Highness Saint, you should knock first." The Saint of Light originally wanted to quit immediately, but it suddenly occurred to her heart that now is not the best opportunity. The Saint of Light was afraid of being seen by people outside the room. She immediately closed the door and laid a sound barrier. Then she coagulated for a moment and adjusted her tone. "Kai Dao, young master Chuanqiu, when you save Yueji from the evil people of Yang sect, Yueji promised to make a promise to the young master. But since the young master Chuanqiu and Miss Tang are a pair, can Yueji take back the promise? Of course, Yueji will take out enough xianxue to make up for the saving grace of the young master Chuanqiu. After all, at that time, she promised to promise each other by example, more because she wanted to escape the control of Qian Biluo and Gong Sun 101st. It was really too impulsive, and she had long regretted it in her heart, but she didn't want to be a renegade person. This matter bothered her until she saw Ning Xiaochuan and Tang Shuyao lying in the same bed and finally knew what to do. Now is the best chance to refuse Ding Xiaochuan. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to embarrass the bright saint. Since she doesn't want to, it's okay. After all, a forced twist is not sweet. He was about to promise, but Tang Shuyao first opened his mouth, with a cunning light in her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, "Since the bright saint has promised to marry the spring and autumn child, it shows that the bright saint must have made a great determination at that time, and naturally can't go back. Although he has me now, I don't mind him marrying a concubine again." At this moment, Tang Shuyao's heart is very happy. It's great to master the handle of the Saint of Light. Ning Xiaochuan is honest and unwilling to force the bright saint, but she will not let go of the bright saint. If she can pull the bright saint into her own camp, it is equivalent to pulling the huge force of the bright holy land. What is xianxue? Holding the Saint of Light in your hands is the greatest wealth. Only by strengthening their own forces as much as possible can they stand more stable in the cultivation world. She is not only thinking about herself, but also Ning Xiaochuan. The greater the influence and strength of Ning Xiaochuan, the more she can rely on and help. Hearing this, the bright saint's eyebrow slightly coagulated and said, "Miss Tang, can your words represent the meaning of the spring and autumn child?" "Of course. I'm already his woman. Do you think I can speak for him? Besides, which man in the world would mind having another concubine like the bright saint? Your Highness, you are a person of cultivation, and you can't say what you say. Now, you suddenly want to repent. Do you have a crush on any other genius? Is it the son of the ninth ruins? Or the son of the king?" Tang Shuyao said with a smile. When Tang Shuyao talked with the Saint of Light, Ning Xiaochuan had taken out a suit of robes from the bracelet of heaven and earth, put them on his body, lifted a corner of the curtain and got out of bed. The bright saint stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Young Master Chuanqiu, do you really want to force others to overcome difficulties? Force people to be difficult?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't intend to force people to be difficult, but after hearing the words of the Saint of Light, he was a little unhappy. Because anyone can say this, but the Saint of Light can never say it. When she said this, it was like saying that Ning Xiaochuan was forcing her. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Your Highness, at the beginning, you took the initiative to promise each other by example. Now how can you say that I force others to face difficulties? This sentence is so unreasonable." "Yes, it's simply unreasonable. I've long heard that the Saint of Light is North. One of the best women of heaven in Xinjiang is the brightest pearl of the Holy Land of Light. She is icy and pure, with a fairy heart and bones, which people envy. However, when I saw her today, I didn't expect that there was a bitch who went back on her words and deceived others' feelings. Under the saint's temple, Tang Shuyao was ruthless in his words and wanted to force the Saint of Light to marry Ning Xiaochuan. Who do you say is a bitch? The bright saint's eyes were cold, and a bronze dragon needle appeared between her jade fingers, ready to fight at any time. What you said is that since you made a commitment, you must fulfill it without hesitation. Even I, the witch of Jiutian Pavilion, know this truth. Don't your highness understand it? Isn't it just getting married? Isn't my brother Ding still worthy of you? If you don't have other men, why should you break your promise? Since you break your promise, isn't it a bitch? Tang Shuyao is articulate, not afraid of color, and is not afraid of the bright saint. The fiercest confrontation in the world is the tearing force between women. What's more, it's still two proud women, who tear and force each other, and it's more intense. Ning Xiaochuan also felt a headache and was about to say something to stop it. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside. Niao Longji's voice rang out outside the door and said softly, "Young Marquis, are you in there? Last night, my sister came to the Holy Land of Light and taught me to practice martial arts, so I didn't have time to see you. Were you injured?" Hearing the sound outside, the faces of the bright saint and Ning Xiaochuan changed slightly. The bright saint threw an inquiring look at Ning Xiaochuan, as if to say, "You are not a descendant of the Hidden World sect. How did you provoke so many women when you came down the mountain for the first time? Who is the woman outside? Moreover, it's daytime, and the door is tightly closed. One man and one woman live in the same room. No, one man and two women live in the same room. If you are seen by outsiders, it is inevitable that you will not misunderstand and cannot explain clearly at all. The ground is full of messy clothes, a mess, it is difficult for others not to misunderstand. Then isn't the reputation of the Saint of Light going to be ruined? Hide first." Ning Xiaochuan saw the worry in the heart of the bright saint and said to her, "Where to hide?" The Saint of Light has never experienced such a thing before, and her heart is naturally a little flustered. It's like being found cheating with others. She's very unhappy. With her arrogance, she naturally doesn't want to hide. The more she hides, the more it shows that there is a ghost in her heart. However, now she can't help it. If she doesn't hide and is found, she won't be able to marry Ning Xiaochuan in the future. Ning Xiaochuan looked around, pointed to the direction of the bed and said, "Go to bed." But how can the bright saint go to bed? You know, Ning Xiaochuan and Tang Shuyao must have done something shameful on that bed last night. Who knows if there are any traces left? Just thinking about it, she felt sick. What's more, Tang Shuyao is still naked in bed. How can she get into it? In the final analysis, the Saint of Light is still a pure woman after all. She has almost never touched the bodies of other men and women, and her heart will naturally be shy. Outside the door, Niao Longji's voice came again, with some anxiety and concern, "Little Marquis, I know you're inside. Are you seriously injured? If you don't make a sound, I'll come in." Niao Longji knew that Ning Xiaochuan was attacked by a real person last night when he went to kill the crown prince of the emperor. He must have been seriously injured. At the moment, she knocked on the door several times, but there was no echo inside, which made her very anxious and more worried. She couldn't care so much. She pushed the door open and walked in. In the moment before Niao Longji opened the door, the Saint of Light finally hid on the bed, pulled down the curtain and hid in it. Tang Shuyao lay in the quilt, revealing half a snow-white delicate body, looking at the white saint not far away, and whispered with a smile, "I didn't expect the bright saint to have such a panic. I see that Her Highness's figure is also very interesting. Do you want me to check it first?" Tang Shuyao just stretched out her hand, but there was a dazzling blue light in front of her eyes, and a sharp cold stabbed her neck. Her hand immediately stopped in mid-air and dared not stretch forward any more. The bright saint sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a bronze dragon needle between her two jade fingers against Tang Xiao's neck and said, "You'd better behave yourself to me, otherwise, be careful of your life." Tang Xiao was not threatened by her. The attractive face of a girl who looked only 16 or 7 years old, the innocence of a girl, but the charming smile of a soul, said, "Is it? I want to experience the magic power of the Holy Lady." Last night, Tang Xiao absorbed a lot of divine yang qi and broke through the barrier of the seventh realm of heaven and man at one stroke. Moreover, his physical strength was strong enough to reach the ninth realm of heaven and man, and he was not afraid of the bright saint at all. Her legs were originally hidden in the quilt, and when the Saint of Light got into bed, she sat cross on her legs. A powerful force came from Tang Xiao's legs and pushed up, which immediately made the bright saint's center of gravity out of balance and overturned on the bed. Tang Xiao laughed like a beautiful snake. He was very fast. He ran over it and showed a kind of catcher. He wanted to subdue the Saint of Light and forcibly strip the white robe from the Saint of Light. At this time, there was a Jia sound, and Niao Longji had pushed the door open. With the sound of footsteps, the second daughter, who was hiding on the bed, immediately stopped her hand, gathered her breath and stopped making a sound. Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid. If Tang Xiao and the bright saint really fought, it would be a big trouble. If it is known that the 9 heavenly spirits and the saints of light are on his bed, what is it? There are a large number of pursuers of 9 heavenly spirits and bright saints. Even if one person plays a mysterious weapon, he can also smash Ning Xiaochuan into fly ash. It is the envy of countless people in the cultivation world to just marry a gifted and proud woman of the Holy Land. If you put 2 gifted and proud women of the Holy Land to bed at the same time, it is definitely a matter of public anger. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is not a disciple of Yang sect, he is estimated to be able to enjoy the treatment of Yang sect disciples. Just like a rat crossing the street, everyone yells. Ah! Niao Longji saw the messy scene in the room, and his mouth screamed, which was like trying to startle the monks of the whole bright Holy Land. Ning Xiaochuan rushed forward immediately, covered Niao Longji's mouth, and slammed the door shut again. Oh! Oh! Little Marquis. Are you? Niao Longji widened her eyes, and her pupils turned drilly, struggling hard in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Ning Xiaochuan said in her ear, "Don't cry out, listen to me explain first. If you've calmed down, wink 3 times. Niao Longji nodded and blinked his eyes 3 times. Ning Xiaochuan released his hand. Niao Longji choked for 2 breaths, gently bit her lips, stared at Ning Xiaochuan timidly, and said, "Little Marquis, what happened?" "Your room." "How?" She looked at the clothes scattered on the ground, the woman's inner skirt, bra, and a pool of blood. Her eyes followed the clothes on the ground and looked in the direction of the bed. When she saw the tightly closed curtain, her heart seemed to understand something, and her cheeks immediately became crimson and very shy. Sorry. I didn't know you and other women were. Niao Longji couldn't speak clearly, so he immediately lowered his head and walked out. However, because she was too flustered, too shy, and did not look at the road, she actually bumped into Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Sorry. Niao Longji rubbed his bruised forehead, and he would continue to rush out. His heart was shy and sad, and he didn't know what to do. After all, the little Marquis and his sister have had that kind of relationship. Now, he is actually messing with other women. Do you want to tell your sister? Now it's time to catch the traitor in bed. Do you want to stand on the side of your sister or the little Marquis? Niao Longji thought so. At the same time, she was very curious, who was the woman on the bed? Longji. You just said that your sister arrived at the Holy Land of Light last night? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Niaolanji's hand was already on the door handle, ready to open the door. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, he whispered, "Little Marquis, I won't tell my sister, I really won't tell my sister." What Ning Xiaochuan thought was completely different from what Niaolanji thought. Ning Xiaochuan thought that since Niaolanji came to the Holy Land of Light, the Queen of 10,000 Sounds naturally came. What is the identity of Queen Wanning? She can be called the concubine of the Emperor of Heaven. Although she was killed by the Emperor of Heaven on the day of marriage, she is, after all, a rare big man in the world. She can't come to the Holy Land of Light for no reason. Is there something big about the Holy Land of Light? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's dignified eyes, Niaolanji immediately stretched out 3 fingers and said timidly, "I swear to God, I won't tell my sister." But can you tell me who the woman in bed is? It really deserves to be the best little aunt around my brother-in-law. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Why do you ask this? I'll ask. Niaolanji said. You can't calculate it. Then calculate it and see if you can figure it out. Ning Xiaochuan rode. I still don't. Niaolanji blushed, shook his head and was ready to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked with concern, "Young Marquis, were you attacked by a real person last night, and were you injured?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart warmed, smiled and shook his head, saying, "No." In fact, Ning Xiaochuan was indeed injured, and the injury was very serious. However, last night, after he absorbed the spirit of God Yu Yang and the spirit of a real person, his injury healed, and his cultivation improved a lot. You know, Ning Xiaochuan expects that it will take him at least a few months to fully refine the God Yu Yang qi absorbed in the movement. However, a large number of Shin Yu Yang qi, unexpectedly overnight, was completely absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan and Tang Shuyao, and their cultivation naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. Ning Xiaochuan has reached more than 100 million Earth rules and world extinction rules, and has entered the peak of the 7th realm of heaven and man. Other monks need decades to practice the rules, but Ning Xiaochuan only took 1 night. Since the little Marquis was not injured, I'm relieved. I'll leave first. Niaolanji was about to stop talking. At last, he glanced in the direction of the bed and sighed in his heart, looking a little lost. She just wanted to push the door and go out. Outside, there was a sound of kicking the door again. Bang bang. Niaolanji came to the door and said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, hand over my sister." Niaolanji, who was just about to open the door, was startled when she heard her sister's voice and looked nervously at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan rubbed his forehead, with an impulse to cry. God! What happened today? If you let Niaolanji see Niaolanji in his room, is that okay? How to explain? With Niaolanji's character, it's strange not to fight with Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Bang! Niaolanji's voice sounded again, "Ning Xiaochuan, you didn't promise me that you wouldn't touch my sister. Since you reneged first, don't blame me for being rude to you." Boom! Niaolanji slapped the door open, walked in, looked around the room, didn't see the trace of Niaolanji, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with cold eyes, and said, "Where's my sister? How do I know where your sister is? I haven't seen her at all." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the bed from the corner of his eyes and cried bitterly. My God, that bed is afraid to collapse. Niaolanji naturally didn't believe Ning Xiaochuan's words. He snorted coldly and said, "Want to cheat me? Yu Mingsong has confessed all. He told me that Lanji came to you. You actually told me that she wasn't there. What's on the ground?" Her eyes, looking at those messy clothes on the ground, a pair of star eyes, slightly coagulated. Then she looked at the bed again. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hands, squeezed out a smile, and said, "You can see that there is a woman on my bed." It's inconvenient for you to be here. Lanji can't be here, or you can leave first. It's really inconvenient for me now. Niao Lan spat coldly, you are capable. Unexpectedly, you put another woman to bed. I don't know whether the one on the bed is a disciple of Guangming Holy Land or a descendant of other Holy Land. This? No comment. Ning Xiaochuan constantly scolded secretly in his heart. If other women ran into this kind of thing, they would have retreated wisely. However, Niao Lanqing didn't know how to avoid it at all. Instead, he seemed to be very curious about the woman in bed. Although she did have a one-night marriage with Ning Xiaochuan, they both regarded that night as a bad marriage. Niao Lanqing didn't find Ning Xiaochuan responsible, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't plan to marry Niao Lanqing. The two are still just friends, or allies. Ning Xiaochuan sleeping with other women is also Ning Xiaochuan's private affair. What is it about you, Niao Damei? What do you mind? Niao Lanqing smiled coldly and said, then I want to know? Then I won't let you know. Ning Xiaochuan spread the rainbow quickly and moved horizontally in front of Niao Lanqing, completely blocking her. Niao Lanqing smiled coldly and said, Ning Xiaochuan, you killed the crown prince of the emperor last night and hit a real person hard. It's really awesome. It seems that your cultivation has been improved recently. Why don't we fight and see who is stronger now? The other half of Niao Lanqing's soul is the queen of all voices. Although Queen Wayne Yingxian can only appear at night, how can a strong person like her not be better than her body? What if the body is destroyed during the day? Therefore, Niao Lanqing received many benefits from Queen Wanyin, and his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching an unfathomable realm. Her body looks delicate and beautiful, but standing beside her, you can feel that her body is pregnant with a divine sun, and her blood is as strong as the sea. She was very confident in herself, so knowing that Ning Xiaochuan could kill the crown prince, she still dared to fight with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan rolled his eyes and said, do you think I want to fight you now, or do I want to go to bed and fight that beauty? A war. Okay. Let you go today. Niao Lan walked towards the door. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a long sigh of relief when he finally sent away the murderer. However, Niao Lanqing just walked to the door, suddenly stopped, glanced in the direction of the bed with his eyes, and slightly hooked the corners of his mouth. At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan relaxed, he slapped his palm down towards the bed, making a huge palm print. It is the top 3 magic power of Tiandi Mountain, Tianhua palm print. Boom! The Skyfire palm print flew out, just like a flaming meteorite, falling to the earth, with a destructive force. At the same time, 3 forces also flew out of the bed, tearing the palm print of the Skyfire. Bang! Under the collision of 4 forces, the top of the bed finally broke, the curtain was overturned, and the 3 beautiful women on the bed immediately exposed. At the moment when Niao Lanqing shot, Ning Xiaochuan's heart shouted, bad. When Niao Lanqing saw the 3 women on the bed, he was also stunned. The 3 women on the bed have different expressions. Tang Xiao is still naked. Naked. The body is nestled in the quilt, with a large amount of snow-white skin exposed on the chest, fingers gently handle a wisp of hair, a maiden face, and a shallow smile on the face, as if they don't care about being found at all. The light saint's mood at the moment is very complex. Although she has a veil on her face, she still hangs her head slightly and simply wants to find a seam to drill in. It's really embarrassing. Has she ever encountered such a thing? She was caught in the act. Now even if she wanted to explain, no one would believe it. Really, the more you want to hide, the more difficult it is to explain. Moreover, from the previous conversation between Ning Xiaochuan and Nia Shuangshu, she can naturally hear that the so-called Ding Chuanqiu is actually Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was also the one who killed the crown prince of the emperor. Ning Xiaochuan was the one who saved her from the hands of the son of God and the son of God of Yang sect. It's really hidden deep enough. Her heart is more regretful. If she had known that Ding Xiaochuan was Ning Xiaochuan, she would not have made a promise to each other. Because, with her understanding of Ning Xiaochuan, even if she doesn't make a promise, Ning Xiaochuan will certainly save her. What now? Don't be misunderstood. Lying in the trough, what's the situation? Ning Xiaochuan, you're not the elder of the Yang sect, are you? Unexpectedly, you put the sister of the 9 heavenly spirits, the bright saint and the heavenly emperor mountain spirits into bed at the same time. When the Yang sect leader was young, he was not as good as you. Yu Mingsong walked in from the outside and saw the 3 beauties on the bed, all kinds of exclamation, all kinds of kneeling clothes, all kinds of worship. The bright saint couldn't stay any longer, turned into a white streamer, and slapped Yu Mingsong, who was standing at the door out. She escaped from the room and flew out into the sky. Niao Lanji also fell down from the bed, bowed her head, walked towards Niao Lanqin, and said shyly, "Sister, I and the little Marquis are innocent." Niao Lanqin's face was livid, and a cold, frightening chill burst out from his body. The whole room was frozen with a layer of ice, and he said, "Ning Xiaochuan, what do you promise me?" At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan also had a headache and didn't want to argue with Niao Lanqin. He said solemnly, "Miss Niao, Lanji and I are really innocent, right, Lanji?" Niao Lanji nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Yu Mingsong got up from the ground and said, "Who are you kidding? You've already gone to bed, and you can still be innocent? Beast! How pure and clean the Saint of Light is, and she was even spoiled by you. How simple and lovely Lanji girl is, and she was also poisoned. How enchanting the 9 heavenly spirit girl is, and she even fell into the mouth of a tiger." Ning Xiaochuan glared at Yu Mingsong fiercely and said, "Miss Nia, don't listen to his nonsense. I've always thought Lanji is my sister." Yu Mingsong, fearing that the world would not be chaotic, said, "Then you should also be a sister of the 9 heavenly spirits? Do you love your sister so much?" Ning Xiaochuan's face turned black, and he also made a palm print and patted Yu Mingsong out again. This time, Yu Mingsong was beaten farther away. Then, Niao Lanqin and Ning Xiaochuan confronted each other, and a battle of collapse seemed to be about to break out. There is no way. In Niao Lanqin's view, the most important person is his sister. The relationship between them is even more than the kinship between sisters. She gave it to Ning Xiaochuan, which was completely an accident. However, she will never allow her sister to follow her example. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too cheap for Ning Xiaochuan? Therefore, she can't bear it. Do you want to do it? How can I count? Tang Shuyao wore a light blue dress and a peach blossom embroidered dress on her body. She was graceful and slender. She walked down from the bed and stared at Niao Lanqin covetously. Although she was tormented by Ning Xiaochuan last night, her constitution was not ordinary and had gradually recovered. Tang Shuyao's long black hair hangs smoothly on both sides of her cheeks, and her eyes are still full of charming spring affection. Naturally charming, after the development of real men, although it still looks like a 16-year-old girl, it looks radiant, more charming and attractive, just like a ripe peach. With a beautiful face like a girl, but a hot body that is addictive and not worth your life, it is definitely a sexy beauty that any man will be tempted to have, and I can't wait to hold her to bed immediately. Fighting with me depends on whether you are qualified. Behind Niao Lanqin, a jade-white cloud rushed out, rotating around her body, making the sound of air being torn. Hua hua. The jade-white clouds condensed into thousands of jade swords, turned into a river of swords, and chopped towards Tang Shuyao. Tang Shuyao was also unwilling to be outdone and made a volume of ancient pictures of real people. The ancient picture unfolded, emitting the qi of real people in the shape of dragons, condensing into the virtual shadow of a white-haired old man. The phantom of the old man, standing on the ancient picture of a real person, is like a saint walking in the world. Boom! Thousands of jade swords were all blocked by the ancient pictures of real people. Tang Xiao's heart was startled. She was worthy of being the spiritual daughter of Tiandi Mountain. Her strong cultivation almost penetrated the ancient pictures of real people. The ancient picture of a real person is a supreme weapon. Moreover, a real person of the Tang nationality also stored his power in the ancient map, and the power erupted was enough to overwhelm a mountain. There are 2 sons, but if you want to fight with me, your cultivation is still a lot worse. Niao Lanxin's eyes coagulated, which was even brighter than 2 stars. The center of her eyebrows emitted a circle of glittering and translucent brilliance, one white and one black. 2 ancient texts turned in the center of her eyebrows. The 2 ancient inscriptions are extremely mysterious, like those of ancient ancestors who offered sacrifices to gods. The shape of the words is very similar to that of 2 gods. Those are the 2 gods of Niao Lanxin. Wow! On the void, there were circles of ripples, a green lotus blooming, emitting a bright green light, blocking between Niao Lanxin and Tang Xiao. Hua Qinglian's body, emitting colorful divine light, stood in the center of Qinglian and said to the bottom, 9 heavenly spirit women, heavenly emperor spirit women, I am ordered by the immortal leader to go to the fairy pool in the Ming territory, to hold the Northern Xinjiang Holy Earth Friars Conference. Today is the North. On the day of the Xinjiang Holy Earth Friars Conference, the female general of the 9 heavenly spirits will participate in the conference on behalf of the younger generation of the 9 heavenly pavilion. The representative of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain was originally the crown prince of the emperor. However, since the crown prince of the emperor has died, it is natural that the spirit girl of Tiandi Mountain should replace him. This is the summit council among the Holy Lands. Only the elites of the Holy Lands and the overlords of the older generation can participate. Other monks can only watch. Tang Xiao and Niao Lanxin stared at each other with poor eyes, and finally stopped and did not continue to fight. 2. Please follow me. Hua Qinglian glanced meaningfully at Ning Xiaochuan, then stepped on Qinglian and flew towards Mingjing Xianqi. Tang Xiao knew that today's monks' meeting was very important and could not be delayed. With a cold hum, he immediately rushed to Mingjing Xianqi with Hua Qinglian. Ning Xiaochuan, you'd better not take my sister's idea, otherwise, there will be no end between us. Niao Lanxin stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and a pair of jade white wings appeared on his back, just like a snow angel, with Niao Lanji chasing the direction of Hua Qinglian and Tang Xiao. It's finally over. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath and said secretly in his heart that he really shouldn't provoke women. After sleeping with Tang Xiao, he unexpectedly caused such a big disturbance. Fortunately, it didn't make a big deal, otherwise, it wouldn't calm down at all. Yu Mingsong crawled back again, stared coldly at Niao Lanxin's flying down, and said in a deep voice, Niao Lanxin's smelly woman is simply too arrogant, Ning Xiaochuan, anyway, you have done her sister, or even her together? Today she dares to say evil words to you, and tomorrow she will kneel on the bed and cry her throat broken. Is this guy's attitude changing too fast? Ning Xiaochuan said, which side are you on? Of course it's your side. Ning Xiaochuan, can't you trust our friendship? Yu Mingsong narrowed his eyes slightly, touched his beard with his fingers, and showed an obscene smile. I have a treasure medicine here to make her obedient, which is the holy thing of the Yin-Yang holy religion in Middle Earth, called Tani holy water. Just give her a drop to ensure that she and you are one, and that she is obedient to you. Lust, immortality, death, lust. Fire burns her. You can't really be the elder of Yang sect? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong's eyes stared and said, how can it be? That drop of Tiani Saint is my reward for refining the supreme instrument to an elder of the Yin-Yang sect. He gave it to me. I regard you as a brother, and I can't stand Niao Lanxin's arrogant appearance. Now it's time for us to teach her a lesson. With that, Yu Mingsong took out a delicate jade bottle from his arms and put it into Ning Xiaochuan's hand. This holy thing is invaluable and has strong medicinal power. Not to mention Niao Lanqing, even 100 Niao Lanqing can be put down. However, if there is only such a drop, you must not waste it. Yu Mingsong touched his chin, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, "Today, all the talented heroes of the great holy land in northern Xinjiang gathered in the Mingjing fairy pool of the bright holy land. Many talented women came, not only the spirit women of Jiutian Pavilion, the spirit women of Tiandi Mountain, but also the spirit women of Yaoshengu. It is said that there are also several descendants of the Holy Land who are gorgeous all over the world from China. You say, if we drop this drop of Tiani, holy water, into the Mingjing fairy pool, can't you catch them all? Ning Xiaochuan, this is a good opportunity to become famous in the First World War. Don't you want to leave some romantic history in the cultivation world, which will be praised and envied by future generations? Young blood is burning." Ning Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at Yu Mingsong and said, "You'd better not do this kind of thing. Be careful to cause anger and resentment. By the way, there's one thing I have to trouble you. Help me forge a war sword, and I'll use 900 pieces of strange door instrument code as my reward." Hearing the classic of strange door tools, Yu Mingsong Dan became interested and said, "Are you ready for the material of forging tools?" "Of course." Ning Xiaochuan took out 38 red jiao teeth from the heaven and earth bracelet. Each jiaoqi is several meters long, extremely sharp, and the surface is burning with flames, releasing the terrifying demon of the Beast King. Yu Mingsong saw 38 teeth on the ground and his eyes lit up, just like seeing 38 beautiful girls. He picked up one of them excitedly. As soon as I touched the jiaoqi with my finger, the huge roar of jiaolong sounded in my ear. Then, the scalding heat came from jiaoqi, and the temperature was surprisingly high, burning a corner of Yu Mingsong's sleeve. "My darling, this is the tooth of a fire dragon king. Moreover, that fire dragon king should have just been killed. The essence in the tooth and the rules cultivated by the dragon king have not been lost, and can be used to forge a war sword of the next highest level," Yu Mingsong said happily. The cultivation method of monsters is to continuously harden the mysterious qi of heaven and earth into their bodies and strengthen their muscles and bones and flesh. The teeth of the fire dragon king are the sharpest part of the fire dragon king's body. After thousands of tempering, they are simply comparable to forged iron. Moreover, its teeth also contain the essence and Tao of the king of the dragon. Human monks use supreme weapon and xuanqi as attack weapons in battle, but the fire dragon king uses his claws and teeth as combat weapons. Therefore, the teeth of the fire dragon king, even if they are not forged, can also collide with the supreme weapon. The fire dragon king can use teeth as a combat weapon because teeth are part of his body. It can naturally control the teeth at will. However, for Ning Xiaochuan, the teeth of the fire dragon king are only dead now. Even if you fight with its teeth, you can't play a strong attack. It is necessary to forge the teeth of the fire dragon king into supreme tools, so that each tooth can be born into a spirit, which can be refined into a concrete magic sword, and then the power will become greater. Of course, the longer the fire dragon king dies, the more vital energy in his teeth will be lost. 10 years after the death of the fire dragon king, it is estimated that his teeth can only be forged into 9 mysterious objects. The fire dragon king died 100 years ago, and it is estimated that his teeth can only forge 8 mysterious objects. If the fire dragon king died hundreds of thousands of years, it is estimated that his teeth have rotted into ashes. This is the difference between innate calcining materials and acquired calcining materials. Even if those calcining materials are buried under the soil for hundreds of millions of years, they will not decay, but will become more and more pure and higher grade. With the loss of time, the grade of calcined materials will become lower and lower. The teeth of the fire dragon king belong to the acquired forging materials. Yu Mingsong played with his red teeth and asked, when that fire dragon king was alive, his cultivation must be terrible. Which expert killed him? Don't worry about it. I'll give you 38 Jiaowang's Jiachi teeth. If you can help me forge 38 inferior and supreme weapon level war swords, I'll give you 900 pieces of strange door weapon classics. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong touched his beard and said, since the teeth of the Fire Dragon King are in your hands, is the blood and demon yuan of the Fire Dragon King also in you? The most precious things on the Fire Dragon King are blood and demon yuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, don't ask more. Yu Mingsong touched his beard and said, it's not difficult for me to forge inferior and supreme weapons. However, will the number of 38 inferior and supreme weapons be too large? This is not a small project, only 900 pieces of strange doorware code, and such remuneration seems to be a little too small. What else do you want? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong said with a smile, if you don't really come to work, the world will see today. If you promise this, even if you let me forge 100 supreme tools, I won't frown. You can do this by yourself. Why do you have to entrust me to the water? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong sighed, Ning Xiaochuan, I'm trying to help you become famous. Why do you always misunderstand me? Ning Xiaochuan felt more and more that Yu Mingsong was the elder of Yang's sect. If he really promised him, Ning Xiaochuan would be discredited and become a scum despised by everyone in the cultivation world. In the future, Ning Xiaochuan would not be able to join Yang's sect even if he did not. Although Ning Xiaochuan is not a gentleman or Lu Xiaohui who is completely indifferent to beauty, being a man can be romantic, but he must not be vulgar. You can enter the devil's way and be a devil, but you can't be a villain without taste. You'd better not mention this matter in the future, otherwise, your friends will have to do it. Ning Xiaochuan said solemnly, since you don't want to help me forge it, then I'll invite someone else. I believe that other big forge masters must also be very interested in the Chimanware classic. Don't. I was kidding you just now. Well, it's really difficult for you to medicate those Tianzhijio girls. We'll take a step back. As long as you take this bottle of Tianyi Saint, I'll help you forge those 38 inferior supreme weapons. Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, just take it? Of course. Yu Mingsong laughed. He handed the bottle of Tianyi holy water to Ning Xiaochuan again. Take it, take it. It's not a big deal anyway. Ning Xiaochuan put the heavenly holy water into the heaven and earth bracelet, then took out all the scales, bones and tendons of the Fire Dragon King, and said, you are a great master of forging tools. In your opinion, what weapons can these things forge? Baby. It's all baby. Yu Mingsong's eyes lit up, excited, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, do you remember the Shancher doll I made for you with the bones of the black bone giant family? Inlaying a ground-grade basalt, you can make the basalt doll burst out the fighting power of heaven and man. If you can forge 10,000 at one time, then we can attack a holy land now. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the scales, bones and tendons of the Fire Dragon King on the ground, and said, are you going to use these things to forge a basalt doll? Yu Mingsong nodded and said with a smile, the Calciner Guild in Tianshu mainland divides the Shancher doll into 4 levels, Earth, Heaven, King and Emperor. The Shancher doll I calcined for you is the lowest level Earth level 1st grade, which is equivalent to the combat power of monks in the first realm of heaven and man. If you use the bones, scales, and tendons of the Fire Dragon King, plus my superb level of forging tools, you can forge a heaven-level Shancher doll. As for the Shancher doll that can forge several grades of heaven level, you can't say. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was happy and said, the battle power of the sky-level basalt doll is the real person level? Yu Mingsong nodded and said, yes, the first level of heaven is equivalent to the cultivation of the first realm of the real person. the ninth level of heaven is equivalent to the cultivation of the ninth realm of the real person. Of course, if you want to start the sky-level Xianqi doll, you must also use Tianpin Xianqi. Natural basalt is more precious than ground basalt. 1 Tianpin Xianqi equals 10,000 Daipin Xianqi. Moreover, Tianpin Xianqi is generally controlled by the Holy Earth. When the great disaster comes, Tianpin Xianqi is used to start the secondary God Ancient Array. Even if you take out 10,000 pieces of ground-grade Xianqi, the Holy Land may not sell you Tianpin Xianqi. On top of Tianpin Xianqi, there is Wangpin Xianqi and Emperor Pin Xianqi. It is said that when Xianqi reaches the level of Emperor's product, he can give birth to wisdom, turn into Stone Emperor, have extraordinary combat power, burn the sky and boil the sea, suppress heaven and earth, and be omnipotent. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, then take these things to forge, and try to forge a sky-class basalt doll. Even if it's just a Xianqi doll of the first grade of heaven, its combat power is comparable to the strength of the first stage of the real person. If you can control a sky-level Xianqi doll, it is equivalent to having an extra real person around to guard, and you feel excited just thinking about it. By the way, there is another thing. Ning Xiaochuan took out a black Buddha bead the size of a fist and handed it to Yu Mingsong, saying, this middle-class supreme weapon 9-grade Black Lotus was damaged in the battle. Can you repair it? Jioping Black Lotus, a defensive middle-class supreme weapon, was originally a treasure of the King of Earth, Tibet. After the death of King Tibetans, Jioping Black Lotus naturally fell into the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Mingsong took the black Buddha bead and injected a trace of martial vitality into the Buddha bead. Cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the Buddha bead, and sharp tentacles stretched out into a black lotus platform. The black lotus table is indeed damaged. Naked eyes can see that wisps of yin and cold essence leak out from the crack. For me, this is a piece of cake. If some of the bones of the Fire Dragon King are refined into Jioping Halian, it may make Jioping Halian's defense stronger. Yu Mingsong's 5 fingers closed, and the 9-grade Black Lotus immediately closed, and turned into a fist-sized Buddha bead. Yu Mingsong has never been reliable in doing things, but asking him to forge tools has always been a matter for Ning Xiaochuan to rest assured. Therefore, he gave him all the calcining materials without reservation. By the way, you must not lose that bottle of Tanny holy water, which is more precious than human-level pills and supreme tools. Yu Mingsong reminded again. I see. Ning Xiaochuan had a black line on his forehead. Yu Mingsong added, one more thing, although the crown prince of the emperor died, the dragon yuan of his purple dragon cub was taken away by the Holy Land of Light. You must find a way to get it back. You are now the only fighting dragon envoy in northern Xinjiang. That dragon yuan is of little value to others. However, it will be of great help to you to impact the great realm of human beings in the future. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Yu Mingsong was right. The dragon yuan of the dragon cub is indeed a rare treasure. However, Guangming Holy Land will definitely store Long Yuan in a tightly guarded place. If Ning Xiaochuan goes to steal it, there is definitely no life or death, which is not as simple as killing the crown prince of the emperor. Yu Mingsong smiled and said, if you ask the Saint of Light to steal it for you, with her status in the Holy Land of Light, there is absolutely 10 levels of confidence. Lin Yueji is not only the saint of Guangming Holy Land, but also the granddaughter of the real person in charge of teaching. If she is willing to help, she is sure. Can she? Mingjing Xianqi, located on the top of Mingjing Mountain, is the most sacred place of Guangming Holy Land. It is said that the God of Light, the ancestor of the Holy Land of Light, cast and refined the divine body in the fairy pool in the Ming territory, and became a secondary god. He became the supreme great man between heaven and earth, and was respected by all kinds of creatures. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong came to the outside of Mingjing Xianqi. Before they arrived, many monks had come to the bank of the fairy pool, including monks from various holy lands, as well as royal nobles, sons of aristocratic families and sect heads in the human kingdom managed by the bright holy land. Among them, young people are in the majority, and each of them is a contemporary wizard, full of spirit. Some are talking about Taoism and magic, some are talking about the general trend of the world, some are talking about the war between demon and Terran, and others are talking about forging and alchemy. Although the Holy Land of Light has forbidden non-Holy Land heirs to come to the north. However, there are still countless monks entering the Holy Land of Light through various channels, who want to witness this grand meeting. It is worthy of being the place where the God of Light became a Taoist priest. What a powerful divine power! It has been so long since the past, and the spirit still hasn't dissipated. Ning Xiaochuan came to Mingjing Xianqi and immediately felt the mighty spirit of ancient gods in the Xianqi. If you can cultivate by the immortal pool in the Ming dynasty all year round, even an ordinary person with an ordinary system can also have the same cultivation speed as a genius. Yu Mingsong said, all the elders of the great holy lands discuss affairs in the Mingjing Palace, and they are the protagonists of the north. The younger monks of the great holy lands come to attend the north. Although the North Friars Congress also has meetings, it is more about contacting and knowing each other, and can also show the strength of their holy lands. The strong of the older generation are mature and steady, and they will not do it easily. However, the younger generation of monks can test the strengths and weaknesses of the younger generation of other holy lands on the grounds of discussing Taoism. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, young people have their own way of communication. There is also their way of communication between the older generation of strong people and the older generation of strong people. Suddenly, a burst of noise sounded, as if some great person came to Mingjing Xianqi. Ning Xiaochuan also looked over, and saw a 7 or 8-year-old little monk, wearing a plain Buddha clothes, with dazzling light all over, surrounded by a group of monks, coming from the outside. Behind the little monk was a group of old monks. Every old monk gives people a solemn feeling of treasure, wearing a golden cassock and holding a Zen stick, Buddha beads, wooden fish and pharaoh. Behind them, there is a divine Buddha light, just like a group of bodhisattvas who came to earth from the Buddha world. The Saint of Light came out to meet her personally. The bright saint wears a veil, with a holy and beautiful spirit and smoke. She says, the golden child Buddha of the blissful palace of the sun, personally drives to the bright holy land. It is a great honor to visit the bright holy land. Ba. On the order of the abbot, the little monk came to visit the holy land of light. Almsgiver Lin, you seem to be troubled recently. Your heart is not calm and your qi is not frozen, which may hinder your practice. This is a volume of Meditation Sutra, which is recited 9 times a day, and may solve your troubles. The little monk is very beautiful, with smart mouth and teeth, clear eyes, and white Buddha light on his body, as if he could purify all the filth in the world. He took out a scroll of Buddhist scriptures and handed it to the bright saint, looking very serious. She put away the volume of Meditation Sutra, folded her hands, gently bowed, and said, thank you. Golden Boy Buddha, follow me to Mingjing Fairy Pool. The Saint of Light personally led a group of monks in the blissful palace of the Great Sun to the other direction of the fairy pool in the Ming realm. The heirs of all the holy lands gathered there. Ning Xiaochuan looked over and saw the traces of Niao Lanqing, Hua Qinglian, Tang Shuyao, and others. The first person of the young generation of the ghost-raising family, Yan Mia, the second person of the young generation of the King of Middle Earth, Wang Su, the son of the Holy Land of the 9 Ruins, Ji Qiankuan. Besides, there are other strange faces. The little monk's background is not simple, people can't see through. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong also showed a dignified look and said, something's wrong, something's wrong. The Great Day Blissful Palace is the first holy land of Buddhism, and rarely cares about worldly affairs. This time, he actually sent the Golden Child Buddha to northern Xinjiang. This matter is absolutely related to the heavenly dream demon emperor. In the distance, those young monks stared at the group of monks and were also talking. Someone said, "It's worthy of being the golden child Buddha of the blissful palace of the sun." Unexpectedly, she was able to let the saint of light come out to meet her in person. It is said that every generation of golden child Buddhas and jade lady Bodhi in the great day blissful palace are all reincarnations of real Buddhas, who are gifted and intelligent, and are likely to become Buddhas in the future. The golden boy and the jade girl of the blissful palace of the great sun will be born in 10,000 years. Once born, it will cause a sensation all over the world. Before long, there was another agitation in the crowd. What's the great character coming? A fresh and elegant woman, under the protection of a group of guards wearing gold armor, walked into the Mingjing fairy pool and immediately attracted everyone's attention. That woman is not beautiful, nor seductive and enchanting, but she gives people a very comfortable feeling. That feeling, very mysterious, can't be described in words. If you have to use words, that feeling is like seeing a god, which can give people the power of faith. Anything she says is like truth, which makes you believe her without reservation. That's the feeling. Goddess of Medicine Valley. My God. I finally saw my goddess today. She is the embodiment of goodness and holiness. Some monks even knelt down to worship, as if they were worshipping God. When a man sees a beautiful woman, many people want to possess her. However, the goddess of Yao Shengu is different. Her breath is very sacred, just like the true God coming to earth. Many people kneel down and worship her and admire her very much. Ning Xiaochuan saw the goddess of Medicine Valley, and felt a familiar breath on her. Ning Xiaochuan asked a friar next to him and said, "All the friars present are top talents of the young generation, all of whom are arrogant. Why do you kneel down to a woman?" The friar was surprised and said, "Brother, don't you know that she is the goddess of the drug god Valley and the only disciple of the drug king, Suqinghe? Suqinghe is in the north. The only king-level great mental health teacher in Xinjiang can be called the North. The first person in the field of Xinjiang mental health teacher has a high status in the whole Tianshu continent, so she is respected as the drug king. Next to him, another monk said, "That's a king-level great spiritual master. There are only 3 or 5 such masters in the whole Tianshu continent. Suqinghe has saved many people's lives, and the leaders of all holy places have asked him for help. Everyone respects Suqinghe very much. Since the goddess is Suqinghe's only disciple, everyone will naturally respect her." The goddess of Medicine God Valley was originally a kind-hearted woman who traveled all over northern Xinjiang. She would not only cure cultivators, but also ordinary people, mysterious beasts, flowers, and trees. She left countless good names in northern Xinjiang. Therefore, many monks felt that she was more beautiful than the first beauty of northern Xinjiang, the goddess of the ninth heaven. Her beauty in her heart. If I can marry the goddess, I will be willing to lose my life by 100 years. The goddess has excellent medical skills and incomparable talent. She has reached the level of soul-level great heart-nourishing master at a young age, and is likely to go north in the future. The second medicine king in Xinjiang, or even further, become a medicine saint, and you are worthy of the goddess? Soul-level great heart-nourishing master? Ning Xiaochuan was even more surprised. No one knows better than him how difficult it is to reach the soul-level great spiritual master. He also transformed the demon fire of extermination into the original fire of alchemy, which barely reached the level of soul-level great spiritual master. He originally thought that with his attainments in alchemy, he had left the young generation of other spiritual therapists behind. However, the goddess of the drug god Valley did not seem to be inferior to him in alchemy. What happened to that faint familiar feeling? Ning Xiaochuan can be very sure that he is definitely the first time to see the goddess of Medicine Valley. What a strange feeling. By the way, her breath is a little like that of the ugly mother-in-law. Yes, absolutely, it is very similar to that of the ugly mother-in-law. Is the ugly mother-in-law related to the Valley of Medicine god? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very excited, and he wanted to rush up and ask the goddess of Medicine Valley for the news about the ugly mother-in-law. The ugly mother-in-law took Jihanqing away that day, and she never returned. I don't know, has Jihanqing cultivated into 3 corpses beheading? The Saint of Light seemed to have met the goddess of the Valley of Medicine, and the 2 women talked happily. The son of the 9th ruins also came to meet him, bowed to the goddess of the Medicine God Valley, and said, I've been in the holy land of the 9th ruins, Jichuan. Although I've been in the Middle Earth, I still heard the name of the King of Medicine. It's really lucky to see the disciples of the King of Medicine today. Wang Su, the 2nd person of the younger generation of the Wang family, also came to pick him up and said, I have also studied the art of nourishing the heart and refining pills. I wonder if I can get the guidance of the goddess? In the crowd, a rugged scar man sneered with sarcasm, you don't have to be so obvious to chat up with the goddess of the Valley of Medicine? How can your highness's medical skills casually point out a layman who can't even refine Shandan? Wang Su's eyes sank, stared at the scar man, and said, who do you say can't refine Shandan? My attainments in alchemy are not as good as the goddess, but they are hundreds or thousands of times better than you. Wang Su is indeed a genius of heart-nourishing master. He has reached the level of quasi-source great heart-nourishing master, but he has not really refined human-level pills. The reason why he asked the goddess of the Valley of God of Medicine for advice was actually that he wanted to contact the goddess of the Valley of God of Medicine with the help of his identity as a heart-nourishing teacher. You know, with the talent of the goddess of the Valley of Medicine god, she will become a king of medicine in the future, and may even become a saint of medicine. If you can get the favor of the goddess of the Valley of God of Medicine, and even capture the heart of the goddess of the Valley of God of Medicine, will the Wang family not have a female medicine king, or even a female medicine saint in the future? There are only 3 or 5 medicine kings in the whole Tianshu continent. Each of them is a highly respected existence, with a long reputation. Many real people, even beyond the existence of real people, ask to help them. It can be seen that a king of medicine is precious. Next to Scar Man, stood a skinny man. The man's face was pale, like a terminally ill person, and his mouth gave a sneer. Young Master Wang Su, worthy of being a hero of the king's family of Central Earth, is not only famous, but also has a great voice. Otherwise, who do we know better about alchemy? By you? Wang Su thought highly of himself and didn't pay attention to the scar man and the skinny man at all. In his view, North. Only the top 3 of the sacred lands in Xinjiang can be regarded as geniuses. All the other monks are barbarians and reckless. The skinny man raised his voice again, dare you? If you dare not, you'd better stay away from the goddess as soon as possible. What is your identity and qualified to compete with this child? Wang Su said coldly. Scar Man fanned the flames and said with a wild laugh, it turns out that the genius of the Middle-earth King family is just a counselor, and he doesn't dare to accept the challenge of an unknown person. It seems that he was bragging before, but in fact, he doesn't know how to refine pills at all. Wang Su was so popular that his head was smoking. He was the 2nd person of the young generation of the Middle-earth kings. He regarded himself highly. He was not only a martial arts genius, but also a genius for alchemy. Once a soul-level mental health care master, with superb medical skills, praised his possibility of becoming the king of medicine. But come to the north. After Jiang, he was ridiculed by 2 unknown people. How can he not be angry? Wang Su said, in that case, please ask your highness, the goddess, to be a notary. I want to see how capable you are. The goddess of Drug God Valley frowned slightly and said, don't compare it, so as not to hurt everyone's harmony. Wang hung up his chest, carrying his hands, proudly independent, and said, Your Highness, don't worry, we're just fighting and refining pills. Wang will never bully the small and use force against them. The goddess of Drug God Valley looked at the bright saint. After all, this is the holy land of light. She wanted to ask the bright saint for her opinion. When she saw the bright saint nodding, she agreed. Then I'll be a referee. Drug God Valley Goddess Way. At that time, please give me more advice. Wang Su gave a flattering smile, then turned around and stared at the skinny man, saying, since it's a fight, what should I do with the loser? The skinny man smiled and said, if anyone loses, he will kneel on the ground and kowtow to each other 3 times. From now on, don't think about the idea of the goddess anymore. What do you think? Boom. The monks were in an uproar. Bet too much, even kneeling and kowtowing. For a strong man, nothing is more important than dignity. Better die than kneel. Wang Su is very confident in his attainments in alchemy. Although he is not comparable to the goddess of the Valley of Medicine, he is definitely at the top level in the younger generation. Okay. Then you're ready to kowtow to me. Come on stage. Let's refine a pill, respectively. Whoever refined the pill with higher grade and stronger effect will win. Wang Su took the lead to fly to the high platform and stared at the skinny man standing below. The skinny man laughed and said, wait a minute, I never said it was me who compared alchemy with you, but a senior brother of our sect. The scar man and the scrawny man pointed at Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. Everyone's eyes also stared at Ning Xiaochuan. It was he who had to challenge Wang Su. Everyone admires Ning Xiaochuan's courage to challenge the favored son of heaven in China, which is really impressive. In the north. According to the monks in Xinjiang, Zhongtu is the center of the whole world, the epitome of Taoism, medicine, calcination and martial arts, no matter in any way, north. Xinjiang is far from being comparable to China. What's more, Wang Su is still the top Tianjiao of Middle Earth, just like the clouds above the sky, which people can only look up. Some people are also worried about Ning Xiaochuan. After all, if he loses, he will kneel down to Wang Su. For a monk, this is a great humiliation. Ning Xiaochuan had long seen that the real identities of the scar man and the scrawny man were the son of Yang religion and the son of Yang religion God. After the 2 evil men changed their faces, they managed to hide from the strong of Guangming Holy Land and sneaked in. Their means were really clever. Ning Xiaochuan also has the 7 orifices demon heart, in order to see through their true body. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that these 2 guys would drag him into the water. They won't really treat me as a disciple of Yang sect, will they? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the eyes cast by the people and sighed in his heart. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Wang Su flashed a cold look in his eyes and secretly said, it's actually him. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Ha ha. It's really great. Just in front of the bright saint, defeat him, and then force him to kneel and kowtow. At that time, the bright saint will know who is the real strong. Wang Su sneered, Ding Chuanqiu, we meet again. What? You dare not go on stage? Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm not afraid, I'm not interested. Wang Su knew that Ding Chuanqiu's cultivation was extremely high and he could save people from the holy son and godson of Yang sect. If he competed in martial arts, he might not be able to win Ding Chuanqiu. However, compared with alchemy, he felt that he could definitely win Ding Chuanqiu. After all, talents with outstanding martial arts talents and alchemy talents are very rare in the whole Tianshu continent, none of them. The Saint of Light knew Ning Xiaochuan's true identity and his attainments in alchemy, and sighed in her heart. If Wang Su loses, of course, it can suppress the arrogance of the great holy lands in China, but Wang Su must also kneel down and kowtow. In that case, it would be a humiliation to Wang Su and the Middle-earth Wang family. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely completely offend the king of China, which is very detrimental to Ning Xiaochuan. This kind of thing is not good for you. On the contrary, it will make enemies for you. Ning Xiaochuan should also see through this, so he didn't want to fight with Wang Su. The bright saint planned to help Ning Xiaochuan and advised him, since young Master Chuanqiu doesn't want to fight, I think this fight will be cancelled. The goddess of Yao Shengu said, yes, today is the Northern Xinjiang Friars Conference. Don't hurt everyone's harmony. Since the Saints of Light and Her Highness, the goddess said so, I will let them go. Wang Su's face wore a winner's smile, but after turning around, the smile on his face became very contemptuous, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with a sneer. As a cultivator, we should face the difficulties, even if the opponent is strong, at least we should compete. You don't even have the courage to step on the stage, what a coward. Who do you call a coward? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold. Aren't you? Wang Su laughed. Okay. I promise to go on stage and compete with you to refine pills. Ning Xiaochuan climbed to the high platform above Mingjing Xianqi step by step. The Son of God and the Son of God of Yang sect wanted to excite Xiaochuan to deal with Wang Su, while the two of them stood aside and watched the good play. At that time, the person who offended the king's family of Middle-earth was Ning Xiaochuan, who had nothing to do with them. Ning Xiaochuan saw through this, so he didn't plan to compete with Wang Su to refine pills. However, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that he is afraid of things. Since Wang Su insisted on humiliating him, he agreed. Wang Su didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan dared to step on the stage and was a little stunned. However, even with a smile on his face, he secretly said that after all, he was just a reckless man. He was provoked to the stage by my word. When you lose alchemy, you will be embarrassed. Wang Su was very happy, as if he could imagine Ning Xiaochuan kneeling in front of him and kowtowing to him. Ji Qianquan and Wang Su Ben were good friends. Naturally, they knew Wang Su's skill in alchemy. They were full of confidence in Wang Su and said with a smile, I have also studied alchemy and am willing to be Brother Wang's assistant. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the high platform, staring at Ji Qianquan and Wang Su, and said, since the son of Jiushi wants to be the assistant of Wang Su, that is to say, if I lose, I will give you 3 kowtows? That's natural. Ji Qianquan's faint way. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, what if I win by luck? Well, if you really have such good luck, the Son of God will naturally honor the bet and never renege. Ji Qianquan rode. With your words, I'm relieved. Ning Xiaochuan looked down at the high platform and said, since Prince Wang Su has an assistant, I also want to have an assistant. I don't know who is willing to be my assistant. Wang Su sneered, you are sure to lose. Who will be willing to be your assistant? In the view of the people below, a genius like Wang Su will be defeated if he doesn't make a move. Once he makes a move, he must be sure of winning. That Ding Chuanqiu has already lost. If anyone were to be Ding Chuanqiu's assistant, wouldn't he have to kneel down and kowtow to Wang Su and Ji Qianquan like Ding Chuanqiu? Naturally, no one will do such a stupid thing. Tang Xiao's eyes were like silk, enchanting and charming, and her voice was soft and beautiful. She said with a smile, although I have never been in contact with alchemy, I am willing to be an assistant for young Master Chuanqiu. I don't know, can young Master Chuanqiu see me? All the monks present stared at Tang Xiao. It's not bad. At a glance, many people's hearts are beating wildly, and their eyes are about to fall out of their eyes. Is there such a gorgeous woman in the world? Some of them recognized Tang Xiao's identity and exclaimed, Spirit Girl of Jiutian Pavilion. Tang Xiao has a girl-like face, exquisite facial features, long and warped eyelashes, beautiful eyes, and red lips, especially the full and round arc in front of her chest and the warped hip flap, which is like being able to hook people's souls. Naturally, Wang Su also saw Tang Xiao. Unexpectedly, this enchanting female beauty took the initiative to offer Ding Chuanqiu as an assistant. Is it possible that she has taken a fancy to Ding Chuanqiu? His heart grew more jealous. All the monks present admired Ning Xiaochuan very much, and they were even able to get the favor of 9 heavenly spirits. What a wonderful thing it would be if there was a beautiful assistant like the 9 heavenly spirit girl around while refining pills. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "I'll accept Miss Tang's kindness. But in my heart, there is another person." He stared at the Saint of Light and said, "I want to ask Your Highness, the Saint of Light, to be your assistant. I wonder if Your Highness the Saint is willing to help." Many people were so angry that they vomited blood and felt that Ning Xiaochuan was simply too greedy. The spirit girl of the 9th heaven offered to be nice, but he didn't accept it. He even wanted the Saint of Light to help him. He simply didn't know the greatness of heaven and earth. Who is the Saint of Light? That's the most beautiful woman in the Holy Land of Light. How can a fairy help an unknown person? Many inner disciples and core disciples of Guangming Holy Land secretly love Guangming's saint and regard Guangming's saint as the goddess of dreams. At this moment, they all gnash their teeth with hate, and feel that Ning Xiaochuan is too brave to covet the Holy Lady. Tang Shuyao also glanced at Ning Xiaochuan bitterly. However, she was not really angry, but somewhat expecting. Has Ning Xiaochuan really decided to marry this noble virgin? Just when everyone thought that the bright saint would refuse Ning Xiaochuan, the bright saint turned into a slim white shadow and flew to the high platform, saying, "Yueji, I'm willing to help young Master Chuanqiu." "Thank you." Ning Xiaochuan smiled. Below the high platform, Qian Biluo and Gong Sunnibai were stunned. It seems that the bright saint and the 9 heavenly spirits have been taken down by him. They are worthy of being the heirs of Elder Yu. They are powerful. It's quick to start. Gong Sunnibai sighed. Qian Biluo said, "It seems that he will become another legend in the history of Yang religion." On the high platform, Wang Su, standing opposite, clenched his fist and stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. "Don't worry, Your Highness, after Wang won, you won't let Your Highness perform the bet." "Yes, Ding Chuanqiu can kowtow alone." Ji Qiankuan is also very jealous of Ning Xiaochuan. Wang Su didn't know that the bright saint was also a genius spiritual trainer, and her alchemy level was far higher than that of him. Wang Xupan sat on the ground, where his heart was, and a white cauldron flew out, suspended 3 feet from the ground. No wonder Wang Su is full of confidence. It turned out that he has cast a heart-nourishing tripod. From this point of view, he is at least a senior heart-nourishing master. Wang Su's martial arts cultivation is originally the peak of his generation. He can actually become a senior heart trainer. His talent is amazing. This kind of outstanding person is hard to meet in 10,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the center of the platform, his palms slightly extended, and a bronze ancient tripod flew out of his body, turning into a 9-meter-high giant tripod, emitting a burning light, and fell steadily to the ground. What? Ding Chuanqiu even cast a heart-nourishing tripod. Haha. No wonder he dares to fight Wang Su. It turned out that he is a genius of spiritual cultivation. Now there is a good play. Originally, Wang Su intended to refine a top-grade pill to easily defeat Ning Xiaochuan. However, after seeing that Ning Xiaochuan actually called the heart-nourishing tripod, his heart jumped slightly. Was it possible that this guy had been playing the role of a pig and eating a tiger before? I must not lose. Wang Su decided to fight once and refine a human-level pill. Although he has never successfully refined human-level pills, in this case, if he wants to win the other party, he must refine human-level pills. Guiyuan pill is the simplest and most basic of human-level pills. Wang Su has studied it for a long time, and at least 30% of them are sure to refine it. With the help of Ji Qiankuan, the probability of success will even increase to 5 levels. It's Guiyuan pill. Ding Chuanqiu, you're far from fighting me. Wang Su was ready to refine the mysterious medicine and psychic magic medicine of Guiyuan pill and began to refine it. On the other hand, Ning Xiaochuan didn't start refining immediately, so he didn't seem to be in a hurry. He was still communicating with the Saint of Light. However, the two of them are communicating attentively, and outsiders can't hear their conversation at all. Ning Xiaochuan said with his heart, "Saint, I can promise you to take back your promise by example, but you must help me do something." "What is it?" "Saint of Light." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I want the dragon yuan of the Emperor's Crown Prince's dragon cub." The Saint of Light pondered for a moment, nodded gently, and said, "I promise you." Ning Xiaochuan also nodded with satisfaction and said, "I want 10 Tianpin Xianshi." "Tianpin Xianshi, what do you want Tianpin Xianshi for?" the Saint of Light asked curiously. Tianpin basalt is extremely precious, and it is precisely because of its precious that it is not very useful for monks in Tianrenjing. In the memory of the Saint of Light, even her grandfather, the leader of Tiandi Mountain, rarely used Tianpin Xianshi. The greatest use of Tianpin basalt is to start the ancient sub-god array. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Naturally, I'm of great use. As long as your highness the saint helps get Long Yuan and 10 Tianpin Xianshi, then neither you nor your highness the saint will owe anyone from now on." The bright saint frowned slightly, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a pair of beautiful eyes, and said, "If you marry me, even if you want Long Yuan and 10 Tianpin Xianshi, it's not a word, why?" Ning Xiaochuan interrupted her, smiled and said, "I don't like forcing others to do emotional things." "Okay. When the fight is over, I'll take you to get Long Yuan and Tianpin Xianshi. However, Tianpin Xianshi is also a vital treasure for the Holy Land of Light. It is under the care of a supreme elder in the door, and I can't guarantee whether I can get 10. Saint of Light. Just do your best." Ning Xiaochuan rode. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan also began to refine pills. The bright saint stood aside and looked at Ning Xiaochuan's serious alchemy. Somehow, she was greatly impressed with Ning Xiaochuan. Other men, by all means, want her. Ning Xiaochuan obviously can get her, but he respects her wishes. Those other geniuses, compared with Ning Xiaochuan, are simply on the ground and in the sky. A man like Ning Xiaochuan is indeed hard to find in the world. He is not only the top genius of martial arts, but also has the strength to kill the crown prince of the emperor. Moreover, she is also a genius spiritual trainer, and her attainments in alchemy are even higher than her. Ning Xiaochuan's conduct is also commendable, but it is absolutely decent. If she really wants to find a Taoist, Ning Xiaochuan is definitely the best candidate. If they really marry Ning Xiaochuan, they will definitely have a lot of common topics in the future. Working together with each other is likely to become a good story in the cultivation world. Is it really a good thing for me to miss Ning Xiaochuan like this? In the heart of the Saint of Light, she was neither lost nor happy, just like a placid fairy lake, calm as a mirror. Perhaps, in her heart, her dedication to martial arts cultivation is far more than the pursuit of male and female feelings. Ning Xiaochuan may be excellent, but it is only his excellence, which is far from the level of her admiration and worship, and it is even more impossible to be emotional. Since it is a competition to refine pills, Ning Xiaochuan naturally has to go all out to refine a 6-turn soul-reviving pill. Sanchuan Huanhuan pill, which saved his life twice, made him deeply aware of the importance of healing pills. However, there is only one Dan soul in the 3-turn soul-returning pill, which belongs to the level of 1 soul human level pill. 6-turn reincarnation pill is pregnant with 3 Dan souls, belonging to the level of 3 soul human level pill. It seems that there are only 2 more Dan souls, but the difficulty of refining has increased more than 20 times. Of course, the medicine power of the 6-turn soul-returning pill is far more than that of the 3-turn soul-returning pill. 6-turn soul-reviving pill is also a life-saving pill for real people. Ning Xiaochuan summoned miraculous psychic drugs from the heaven and earth ring, even reaching more than 10. Psychic miraculous drugs have different shapes. Some turn into human shapes, some turn into white geese, and some have a pair of fleshy legs. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, these psychic miraculous drugs are not afraid at all. Instead, they take the initiative to put the leaves, roots, fruits, and petals on their bodies into the heart-nourishing tripod to help Ning Xiaochuan refine pills. All the monks under the stage were dumbfounded. My God! Isn't the heart-nourishing master the natural enemy of the miraculous drugs? Why do those miraculous drugs take the initiative to help him refine pills? More than 10 miraculous drugs for channeling. Several of them are very precious. They are definitely 2,000 years old, and may even reach 3,000 years old. At the moment, the picture on the high platform is quite strange. Ning Xiaochuan just sat under the heart-nourishing tripod, and didn't do it himself at all. He just used his mind to control the fire. All the other things were done by the magic medicine. Even the bright saint didn't start from beginning to end, just like a beautiful maid, standing quietly behind Ning Xiaochuan. On the other hand, Wang Su was already busy sweating and out of breath. The fight is not over yet. Everyone seems to have been able to predict the result. Wang Su and Ji Qianquan were very anxious, but there was no way. No one thought that an unknown Ding Chuanqiu was a master of alchemy. Shit. This time, it was terrible. However, Wang Su still refused to admit defeat and tried to refine the pill. Standing on the other side of the high platform, the goddess of drug god Bali, her eyes have been staring at the direction of Ning Xiaochuan, and a trace of wonder flashed in her eyes. Compared with Wang Su, Ning Xiaochuan is simply like a full-time mental health teacher. He not only keeps a large number of psychic miracles, but also has a good relationship with psychic miracles. He can become a friend with psychic medicine. His heart is absolutely kind, and he won't be a villain. The goddess of Yao Shenggu is erudite and has read medical books, medical classics, and Dan prescriptions all over the world. She is far more knowledgeable than Ning Xiaochuan in the accumulation of medical knowledge. Although the pill has not been refined yet, she has seen that what Ning Xiaochuan refined is a 3-soul human-level pill, 6-turn Huanyang pill. If he really refined the 6-turn Huanyang pill, wouldn't it prove that he is also a soul-level great spiritual master? The young generation of soul-level mental health masters are definitely rarer than the genius that is hard to meet in 10,000 years. The bright saint is also a genius spiritual trainer. Her talent for alchemy is between Buozhong and Ning Xiaochuan. Naturally, she also saw that Ning Xiaochuan wanted to refine the 3-soul human-level pill. Has Ning Xiaochuan reached the level of soul-level great spiritual master? The bright saint was a little surprised, because she was still one step away from the soul-level spiritual master, and Ning Xiaochuan actually walked in front of her. You know, in the Battle of Tiandi Mountain, her attainments in alchemy were higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan. This guy is really a freak. He can give consideration to martial arts and dandao, and both can reach the top level of the younger generation. His talent is amazing. The heart of the Saint of Light thought so. Next, Ning Xiaochuan began to burn complex Dan patterns, and after about an hour of gestation, the 9-colored Dan gas escaped from the heart-nourishing tripod and rushed straight to the sky. A strong fragrance of Dan pervaded the whole Mingjing fairy pool. It's so rich in Dan fragrance, and there is also 9-colored Dan gas. Is it a human-level Dan he refined? A monk exclaimed. The golden child Buddha from the blissful palace of the sun gently shook and said, the benefactor refined a 3-soul human-level pill, and there is more than one. The golden child Buddha seems to be only 7 or 8 years old. His eyes are like pearls, and his lips and teeth are crystal clear. His eyes are extraordinarily deep, emitting the brilliance of wisdom, as if he can see through all the vanity in the world. 3-soul man level Dan? Guangming Lingzi was slightly surprised and said, Is there another soul-level spiritual master in the young generation? His alchemy has reached the level of the goddess of Medicine Valley? Many people can't believe it and feel ridiculous. Bang! A loud noise. Just when everyone was exclaiming, Wang Su's heart-nourishing tripod exploded. The white jade ancient tripod emitted wisps of black smoke, and even Wang Su and Ji Qianquan were disheartened. Their clothes were burned to rags, and their hair was burned to stand up. Originally, with Wang Su's current strength, it was quite difficult to refine a human-level pill. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan refining a 3-soul human-level pill, Wang Su was even more frustrated, and his heart could no longer remain calm. You know, the most important thing in alchemy is to be calm and nurture the elixir with heart fire. Once the mind is lost, the failure of alchemy is basically inevitable. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan opened the heart-nourishing tripod, and 4 bright lights flew out of the tripod, just like 4 fireballs, full of spirituality, and even wanted to fly away. Come back. Ning Xiaochuan waved his big sleeve, took back the 4 6-turn soul-reviving pills, and immediately stored them in a cold ice jade box. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Wang Su and Ji Qianquan and said, "Since Prince Wang Su failed to refine pills, I think the victory and defeat have been divided." Wang Su and Ji Qianquan are both famous heroes in Central Earth. With countless dazzling auras, many proud women worship them extremely. Once there are those famous cities and miracles in Central Earth, they will cause a sensation. However, they did not expect that the boat capsized in the gutter and would be planted in the north. Jiang. Their faces were full of miserable expressions. They never thought that they would end up like this. In their capacity, since they put down their cruel words in front of so many monks, it is naturally impossible to renege again. However, it is even more impossible for them to kneel and kowtow. They are not only losing face to themselves, but also to their families and holy land. Kneel. Why don't you kneel? Are the sons of the King of Central Earth and the Holy Land of the 9 ruins cowards? Gong Sunny Bai laughed very happily and shouted under the stage. Qian Biluo said, "After all, others are saints and people with status. How difficult it is to let them kneel. Wang Su, you don't have a sister, but the proud daughter of the Wang family. If you give your sister to the spring and autumn child, maybe the spring and autumn child will let you go. Since you lose, you naturally have to kneel and kowtow. The top talents in China are nothing more than this. It's still our north. There are many talents in Xinjiang. North. All the monks in Xinjiang began to coax. The goddess of the drug god Valley had bright eyes and bright teeth, fresh and elegant, and her body sent out a faint fragrance of medicine. She advised, "Young Master Chuanqiu, since you have won, you have to forgive people and forgive people, let them go." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Your Highness, it's not that I don't give you face. Just ask, if it was me who lost today, would they let me go?" This. The goddess of Medicine Valley said. "That's all. Let's admit defeat in the gambling. Today, my king falsely admitted defeat. Your Highness, thank you for pleading for us. We can only repay your kindness in the next life." Wang Su clenched his teeth, summoned a sword and stabbed directly into his heart. Ji Qianquan also seemed to make a difficult decision, taking out a sharp thorn and stabbing it into the middle of the eyebrow. Even if they die, they can't kneel. The goddess of light and the goddess of Medicine Valley also sighed secretly, and gently closed their eyes. Since Ning Xiaochuan had to force them to a dead end, they were only dead, and no one could save them. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, spread out his body method, flew out, and hit 2 palms at the same time, flapping the sword in Wang Su's hand and the sharp thorn in Ji Qianquan's hand out. The sword and spikes fell to the ground and stabbed deeply into the ground. Wang Su and Ji Qianquan looked at their hands, and then stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Their eyes looked shocked and puzzled. Why? Ning Xiaochuan said, "Don't look at me with this kind of eyes. Although you two are perverse and arrogant, you are not guilty to death. In today's world, monsters are rampant, and human survival homes are swallowed step by step. I don't know how many people died in the belly of monsters, I don't know how many people became sacrifices of demons, and I don't know how many people were displaced and their families were destroyed. Both of you are the top talents of the young generation. I hope you can use your talent and strength in the battlefield of defending Terrans in the future, rather than in a temporary battle of will." Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Wang Su and Ji Qianquan clenched their fists tightly, and their hearts were very ashamed. Ning Xiaochuan added, "You should always remember the feeling just before you die. I believe this lesson should let you learn a lot. In the future, you should not be so reckless as now." Wang Su and Ji Qianquan looked at each other, bowed down to Ning Xiaochuan at the same time, and said, "Young Master Ding, today's lesson must be remembered by both of us." Wang Su also said, "Wang apologized to young Master Ding for what he said earlier. In the future, if young Master Ding comes to China, he will be honored as a guest of honor." Ji Qianquan said, "The Holy Land of the Nine Ruins also welcomes young Master Ding at any time. I have never served anyone, but I am convinced of young Master Ding. The bright saint didn't expect that it would end like this." Ning Xiaochuan was so powerful that she didn't offend the king's family and the Holy Land of Jiu in China, but made two powerful allies. The goddess of Yao Shenggu also looked up to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "The alchemy of Gongzi Chuanqiu has reached the level of perfection, and it is amazing to produce 4 6-turn Huanyang pills at one time. Can you take the liberty to ask, who did Gongzi Chuanqiu learn alchemy with?" Can be praised by the disciples of Su King, the king of medicine, as great. This is already a very high evaluation, enough to make the name of Ding Chuanqiu spread all over the north. Xinjiang. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to expose his identity, saying, "I'm from a hidden sect, Xingqiu sect. The elder who taught me to refine pills is the Xingqiu old fairy of Xingqiu sect." The goddess of Drug God Valley frowned slightly. Obviously, she had never heard of Xingqiu sect and Xingqiu old fairy, and said, "Presumably, that Xingqiu old fairy is also a master of alchemy?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile and said, "Old fairy Xingqiu once told me that the greatest heart-nourishing teacher in North Xinjiang is neither his old man nor the king of medicine in Yao Shenggu, but an ugly mother-in-law with a mysterious identity." Ning Xiaochuan deliberately told the ugly mother-in-law, checked the expression of the goddess of Drug God Valley, and wanted to test whether she really knew the ugly mother-in-law. The goddess of the Valley of Medicine really showed a look of surprise in her eyes and said, "The old immortal Xingqiu also knows that ugly mother-in-law?" She did meet the ugly mother-in-law. Ning Xiaochuan was very happy, and said, "Your Highness, have you seen that elder?" This. The goddess of Drug God Valley hesitated slightly for a moment, seemed to be a little taboo, and did not continue to say. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed disappointment. The goddess of medicine God Valley said, "I really can't say more about that ugly mother-in-law. The young woman is very impressed by the master's attainments in alchemy. I wonder if the young woman can invite the master to discuss the Dan Road and the Medicine Sutra together." If at other times, Ning Xiaochuan naturally hopes to discuss the knowledge of alchemy with the goddess of the Valley of Medicine, so that he can exchange his experience of alchemy and make common progress. Second, it is also possible to get the news of the ugly mother-in-law from her mouth. Although she refuses to say now, as long as the time goes by, the relationship between the two will deepen. I believe she will definitely tell Ning Xiaochuan. However, Ning Xiaochuan is now in a hurry to get Long Yuan and Tianpin Xiancher together with the Bright Saint. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the Bright Saint and said, "Sorry, I have another important thing to discuss with Your Highness, the Saint. I can only discuss the experience of alchemy with Your Highness the next time." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan and the Bright Saint flew down the platform and disappeared into the crowd. Many people were so jealous that they went crazy, my God. He actually rejected the goddess of the ninth heaven and the goddess of the valley of medicine for the sake of the saint of light. Wang Su sighed, Brother Ding's true love for the bright saint. Ji Qianquan laughed and said, what's strange about this? If Brother Ding didn't really love the bright saint, how could he save the bright saint from the god son and the saint son of Yang sect regardless of his own life? It's precisely because of this that the bright saint would make a commitment to Brother Ding. Hearing Ji Qianquan's words, everyone was shocked. An elder of Guangming Holy Land was also frightened. He immediately walked up to Ji Qianquan and said, Son of Jiuxiu, what you just said is true. Ji Qianquan said, This is the word spoken by the Saint of Light. She has indeed promised to marry Brother Ding. Brother Wang and I spoke rudely to Brother Ding because jealousy blinded our minds. Hey! Now think of it, Brother Ding and the Saint of Light are really in love. Heaven made a match, and we are all outsiders. As Ji Qianquan, it is naturally impossible to talk nonsense. The news of the Saint of Light and Ding Chuanqiu privately decide to live forever immediately spread, and all monks in the Holy Land of Light were extremely shocked. The crowd finally understood why Ding Chuanqiu rejected the goddess of the ninth heaven first, and then rejected the goddess of the drug god valley. It turned out that he had a heart. The elder of Guangming Holy Land gently touched his beard, immediately retreated and flew to a cliff hanging in the air. There is a stone gate on the cliff. Inside the stone gate, a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing and a beautiful palace woman are practicing in seclusion. This couple is the father and mother of the Saint of Light. After hearing the elder's words, the father of the bright saint opened his eyes, the glow in his eyes was boundless, and there seemed to be two divine shadows sitting in his pupils. He said to himself, Is there such a thing? Master, this matter is absolutely true. Your Highness, the saint really has a private life with that man named Ding Chuanqiu. The white-robed elder said respectfully to the middle-aged man. The palace woman also opened her eyes, wrapped with white halos, and lit a red cinnabar in the middle of her eyebrows, saying, After all, we only have a child like Yuer. This matter is of great importance, and she can't make up her mind alone. I want to see what the boy can do to capture Yuer's heart. The white-robed old man was surprised and said, Master and Shenyang are going to leave the customs in advance? The woman in palace dress said solemnly, The catastrophe of the Holy Land of Light is coming, and it's no good not to leave the customs in advance. If we can solve the life event of Yuer before the catastrophe, even if our husband and wife die in the catastrophe, we won't have any concerns. Ning Xiaochuan and Guangming Saint didn't know that Ji Qianquan actually shook out the matter of making love with each other, which has now made the entire monks of Guangming Holy Land know. Many disciples of Guangming Holy Land were overwhelmed with grief. Some even wiped their necks with swords, but they were stopped by their fellow martial brothers. After Ning Xiaochuan and Guangming Saint left Mingjing Fairy Pool, they immediately rushed to the depths of Guangming Holy Land and soon came to the outside of the Holy Pagoda. Long Yuan and Tianpin Xianshi, treasures of this level, are stored in the Holy Pagoda and guarded by the top masters of Guangming Holy Land. Moreover, the outside of the Holy Pagoda is also equipped with an ancient array. The ground is as hard as iron, and the air flows with dazzling patterns like lightning. Even if real people come and want to break into the array, it is impossible. The Holy Pagoda is one of the most important places in the Holy Land of Light, storing hundreds of millions of treasures. After hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, the number of treasures collected by a holy land is definitely beyond ordinary people's imagination. Ning Xiaochuan once got the treasure of the king of Earth Tibet, so he was shocked and lamented the huge wealth of real people. However, compared with the wealth of a holy land, the wealth of a real person like the king of Tibet is like a drop in the bucket. The Holy Pagoda, towering and magnificent, stands on the top of the mountains on the cliffs, with colored glass, gold tiles, red copper and jade pillars. A spirit crane soars around the ancient pagoda, and white dragons squat between the cliffs. Countless herbs grow on the surrounding cliffs, including even some miraculous drugs. The person who guards the holy pagoda is the 3 disciples of the immortal in charge. He was granted the supreme elder and lived for more than 1800 years. Usually, he is just a drunk old drunkard, and few people know how high his cultivation is. Saint of Light. Lived more than 1800 years. That's really an antique. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. The lifespan of the 9 heavenly beings is no more than 1,000 years. How terrible was the cultivation of that supreme elder who guarded the holy pagoda? Absolutely far more than the 9th heaven. The details of a holy land are unimaginable. No one knows how deep the water of a holy land is. Even the core disciples of the Holy Land, it is estimated that they will never see the shadow of real people for a lifetime. However, as the granddaughter of the real leader, the bright saint must know more than others. The bright saint said, "Wait for me outside. I'll go in and steal Long Yuan and Tianpin Xianshi alone." Ning Xiaochuan originally thought that he also had the opportunity to enter the Holy Pagoda and see the treasures collected by Guangming Holy Land for millions of years. Obviously, he thought too much. In such an important place as the Holy Pagoda, even if the Saint of Light wants to enter, it is not easy, let alone an outsider. Ning Xiaochuan stayed on the hillside, found a hiding place, arranged a hiding array, sat on the ground, and practiced while waiting for the bright saint to return. At the same time, great changes have taken place outside the Holy Land of Light. The demon clan army surrounded the whole, bright Holy Land, and there were Xian beasts and monsters in all directions. All monsters. The disciples guarding the holy door, panicked, inexplicably sent the news to the bright Holy Land. Hearing this news, all the monks gathered in Mingjing Xianqi were in a panic, and some of the disciples with lower accomplishments were even scarred and almost fainted. How can the demon army suddenly attack the Holy Land of Light? Under the leadership of the older generation of monks, many monks all rushed to the direction of the Holy Gate. It was so sudden that it exceeded everyone's expectations. After seeing the huge scene outside the Holy Gate, a bloody hurricane swept over, and some young monks who had not gone out for training directly fell to the ground. The ground was covered with bloody battle flags made of human skin. In the army of monsters, there stood a huge drum with a diameter of 80 meters, which was made of dragon skin. An 18-meter-tall demon, with a human body and a lion-tiger's head, holding 2 real people's spines, kept beating the war drum. It's a drumstick made from the backbone of a real person. Dong. 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 The sound of war drums spread thousands of miles. There are beasts in all directions, fierce beasts, mysterious beasts, and the shadow of monsters. At a glance, it is like a sea of beasts, and there is no end to it. Ow! The 2 thunder beetles, whose bodies are as big as a hill, are covered with hard shells, and their backs are shining with 7 groups of brilliance. They walk slowly in the direction of the Holy Gate. Their mouths gave out a huge roar at the same time, which was like the explosion of divine thunder, which hurt people's eardrums. In those 2 thunder beetles, they pulled a chariot and rolled over the ground, flattening a hill directly. Above the chariot, there is a wrinkled human skin, which is printed with the word Huang. At the lower left of the word Huang, there is a mark similar to a centipede, but that centipede has 8 pairs of flesh wings. In the Holy Gate, an elderly temple lord of Guangming Holy Land was shocked when he saw the human skin battle flag, one of the 9 demon emperors, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. It was a demon emperor, the master of the wilderness, who commanded countless tribes and ruled hundreds of millions of beasts. The demon emperor's order can shake the whole north. In Xinjiang, all the creatures in all directions go to worship. Wow! Above the void, a huge white figure was condensed. The figure was 10 feet tall, standing tall, majestic and sacred. The split projection of the Palm sect of the Holy Land of Light. The huge figure, whose voice was majestic, sent out a mighty momentum, and said, "Earth Centipede Demon Emperor, are you going to attack the Holy Land of Light? Tianming Demon Emperor has a life. Within 3 days, he will break the Holy Land of Light, break the dragon vein, destroy the foundation, and kill all human friars." In that chariot, the demon gas rolled and the poison fog became a cloud, and a cold loud voice came from the demon gas and poison fog. "I'm afraid you've come to the Holy Land of Light, but you can't go back," said the huge figure. "Young generation, you are not qualified to speak with the Emperor. Ask your master to come out and fight with the Emperor." The ground centipede demon emperor's deep voice. The phantom of Guangming Palm sect said, "Master, his old man died 800 years ago. If the demon emperor really wants to fight, I am willing to accompany him." "Tianqidu, that old guy has been dead for 800 years. Haha, human life is really short. Low creatures like you should not live in the world." The ground centipede demon emperor laughed. "Too arrogant. This is the Holy Land of Light, the sacred territory opened up by the God of Light, and you can't come here to be presumptuous." A man 8 feet tall and covered with bronze muscles shouted at the ground centipede demon emperor. He is the head of the 9 main halls of the Holy Land of Light, the Lord of the War Method Hall, Gilifan. Qua, the God of Light has died in ancient times, and the Holy Land of Light will also perish. The human race will perish, and the demon race will be respected, the Lord of Northern Xinjiang, Tianming Demon Emperor. Ground Centipede Demon Emperor Wei. The human race will be destroyed, and the demon god will be respected, the Lord of Northern Xinjiang, the Demon Emperor of Tianming. The human race will be destroyed, and the demon god will be respected, the Lord of Northern Xinjiang, the Demon Emperor of Tianming. All the animals roared in unison, and the whole world was boiling. Damn! Gilifan was hot-tempered, holding a Fang Tianhua halberd flashing with black light, stabbed into the void, and a column of light flew out of the Fang Tianhua halberd across the void, smashing the head of the big demon who was beating the war drum, and all the demon blood spilled on the war drum, scarlet thorn eyes. Behind the chariot of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor, a young man with black wings flew out, stared at Gilifan, and said in a cold voice, "There are still some strong men in human beings. Your Excellency has the power to kill the lion and tiger giant spirit beast across the air. Do you dare to fight with me? Why dare you?" Gilifan is the head of the 9 main halls. He has fought more than 1,000 times and never refused to fight. The demon man with black wings said, "That's great. Just before the war, kill a strong man of the human race and strengthen the momentum of our demon army. Then it depends on who cuts who." Gulifan's body was like an iron tower, rising from the ground, just like a shell. It rushed hundreds of meters high, and then fell quickly. Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand suddenly stabbed at the demon man with black wings. The demon man with black wings smiled coldly at the corners of his mouth, pinched his fingers, and grew metal scales in his flesh and blood, covering the whole arm. Boom! He kicked on the ground, rushed up, and punched Gulifan's Fang Tianhua halberd. The Fang Tian painted halberd was an inferior supreme weapon. However, after receiving a punch from the demon man, it made a creak sound and broke into 6 pieces. Gulifan's face changed greatly, but he had rich combat experience and did not mess in the face of danger. He immediately gave up Fang Tianhua halberd, turned around and slapped the back of the demon man with black wings. However, his palm missed. Not good. Gulifan immediately turned his strength and hit behind him. Unfortunately, it was still a step late. The man with black wings slapped Gulifan on the top of his head, splitting Gulifan's head, and a blood line appeared on Gulifan's face. However, Gulifan is also worthy of being the head of the 9 hall of the Holy Land of Light, and at the same time, he slapped the demon man on the chest. It's a pity that you're still a little worse. The demon man with black wings gave a giggle laugh in his mouth, ran the demon Yuan, and the collapsed part of his chest immediately grew again. Poof! The demon man with black wings turned his right arm into a black iron lock, wrapped Gu Lifan's neck, and dragged Gu Lifan to a white bone altar suspended in the void in the distance. Gu Lifan's fighting power is strong, but he was smashed by the demon man's palm. Although he hasn't stopped breathing, he has no resistance. Although the demon man was also hit by Gu Lifan in the heart, the most important part of the demon is not the heart, and the demon has a strong recovery ability. Therefore, Gu Lifan's palm did not hurt the origin of the demon man. This is the advantage of the demon clan. Its recovery ability is very fast. Moreover, if its demon Yuan is not injured, even if its neck is cut off, it cannot kill them. In fact, the combat power of Gu Lifan and the demon man with black wings is between Buozhong. The war just now should have been a situation of losing both sides, but just because of the special physique of the demon clan, that demon clan man was not injured, but also captured Gu Lifan alive. The strong man of mankind is nothing more than this. Locust Qingzi is only a young Tianjiao of the demon family under the throne of the Earth Centipede demon, but he only uses 3 moves to capture a temple lord of the Holy Land of Light alive. Human beings are too weak. The younger generation of human beings is not as good as the younger generation of the demon clan. Even the older masters of human beings are far less arrogant than the younger generation of the demon clan. Said a servant beside the ground centipede demon emperor. The man with black wings on his back is the first pride of the young generation under the throne of the Earth Centipede demon, named Locust City Sun. Locust Qingzi, holding an iron chain, was like dragging a dead dog, dragging Gu Lifan to the white bone altar. An elder of Guanming Holy Land wanted to save Gu Lifan, but he was punched through his chest by Locust Qingzi, and his heart was torn apart. His body fell on the white bone altar and was soon refined into a skeleton. Locust Qingzi held an iron chain in his hand and stepped on Gu Lifan's chest with one hand and foot. With a strange smile on his young face, he stared at the human monks in the distance and said contemptuously, "Who else dares to fight with me?" Although Locust Qingzi is only the Tianjiao of the younger generation of the demon clan, his combat power is indeed terrible. He defeated the head of the 9-hall lord of Guanming Holy Soil with 3 moves, killed an elder of Guanming Holy Soil with 1 punch, and restrained all the monks of the Terran. Too strong. Locust Qingzi said, "I will stand on the white bone altar. Whoever can defeat me, I will put the human under my feet." He smiled wickedly and said, "Besides, I only use 1 hand. Kill! Kill!" Between the whole heaven and earth, there are all the cries of Xian beasts. Among the demon army, the war drum sounded again. Too crazy. The master of the power transmission hall of the Holy Land of Light roared, stood upside down with white hair, and flew to the white bone altar with a crystal staff in his hand. The master of the hall waved his staff, and the wind and cloud suddenly changed color. Layers of white clouds rushed from the horizon, and thousands of war swords flew out of the clouds, cutting at the Locust City almost at the same time. Locust Qingzi laughed, and a pair of black wings on his back completely spread out, becoming longer and longer. At first, they were only 3 meters long. However, just in the past moment, the pair of black wings became like 2 black clouds, covering the sky and the earth. The wings fanned, forming a storm-like hurricane, with a corrosive toxic fog in the wind, all of which seemed to rush away like a meritorious elder. The preacher elder pointed out the staff and opened up a path of light in the hurricane. The staff stabbed the Locust City's eyebrows. Chuangong elder has seen that the demon Yuan of Locust City is in the center of his eyebrows. Only by breaking the demon Yuan of Locust City can he really kill Locust City. Bang! Just as the magic wand was about to hit the center of Locust City's eyebrows, the magic wand was pinched by Locust City with 1 hand. Bang! Directly crush. At the moment when the staff was broken, the preacher elder knew it was bad and immediately retreated. Still want to go? Locust Qingzi hit a big handprint on the head of the Chuangong elder, seriously injured the Chuangong elder, and spit a mouthful of blood in his mouth. The elder of the mission performed a kind of forbidden skill, and only at the cost of burning Shuyuan did he escape from the hands of Locust City. However, when the preacher fled into the holy gate, he immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Locust Qingzi's mouth was slightly hooked, and he said with some disappointment, "It's another old generation. Isn't there a decent genius in the young generation of the Terran? If the strong man of the young generation of the Terran makes a move, even if he can only catch me, I can let go of the human under my feet." Those monsters and mysterious beasts that turned into human shapes all laughed. One of the demon friars with a lion's face laughed, "Even the strong of the older generation of human beings can't do 3 tricks in your hands. The waste of the younger generation of the human race can only dominate within human beings. If you dare to fight with the arrogance of our demon race, you will be disabled every minute." Gulifan, who was suppressed by the Locust City, roared, "Stop being tricked by the demon clan. It is the pure blood offspring of the divine beast, Locusting. The blood of the divine beast flows in its body, which can mobilize the power of the ancient divine beast. None of you is his opponent." Monsters are also divided into levels, and the highest level of monsters is the pure blood offspring of divine beasts. The pure blood descendants of the divine beast are the nobles of the demon family, which can be called 1 in 10,000. They have completely inherited the constitution and memory of the ancestor of the divine beast, and are rarer than the genius that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years in human beings. Presumptuous. The palm of the Holy Land of Light teaches real people to do it in person. Immediately, the sky and earth changed color, and countless lightning fell from the clouds, converging into a lightning giant, trying to save Gulifan. "Haha! Guangming sect, your opponent is the emperor." The ground centipede demon emperor laughed. The soil beside the demon emperor's chariot kept rising, condensed into an earth rock giant, and fought with the lightning giant. The 2 giants are more than 100 meters high, which is like 2 mountains fighting. Every blow will shake the earth and the mountains. Boom! Finally, the 2 giants broke at the same time. The voice of the earth centipede demon emperor rang out from the battlefield and said, "Guangming sect, although you are only a young generation, it is interesting to be able to fight with the emperor. It seems that your cultivation has exceeded your master's heavenly master. Unfortunately, the holy land of Guangming is exhausted and will die." Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled. A torrential demon force rushed up from the ground. A woman wrapped in demon clouds flew out of the ground, holding a vein of earth more than 100,000 miles long in her hand, which was like holding a tin head dancing in the air. That is a major earth vein of the Holy Land of Light, which can be called the secondary dragon vein of the Holy Land of Light. That woman, wearing a crown and black clothes, with white hair, put the earth vein, which is more than 100,000 miles long, into a colorful ancient tripod the size of a palm. Who is she? Can she actually take away a main earth vein of the Holy Land of Light? What a great magic power is this! My God! Is the Holy Land of Light really doomed? Standing among a group of young monks, the Golden Boy Buddha calmly said, "In the world, only the North can take away the creatures deposited in the earth vein of millions of grades under the ground. One of the 9 monsters in Xinjiang, the Queen of Shurji Demon. She is an ancient stone in the divine earth vein deposited for hundreds of millions of years. She has been cultivated into a Tao, which can be called a congenital spirit species, immortal, and a great supernatural power level existence. The heirs of each holy land have naturally heard the legend of the Queen of Shurji Demon, that is, the spirit stone becomes the essence, and after the self-styled demon, the heterogeneous demon clan that governs the whole Tianshu continent is the Lord of the Earth, the Queen of 10,000 demons. If the stone body does not die, she will not die." Boom! At the horizon, there was a huge sound of thunder and lightning. In the void, there were circles of ripples, forming a void gate as high as 1,000 feet. Another high white bone altar flew out of the gate of void. With the white bone altar flying out, there are endless armies of monsters and beasts. This is the second monster army, which encircles the Holy Land of Light again. They come across the void. Only the white bone altar can open the door of the void and directly transmit so many monsters, mysterious beasts and fierce beasts from the wilderness to the Holy Land of Light. A demon emperor chariot flew out of the gate of the void and was pulled by 36 flying dragons more than 100 meters long. 36 flying dragons uttered a dragon chant at the same time, which was like the roar of 10,000 dragons. The Brahma demon emperor was sitting in the demon emperor's chariot, and his momentum was surging. He said, "I follow the order of the Tianming demon emperor and come to destroy the Holy Land of Light. Friars of the Holy Land of Light, don't make fearless resistance anymore. The Tianming demon emperor is bound to win the Holy Land of Light, and no one can stop her." 2 demon emperors, 1 demon queen, arrived at the bright Holy Land at the same time, and transmitted hundreds of millions of demon and beast armies to the periphery of the bright Holy Land, basically cutting off all the retreats of the bright Holy Land. In front of such a strong lineup, no one can escape. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor, the Stone Ji Demon Queen, and the Brahma Demon Emperor are all famous demon clan masters. Even if there is only one, it will cause a huge shock, not to mention the arrival of 3 masters at the same time. Above the sky, there are 2 white bone altars suspended, filled with white bones of human beings of all ethnic groups, and ancient demon texts are carved on the bones. The altar, as high as 10,000 feet, sends out dazzling blood waves. The king of the demon clan, with the power of the altar, opened the door of the void, and sent mysterious beasts and demon beasts to the territory of the Holy Land of Light. All the demon clans participated in the war. Some demon beasts had the body of a python and a pair of ferocious flesh wings on their backs. They spit poison fog in their mouths, eroding the earth into black soil. Some monsters, covered with palm-sized scales, drive chariots, and the one horn on their heads is more than 10 meters long. The evil spirit emanates from their bodies and forms an inky black cloud. There are also some monsters, flying in the void, whose bodies are tens of meters long and are wrapped in flames, just like the legendary unicorn. Every demon commands hundreds of monsters, almost every demon beast commands tens of thousands of mysterious beasts, every mysterious beast also commands countless fierce beasts and beasts. Each monster seems to be commanding a huge orc army, forming a sea of beasts. Above the demon, there are the Beast King and the Demon King. Above the Beast King and the Demon King, there is the Demon Emperor. Both the Beast King and the Demon King are under the management of the Demon King, but the cultivation of the Demon King is more powerful than the Beast King. Only demons whose accomplishments reach the level of real people can be called Demon King. The cultivation of the Beast King may not reach the level of a real person, but the Beast King commands a demon beast race, holding countless demon beasts and mysterious beast armies in his hands. For example, King Qingyu commanded the mysterious beasts and monsters hundreds of thousands of miles around the whole beheading wasteland, so she was the Beast King under the throne of Brahma Demon. Although Liao didn't command and manage monsters and mysterious beasts, its cultivation has reached the level of real people. Therefore, it is the Demon King. This is the difference between the Beast King and the Demon King. If the cultivation of the Beast King reaches the realm of human beings, it will also support another new Beast King, and then, give up the power in your hands and concentrate on cultivation. At this time, the older generation of Beast King also became the Demon King. Therefore, in the wilderness, there will hardly be a real animal king. Just like the 9 hall masters of Guanming Holy Land, all are monks in the 9th realm of heaven and man. It's not that Guanming Holy Land has no real people, but that after the hall master reaches the realm of real people, he will give up his power, retreat behind the scenes and devote himself to cultivation. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor, the Stone Ji Demon Queen, and the Beast King and Demon King under the Vatican Demon Throne came one after another to gather in the Holy Land of Light, and the demons danced like a gathering of 10,000 demons. However, I don't know why, the demon army didn't immediately start to attack the bright Holy Land, and it seems to be waiting for something? Locust Qingzi stood at the top of one of the white bone altar, and did not kill Gilifan. He still wanted to challenge the young masters in mankind, and said, I heard that the Tianjiao of all the holy lands of mankind are gathered in the Holy Land of Light, so no one dares to fight with me? Even if it's just a move to catch me, I can let go of the human under my feet. I'll fight you. Hua Qinglian stood in the crowd, with long hair tied with blue hair bands. Her eyes were bright and bright, like two jewels inlaid in her eyes. Guangming Lingzi advised, Elder Martial Brother, Locust Qingzi is a pure divine beast blood, which can mobilize the power of divine beasts. Moreover, it must have condensed the demon embryo and reached the 8th realm of heaven and man, which is invincible in the same realm. If you reach the 8th realm of heaven and man, you may be able to compete with it. However, Elder Martial Brother, you are still a step away from the 8th realm of heaven and man after all. If the reincarnated gods and purebred divine beast blood are in the same state, they are indeed strong enemies. However, the Locust City has condensed a demon embryo, entered the 8th territory of heaven and man, and can easily kill the strong man in the 9th territory of heaven and man. Although Hua Qinglian is extremely talented, after all, she did not condense into a Taoist embryo. It is almost impossible to fight against it. An elder of Guangming Holy Land said, Son of God, you are a body of 10,000 gold. Don't take risks. Now, the secondary god array of Holy Land has been opened, and even if the demon army is strong, it may not be able to break in. However, once out of the secondary god array, you don't have to say much. Hua Qinglian gently waved her hand, turned into a white light, and flew towards the white bone altar. Wow! Hua Qinglian fell on the white bone altar, looked calm, and his skin was like colorful glass, confronting Locust Qingzi standing above. Locust Qingzi is the top Tianjiao of the demon family. His spiritual sense is more acute than other monsters. Naturally, he feels the powerful power emanating from Hua Qinglian and says, You have seed. If you can really take my move, I will release this human. The wings on Locust Qingzi's back spread out, like turning into two black clouds. Black flames escaped from the feathers and turned into a sea of flames, completely wrapping Hua Qinglian. Hua Qinglian's feet condensed a blue fairy lotus, walked slowly in the black sea of fire, walked towards the Locust City, and calmly said, Your magic power, why can't I let people go? Haha. Interesting, interesting. The young generation of Terrans should have such a strong one. Locust Qingzi picked up Gilifan, threw it at Hua Qinglian, and said with a smile, Anyway, soon, all the monks of the whole bright holy land will die. What about giving it back to you? Hua Qinglian caught Gilifan and immediately flew in the direction of the holy gate. Who allowed you to leave? I finally met a decent young Terran master. How can I let you leave? Locust Qingzi laughed wildly, spread out a pair of black wings, rose into the sky, and soon caught up with Hua Qinglian. Holding countless lightning in its hands, it struck the vest of Hua Qinglian with one palm. Hua Qinglian glanced back slightly and pushed Gu Lifan out into the secondary god array. Those human monks in the secondary god array immediately caught Gilifan and sent him back to the Holy Land for full treatment. However, Hua Qinglian was intercepted by Locust City, and each person and demon were the supremacy of the young generation. They fought with each other and were inseparable. Terran genius is not as weak as the legend. Is there any Terran genius who will fight with me? King Jinyu flew out of the demon army and condensed the human body. He was very handsome, wearing dazzling gold armor, and glanced at the human monk standing in the sub-god array. King Jin is the most outstanding descendant of the Brahma demon emperor and the top Tianjiao of the younger generation of the demon clan. King Jin said with a smile, "No one dares to fight. Are all the so-called human geniuses shrinking turtles? If you don't have anyone to fight, the king will join hands with Locust Qingzi to behead the godson of the bright holy land first." "Who says no one dares to fight? I'll fight you." The son of Jiu killed out the secondary god Array and attacked the king of Jin. However, King Jin's cultivation is beyond everyone's imagination, and has reached the 9th realm of heaven and man. Although it is not a pure blood beast blood, the cultivation is really terrible. Just using 5 magic tricks, the son of the 9th ruins was seriously injured and almost died miserably. The fighting power of the son of the 9th ruins is at the top level in Central Earth, and he rarely meets an opponent. However, he can't do 10 moves in the hands of King Jin. Fortunately, the son of Jiu had the magic power to cross the space, so he could escape from the hands of King Jin. King Jin is so powerful that its combat effectiveness is probably not lower than that of Locust City. The young generation of the demon clan actually has the existence of entering the 9th realm of heaven and man. Among the young Tianjiao of human beings, people who have reached the 7th realm of heaven and man are already rare. The young master of the 8th realm of heaven and man is already called the young god of war of the human race, and is invincible among his contemporaries. As for the 9th realm of heaven and man, the human Tianjiao, even in Central Earth, has never heard of such a person. Is the gap between Terrans and demons really so large? Everyone was shocked and inexplicable. The younger generation of monks of the demon clan were so powerful that they were more and more terrible. Who could fight with them? Because of the arrival of the demon army, the monks of the whole bright holy land have left the customs, and even those living fossil-level old guys who buried themselves in the soil and slept deeply have all broken through the soil. Standing on the holy treasure cliff, Ning Xiaochuan had already stopped practicing. 2 demon emperors and a demon queen arrived at the same time, and I don't know whether the holy land of light can be blocked. Ning Xiaochuan heard some news about the demon army from the mouth of the past monks, and he was a little worried about the situation of the bright holy land. Why hasn't Lin Yueji come out of the holy pagoda? Ning Xiaochuan stood under the tree and looked at the towering glass pagoda above, frowning with the word Chuan. It's just to get Long Yuan and Tianpin Xianshi. As Lin Yueji is in the holy land of light, it shouldn't be difficult. However, an hour passed, but she did not come out of the tower, which made Ning Xiaochuan a little worried. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt something on his body vibrate. What's moving? Ning Xiaochuan took out the Jinyao Tower, and saw that the Jinyao Tower actually emitted a faint red light, which constantly vibrated in Ning Xiaochuan's hands, as if sensing something. Only when the powerful demon clan appears, the demon tower will emit red light. How can this be? Is there a demon monk sneaking into the holy land of light? The direction of the demon tower is the direction of the holy pagoda. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head and looked at the holy pagoda, his heart suddenly sank. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the guidance of Jinyao Tower. What demon clan can sneak into the most important treasure secret place of the holy land of light unconsciously? Ning Xiaochuan followed the guidance of Jinyao Tower and walked forward. Sure enough, in a secret place, he found an array gap, which seemed to be eaten by some creature. The array outside the holy pagoda is arranged by a human supreme. If you don't know the direction of the array, even real people can't break in. What monster can actually devour the array? Sure enough, the strong of the demon clan sneaked into the holy land of light. Ning Xiaochuan immediately walked into the gap of the array and walked forward carefully, intending to find out. The gap of that array is very hidden, almost hidden more than 10 meters deep under the ground. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't have the demon suppression tower, he couldn't find that array gap at all. The array outside the holy pagoda is indeed unpredictable, cumbersome and complex, which cannot be arranged by ordinary monks. Ning Xiaochuan accidentally touched an array line and immediately attracted a purple lightning. Fortunately, he blocked the demon tower and resisted most of the lightning force. Otherwise, I'm afraid the purple electricity just now will split him into fly ash. Finally, he came out of the array and appeared in the corner of a magnificent hall in the holy pagoda. What a powerful vitality wave! There are masters fighting. Ning Xiaochuan immediately returned to the array gap, gathered his breath and looked into the hall. In the hall, two old men were fighting. One of them, a white-robed old man with gray hair, sat in the air, holding a crystal staff. At the top of the staff is a fist-sized ball, which releases thunder and lightning locks, turning into a cage, trapping another monk who exudes evil spirit in the cage. The white-robed old man sitting in the air was badly injured, and his back seemed to be dug away by some creature. He was bleeding, and even his spine could be seen. I didn't expect that there was a real person in the holy pagoda of Guangming Holy Land. I underestimated Guangming Holy Land before. The demon clan old man trapped in the cage was short, and his lips were very protruding, like a human mouse, showing two white teeth. Its two teeth are extremely sharp, emitting bright light, as if it can bite through everything in the world. The white-robed old man sitting in the air is the three disciples of Guangming sect, a supreme elder of Guangming Holy Land, and also the keeper of the holy pagoda. He kept bleeding on his back, but he was still struggling to stick to it. He kept driving the real yuan in his body into the magic wand and tried his best to suppress the strong man of the demon clan. Who the hell are you? How can you break the supreme array arranged by your ancestors? The keeper of the holy pagoda said coldly. What's the significance of the supreme array? If I want to, I can come and go freely even in the secondary god array. The strong man of the demon clan laughed. When it laughs, its two protruding teeth become more obvious. The keeper of the holy pagoda showed a startled look on his face. Are you a god-eater? That's right. I'm a god-eating mouse. Old man, you'd better give up. You've been seriously injured by me and can't last long. If you step back and recuperate now, there may be a glimmer of life. However, if you continue to persist, you may die of blood. The bite god mouse's mouth sent out a squeak laughter. The keeper of the holy pagoda said, if it weren't for your sneak attack and your cultivation, you might not be able to hurt me. Cough. The keeper of the holy pagoda was really badly injured. Just after saying a word, he coughed up a mouthful of blood in his mouth, and his body trembled slightly, almost unable to control the staff. Although the god-devouring mouse was imprisoned in the cage, it was in a panic at all, and said with a smile, your cultivation is really high. But it's useless even if you imprison me here. My grandson has gone to steal Tianpin basalt. Once Tianpin basalt is stolen, the bright holy land can't continue to operate the secondary god array. Without the protection of the secondary god array, the demon army outside can kill the whole bright holy land tonight. You don't expect that little girl to stop my grandson? My grandson, the God-Eater Mouse, but the first genius of the God-Eater Mouse family has never been defeated since childhood. Although that little girl is also a human genius, she is far from my grandson. The keeper of the holy pagoda was also very anxious. If these two devouring rats steal all the Shancher of Tianpin, the holy land of light will be really over. However, at the moment, he was not only seriously injured, but also shot to suppress the god-devouring mouse, which could not help the saint of light at all. What should I do now? Is it that the heaven is going to kill my holy land of light? The god-devouring mouse stood in the lightning locks, smiled and sighed. The demon emperor has issued the order to destroy the holy land of light, which is useless even if you are dying. Before the destruction of the holy land of light, the treasures in the holy pagoda obviously belong to our god-devouring mouse family. Gigi. Suddenly, the god-devouring mouse's eyes were cold, stared at the gap of the array, and drank in a deep voice, "Who? Get out." The keeper of the holy pagoda also noticed that an outsider had sneaked in, and was very happy. He thought it was the disciple of the Holy Land of Light, and immediately said, "Is it the disciple of the Holy Land of Light? Go to help the saint protect Tianpin Xianchi, and never let the demon clan take the Xianchi away." At this time, Ning Xiaochuan can only pretend to be the disciple of Guanming Holy Land once, bowing slightly to the keeper of the holy pagoda and saying, "Don't worry, Elder Tai, I'll help the saint now." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan immediately pursued the evil spirit and went to look for the god-devouring mouse and the saint of light. "It's just a young disciple, and you also want to stop the top genius who devours the Protoss? Old man, don't give any hope. That boy just now, and the saint daughter of the bright holy land, will all die in the hands of my grandson." Suddenly, a pair of mung bean-sized eyes of devouring godmouse emitted two sharp lights. Originally, the old and shriveled palm turned into sharp claws and grabbed at the surrounding lightning chains, but it forcibly tore a crack, and the thin body wanted to squeeze out of the crack. Devouring godmouse can devour the array arranged by the Supreme, which shows how terrible its teeth and claws are. There is no phase, bright world. The keeper of the holy pagoda spits blood out of his mouth and sprays it on the staff in his hand. The power of the staff immediately multiplies and suppresses the god-eating mouse again. "I want to see how much blood you have to flow." The devouring mouse bit its teeth and smiled coldly. It no longer attacked the lightning lock, but just propped up the defense cover and protected itself in the defense cover. They fell into a stalemate again. After the Saint of Light entered the holy pagoda, she immediately rushed to get Long Yuan and 10 pieces of Tianpin basalt. Everything was going well. However, when she was ready to go out of the holy pagoda, she encountered God-eating mice and God-eating mice who broke into the pagoda. Moreover, even the Supreme Elder who guarded the holy pagoda was seriously injured by the God-devouring mouse. That Supreme Elder can only use the forbidden technique to trap the God-devouring mouse at the cost of burning blood. That God-devouring mouse is still terrible, and only with the help of some arrays in the holy pagoda can the bright saint compete with it briefly. Don't hide anymore. You have no way out. Be my pet. This seat will never treat you badly. The God-devouring mouse put the demon spirit outside, condensed a demon cloud around its body, and completely sealed the exit of the Chamber of Secrets. The God-devouring mouse is less than 1 meter tall, with sharp-nosed monkey cheeks, beards, armor on its body, hands on its back, and proudly staring at the bright saint. This secret room is the place where Tianpin basalt is stored. The Saint of Light really has no retreat and can only fight with all her strength. Even if you die, you should defend the Holy Land of Light. The God-devouring mouse saw the Light Saint's eyes gradually become firm, and gently shook his head, said, "Saint of Light, I see your talent is not vulgar, and you are also beautiful, so I want to accept you as a pet. Other human beings, even if kneeling on the ground and pleading, I won't take another look. The Demon Emperor is coming, and the human race will die. You have to think clearly, only by obeying the demon race can you have a chance to live. Be my pet, and I will protect your life. Just now, you have suffered a lot of injuries, and you should have understood the strength of this seat. It is an indisputable fact that no one is the opponent of this seat in the young generation of Terrans. Do you want to make unnecessary resistance?" The bright saint stood in the middle of the secret room, her long hair was scattered, her white clothes were infected with a large amount of blood, and her abdomen was almost pierced. Although she took pills to control the injury, her vitality was still greatly damaged. You may also underestimate the Terran. There are also young kings in the Terran whose combat power is above me," said the Saint of Light. The God-devouring mouse laughed. "This is not the pride of the human race. The Terrans in northern Xinjiang are almost the lowest level of primordial Terrans, with weak physique. Even if some extremely rare geniuses were born, their physique is far behind that of our demon race with pure god-beast blood. If those geniuses of high-level Terrans, such as Giant, Fire Spirit, Dragon, Wing, Jade Beauty, Sun and Moon congenital Terrans. Those geniuses of high-level Terrans who are difficult to meet in 10,000 years, maybe they can fight with us. The hominid is the lowest Terran and the largest human group. The physique of the Protoss belongs to the physique of the public, and its physical body is weak, which can't be compared with the physique of the descendants of those pure gods and beasts. However, among the Terrans, there are also some advanced Terrans, whose physique can compete with the offspring of purebred gods and beasts, and even stronger than the offspring of purebred gods and beasts. For example, the legendary Protoss, Demon, Archean and Undead. Of course, in Tianchu continent, more than 99.9% of human beings are primordial. The god-devouring mouse sighed, since you are unwilling to surrender to this seat can only capture you first, and then use soul-devouring technique to disintegrate the will in your body, so that you can be the pet of this seat willingly. By that time, you will not even be the pet of people, but only a slave of this seat. Boom! The palm of the god-devouring mouse turns into a sharp claw, displaying a fast, magic power. Its speed was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. It grabbed at the neck of the bright saint and wanted to capture the bright saint alive. However, it pounced on the air. There was a figure, a little faster than it. The figure hugged the saint of light, turned into a colorful streamer, and moved sideways in another direction. The devouring mouse let out a light sigh in its mouth, jumped on it again, and made 72 paw prints in a row, sealing every corner of the whole secret room. Each claw was sharper than a sword, and attacked the figure at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan's left hand stopped the slender jade waist of the bright saint, stepped on the colorful rainbow step, changed direction 7 times in a row, and felt the vitality wave coming from behind. He immediately stopped and slapped with his backhand. The virtual shadow of a lightning behemoth rushed out of Ning Xiaochuan's palm, sending out the roar of the behemoth. Boom! In the secret room, 72 paw prints were all broken. The god-devouring mouse sneered and attacked again, displaying the genius of the god-devouring mouse family to turn stone into gold. One of its sharp claws, touching the ground, immediately emitted a bright golden light, turning the ground and walls into gold. Shwa shwa. Golden spikes condensed from the air, flew out from all directions, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan and the Holy Lady of Light. Ning Xiaochuan was still calm, the blood in his body accelerated, carried vitality, and 11 concrete magic swords flew out of his palm at the same time, forming a circular sword array. The sword array, composed of 11 battle swords, will break the turning stone into gold displayed by the god-devouring mouse. The array worked, and 11 strong sword chi broke out, cutting at the god-devouring mouse. Bang! The god-devouring mouse took out a round jade, beat it out, and blocked the 11 concrete magic swords. On the surface of the jade, there are human rules flowing, forming the shape of a snare, which is simply invincible. This monster's cultivation is so strong. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. It has definitely condensed the demon embryo and reached the 8th realm of heaven and man. Kill God. Ning Xiaochuan spits out 2 words in his mouth, controls 11 concrete magic swords, and cuts forward again. Bang! The devouring god mouse was forced by the sword array to step backward for 2 steps, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who stood opposite with some shock. The sword array of killing God. You actually refined the avatar magic into the sword array of killing God? Who are you in the end? Is it the pride of the demon clan? Demon clan belongs to a kind of advanced Terran. The Excalibur sword array is the first sword array of the demon clan, which can only be viewed by the royal descendants of the demon clan. Therefore, when the god-devouring mouse saw that Ning Xiaochuan had formed a sword array with a concrete magic sword, it thought that Ning Xiaochuan was a young master of the demon clan. Demon clan? What demon clan? Ning Xiaochuan put down the bright saint and asked in some doubt. You don't even know the demon clan. It seems that you are not the genius of the demon clan. Since you dare to rob my pet, then die. The god-devouring mouse emitted a strong anger and attacked Ning Xiaochuan again. Beloved? Ning Xiaochuan hates this word very much. If it weren't for Xian beast Jian on Xiaohong, Ning Xiaochuan would have to take it as a pet. Bang! 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 The two figures constantly tossed and collided in the secret room, fighting physically. With one punch from you and one palm from me, they made a huge sound like metal collision. Although the god-devouring mouse is thin and small, its strength is infinite. Its bones are like god iron, and its blood is like copper and mercury. It bursts out with overwhelming strength. Every time it hits a palm, it looks like a 5-finger mountain. This is the ferocity of the pure beast's blood, which can be called invincible in the same realm. Ning Xiaochuan was built into a supreme body, and the blood quality was already extremely strong. In addition, he absorbed a large amount of Xinyu Yang Qi, and the flesh body was more horizontal. Ning Xiaochuan's fists were wrapped by the demon fire of annihilation. The Vietnam War became more and more crazy, and the fighting spirit continued to rise. Each punch was a blazing flame. The fighting power of these two people is terrible. I'm afraid no one can compete with them in the younger generation. The bright saint hid behind Ning Xiaochuan and did not take action. She knew that even if she did it by herself, she could not pose a threat to the god-devouring mouse, but might also cause chaos to Ning Xiaochuan. She was also the top genius of the younger generation, but she was weaker than God-eating mouse and Ning Xiaochuan. The young generation of Terran still has such a powerful existence. The god-devouring mouse originally thought that with its own combat power, it could kill Ning Xiaochuan within 3 or 5 moves. However, the two fought for more than 100 rounds, and it was even difficult to decide the outcome. The human opposite, on the contrary, the Vietnam War is getting stronger, and his internal strength seems to be inexhaustible. We can't fight any longer. If we drag on, the strong of the Holy Land of Light will come. The Holy Pagoda, after all, is the important place of the Holy Land of Light. There are not only guardians, but also other accomplishments that will come to supervise it at any time. Those strong men in the Holy Land must soon notice that the Holy Pagoda has been invaded by the demon clan. Once the strong in the Holy Land of Light are found and surrounded by the Holy Pagoda, the god-devouring mouse and the god-devouring mouse will not fly even if they have all-round cultivation. The main purpose of their sneaking into the Holy Pagoda is to steal Tianpin Xianchi, so that the bright Holy Earth cannot continue to operate the secondary god array. Wow! The god-devouring mouse suddenly turned into a body and turned into a cyan mouse. Its speed soared 3 times and turned into a light spot. It flew under Ning Xiaochuan's armpit and rushed to the spirit pool where Tianpin basalt was stored. Where to go? Ning Xiaochuan made a big handprint, and his palm became more than 10 meters long. The sun and moon marks appeared in his palm, and he suppressed it towards the god-devouring mouse. Human beings, I have no time to fight with you today. When the demon army attacks the Holy Land, I will kill you myself. Devour God Mouse Way. It condenses that piece into a jade pendant with human rules. Human rules are like spears that break the sun and moon fingerprints. With a cold smile, the god-devouring mouse jumped up and jumped into the spirit pool with a plop. As long as we can take away the Tianpin basalt in the Holy Land of Light, there will be time to clean up that human in the future. The mouth of its mouth became extremely huge, just like a black hole, trying to swallow all the Tianpin Xianchi in the spirit pool. Phew! Suddenly, a golden ancient arrow flew out of the void, dragged its tail dozens of meters long, and hit the tooth of the god-eating mouse. Bang! The god-devouring mouse was hit by the Zhenwu arrow and flew out. It hit the wall, and its head was knocked unconscious. Who shot the arrow? The god-eating mouse rubbed some loose teeth, and his heart was very angry. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan drew his bow and arrow, and shot 3 arrows in a row. Every arrow is aimed at the key of the god-devouring mouse. It is precise, accurate and ruthless. As long as an arrow hits the god-devouring mouse, it can be hit hard. However, the god-devouring mouse was surprisingly fast, dodging left and right, and even dodging all 3 Zhenwu arrows, rushed frantically towards Ning Xiaochuan, and punched Ning Xiaochuan in the chest. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, but did not dodge. He directly grabbed a Zhenwu arrow, took it as a golden spear, rushed over, and stabbed it into the chest of the god-eating mouse. However, when Ning Xiaochuan stabbed out with an arrow, the god-devouring mouse moved to the left and rushed into the spirit pool again. The move it just made was a diversion. It didn't really want to fight with Ning Xiaochuan, but wanted to distract Ning Xiaochuan and take away the Tianpin basalt in the Ling Qi. Stupid human, as long as we take away the Tianpin basalt, what else can you do to fight the demon army? The god-eating mouse sneered, took out a hide heaven and earth bag, and put all the Tianpin basalt in the spirit pool into the bag. The whole process took place between the lightning and flint. The god-devouring mouse tied the mouth of the animal skin heaven and earth bag at a very fast speed and was preparing to fly out of the spirit pool. Suddenly, a huge and boundless pressure bombarded it from above. It was a huge magic monument with shocking power. The magic tablet, attacking downward, beat the god-devouring mouse that just flew up and fell back into the spirit pool. Bang! The god-devouring mouse fell 7 meat and 8 vegetables. Fortunately, it has the physique of the offspring of pure blood gods. Otherwise, if it is attacked by the stone tablet of the god of destruction, it must have been torn apart. Bang! The stone of the god of destruction struck down again and hit the god-devouring mouse again, making the god-devouring mouse scream repeatedly. Damn human, you are looking for death. The mouse hair all over the body of the god-devouring mouse stood up, like a steel needle, rising into the sky, and even tore up the virtual shadow of the world-destroying god monument and escaped from the spirit pool. Human beings, when we meet again, we will certainly tear you to pieces. A trace of blood hung from the corners of the mouth of the god-eating mouse, which turned into a light shuttle and flew out of the chamber of secrets. The bright saint said, Ning Xiaochuan, stop it quickly. It has taken all the Tianpin basalt in the spirit pool. Ning Xiaochuan looked in the direction of the god-eater mouse's escape, and sure enough, he saw that the god-eater mouse's left hand was carrying a beast skin heaven and earth bag. It can't escape. Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm, called out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and cut it out with a knife. A huge imperial shadow, sacred and towering, condensed behind Ning Xiaochuan, is like a true god coming to the world, emitting a powerful and boundless breath. The god-devouring mouse, who had escaped from the chamber of secrets, felt the powerful breath coming from behind, looked back and was shocked. He can mobilize the power of the gods. He must not be cut by the knife, or he will die. God-devouring mice can also mobilize the power of divine beasts. However, mobilizing the power of divine beasts consumes too much energy and can't be used easily. Moreover, at this time it is too late to mobilize the power of the beast, and can only try to avoid the devastating knife of human beings behind. Poof! The light of the knife flashed, and the left arm of the god-devouring mouse immediately broke, and crimson blood gushed from the shoulder and spilled on the ground. The devouring mouse made a muffled sound in its mouth. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan catching up, it resisted the pain and immediately fled to the holy pagoda. Ning Xiaochuan collected the broken arm and demon blood on the ground, and gave the beast skin heaven and earth bag in the broken arm's hand to the bright saint, and then continued to catch up. The Saint of Light opened the hide heaven and earth bag and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the Tianpin basalt in the bag. Her eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan's back, and a strange mood came into her heart. That back seemed to be a little great. If he did not appear in time, he would probably fall into the hands of God-devouring mice and become a slave of the demon clan. The fighting power of devouring god mouse is invincible in the younger generation, but it was defeated in his hands. In the past, the Saint of Light didn't think she was much weaker than Ning Xiaochuan, but after this war, Ning Xiaochuan's strength left a deep impression on her heart, like a wild wave pouring into her heart. Since ancient times, after heroes save beauty, why do beauties have to promise each other? It is because every woman yearns for a hero in her heart. When a hero really appears in front of them when they are most dangerous, he can defeat their hearts in the simplest and most brutal way. The Saint of Light is indeed arrogant, but she is still a woman after all, and she also has psychological vulnerability. Perhaps she has not really fallen in love with Ning Xiaochuan, but at least one thing is sure, that Ning Xiaochuan has left a mark in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan chased the god-eating mouse to the center of the hall at the bottom of the holy pagoda. Suddenly, he stopped, his face became condensed, staring at the demon clan old man standing next to the god-eating mouse. That demon clan old man looks quite similar to the god-devouring mouse, but he is much stronger than the god-devouring mouse. It's the grandfather of God-eating mouse, God-eating mouse. Yes, it's the God-eating mouse, a demon king-level existence. The bright saint followed Ning Xiaochuan and chased him to the main hall. Seeing the god-devouring mouse that had escaped from the trap, she was also surprised and couldn't help stopping. On the other side, the supreme elder of the bright holy land fell in a pool of blood, dying, and he didn't know whether to live or die. The god-devouring mouse carried his hands on his back, and his eyes were sharp, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and the holy daughter of light. He was very angry and said, "You can actually hurt my grandson. Your skill is not small." Devouring God Mouse knows his grandson's combat power very well. His grandson is the first genius in the history of Devouring God Mouse family. He has never been defeated from childhood to adulthood. Ning Xiaochuan and the Holy Daughter of Light can actually defeat him. They are definitely two top geniuses of the human race. The god-devouring mouse stared at Ning Xiaochuan with resentment in its eyes and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, that human is likely to be the offspring of the gods, who can mobilize the power of the gods, and the divine blood in his body must have awakened. If you can eat his flesh and blood, it will definitely enable your grandchildren to impact the ninth realm of heaven and man, heaven beyond heaven. The left arm of the god-eating mouse, which was cut off by Ning Xiaochuan, has grown again. However, the blood gas it consumed did not recover. Therefore, it wants to eat Ning Xiaochuan's flesh and blood to make up for its own blood gas and impact a higher realm. The devouring god mouse's body sent out a surge of terrifying demon king's power. With real-life mental power, it suppressed Ning Xiaochuan and the bright saint, and drank in a deep voice, "You too, take out your hearts and give them to my grandson." The spiritual power at the human level, how terrible it is like forcibly instilling its will into Ning Xiaochuan and the Holy Lady of Light, controlling their bodies and digging out their own hearts. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is strong, and he can barely resist the will of God-eating mice. However, the Saint of Light has no 7 orifices demon heart. Facing the will of the real person, she has no ability to resist at all. Her fingers keep shaking and are not under her control. She slowly presses down towards the position of the heart, and her 5 fingers stab into the flesh and blood, as if she really wants to take out her heart. It's not that she is weak, but that the god-eating mouse is too strong. No way. The old monster's mind is too strong, let alone the Saint of Light. If it takes a long time, even I may not be able to resist its will. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, took out the demon tower, roared and said, "Devouring God Mouse, what do you think this is?" The devouring mouse looked at the pagoda in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and his eyes shrank slightly. It clearly felt that there was a strong oppressive force coming from that pagoda, which seemed to arrest its demon soul and make it feel a burst of suffocation. That's That's the demon tower. Run. When the devouring god mouse saw the demon tower, it was like seeing a flood of monsters, and he was scared. His mind was like some legends about the demon tower. He didn't dare to stay here and immediately pulled the devouring god mouse out of the holy pagoda. Jinyao Tower, for the demon clan, is simply like the existence of natural enemies. Even if the demon tower only emits a wisp of breath, it can also have a huge suppressive force on the demon clan. In the legend of the demon clan, the demon tower can be called a peerless beast. Once born, it will definitely produce a devastating attack on the demon clan. Even the demon emperor and queen of the demon clan are also very afraid of the demon tower. There must be nothing wrong with running away immediately when you see the demon tower. This is a sentence that the elders of the demon clan have warned their descendants for generations. Mice are indeed very timid, even if they devour God. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the god-eater mice and god-eater mice who had escaped and exhaled a long breath. Finally scared them away. Fortunately, the devouring god mouse is afraid of the demon tower. Otherwise, he and the bright saint must be in bad luck today. The 5 fingers of the Saint of Light almost stabbed into the flesh and blood. The position of her chest was dripping with blood and soaked through her clothes. She almost dug out her heart. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out a 3-turn Huanyang pill, took off her veil, and fed the pill into her lips. Her soft and delicate body was immediately wrapped by Dan Qi, and the injury recovered at a visible speed. She slightly raised her head with beautiful eyes, looking at Ning Xiaochuan with gratitude. You saved me again. Don't thank me. Saving people is the bounden duty of a mental health teacher. Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly. The bright saint tied her veil again. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan staring at her, she felt a little shy, like a little girl in her heart. She immediately looked away, stared at the pagoda in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and said, "This is really the legendary demon tower?" "No, it's just an imitation, used to scare god mice." Ning Xiaochuan rode. How smart the bright saint is. Naturally we can see that Ning Xiaochuan is on her guard. Can an imitation scare off a real demon king? Anyway, she didn't believe it at all, but she didn't point it out. Because, she understood the reason why Ning Xiaochuan did this. If she had a supreme imperial instrument, it would be impossible for her to tell a person who had a general friendship with her. It's not that Ning Xiaochuan doesn't believe in being the Saint of Light, but because, after all, Jinyao Tower is a supreme imperial instrument, which is extremely precious and enough to attract anyone. His friendship with the bright saint is not very deep. Naturally, it is impossible to tell the truth to the bright saint. Who knows if she will tell the strong of the bright saint to Fu Ning Xiaochuan and steal Ning Xiaochuan's demon tower. In the cultivation world, there are too many examples of bite the hand that feeds you. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't have a heart, he would have died in someone else's hands. Besides, although he controls the demon tower, he can't use the demon tower at all. If he attracts other monks to rob the demon tower, he may release the big Kuan suppressed in the demon tower. At that time, there will be endless disasters. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan still underestimates his charm. He feels that he has a shallow friendship with the bright saint. However, he did not know that His Highness, the proud saint, had secretly promised him and fell in love. Ning Xiaochuan squatted down and checked the injury of the Supreme Elder who guarded the holy pagoda. Because of excessive blood loss, the face of the Supreme Elder was as pale as a piece of paper. Breathing has stopped, but there is still a weak heartbeat. The life soul has not been extinguished, and it can be cured. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out a 6-turn Huanyang pill and fed it into the mouth of the Supreme Elder. The pill melted in the mouth of the Supreme Elder, sending out a strong fragrance of medicine, completely wrapping the Supreme Elder. The life yuan spirit in the Supreme Elder gradually grew, the heartbeat gradually recovered, and a slight breathing sound came from the nasal cavity. It's worthy of being a 6-turn Huanyang pill, which can actually save the lives of real people. Ning Xiaochuan, can we exchange more experience of alchemy in the future? The bright saint's beautiful eyes contain smoke, and her voice is very soft and beautiful. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. The Supreme Elder's blood gas loss is too much, so he must take another real blood pill. Ning Xiaochuan watched the injury change of the Supreme Elder. His face was solemn, and he fed a real blood pill into the old man's mouth. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan was in medicine, the bright saint was absolutely able to save the life of the guardian of the holy pagoda. She was not worried and said, I am also about to reach the level of a soul-level great spiritual trainer, but I can't break through the bottleneck. If I can communicate with you more, I should be able to reach the level of a soul-level great spiritual trainer faster. Seeing that the injury of the Supreme Elder had stabilized, Ning Xiaochuan stood up, solemnly said to the bright saint, it's estimated that there's no chance. The demon clan army has surrounded the whole bright holy land. 2 demon emperors and a demon queen arrived at the same time, blocking all the retreats of the bright holy land. If I guess right, soon, the Tianming demon emperor will come by himself. It's hard to say whether we can survive tonight. Give me the Long Yuan and Tianpin Xianshi I want now. I want to leave the holy pagoda immediately. The friars of Guangming Holy Earth should come to the holy pagoda soon. If they see an outsider inside me, they will have to explain again. The goddess of light handed Ning Xiaochuan the dragon yuan and 10 Tianpin Xianshi of the dragon cub. Ning Xiaochuan took Long Yuan and Tianpin Xianshi into the heaven and earth bracelet, bowed his hand and said with a smile, Your Highness, from now on, we won't owe each other. You don't have to promise me. If there is still a chance in the future, we must sit down and talk about Taoism and medicine. With that, Ning Xiaochuan was about to leave. Wait a minute. The Saint of Light pursed her lips and said, Last time, I really paid off your saving grace to me. But today, you saved me twice and the whole holy land of light. How can you repay this kindness? Ning Xiaochuan smiled, Your Highness doesn't have to be so polite. I took action to repel the god-eating mouse and scare the god-eating mouse. It's just a small effort. Your Highness doesn't have to take it to heart. No. Since we owe a favor, how can we not repay it? If it is spread out, won't outsiders laugh at our light holy land for being ungrateful? The bright saint stood in the temple, like a fairy on the 9 heavens, with bright eyes and teeth, long hair swaying, and a shallow smile in her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan thought to himself that the bright saint was also a person who didn't want to owe others. He likes such a principled person. Good. In that case, Your Highness, the saint will give me 10 more Tianpin Xianshi. Ning Xiaochuan rode. If Yu Mingsong really calcines a sky-class basalt doll, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely need a lot of sky-grade basalt. The more the quantity, the better. However, the Saint of Light shook her head and said, There are not many Tianpin Xianshi stored in the Holy Land of Light. Now the catastrophe is coming, and Tianpin Xianshi must be used to start the secondary God array. It can't be given to you anymore. Why don't you choose something else? Ning Xiaochuan was a little stunned. Are you kidding? Although there are not many Tianpin basalt stored in Guangming holy soil, it shouldn't be difficult to separate 10 from it? Just now, he saw with his own eyes that the god-devouring mouse collected hundreds of thousands of lapis lazuli stones into the animal skin heaven and earth bag, and 10 of them could not be separated? Ning Xiaochuan didn't think that he was a lion. He could only think to himself that the bright saint didn't intend to give me Tianpin Xianshi at all. After all, women are still too stingy. If I were the leader of Guangming Holy Earth, I would give me at least 100 Tianpin Xianshi if I helped Guangming Holy Earth so much. Ning Xiaochuan was not interested in other treasures in the Holy Pagoda, so he could only say righteously, as a human monk, it is natural to fight against the demon clan. Your Highness, don't care too much. The bright saint said, otherwise, I owe you this favor, and I will find a chance to return it to you in the future. Ning Xiaochuan said, how can I return it? The bright saint gently bit her lips and teeth, and said slightly shyly, as long as you ask, I can promise you and help you do it. Even if Ning Xiaochuan's EQ was lower, he finally understood after hearing such an obvious hint. This saint of light won't fall in love with me accidentally, will she? Ning Xiaochuan's eyelids jumped slightly, still a little distrustful, but when he saw the tender eyes of the bright saint, he finally affirmed his guess. It is said that the saint of light is pure and clean, has a high heart and excellent vision. How can she fall in love with a man so easily? Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that the reason why the bright saint's eyes are higher than the top is that she rarely meets a man with higher talent and stronger cultivation than her. There is a Huaqinglian in the bright holy land, but the bright saint never regards him as a man. However, after meeting Ning Xiaochuan, she was defeated by Ning Xiaochuan in the medical skill that made her proud, and was defeated by Ning Xiaochuan in the talent of martial arts. In addition, Ning Xiaochuan saved her from despair again and again. Her heart finally fell. If you change to another man who is not as talented as her and want to conquer her, it is simply a dream. The friars of the Holy Land of Light have arrived. I'll leave first. Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice, and took this as an excuse to leave immediately and escape into the array crack. Before long, he walked out of the cliff where the holy pagoda was located. How can this happen? Is Lin Yueji really in love with me, or my own illusion? Ning Xiaochuan always feels a little unreal. After all, Lin Yueji is the grandson of Guanming sect. Her identity is countless times more noble than the princess of the empire. Will a woman like her easily fall in love with a man? It's incredible. Why do you think so much? It's not a bad thing anyway. Ning Xiaochuan was afraid of being detected, and immediately left this area. As soon as he returned to his place of residence, he saw Niao Lanji and Niao Lanqing coming from outside, followed by Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing and Luo Wu. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, what's wrong with you? Why are you all depressed? Situ Jing didn't know Ning Xiaochuan's real identity, but only knew that the man in front of him was a descendant of a seclusion sect. His medical skills were extremely high, and he defeated both the two holy sons of Central Earth. And his relationship with the Saint of Light is extraordinary. Some people say that they have been secretly determined for life. Situ Jing bowed to Ning Xiaochuan and said, Spring and Autumn child, why are you alone? Where is the Saint of Light? Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned. What happened? Yu Mingsong said with a smile, yes. Ning Xiaochuan, where did the bright saint go by you? Ning Xiaochuan? Situ Jing and Luo Wu were surprised and stared at Ning Xiaochuan standing on the steps. How can you see that this man and Ning Xiaochuan are not alike at all? Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to hide it from them, so he immediately moved the wrong bone and restored his original appearance, and then explained the reason to Situ Jing and Luo Wu. So it is. The Emperor's crown prince actually killed Brother Ning so badly. It's really worthy of death. Brother Ning, you're not brother enough. You didn't tell me such a big thing. If I knew you were going to kill the Emperor's crown prince, I would help you even if I risked my life. Situ Jingdao. Ning Xiaochuan said solemnly, this matter is of great importance. After all, the person I want to kill is the crown prince of the Emperor, and it is bound to offend the royal family of the entire Tianshu Empire. Brother Situ, there are Situ people behind you. If they are retaliated by the royal family, it will be a disaster for Situ. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Mingsong looked around and asked with a smile, Ning Xiaochuan, where did you hide the Saint of Light? Won't you hide it in bed again? Ning Xiaochuan's face turned black and said, what nonsense. How can the Saint of Light be with me? Yu Mingsong said with a smile, why didn't I stay with you? Now the monks of the whole bright holy land know that the bright saint has a personal commitment to you, and you have a special love for the bright saint. You can't be satisfied with this matter. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the demon army, I'm afraid the young talents who come to fight with you now can become a long dragon. Situ Jing said, yes. Brother Ning, we are all our own people. Do you want to continue to hide it? Niao Longji looked at Niao Longqin and reminded him, Little Marquis, my sister already knows this. Ning Xiaochuan was almost ready to cry. Which bastard sent it out? Can this kind of thing spread? Fortunately, the demon clan army came, otherwise he would certainly have many elders of the bright holy land to ask questions. But now everyone has no time to pay attention to this matter. The demon clan is really too strong. Only the younger generation of the demon clan has beaten the younger generation of the Terran, and only the Son of Light can compete with them, but it can't occupy the top. Situ Jingdao. Ning Xiaochuan still knew the cultivation of Qinglian in China very well, frowned slightly, and said, the young genius of the demon clan is even stronger than the son of the light god? Luo Wu said, if in the same realm, the bright god's son is definitely not weaker than them, or even stronger. However, all the top geniuses of the demon clan condense into demon fetuses, reaching the 8th realm of heaven and man, and even some reaching the 9th realm of heaven and man, which is too rebellious. Their overall strength is stronger than human beings. The two holy sons, Wang Su and Ji Qiankuan, who came to Central Earth, couldn't catch each other's 10 moves, so they were seriously injured and retreated. Guangming Lingzi shot, but was killed by Locust Qingzi with one move. With only one move, he killed a Lingzi. Only the bright god's son can have a real fight with the demon family's Tianjiao. However, the bright god's son did not occupy the top from beginning to end. After all, he was still weaker than the other side. Situ Jing said, hey. The young generation of the Terran, defeated and dead, let all the Terran monks' hearts sink to the bottom of the valley, and their morale is low. They are all shocked by the strength of the demon clan, and they have no confidence at all. If the demon clan really breaks through the sub-god array, with the current state of human monks, it is certainly impossible to stop the demon clan's slaughter. Niao Longji's eyes were bright and said, that's not necessarily. If the little Marquis shot, he would definitely beat all the geniuses of the demon clan. This little girl worships Ning Xiaochuan blindly. In her heart, Ning Xiaochuan is the symbol of invincibility. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the demon clan. If even the Son of Light can't defeat them, I may not win. Ning Xiaochuan had a fight with god-eating mice, and knew that the geniuses of the demon clan were powerful, especially the pure-blood descendants of those divine beasts, each of which could be called against the sky. In the Holy Pagoda, although Ning Xiaochuan injured god-eating mice. However, that is because the god-devouring mouse is bent on seizing Tianpin basalt, and it does not mobilize the power of the divine beast. If it's really a desperate battle, it's not easy to win the god-devouring mouse in Ning Xiaochuan's current state. You all go back first. I have something important to discuss with Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Mingsong pulled Ning Xiaochuan into the room, closed the door, and arranged a sound insulation barrier. What do you want to discuss with me? Ning Xiaochuan puzzled. Yu Mingsong touched the 2 curls of beard above his lips, and said with a smile, Ning Xiaochuan, I have forged the 38 war swords you asked me to forge for you. So fast? When did you forge it? Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a happy face, with some disbelief. You know, that's 38 supreme weapon level war swords, which can be forged successfully in less than half a day. Moreover, for half a day, Yu Mingsong and Ning Xiaochuan went to Mingjing Xianqi, or Situ Jing went to the Holy Gate to see the geniuses of demons and Terrans fighting. No one saw him forging tools at all. At this moment, he actually said that he had forged 38 supreme weapon level war swords successfully. Who would believe it? Hey, hey! I have understood the classic of strange door tools. The speed and means of forging tools are naturally not comparable to other forging masters. Yu Mingsong said as he took out the 38 supreme weapon level sword and put it in front of Ning Xiaochuan. 38 war swords, each of which is more than 3 meters long, are carved with mysterious lines. The shape of the sword is like a dragon tooth, and the blade is extremely sharp. There is a sword spirit in the body of each sword. Although the sword spirit is still very weak, it really exists, which shows that these 38 swords are indeed inferior and supreme. The speed of Yu Mingsong's calcination is also too high. Ning Xiaochuan has overestimated him, thinking that he will wait for at least half a year. However, Ning Xiaochuan found that he still underestimated him. With these 38 supreme weapon-level war swords, Ning Xiaochuan can increase the number of concrete magic swords again, and may even impact the 8th realm of heaven and man at one stroke. Today, Lao Jiu is not at home, and the chapter at 12 a.m. is gone. I'm very sorry. It will be made up tomorrow. 38 battle swords, suspended in the void, kept flying. The sword body emitted a faint flame light, full of spirituality, and sounded a chi-chi sword sound. Ning Xiaochuan pinched one of the war swords in his hand, and released a mind in his body, injecting the mind into the sword. It was indeed a sword forged with the dragon teeth of the Fire Dragon King. Ning Xiaochuan could feel the breath of the Fire Dragon King in the sword body, stared at Yu Mingsong and said, "Your forging speed is too fast?" Hey. Okay. Yu Mingsong said with a smile. That smile was originally very innocent, implicit and introverted, but after matching Yu Mingsong's face, it suddenly became very obscene. It's not that he looks ugly, but that his temperament emanates from the inside out. That temperament can absolutely destroy all the beautiful things in the world. Yu Mingsong smiled even more charming, stretched out a hand and said, "Now you can give me the 900 pieces of the classic of strange door tools you promised me?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't procrastinate, so he put away the 38 swords, and then engraved 900 pieces of strange door work code on a jade. When he handed it to Yu Mingsong, he paused slightly and said, "When can the sky-level Shancher doll be forged?" The sky-level Shancher doll is more difficult to forge than the inferior supreme weapon. The program is complex, and it takes a lot of energy. However, you should believe my speed. I'm the neighbor of the disciples of the world's first craftsman. There are not many people in the world who can forge faster than me. Yu Mingsong took the jade book, ignored Ning Xiaochuan and walked out with the jade book. Tut, good thing. Good thing. Gaga. The laughter that can scare the little girl to cry echoes for a long time. If someone doesn't know it, he thinks it's a whore. The thief has sneaked into the Holy Land and is doing something that cannot be done in broad daylight. After Yu Mingsong left, Ning Xiaochuan immediately arranged a sound insulation array in the room and a defense array in the courtyard. The last time when she was healing in Ning Xiaochuan, Tang Shuyao suddenly broke in and unexpectedly gave Ning Xiaochuan, leaving a big shadow in Ning Xiaochuan's pure heart. Now, Ning Xiaochuan should be more careful to practice in seclusion. He arranged a defensive array in the courtyard to prevent similar things from happening again. If someone broke into the courtyard during his practice, he would immediately know and make strategies to deal with the danger at the first time. In the next few days, it must be a fierce battle. You must make your cultivation stronger. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the center of the array, and a bright light appeared in his heart and eyebrow at the same time, like 2 stars planted in his body, that is, Ning Xiaochuan's 2 Daoyuan. The world-destroying Daoyuan and the heaven and earth Daoyuan are like 2 oceans of vitality, also known as the Sea of Qi. In the Sea of Qi, countless rules are condensed, and each rule is like a dragon, with strong breath. At the peak of the 7th realm of heaven and man, there are more than 100 million rules in both Daoyuan. If you want to further your cultivation, you must cultivate the Tao Tire. Once you cultivate the Tao, you will enter the 8th realm of heaven and man. The 7th realm of heaven and man and the 8th realm of heaven and man seem to differ by only 1 realm, but there is a gap like a natural moat. If the rules are compared to cells, the Tao fetus is a multicellular organism composed of countless cells. In Ning Xiaochuan's former world, the Earth has gone through a total of 1.4 billion years from a single-cell organism to a multicellular vitality. It is very similar to this process, to condense the Tao embryo, from rules. It can be seen how difficult it is to condense the Tao embryo. It is not just to break through a realm. Among the Terran monks, there is no shortage of extremely gifted geniuses. However, the young generation can condense the Tianjiao of the birth of Taoism, which is simply a handful, and each of them can be called a young god of war. Ning Xiaochuan is now going to attack the 8th realm of heaven and man, condensing the Tao fetus. Of course, if he wants to condense the Tao embryo, he must borrow the strength of the 38 supreme weapon level war swords. He called out the first supreme weapon level sword, and with a poo-poo, he stabbed it directly into his chest, and drops of blood flowed out of the wound. The blood in the body is like a river, Huala flowing. Lian. Ning Xiaochuan spits a word out of his mouth. That supreme weapon level war sword was slowly pushed into his body, decomposed into soldier soul and essence, integrated into the blood, gathered in the heart palace of martial arts, and then carried by the blood to all parts of the body, integrated into the viscera, tendons, bones, skin and meat. It's not only cultivating concrete magic, but also melting soldiers and refining bodies. Melt the soldiers with blood and cast their bodies. Soon, the first supreme weapon level sword was completely refined by Ning Xiaochuan and completely integrated with Ning Xiaochuan's flesh. Then, Ning Xiaochuan began to refine the second handle, the third handle, the fourth handle. With each refining of a war sword, Ning Xiaochuan's body will become stronger, the rules in Daoyuan will also increase rapidly, and his cultivation will continue to rise, constantly approaching the 8th realm of heaven and man. After Ning Xiaochuan melted the 6th supreme weapon level war sword, he faintly felt that his body was almost saturated, and it was difficult to refine the war sword into his body again. The number of heaven and earth rules in heaven and earth Daoyuan reached more than 178 million. The number of rules of extermination in the Daoyuan of extermination has reached 179 million. It is very close to the critical point of the 8th realm of heaven and man, with 180 million rules. Cast another sword. As long as you put another sword into your body, you can reach the 8th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan took out the 7th supreme weapon level sword, stabbed it into his body, and began to refine it. As expected, the body has reached saturation. Every inch of flesh and blood is like the incarnation of the sword, and every cell is like the shape of a sword. The sword qi is all around the body, and even every hair of his body is like a murderous sword. God Demon Supreme. Ning Xiaochuan roared and breathed out a wave of breath. Black and white light broke out in the body immediately, half of the body turned black and half of the body turned white, and a powerful supreme air rushed out, like cutting the whole space into night and day. After inspiring the supreme body of the gods and demons, the 7th sword finally began to melt and slowly integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body. When the 7th sword was completely refined, every pore of Ning Xiaochuan's body was dripping blood, and his body seemed to be bursting. Close. Ning Xiaochuan ran the cultivation formula of the Extermination Sutra and Earth Sutra, and soon absorbed all the sword qi scattered in the air into his body. The number of rules in heaven and earth Daoyuan and world-destroying Daoyuan reached the critical point of the 8th realm of heaven and man at the same time, 180 million. However, it did not condense the Tao Tire, which was still just a free rule, and it was still a step short in the end. The number of rules has reached, but I'm still a little short of condensing Daoyuan. My current state should belong to the level of the 8th realm of quasi-heaven and man, and half of my foot has crossed the threshold. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan did not condense the Tao fetus is that he has not yet understood what is the Tao fetus. It's like cooking a meal. All the ingredients and tools are complete, but he can't cook. As long as he understands the method of cooking, he can immediately eat sweet and delicious meals. With Ning Xiaochuan's savvy, coupled with the mystery of the Sutra of Destruction of the World and the Sutra of Earth, it only takes a period of silence to fully understand the method of condensing the Tao fetus. However, now there is no time to shut him up. We must first consider how to escape from the siege of the demon and beast army. Of course, if his talent is high enough and his savvy is strong enough, maybe he doesn't need to be closed at all. At a specific time, at a specific place, suddenly, with a flash of light, he will understand the true meaning of Tao fetus and immediately achieve the cultivation of the eighth realm of heaven and man. 10,000 swords melt into rain, like a magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan stood up and spread out his palm. 18 war swords immediately flew out of his body and surrounded his body, forming a powerful sword array. 8 supreme weapon level war swords and 10 9-grade Xian weapon level war swords. Ning Xiaochuan wants to test how powerful the 18 swords will be when they are put together. However, in the Holy Land of Light, there was no place for him to test. Ning Xiaochuan only took the 18 war swords back into his body. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something again, and a smile appeared on his face. To test the power of the 18 war swords, it doesn't seem to be without a chance. Ning Xiaochuan also wants to see if those young Tianjiao of the demon clan are really as powerful as the legend. He left the courtyard where he lived, walked out of the Holy Land of Light, and flew in the direction of the Holy Gate. On the way, Ning Xiaochuan met a mysterious middle-aged man and stopped him. Taoist friend, I think you are a stranger. You should not be a disciple of Guangming Holy Land? The middle-aged man was dressed in neat robes, with a momentum of not being angry and self-threatening. His eyes were burning, and he looked up and down Ning Xiaochuan. The eyes of the middle-aged man are very sharp, like 2 knives, which can pierce people's hearts. Ning Xiaochuan felt huge pressure and clearly felt that the surrounding air had completely stopped flowing, and the space seemed to become solid, but he still looked calm and said, "The younger generation is north. It is normal for a disciple of the Xingxiu sect of a seclusion sect in Xinjiang to come to Guangming Holy Land for the first time, and the elder generation has not seen the younger generation." The middle-aged man observed for a long time, his face sank, and said, "You are not a disciple of the Xingxiu sect of the hermit sect, are you?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart sank. Who was the other party? Although he was exposed by the other party, he was not panic. Who on earth are you? Why did you sneak into the Holy Land of Light? Why did you approach the Holy Virgin of Light? The middle-aged man's eyes were colder. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer, he slapped on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and put a force into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's bones and flesh immediately changed, making a crackling sound, and soon changed from Ding Chuanqiu's appearance to Ning Xiaochuan's appearance. What a terrible cultivation, it directly broke my disguise. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked and guessed the identity of the middle-aged man. Who is he? Is he the seeker of the Saint of Light? Ning Xiaochuan knows, however, that now his affair with the bright saint has spread all over the Holy Land of Light, and will certainly irritate some of the pursuers of the bright saint and fight with him. However, as the pursuer of the Saint of Light, the uncle in front of me is too old, isn't he? Do you still want old cows to eat tender grass? Power failure in the afternoon, late update, say sorry. It's not impossible. You know, in some sects, it doesn't happen that martial uncles and uncles fall in love with a young female disciple, then form a Taoist couple with that female disciple, and even have illegitimate children. If this middle-aged man is not the suitor of the bright saint, why does seeing Ning Xiaochuan look like interrogating a prisoner? As if the bright saint was already his woman, it was simply unreasonable, which made Ning Xiaochuan very angry. Ning Xiaochuan looked the middle-aged man up and down, with a little coldness, and said, "Senior, although you have deep cultivation and use your vitality to suppress the aging of your body, is your real age over 500? You are so old that you still care about the private affairs of the Saint of Light. If this matter is spread, I'm afraid it will damage your reputation." Knowing that he is not the opponent of the middle-aged man, Ning Xiaochuan naturally will not fight hard. He hopes to be moved with emotion, told with reason, and let the other party take the initiative to quit. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to be still thinking about the meaning of Ning Xiaochuan's sentence, saying, "Why can't I manage the private affairs of the bright saint?" Good question. Ning Xiaochuan raised his voice and said firmly, "Why? Of course, it's because you're not qualified. The Saint of Light is the most outstanding woman of the young generation of the Saint of Light. With talent and beauty in one, she can be called the pearl of the Saint of Light. A woman like her should have been matched with a young hero with the same outstanding talent. Elder, you're still older. Besides, you are a famous elder of Guangming Holy Land. How can you have indiscriminate thoughts about your younger generation?" At last, the middle-aged man understood that this boy regarded himself as the suitor of Yuer. Thinking of this, Lin Fengxian immediately couldn't laugh or cry. Yes, the middle-aged man in front of him is Lin Fengxian, the father of the bright saint. In fact, Lin Fengxian has a magnificent appearance. Even though she has entered middle age, she is still a handsome man. The Saint of Light is his daughter. Naturally, they also have something imaginable. However, the bright saint has always covered her face with white yarn. Ning Xiaochuan only saw her true face twice or 3 times, and it is normal that she cannot recognize her father. Besides, Ning Xiaochuan never thought that the father of the bright saint would come to him in person. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, Ning Xiaochuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If the middle-aged man really wanted to duel with Ning Xiaochuan's 10 was not his opponent. Wouldn't it be better to be able to subdue soldiers without fighting? Before Lin Fengxian came to find Ning Xiaochuan, he naturally knew Ning Xiaochuan in advance and knew that this boy's talent was very high, and he was absolutely worthy of the bright saint. He came to Ning Xiaochuan to reconfirm that only when he had seen it with his own eyes could he determine whether it was worth marrying his daughter to him. Not only to test Ning Xiaochuan's talent, but also to test Ning Xiaochuan's personality. So far, Ning Xiaochuan's performance has not disappointed him. He was able to remain calm under the authority of a real person. This kind of temperament is rare in the young generation. Since he was misunderstood, Lin Fengxian didn't reveal his identity and put away his momentum. "I'm really ashamed of what my little brother said, but I can't help it. I really love the Holy Lady and don't want to see the inhuman entrusted by her. Of course, if there is a young hero who can match her, I'm naturally willing to give up." Little brother, what young people do you think can be called young heroes? I didn't expect that it would be so easy for the other party to wake up. Saint of Light. You must thank me, otherwise, it's not a good thing to be remembered by an old man at any time. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "Young heroes should naturally be highly gifted, good in character, well-behaved, candid, firm in mind, and high in ambition. Only such people are worthy of the title of young heroes." Lin Fengxian shook his head and said, "The kind of person you said can only be regarded as a young hero, at most, not a young hero. What kind of people do predecessors think are worthy of being called young heroes?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. Lin Fengxian said, "Heroes, selfless, can fight for their relatives and die for the world. Only those who are good at themselves can be regarded as excellent people. Only those who can fight for the whole human race and some creatures in the world can be regarded as heroes. In today's world, monsters are powerful. How many human beings die in the belly of monsters when they kill our human race? How many human beings are pushed onto the altar of monsters and become white bones? Who can save everyone in the midst of fire and water? Who can defend a survival territory for the human race, and who is a hero?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at Lin Fengxian in bewilderment. Would a person who could say such a thing be a Leicheron who is disrespectful for his old age? Who the hell is he? Lin Fengxian glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Little brother, do you think what I said is reasonable?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "What the elder said is naturally reasonable. However, in front of the demon and beast army, personal strength is too insignificant. If you want to defend a survival territory for the human race, unless the purple and gold emperor is alive, the god of light is resurrected, and the emperor of heaven is in the dust, only people of their level can go against the general trend, destroy demons, and set the world." Lin Fengxian laughed. "Even the god of light, the lord of purple and gold, and the emperor of heaven, don't they all have a young age, or a weak age? The key to becoming a young hero is not what you can do, but what you have in your heart. If you have a kind heart, a heart to cherish the world, and the idea of saving the common people, as long as you follow your own heart, naturally someone will regard you as a young hero." With these words, Lin Fengxian's ears moved slightly, as if someone had passed a message to him. "Little brother, I have some other things to deal with. I'll talk about it next time." With these words, Lin Fengxian's body moved, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "Who the hell is this person? Why did you tell me this?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, with a lot of doubts in his heart. The words of the middle-aged man really made Ning Xiaochuan's heart produce no small waves. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan knew his strength, which was too insignificant in front of the whole demon army. "Therefore, I just want to protect the people around me, and I don't want to serve the whole north at all. What do people in Xinjiang do? After all, how much ability, just do much." However, after listening to the middle-aged words, Ning Xiaochuan had some other ideas, and his mentality changed subtly. Ning Xiaochuan walked in the direction of the holy gate, and his eyes became more firm. Maybe he should really do something to make more people survive. Qin Luofu stood on a small boat flying in the void. Seeing Lin Fengxian flying back, he asked, "What do you think of the child?" Lin Fengxian slowly sat down, poured a pot of wine on the boat into the cup, took a sip, and said slowly, "Haven't you also seen it? Why do you ask me?" Qin Luofu looks about 30 years old. His skin is white, his long hair is on his head, and he is dressed in a palace dress. He is elegant and beautiful. He is very similar to the Saint of Light, which is almost carved from a mold. Previously, Lin Fengxian went to test Ning Xiaochuan, and Qin Luofu stood in the clouds not far away, because her cultivation was much higher than Ning Xiaochuan, and she could hide her breath. Even if Ning Xiaochuan had a strong mind, she did not find her. Qin Luofu said unhappily, "I asked you to test his character, but you talked to him about the truth of life. At his age, it's good to be able to cultivate and behave well. Do you still want him to be a young hero and help the world? If you want to really become an indomitable man and a strong man respected by the world, it still takes time to accumulate and experience the tempering of human sophistication." Lin Fengxian said with a smile, "If you want to be my son-in-law, you naturally need to be higher. Besides, I don't want him to be a young hero. I just tell him some truth first. As a strong man, you should be more mindful of the world than selfish. Today's cultivation world is too short of such people." Qin Luofu sighed gently and said, "If you really want to entrust Tuer to him, I'd rather let him be a little selfish than let him cherish the world. In troubled times, people who cherish the world often don't live long." Lin Fengxian suddenly stood up, looked serious, looked at the direction of the holy gate, a slight draw from the corner of his mouth, and said, "How did he go to the direction of the holy gate? Did you really say it?" "Who?" Qin Luofu asked. Lin Fengxian said, "That's the boy just now. Did he really want to be a young hero on impulse after listening to what I said, and want to fight with the younger generation of the demon clan?" Qin Luofu's face also changed slightly. The younger generation of the demon clan has several rebellious existents, each of which has the talent to cultivate into a god, and even the descendants of pure-blood divine beasts. Although the boy's talent in medicine is very high, his cultivation is certainly far from those top geniuses of the demon clan. If he is impulsive, his blood is too hot, and goes to fight with the young geniuses of the demon clan, I'm afraid the consequences are unimaginable. Lin Fengshuan's face also became ugly and said, yes. I don't know how many Terran geniuses have died in the hands of those evil spirits. Even Guangming Lingzi was beaten to death by the other party. It's impossible for the young generation of Terrans to be their opponents. Is it not the trouble you caused? If you don't catch up quickly, you must stop him. After all, he is the person Yuer likes. If Yuer knows that it is because of your instigation that he died in the hands of the demon family Tianjiao, I'm afraid Yuer will hate you all his life. Qin Luofu hurried. Lin Fengxian and Qin Luofu immediately catch up to prevent Ning Xiaochuan from entering the battlefield. There are countless earth veins at the bottom of the Holy Land of Light. Each earth vein is like an underground spirit river. All earth veins converge, making the Holy Land of Light seem like an independent world. Now, the creatures from all the monster races surround the whole Holy Land of Light with 3 layers outside. The strong of the demon clan use the array to imprison the space thousands of miles around the bright Holy Land in order to prevent the monks of the bright Holy Land from escaping. Fortunately, the bright Holy Land is guarded by the secondary god array. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been broken by the demon army. The so-called Great Array of Secondary Gods is naturally the array pattern carved by the God of Light, the ancestor of the Holy Land of Light. With the power of secondary gods, it condenses the general trend of heaven and earth, gathers the 5 elements of yin and yang, and turns into a great array of heaven and earth. It is precisely because of this great array of secondary gods that the Holy Land of Light can stand in the north. Xinjiang has been prosperous for nearly 1,000,000 years. The Holy Land of Light has naturally suffered countless catastrophes, but all of them have been resolved by the sub-god array. Every time the secondary god array is opened, it is actually a consumption of the secondary god array. Although every generation of masters of Guanming Holy Land will spend countless efforts to repair the secondary god array, the secondary god array is still severely damaged. The present secondary god formation of Guanming Holy Land can only be regarded as a remnant formation, which is equivalent to half of a complete secondary god formation. Even if it is only a remnant formation now, it is still very strong and can easily kill people at the Demon Emperor level. This is also the reason why the demon army did not dare to act rashly. If you can't break the secondary god formation of the bright Holy Land, even if the demon army rushes up, it will be completely destroyed, and there will be no residue left. The means of the secondary god are beyond the imagination of mortals. When Ning Xiaochuan came to the Holy Gate, he saw a large number of human monks gathered here. Most of them were inner disciples of the Holy Land of Light, and there were also some descendants of the Holy Land, such as the goddess of the Valley of Medicine, Tame Shuyao, the golden child Buddha of the blissful Palace of the Sun, Yu Mingsong and Situ Jing. Several others are from the north. There are men and women talented heroes in Xinjiang and central China. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not know that he knew them and could not name them. The godson of Yang sect, Qian Biluo, and the holy son, Gong Sunibai, also walked around in the crowd, and their eyes were always on the goddess of the Valley of Medicine, as well as several proud women in Central Earth. Their figure and appearance had changed, and no one knows their true identity except Ning Xiaochuan. At the Mingjing Xianqi gathering, Ning Xiaochuan saw 2 or 3 times more heirs of the Holy Land than today. Some of those who did not show up had died in the hands of the young strong of the demon clan, while others were seriously injured and returned to the Holy Land to recuperate. Bang bang! At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on a battlefield outside the secondary god array. The 2 young masters were fighting fiercely, and the world was overturned. All kinds of magical powers collided together, flying sand and stones, and their vitality was shaken. Ning Xiaochuan clearly remembers that there were more than a dozen peaks there, but he didn't expect that those peaks were flattened in the battle, and the landform was completely changed into a flat land without grass. One of them, Ning Xiaochuan, who is fighting, has some image, and is the son of god Yan Mia of the ghost family. Yan Mia is indeed a rare Tianjiao in 10,000 years. He is one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. He has strong combat power and can even compete with the second-ranked young Tianjiao in the camp of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. If Yan Mia can defeat that 3 Emperor Lions, it will definitely boost morale and let that monster know that our Terran also has young strong men, enough to compete with the top talents of the Demon Clan. Although the 3 Imperial Lions are not the descendants of pure-blood divine beasts, their bodies also flow with the blood of an ancient divine beast, and their cultivation has reached the 8th realm of heaven and man. It is difficult for Yan Mia to defeat it. Ning Xiaochuan looked in the direction of the battlefield, and the 3 Imperial Lions fighting Yan Mia were indeed not ordinary. The golden lion hair and 3 ferocious huge heads were full of dazzling light. Although Yan Mia can compete with it, he is obviously at the bottom. 9 Body Ghost King. Yan Mia finally started to fight back and showed his cards. He took out a ghost bottle, in which a black ghost cloud flew out, condensing a huge ghost king. All of a sudden, the temperature in the air fell rapidly, and the ghost king's body made a roaring sound. Yan Mia actually subdued the 9-body ghost king. According to the legend, the 9-body ghost king has the fighting power to tear up the 9th realm friars of heaven and man, and ranks very high in the ghost family's ghost spectrum. Haha. This 3 Emperor Lions is going to be unlucky. It's best to tear it into pieces and strip its muscles and skin, so that those demon emperors and queen demons who are high above also know the power of our human genius. Yan Mia, cut off the 3 Imperial Lions. If Prince Yan can defeat the 3 Imperial Lions, the Holy Land of Greenwood in China is willing to marry with the ghost family. A woman with a veil, the pride of heaven in China, made such a commitment. Someone recognized the identity of the proud girl, who was the spirit girl of Qingmu Holy Land. Since she made such a commitment, it means that as long as Yan Mia can defeat the 3 Lion Kings, she will be willing to marry Yan Mia. Against the young genius of the Demon Clan, the young genius of the Terran was defeated in a mess, extremely tragic, and countless deaths and injuries. Now, if someone can defeat a young genius of the Demon Clan, he will definitely become the pride of the whole Terran, not to mention Aoki Lingv. I'm afraid the women of the whole Terran will admire him. Hearing the cheers and shouts of the crowd, the old people of the ghost family also felt a little elated. They firmly believe that as long as Yan Mia uses the 9-body ghost king, he will definitely win and even kill the 3 Lion Kings. If Yan Mia wins, the ghost family will naturally gain great prestige. However, just when everyone was cheering, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. 3 King Lions laughed wildly. Weak human, do you think you can defeat this place with a ghost? Lion God possessed. Between heaven and earth, a divine force converged on the 3 Imperial Lions, and a huge golden lion's shadow condensed on the top of the 3 Imperial Lions, emitting a horrible smell of the gods. The golden light was so dazzling that it almost seemed to blind people's eyes. Bang! Before they knew what was going on, Yan Mia had vomited blood and flew back upside down. His chest was like being pierced and his flesh was blurred. Good. Strong. Yan Mia's face was extremely pale and trembled. He stared at the 3 Emperor Lions in disbelief, and then fainted. Yan Mia. Unexpectedly, he was defeated. Those human monks seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water, and their hearts were filled with a sense of sadness. The top genius of mankind can't even win the second genius under the throne of the Earth Centipede Demon. However, the 3 royal lions are really strong, and they can even mobilize the power of the gods. The blood of the divine beast in the body must have awakened. Although the blood is not pure, it is still very rebellious. The old people of the ghost family severely smoked at the corners of their mouths. They couldn't believe this would happen. They immediately rushed out of the secondary god array to save Yan Mia, who fell in a pool of blood. Poof. Ah. Those old people in the ghost family are all top-notch and strong, with the lowest cultivation. They are all in the 8th realm of heaven and man, and one of them has reached the 9th realm of heaven and man. However, before they got close to Yan Mia's body, they were all killed by 3 imperial lions, leaving only the remains of one place. The 3 royal lions turned into human shapes, wiped the blood on their hands, glanced at the human friar standing in the holy gate with contempt, and said with a sneer, "This is the rare genius in human beings? This can be called the top talent of human beings? It's a joke. After all, human beings are still too weak and lowly. They can't be compared with the noble status of our demon clan." All the monks of the demon clan laughed at them and looked down on those so-called human geniuses. They were just like waste and worthless. The ridicule of the demon monk naturally made those talented heroes of the Terran angry. Many people wanted to teach them a lesson. However, after measuring their accomplishments, they retreated silently. Don't fall for their tricks. They can't break into the sub-god array, so they want to use this method to motivate us out. Yes. Please don't appear in the second god array. The 3 royal lions looked at those human friars with disdain and said, "A group of shrinking turtles who dare not fight with our demon clan's young strong men," unexpectedly gave themselves high-sounding reasons. The so-called human pride is really disappointing. Those human monks' faces were very embarrassed, and they had been humiliated by the demon clan to this extent, but no one dared to fight with the demon genius. "Since no one dares to fight with me, I will send you a few words." With a sneering smile on their faces, the 3 royal lions came to a boulder more than 10 meters high and called out a golden saber. Shwa Shwa engraved a line of words on the boulder, "All Terrans are turtles." Tortoise apprentice means to learn from tortoise. The 5 words it writes mean that the Terran friar is not even as good as the tortoise. This is not only provocative, but also humiliating the whole Terran. Many Terran friars gnash their teeth with hate and want to rush to fight with the 3 royal lions, but they are all held by the martial brothers around them. "These 5 words are for you." After saying this, the 3 imperial lions took the golden saber and walked to Yan Mia, intending to drag Yan Mia to the white bone altar and sacrifice to the demon god. However, as soon as the 3 royal lions turned around, the boulder engraved with "All Terrans are turtles" smashed at it. The 3 imperial lions moved more than 10 feet to the right to avoid the attack of that boulder. With a bang, the boulder fell to the ground, shaking the ground slightly. The 3 royal lions not only didn't get angry, but smiled at the human man who came out of the secondary god array, and said, "Finally, there is a kind of human. Come on, I won't kill the unknown." Those human monks standing in the holy gate were also surprised that the geniuses of the demon clan were so powerful that they dared to challenge them. "Don't you want to die?" People cast their eyes on the young man who came out of the secondary god formation. The young man was tall and thin, with long hair tied on his head and fixed with a square towel, just like a scholar's dress. That's not a soul-level mental health master, Ding Xiaochuan. He's just a mental health master. He dares to go out of the secondary god array. Does he still want to fight with 3 imperial lions? Too rushed, even Yan Mia was defeated. He didn't go to die. Hey! Tang Shuyao saw Ning Xiaochuan coming out of the second god array, and his beautiful eyes suddenly lit up slightly. Was he finally willing to take action? She knows better than anyone that Ning Xiaochuan is powerful. If Ning Xiaochuan makes a move, it is really possible to compete with 3 royal lions. Her heart is looking forward to it. When Lin Fengxian and Qin Luofu arrived, it was still a step late, and Ning Xiaochuan had stepped out of the second god formation. At this time even they cannot go out of the secondary god formation to pull Ning Xiaochuan back. Once they go out of the secondary god formation, they will be attacked by the presence of the demon king level. Ning Xiaochuan flicked the dust in the corner of his clothes gently, his eyes were indifferent, pointed to the boulder more than 10 meters high, and said, "Eat it." "What did you say?" "3 lions way." Ning Xiaochuan's voice was a little colder and said, "I told you to eat all the words you just wrote." "Are you deaf?" Those demon friars were all stunned. Is this human being a fool or a madman, who actually let 3 king lions eat that boulder? The 3 king lions also looked at Ning Xiaochuan with the same eyes as a fool, and smiled. "Human beings, do you know who this seat is? Even the godson of your human holy land is not an opponent of this seat, and you dare." Poof. Before the 3 royal lions finished speaking, Ning Xiaochuan punched them in the chest, threw them out, and spit out a mouthful of bright red demon blood. The bones in the body made a click-click sound, and I don't know how many were broken. "Okay. Hurry." The 3 royal lions felt the sharp pain coming from their chest and stared at the human man standing in the position it just stood. They simply did not believe that the young generation had such a fast speed. Before he could see the other side clearly, he was punched by the other side. Bang! 3 royal lions fell to the ground, half kneeling on the ground, clenching their teeth. "If you dare to sneak into this seat, I will tear you up." Poof. Before the 3 lions finished speaking, they were kicked by Ning Xiaochuan and flew out again. Those demon friars who were still laughing at Ning Xiaochuan were all silly, and their smiles were completely frozen on their faces, just unable to laugh. If the 3 royal lions were beaten away for the first time, it could be said that they were attacked by each other secretly. However, if they were beaten away for the second time, it can only show that there is a gap between the 2 sides. At least the speed of that human monk is far faster than the 3 royal lions. Is there such a strong person in the young generation of Terrans? Those human monks standing in the holy gate were also surprised, holding their breath, as if time had stopped, followed by earth-shaking cheers and shouts. "Ding Chuanqiu, kill it, kill the 3 imperial lions. Ding Chuanqiu, you must save face for our Terran and let those demon Tianjiao taste the power of our Terran." At the moment, although everyone was very excited, they still had no bottom in their hearts. After all, what Ding Chuanqiu broke out now was the advantage of speed, and his accomplishments and combat power were not necessarily stronger than the 3 imperial lions. Moreover, the 3 imperial lions can also mobilize the power of divine beasts. Their combat power is terrible. Ding Chuanqiu is afraid that it will be very difficult to win it. However, Ding Chuanqiu was able to spit out blood from 3 imperial lions and blast 3 imperial lions off twice in a row. This record is unprecedented, and people are naturally very excited. "Human, you irritate me." The 3 emperor lions roared, like a god lion roaring, burst out a golden wave of vitality, and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. It was the sound wave attack of 3 royal lions, and the sound was so loud that even those human monks standing in the sub-god array felt the eardrum tingling, like being pricked by a needle. However, Ning Xiaochuan was very calm. Walking in the strong sound waves, he picked up the boulder more than 10 meters high and walked slowly towards the 3 king lions. "I told you to eat." Ning Xiaochuan slapped out, and countless lightning flew out of the palm, breaking the sound wave attack of the 3 emperor lions. The faces of the 3 royal lions changed slightly. They were so strong that they ignored the attack of the roar of the emperor's lion. This person was by no means comparable to ordinary human pride. Lion possessed. The arms of the 3 royal lions were stretched out, and the blood of the divine beast in their bodies summoned the wisps of divine power between heaven and earth. Above their heads, a huge golden lion shadow condensed. The golden light shines on the earth, so that people can't open their eyes. The 3 emperor lions are the descendants of the ancient god lion. The divine beast blood in the body awakens and borrows a ray of the power of the ancient god beast to suppress Ning Xiaochuan with the power of the gods. That's divine power, not the power between mortals. Ning Xiaochuan also felt a lot of pressure. Can you be invincible with the power of divine beasts? Your blood is impure, and the power you can borrow is too limited. Ning Xiaochuan seems to be trapped in a golden ocean, with powerful and inexplicable beast forces in all directions. A huge golden lion, like a golden mountain hundreds of meters high, towering and sacred, with the spirit of God, stepped down on Ning Xiaochuan's head with one foot. Ning Xiaochuan stood with his hand held back, and the seal of the heavenly statue in the center of his eyebrows emerged, just like a luminous heavenly eye. Wow! The huge golden lion, punctured by the power of the seal of the emperor, gave a wail, and its body was torn apart. Between heaven and earth, all the golden lights disappear. On the battlefield, only Ning Xiaochuan stood proudly there. The three imperial lions were half kneeling on the ground, pale, and if they were badly hurt, they watched Ning Xiaochuan step by step in front of it, and wanted to fight back, but they were knocked over by Ning Xiaochuan with a punch, and a row of teeth were knocked out of their mouths. Ning Xiaochuan held the boulder in one hand and stepped on the chest of the three royal lions with one foot. Looking down, he said, "Eat it. Bastard, you. You're dead." Ah. Click. The sound of broken bones sounded. The chests of the three imperial lions were sunken by Ning Xiaochuan, and blood gushed out like a glance, causing the three imperial lions to tremble constantly. "Since you don't eat, I'll feed you and open my mouth." Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the spiritual power of the seven orifices demon heart and gave a loud roar, which shocked the brains of the three royal lions into a blank. The three imperial lions are also worthy of being the top genius of the demon family. They are determined and can still persevere under the oppression of Ning Xiaochuan's powerful mind. "Human, you are too arrogant. The lineage of the three royal lions is noble. Even if you defeat it, you can't humiliate it." Locust Qingzi, the first pride of the young generation under the throne of the earth centipede demon, said in a cold voice. Locust Qingzi's body was monstrous, his eyes were cold and sharp, and he walked towards Ning Xiaochuan with a threatening tone. "If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately." Ning Xiaochuan's deep voice. "I don't know heaven and earth." Locust Qingzi was furious, and a monster roared in his mouth. The whole battlefield changed color, and the evil spirit shook. It made a handprint, passed through layers of demon clouds, and hit Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan still suppressed the three imperial lions at his feet, slapped them with his backhand, and 18 concrete magic swords flew out of the palm, with the roaring sound of the sword, smashing the fingerprints of Locust City. Seeing the 18 surging war swords, Locust City was forced to retreat dozens of feet behind. When it stopped, it was shocked to find that the robe on its body was pierced with sword gas, and there were still shallow bloodstains on its neck and cheeks. Shwa shwa. 18 figurative magic swords flew in the air, forming countless sword shadows, turning the whole battlefield into the field of swords. No one can break in. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of the 18 swords, stared at the three imperial lions lying on the ground indifferently, and said, "Since you don't eat, I'll feed you." Bang! 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 Ning Xiaochuan punched the three imperial lions 17 times in a row, directly returning them to their original shape and turning them into a huge golden lion. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly opened the mouths of the three emperor lions, and with a click, he thrust the huge stone weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms into the mouths of the three emperor lions. Almost all the teeth in the mouths of the three royal lions will be broken. After a boulder is stuffed, the throat bulges, like a huge tumor, which keeps cramping on the ground, whining, and blood flowing from the mouth. Those Terran monks were all dumbfounded and shocked, beyond measure. Ding Xiaochuan was also too tough. He not only beat the three imperial lions like dead dogs, but also completely stuffed the huge stone engraved with all Terrans are turtles into the mouths of the three imperial lions. You know, that's 3 royal lions. It's too rebellious, and Ding Xiaochuan is too secretive. He is worthy of being the heir of the hidden sect. Compared with him, the Big Dipper, 7 stars, is simply far away. The spirit woman who came to Qingmu Holy Land was also stunned, and her beautiful eyes were full of smoke. She admired the Terran man standing in the battlefield. I didn't expect that there was such arrogance in northern Xinjiang. I'm afraid even the Emperor of Heaven was so arrogant when he was young. At this moment, the happiest person is Tang Shuyao. She thought that Ning Xiaochuan, who was able to draw with the 3 imperial lions, was already quite great enough to be famous all over the world and become the famous pride of the young generation. She may be very proud to tell those elders of the Tang nationality about her relationship with Ning Xiaochuan. However, Ning Xiaochuan is more excellent than she imagined, with infinite potential and amazing combat power. Once the World War I today is spread, it will definitely make Ning Xiaochuan famous, enough to become a young hero who is proud of the world. She chose Ning Xiaochuan as her Taoist companion in advance, which was absolutely right. Lin Fengxian and Qin Luofu both entered the realm of real people. Their mood was deep and calm, but they were also surprised at the moment. Father, mother, when did you leave the customs? Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan was going to challenge the 3 royal lions, the bright saint immediately drove out of the Holy Land, but first saw her father and mother. They also seemed to be watching the war. Lin Fengxian stared at the battlefield in the distance, touched the beard on his chin, and said with a smile, "You can do things that thousands of people can't do. You are not afraid of difficulties, timidity, fearlessness. One person's strength can defeat thousands of troops. This is a young hero." The Saint of Light was beautiful, her body was full of spirit and smoke, and her skin was like congealed fat. She looked at her father with some surprise, and her heart secretly said that her father was such an arrogant person that she didn't pay attention to anyone at all. Even she was never praised by her father from childhood. Who can get such high praise from his father? The weight of a young hero is much heavier than that of a young genius. Qin Luofu said with a smile, your vision is good. Although the child has some juvenile temperament, his talent is indeed not ordinary people can have. If he does not die prematurely, he is likely to become a secondary god in the future. Moreover, his ability to fight for the whole human race shows that he also has great righteousness in his heart, and he is not a selfish villain. The bright saint looked in the direction of the battlefield and saw Ning Xiaochuan, who was standing next to the 3 golden lions, finally understood what was going on. She naturally knows that Ning Xiaochuan is strong, but Lin Fengxian and Qin Luofu really want to fork out. Her relationship with Ning Xiaochuan is not as close as the legend. Perhaps in Ning Xiaochuan's heart, she is just regarded as an ordinary friend. So far, she and Ning Xiaochuan are only contacts between monks, not between men and women. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of the battlefield, turned around and looked at the monster army behind him, which was like a sea of beasts. Without any fear, he said indifferently, "This is the so-called top master of the younger generation of the demon clan, which is too weak to be attacked. Those demon friars were all blown up." This sentence used to be used by them to ridicule human monks, but I didn't expect that it is now used by humans to ridicule them. Human, don't be too arrogant. The 3 royal lions are not the top and first line, strong ones in our demon clan's young generation. It's nothing to defeat them. Locust Qingzi stood on the periphery of the sword field, staring at Ning Xiaochuan gloomily. The bloodstains on its face and neck healed automatically. Although it was pushed back by the other party's sword just now, Locust Qingzi still didn't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan. The reason why the other party can beat him back is that he is not prepared. If you really want to fight, will you lose yourself to a young human of the Protoss, who has pure divine beast blood? As long as the other party is also the cultivation of the 8th realm of heaven and man, Locust City has the confidence to win. In the same realm, it has never been defeated and is invincible. Moreover, it has cultivated a kind of psychic insight, which can see through the cultivation of the other party, and the other party has not condensed out of the Tao at all. Even the tire didn't condense out. No matter how strong it is, it can't be much stronger. Ning Xiaochuan said, the three imperial lions are not the top frontline strength of the younger generation of the demon clan, so are you? Locust Qingzi sneered, I'm the first person of the younger generation under the throne of the earth centipede demon. I have noble beast, god, pure blood. Do you think I count? In that case, fight. Ning Xiaochuan took back all the 18 swords, just like the 18 sword pillars, in a circular shape, inserted in 18 directions on the ground. A mighty sword spirit rose into the sky, and Ning Xiaochuan seemed to be integrated with Zhang Jian. He originally came to test the power of the avatar magic sword. Naturally, he had to fight with the most powerful friars of the younger generation of the demon clan, which was challenging. Ding Chuanqiu, don't fight with it. The demon clan wants to use will war to consume your strength. Lin Fengxian is afraid that Ning Xiaochuan will make mistakes. After all, it is not easy for the Terran to produce a top talent. If it falls, it will be a huge loss for the Terran. Other human monks also worried about Ning Xiaochuan. After all, they have all witnessed the power of Locust City, which can easily kill the 9 heavenly lords in the 9th realm of heaven and man. It's simply terrible. Although Ning Xiaochuan defeated the 3 imperial lions, he was not necessarily the opponent of Locust City. The descendants of pure blood beasts are not for fun. They are simply like the sons of beasts. With the protection of beasts, they can't fail at all. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan has just fought with 3 imperial lions, which must have consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he will suffer a lot if he fights with Locust City again. Locust Qingzi laughed and said, if you don't dare to fight, you'd better retreat quickly. The top genius of your Terran, who meets the offspring of pure blood beasts, can't have any chance of winning at all. It's better to accept it when it's good. Ning Xiaochuan said, I've heard your name. The master of the power transmission hall of Guangming Holy Land died in your hands. Guangming Lingzi was also killed by you with a punch. 3 or 4 human friars were also killed by you and became sacrifices on the white bone altar. I killed so many people that I can't even remember. Locust Qingzi paused and sneered, maybe you will be the next one. The 2 men pointed at Mei Mong, and their momentum continued to rise. Although they had not yet fought, their fighting spirit had collided, and countless lightning and sparks collided in the air between them. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's body rushed out quickly, holding 18 long tails with 18 war swords, and at the same time, he cut at the Locust City, and with a snort, he cut the Locust City's body to pieces. However, Ning Xiaochuan knew that it was not the real body of Locust City, but the shadow of Locust City left there. Its real body had left before Ning Xiaochuan waved his sword and chopped it down. Locust Qingzi stood 30 feet behind Ning Xiaochuan and said with a smile, Human, your proud speed is like a child's house in front of me. Have you heard of the ancient beast, Locusting? Ning Xiaochuan turned around and said faintly, the divine beast Locusting, who lies low in the day and rises at night, is the lord of the sky. He has a pair of black wings, which can block the sun and the moon. He can fly with his wings and travel 80 million miles a day. That's right. This seed is the pure blood offspring of Locusting, and has inherited the magical powers and blood lineages inherited by our ancestors. I have black wings. How can you compete with me? Locust City's cold and steep way. Ning Xiaochuan said, just cut off your black wings. What did you say? Locust Qingzi's eyes sank. I said, I'm going to cut off your pair of black wings. Locust Ying's speed is really fast, but it's not as fast as Shenlong and Dapeng. Shenlong is fast. Ning Xiaochuan injected his vitality into the dragon vein of Wu Daoxing Palace, communicating with heaven and earth, and borrowed Xiao Hong's natural power to grow a pair of illusory dragon wings on his back. The dragon vein in Wu Daoxin Palace is the bridge between Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong. Ning Xiaochuan can borrow the magic power of the dragon clan, and Xiao Hong can also borrow Ning Xiaochuan's magic power. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan once again killed Locust City, and the sword waved and chopped, turning into 18 sharp sword lights. Locust City almost didn't hide, and the war sword flew over its neck. It was only a little short of cutting its neck. How can you master the dragon speed? Are you the dragon envoy of fighting war? Locust City's cold voice. Now what he showed was only the illusory wings of the dragon, and the speed was equal to that of Locust City. If he is really a fighting dragon emissary, once he integrates with the dragon cub, he will be faster and definitely surpass Locust Qingzi. Is it the battle dragon envoy? I'll ask after you win the battle. Ning Xiaochuan cut off again with a sword, with a magical force on his body, like a demon possessed by a god. Even if you are really the dragon envoy of Dozhan, you can't be the opponent of this seat. This seat is proficient in a secret method left by our ancestors, and can take away the dragon vein of Dozhan dragon envoy. If this seat takes away the dragon vein in your body, then this seat will replace you and become a new generation of Dozhan dragon envoy. Locust City's son saw Ning Xiaochuan use dragon speed, not panic, but very excited. It seems to have some cards, so it seems quite confident. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is strong, he will never be its opponent. A pair of black wings on Locust Qingzi's back, fully expanded, flew quickly, leaving a series of black shadows in the void. Although Ning Xiaochuan did not integrate with Xiao Hong, with the speed of the dragon, the speed of outbreak was no slower than Locust Qingzi. One person and one demon kept fighting, with extremely fast speed, leaving hundreds of shadows in the void. Wow! Locust Qingzi's arm, emitting a layer of black light, turned into a black iron lock, and wound around Ning Xiaochuan. The iron lock, like growing in the body of Locust Qingzi, is very smart. It wraps around Ning Xiaochuan's waist, constantly tightening and winding, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan's body into the iron chain, like turning into a huge iron ball. Fighting Dragon Envoy is nothing more than that. Locust Qingzi sneered, and black lightning burst out of his body. He uploaded it from the iron chain to refine Ning Xiaochuan, who was trapped in the iron lock. Voila! Suddenly, the iron ball swelled and expanded more than 10 times. Bang! The iron chain was shattered, a figure flew out of it, and countless sword chi rushed out, all of which were cut off to the Locust City. Locust Qingzi's face changed slightly, and immediately summoned a white bone, waving to Ning Xiaochuan, who rushed up. Ning Xiaochuan felt a great danger, a breath of real people, rushing towards him. He immediately retreated to avoid the attack of bones. Thunderbolt! That white bone was drawn into the void, shaking the whole space. The sound was like a thunder, which made people's mind dizzy and their 5 internal organs ready to crack. What a terrifying weapon! Ning Xiaochuan retreated dozens of feet away and looked at the white bone in Locust Qingzi's hand. It was actually a human backbone with 24 sections, like a bone whip. The top of the bone whip is connected with a bloody head, with a ferocious face and long hair, like a fierce ghost, which is really chilling. Human bone whip. Yes, the bone whip in Locust Qingzi's hand is a weapon forged from the backbone of a real person, and even the head of a real person is preserved. In the 2 eyes of the head, each is inlaid with a reddish basalt to provide energy for the bone whip. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel the terrifying energy contained in the human head, which is like an energetic thunderball. Once it explodes, it will surely destroy the world. What a vicious means! Ning Xiaochuan took a cold breath, and the fighting between the demon and the human race was too cruel. Even if he reached the realm of a real person, he could not escape bad luck. Take the backbone of a real person out of the body alive, and then seal the consciousness in the head of the real person, and refine the head of the real person together with the backbone into a powerful weapon. It can be said that the owner of the human bone whip in the Locust City's hand is probably not dead, but still conscious. Locust Qingzi is like carrying a living real person, fighting with Ning Xiaochuan. Holding a bone whip, Huang Qingzi said with a smile, "Human beings, I have to admit that you are really strong. However, no matter how strong you are, you can be stronger than a real person? This soldier in my hand is refined from a human real person. In that head, the martial heart palace sealed with a real person contains all the rules of a real person. Moreover, the blood of that real person is also refined into the bone whip, which is used to urge the bone whip and the rules of the real person. To tell you the truth, as long as you hold this real person bone whip, no creature under the real person is our opponent." Standing in the holy gate, Tang Shuyao saw the real bone whip in Locust Qingzi's hand, stared at the bloody head, his face immediately became very pale, his delicate body shook slightly, and said with a trembling voice, "Grandpa." She clenched her lips and was in great pain. The Tang clan of the ancient aristocratic family was destroyed. Some monks in the clan were eaten by monsters, and some were taken to the holy kingdom of the demon clan as sacrifices to the demon gods. Because Tang Shuyao was not in the Tang nationality at that time, he narrowly escaped. When she saw her grandfather, who was refined into a war soldier by the demon clan sacrifice, her heart was like dripping blood, turning into a slim phantom, rushing out of the secondary god array, playing a white silk, entangled the real bone whip in the Locust City's hand, and wanted to recapture his grandfather's bones. Locust Qingzi stared at Tang Shuyao, laughed wildly, and said, "It's stupid. A mere woman dares to rob the soldiers of this seat. I think you don't want to live." Boom! Locust Qingzi waved the real bone whip in his hand, and real rules rushed out of the bone whip, which was like a sharp blade, cutting off the white silk made by Tang Shuyao. The Locust City took off and whipped Tang Shuyao. The head at the top of the human bone whip sent out an earth-shaking roar, spit out a black demon flower, and rushed towards the Yao of the Tang dynasty. When Tang Shuyao saw the rolling demon cloud coming, he not only didn't retreat, but wanted to rush up and recapture his grandfather's bones. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan flew to Tang Shuyao's body, blocked her behind, combined 18 concrete magic swords into a sword array, and fought out at the same time to drive Locust City back. "What are you doing?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at her. "I want to take back my grandfather's bones." "Ning Xiaochuan, leave me alone. This is my business and has nothing to do with you." Tang Shuyao's eyes are firm. At the moment, there is no trace of charm and seduction on her. She is like a completely changed person. No wonder she would rush out of the secondary god array regardless of everything. It turned out that the real bone whip in Locust City's hand was her grandfather. Ning Xiaochuan is very clear that the reason why Tang Shuyao will take the initiative to devote himself to him is actually to exchange for the support of Ning Xiaochuan and the forces behind Ning Xiaochuan on her own terms, so as to help her rebuild the Tang nationality and restore the former glory of the Tang nationality. The Tang clan has been exterminated, their relatives are almost dead, and their masters have been lost. Nowadays, the Tang clan should not only fight against the pursuit of the demon clan, but also be wary of the covetous treasures of the Tang clan by major forces from mankind. It can be said that if they are a little careless, they may be doomed. As the most outstanding descendant of the Tang nationality, Tang Shuyao naturally shouldered the responsibility of revitalizing the Tang nationality. At the same time, she also wanted to lead the remaining people out of the desperate situation and find a way to live for the Tang nationality. With her own strength, it is almost impossible for her to revitalize the Tang nationality in a world full of geniuses. Therefore, she must take advantage of the situation. The best way, of course, is to become the head of the Jiutian Pavilion and protect the rest of the Tang clan with the help of the influence of the Jiutian Pavilion. Therefore, she will make an alliance with the Crown Prince of the Emperor to deal with the 9-day saint. After the death of the Crown Prince, she chose Ning Xiaochuan. Because Ning Xiaochuan's talent is extremely high, and his future achievements are unimaginable. Besides, there is a big backer behind Ning Xiaochuan Phoenix. If you can get close to Ning Xiaochuan, why not revitalize the Tang nationality in the future? It can be said that from the beginning, Tang Shuyao had no feelings for Ning Xiaochuan, and the two can only be regarded as an exchange of interests. Ning Xiaochuan naturally understands this, but since she has become her own woman, Ning Xiaochuan must not let her die. Tang Shuyao broke through the seventh realm of heaven and man after absorbing the spirit of God Yu Yang, and her physique also improved a lot. However, there is still a big gap between her and Locust Qingzi, and she cannot be the opponent of Locust Qingzi. Moreover, a human bone whip was also in the hands of Locust City. If she had to seize the remains of her grandfather, she would surely die in the hands of Locust City. Locust Qingzi carrying a human bone whip walked towards Ning Xiaochuan and Tang Shuyao, and burst out a loud laugh. It's the descendants of the Tang nationality, no wonder it's so excited. This human bone whip in my hand is indeed refined from a real person of the Tang nationality. At that time, the old man of the Tang nationality was tied to an iron pillar with 36 divine nails. A senior of the Locust British nationality pulled his spine out of his body alive. The scream of the real man of the Tang nationality at that time is still fresh in our memory. Tut tut, what a pity. You want to die. Tang Shuyao's eyes seemed to be dripping blood, and his body was cold, and his anger could not be exposed. Locust Qingzi stopped and said with a smile, "Girl, you are also a national beauty among human women. If you are willing to submit to the crotch of this seat and be the pet of this seat may give you your grandfather's bones as soon as you are happy." Ning Xiaochuan's body sent out a murderous spirit. Leng Rui stared at Locust City and said, "Step back, and I'll help you get back your grandfather's bones." Tang Shuyao slightly raised her head and stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. Some did not believe that Ning Xiaochuan would fight with Locust Qingzi for her. When Locust Qingzi took out the human bone whip, no one believed that Ning Xiaochuan would fight with Locust Qingzi. Tang Shuyao also thinks so he will do his best to get his grandfather's bones back. Locust Qingzi was also slightly surprised. He thought Ning Xiaochuan would immediately escape back to the secondary god array. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan dared to fight it. Isn't he afraid of death? Step back and leave it to me. Ning Xiaochuan said to Tang Shuyao again. Locust City Sun laughed and said, "Since you are willing to stay and fight with me, it is simply great. I will kill you first, and then accept that human woman as a pet. Unfortunately, you don't have that chance." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, his palm spread out and called out the jade seal. Put the vitality into the jade seal, and the earth vein under the ground immediately rushed frantically towards the ground and converged towards the jade seal. Each earth vein is like a aura dragon, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan in the center. Ning Xiaochuan released all the earth rules in his body, integrated into the ground, and converged with the earth vein. His body seems to be completely integrated with the earth, giving people a feeling of massiness and towering. Locust Qingzi's face became dignified. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan made his heart feel invincible. I don't believe you can really mobilize the power of the earth. Locust Qingzi injected his vitality into the human bone whip, and the head immediately burst into a stinging blood light. Countless human rules flowed on the bone whip, making a paw-paw sound. The human bone whip became extremely heavy, just like a white bone mountain, suppressed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's arm was lifted, and a huge stone mountain rushed up on the ground. It was only a breath, and the mountain rose up and stood outside the secondary god array. More than a dozen earth veins held the mountains and smashed at the Locust City. Pa! The human bone whip smashed the mountains, and the Locust City flew out of the falling earth and rock, and hit Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm, holding the jade seal in one hand and saying, "Earth vein, listen to my orders." The fist-sized seal immediately began to swell, turning into a jade seal dozens of meters high, mobilizing the Earth's veins under the ground and bombarding the Locust City. Boom! Locust City was knocked out, spitting blood in his mouth, and his robe was broken into pieces of scrap iron. The power of the human bone whip is indeed very strong, but Ning Xiaochuan borrowed the power of the earth and the power of the top-grade supreme weapon. Naturally, it is not Locust City that can compete. Under the ground of the Holy Land of Light, there are countless earth veins, which contain rich earth qi. With such unique conditions, Ning Xiaochuan can naturally borrow more power. If you change to another place, even if Ning Xiaochuan holds the Jade Seal, he can't mobilize much power of the earth, so he may not be able to defeat the real bone whip. It can be said that it is in the Holy Land, so Ning Xiaochuan takes advantage of the land and gives full play to his own advantages. With the help of the power of the earth, he simply has the power to sweep thousands of troops. This is the magic of practicing the Earth Sutra. How can it really mobilize the power of the earth? Locust Qingzi looked at the wound on his arm, and blood dripping down his arm to the ground. However, its fighting spirit was more boiling, clenched its teeth and roared, "You can use the power of the earth, but I can use the power of the ancestor beast. It's not so easy for you to defeat me." The wings on the back of Locust City became larger and larger, and soon grew to more than 100 meters long, like two black clouds. Wisps of divine light converged from heaven and earth and merged into a pair of black wings of Locust City. Above the head of Locust City, a virtual shadow of a divine beast condensed, emitting a dark glow, which was like turning day into night. Pa. In that real person bone whip, countless real person rules rushed out. The real person rules and divine power were fused together, and a terrorist force swept the whole battlefield. You should know that Locust Qingzi is the offspring of pure-blood divine beasts. Naturally, the descendants of divine beasts, with impure blood like 3 emperor lions, borrow more divine power. Ning Xiaochuan's face also became dignified. Locust Qingzi's strength should not be underestimated. His eyebrows gleamed faintly, and a mysterious mark of heaven emerged, emitting divine brilliance. 180 million earth rules in the body are almost fully mobilized and integrated with the Jade Seal. Boom! At the bottom of the earth, a vein of earth hundreds of meters in diameter rose into the sky and connected with the Jade Seal. The picture is extremely amazing. The mysterious gas escapes in all directions, and the rich air of the earth rushes directly into the sky, just like a spirit river hanging upside down between heaven and earth. Ding Chuanqiu. It's too abnormal to call out a big landlord vein of Guangming Holy Land. The mark on his eyebrows is very familiar, which is very similar to the oldest Tianzuan seal of Daomen. A Tianzhijio woman from the Middle Earth sect was slightly moved and said in shock, "Tianzuan seal. It is said that those who can cultivate the Tianzuan seal must have great luck. In northern Xinjiang, I only heard that the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain seems to have the Tianzuan seal." "One is from north," said the heirs of the sacred land of Xinjiang's 4 elephants. Boom! On the battlefield, 2 powerful forces collided together, causing destructive power. Ning Xiaochuan controlled the Jade Seal and suppressed the bone whip made by Locust Qingzi. The Locust City mobilized the power of the divine beast, spread its wings, and fanned out a strong wind, trying to blow away the earth's air rushed out from the ground. As long as the air of the earth dissipates, Ning Xiaochuan can no longer borrow the power of the earth. It is easy for it to win Ning Xiaochuan. How can Ning Xiaochuan let it succeed? Mobilize 18 concrete magic swords, combine them into a huge sword, and display the sword formula of destroying the world. A huge female demon phantom appeared behind him. When he raised a sword and cut down, an illusory war sword also appeared in the hand of the female demon phantom, and cut down with Ning Xiaochuan. Poof! Half of the black wings of Locust City were cut off by the sword and separated from the body. A large amount of demon blood gushed from its back and dyed its body red. Its mouth uttered a scream which was like a poked ball. The power of the beast immediately dissipated, and its combat power continued to weaken. How can Ning Xiaochuan miss this opportunity and immediately suppress the jade seal, smashing half of the locust city's body into the ground, breaking his skull and constantly gushing blood in his head? This seat. Never admit defeat. Locust City roared wildly, rushed from the ground, looked ferocious, and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan murderously. Unfortunately, it was at the end of its power. As soon as it rushed up, Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the leader and suppressed it to the ground again. I refuse. Locust City roared. If you don't agree, you have to obey. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm, cut out a sword, and cut off Locust Qingzi's arm holding a human bone whip. The human bone whip immediately fell to the ground, was picked up by Ning Xiaochuan, pinched in his hand, and chopped down on the top of the Locust City to kill the Locust City completely. However, Ning Xiaochuan's blow was empty. An old demon man held the seriously injured Locust City, flew more than 10 feet away, stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Human, you dare to seriously injure our pride, which is a mortal sin." Ning Xiaochuan held a real bone whip and felt the powerful power fluctuation emanating from the old demon clan. He sneered, "You demon clan claim to have a noble bloodline. Unexpectedly, the young generation is so incompetent that no one can fight with me. Will you finally use the old demon king to deal with me, a young human?" Qua qua. Young generation, you don't know the greatness of heaven and earth. The younger generation of the demon clan can clean up your existence, and you don't need my help at all. After saying this, the old man of the demon clan shook his sleeves and retreated with Locust City in his arms. Looking at the demon clan old man who retreated, Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly relieved. If that demon clan elder really ignored his identity and shot Ning Xiaochuan really didn't have confidence to resist the attack of a demon king. In the distance, in the demon clan army, Jiu Demon sat in a chariot like a temple, slightly opened a pair of beautiful demon eyes, and looked at the battlefield, rules of the earth. The volume of the Earth Sutra of Tiandi Mountain has not been lost. How was it born again? Jiu Demon Queen has been looking for the legendary Earth Sutra. For this reason, she even sneaked into Tiandi Mountain in person to watch the Earth Sutra, understand the mysteries of the earth, cultivate the supreme truth, and further her cultivation. However, to her disappointment, the Heaven and Earth Sutra of Tiandi Mountain had only the second half volume of Heaven Sutra and the first half volume of Earth Sutra, which had long been lost. She didn't expect that a human genius who practiced the Earth Sutra suddenly appeared. Is this the providence in the dark? Jiu Demon Queen is a spiritual stone in the vein of the earth that has been deposited for hundreds of millions of years. She cultivates into a Tao, takes charge of the earth, and orders all underground creatures. It is for this reason that she can forcibly take away the main vein of the earth at the bottom of the land of light and holiness. If you can read the Earth Sutra, you will be able to make the cultivation of the 100-day pole head further. The Demon Queen is that human. If it weren't for his bad deeds, our ancestors and grandchildren would have taken all the Tianpin Xianshi from the Holy Land of Light. Without Tianpin Xianshi, the Holy Land of Light would not be able to start the secondary God array, and our demon family army would have invaded the Holy Land of Light long ago. Devouring God Mouse knelt beside the battlefield behind Jiu Demon and said with trembling. Since the mission failed, Devouring God Mouse has been in fear, for fear that Jiu Demon will kill it in a rage. Although it is the existence of Demon King level, it is not enough to see in front of Jiu's Demon Queen. If Jiu Demon Queen wants to kill it, it's like killing an ant. Jiu, the queen of the demon, was covered with a faint evil spirit, wearing a crown, 5 green jade fingers, holding a purple wood comb, slowly combing his long white hair, and said coldly, Devouring God Mouse, you are also a Demon King level existence. Unexpectedly, you can't even pay for a young generation. What's the use of you? Dong. Outside the chariot, devouring God Mouse, and devouring God Mouse heard this and immediately knelt on the ground. The God-devouring mouse was extremely frightened and trembled. Demon Queen, spare your life. The God-devouring mouse said, Demon Queen, I can't blame Grandpa and me for this. It's really because that human is in possession of a terrible weapon, not to mention our grandparents and grandchildren. Even if the Demon Queen sends other Demon Kings, I'm afraid he may not be able to take him down. What weapon? Shurji Demon Queen's faint way. The God-devouring mouse said, Jinyao Tower. Shurji Demon's hand immediately stopped, her eyes slightly coagulated, and said, Is this really true? Devouring God Mouse respectfully said, My subordinates dare not tell a lie. The legendary Demon Tower is indeed in the hands of that human. If it weren't for this reason, how could our grandparents and grandchildren miss it? Shurji Demon Queen's beautiful eyes showed a thoughtful look. Suddenly, her red lips were slightly upturned and said with a smile, Get up. Although you didn't complete the task, after all, bringing back a good news to Ben Ho is also to make up for the mistakes. The God-devouring mouse helped the God-devouring mouse to stand up. Although he was still standing next to the chariot respectfully, his heart hated Shurji Demon Queen to the extreme. Shurji, wait for me. When I practice Mahayana, I will also ask you to kneel down honestly for this seat. Now you are the queen of the demon, but I have pure animal blood, and my cultivation will surpass you sooner or later. At that time I will definitely ask you to be the lowest. The devouring God Mouse knew the strength of Shurji's Demon Queen, and dared not offend her. He bowed and said, Demon Queen, do you want me to take the boy and ask him to dedicate the Demon Tower to the Demon Queen? Devouring God Mouse expected that Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to use the Demon Tower in front of the demon army, so he volunteered to catch Ning Xiaochuan. Shurji's Demon Queen's eyes were like cold stars, and her voice was cold. Isn't it a young man, even if he controls the Demon Tower, how much power he can exert? Besides, since he is only a young generation of human beings, it is natural for the young generation of demon geniuses to deal with him. What do you think of God-eating mice? The God-devouring mouse stepped forward and said, My subordinates are willing to seize the Demon Tower for the Demon Queen. Very good. The Queen of Shurji Demon glanced at the back of the God-eating mouse, and a cold killing intention appeared in her beautiful eyes. Little evil beast, how dare you rebel against Ben Ho? Then Ben Ho will get rid of you first by the hand of that human man. Human beings, you have practiced the Earth Sutra. Don't let Ben down. Shurji, the Demon Queen, looked at her flawless jade hand, picked up the purple wood comb, slowly combed her white hair on her head, and her ruddy lips were slightly hooked, which suddenly became charming. Ning Xiaochuan held a real bone whip, handed it to Tang Shuyao, stared at her Danfang eyes, and said, This is the remains of your grandfather, now it's back to its owner. Tang Shuyao looked a little stunned, pursed her lips, took the human bone whip, held it in her hand, and took a deep look at Ning Xiaochuan. Thank you. Ning Xiaochuan is the first time to see Tang Shuyao so delicate and pitiful, not like a witch, but more like a charming little Jasper. He patted Tang Shuyao's soft fragrant shoulder and said with a smile, Do you still say thank you to me? Tang Shuyao's red lips were slightly upturned, and with a smile, she glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and her heart was inexplicably moved. If it weren't for the monks of Demon and Terran, she really wanted to snuggle up to Ning Xiaochuan. It's really a beautiful thing to have a man who cares for himself. Many people see this scene in their eyes, and everyone's mood is different. Gong Sun, the son of Yang sect, sighed, the 9 heavenly spirit girl is completely occupied. Ding Chuanqiu's ability to play with women is so powerful that people are willing to lose. It is worthy of being the successor of Elder Yu, who not only wants to get a woman's body, but also a woman's heart. I seem to have been able to see that another legend of Yang sect is about to be born, and will sweep the world and subdue all women. The godson of Yang sect, Qianbilu rode. Many people looked at the bright saint to see if Her Highness would be jealous. However, the Saint of Light was very calm, her eyes were clear, like an empty valley orchid, and no one knew her mind at the moment. The Saint of Light has long known the relationship between Ning Xiaochuan and Tang Shuyao, so she doesn't feel a little strange. Qin Luofu gently shook his head. His daughter was still too reserved and didn't understand the cruelty of competition. The spirit women of Jiutian Pavilion had begun to rob her lover. She was so calm that she would suffer a heavy loss sooner or later. The women in Jiutian Pavilion are all good at robbing men. Of course, some people have doubts about Ding Chuanqiu's identity. After all, just now Ding Chuanqiu not only displayed the seal of heaven, but also used the jade seal, the Zhenghua treasure of the Tianshu Empire. The identity of this person is too questionable. Ding Chuanqiu is probably just an alias, not his real identity. It has been guessed that he is probably the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan. However, after all, he defeated two top figures of the younger generation of the demon clan in a row, saving face for the Terran and very encouraging morale. Anyone who dares to say anything suspicious of Ding Chuanqiu at this time must be attacked by everyone. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the joy of victory. Even some old monks of Guangming Holy Land immediately rushed out to witness the birth of a young hero of the Terran. Such a young hero, his future achievements are absolutely frightening, and he has the opportunity to cultivate into a secondary god. Those young generation of monks, beautiful eyes, peerless pride of heaven, even regard Ning Xiaochuan as a young hero, and their eyes are full of reverent light. I will also try my best to cultivate and strive to become a young master like Ding Chuanqiu one day, sweep the young talents of the demon clan and win glory for the human race. Who else can fight with Ding Chuanqiu in today's world? A young boy in the Holy Land of Light, clenched his fist and extremely excited in his heart, took Ning Xiaochuan as his idol from this moment on. The younger generation of demon clan, I'm afraid no one dares to fight with Ding Chuanqiu again. A human pride said. At this time, the devouring god mouse flew out of the demon army, wearing armor, and his eyes were cold. Human, this seed is fighting with you? Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at the god-devouring mouse and said, It's you, god-devouring mouse. The god-devouring mouse sneered, Last time, I was defeated by you, because I didn't want to fight. If I really want to fight, you may not be my opponent. Shameless, you demon clan are so shameless. No one in the younger generation of demon clan can compete with Ding Chuanqiu, so they want to use will war to consume Ding Chuanqiu's vitality. In the Holy Gate, Yu Mingsong said angrily. Devouring God Mouse is the first master of the younger generation under the back seat of Shiji Demon. It is also well known in the human cultivation world. It once broke through the drug god Valley and stole a king-level pill that gave birth to 3 souls. Spring and Autumn Child, you just fought with 3 imperial lions and locust Qingzi, which must have consumed a lot of energy. Don't fight with god-eating mice anymore. The goddess of Drug God Valley once saw the bite of God Mouse, and even the 6 elders of Drug God Valley were bitten to death by the bite of God Mouse, so she knew the bullying of God Mouse. In terms of combat power, the god-devouring mouse may not be stronger than Ning Xiaochuan. However, in terms of the means of killing, god-eating mice are far more than Ning Xiaochuan. When it was in the 6th realm of heaven and man, it killed the Terran elders of the 9th realm of heaven and man. It was simply abnormal to the extreme. The devouring mouse whispered to Ning Xiaochuan, If you don't fight with me, I will immediately tell all the creatures present that you have the demon-killing tower. Ning Xiaochuan heard the voice of the god-devouring mouse, his eyes slightly coagulated, and said, Since you want to die, then I'll help you. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan's heart is also a little curious. Why doesn't the god-devouring mouse directly publicize the news that he owns the demon-killing tower? If it is publicized, isn't it that all the demon friars will fight against Fu Ning Xiaochuan? I see. In fact, there is a competitive relationship between the major demon clans. Imperial instruments such as Jinyao Tower will not be known by other demon beasts at all. The reason why the god-devouring mouse has to fight with me is that it also wants to kill me and seize the demon tower in my hands. As long as it controls the demon tower, who can compete with it in the demon clan? Ning Xiaochuan actually overestimated the God-Eater mouse. Even if the God-Eater mouse really won the Jinyao Tower, he didn't dare to take it as his own. He must immediately dedicate it to Shiji Demon Queen. Among the monster groups, it is more hierarchical than human beings. Unless the cultivation of God-devouring mouse exceeds that of Shiji Demon, it dares not rebel against Shiji Demon at all. Although Ning Xiaochuan is very strong, the God-devouring mouse is also the pure-blood offspring of the divine beast. It has strong combat power and has its own cards. Once it is played, even the existence of half a human level will undoubtedly die. Wow! Before the fight began, the god-devouring mouse went underground and disappeared without a trace. Ning Xiaochuan immediately left the ground and flew into the air with a whoosh. He held the jade seal in his hand, mobilized the rules of the earth, completely released his mind, and looked for the traces of god-eating mice. Suddenly, a void door appeared above Ning Xiaochuan's head. A sharp animal claw stretched out from the void and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's neck at a lightning speed. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan felt the danger, and his legs took on colorful brilliance. He moved out dangerously and dodged the animal's claws. However, he still left 3 blood marks on his neck, just a little bit, and he died under the paw of the god-eating mouse. So fast. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly surprised. If he hadn't owned the 7 orifices demon heart and predicted the danger in advance, wouldn't he be killed by the god-devouring mouse with just one blow? Sure enough, the pure-blood descendants of every beast should not be underestimated. The god-devouring mouse didn't get into the ground. Why did it suddenly appear in the void above Ding Chuanqiu's head? An inner disciple of Guangming Holy Land asked, curiously. Devouring god rats are not only able to escape, but also have strong talent. They can not only penetrate powerful arrays, but also quickly shuttle through all major spaces. They have strong control over space, which is their talent. The bright saint's eyes were as bright as water, and she was worried about Ning Xiaochuan. No wonder the devouring god mouse can kill the friars of the 9th realm with the cultivation of the 6th realm of heaven and man. With such a talent, it can be called supernatural. Once it makes a sneak attack, the 9th heaven venerable can't escape bad luck. I'm afraid even Ding Chuanqiu, in the 6th realm of heaven and man, can't kill the 9 heavenly venerable. The killing method of god-devouring mice is indeed very rebellious. Another Holy Earth preacher said, the reason why God-eaters are called God-eaters is that they eat God's body. Almost no creature's teeth and claws can match God-eaters. Therefore, God-eaters never use aggressive soldiers, because their teeth and claws are the best weapons. They are also descendants of pure-blood gods and beasts. God-eating mice are more terrible than locust cities. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan injured by god-devouring mice, those monks of the demon clan were also excited. Devouring god mouse, worthy of being the first strong man of the younger generation under the back seat of Shiji Demon, finally suppressed the human spotlight. Ning Xiaochuan. King Jin sat on a huge bronze chair and stared coldly at the man who was fighting with god-eating mice. King Jin has seen Ning Xiaochuan more than once and is very familiar with the smell of Ning Xiaochuan. When Ning Xiaochuan displays the seal of heaven, it will see through Ning Xiaochuan's identity. Even if the god-devouring mouse doesn't do it, it will certainly do it. However, at this time, the voice of the Brahma demon emperor came into its ears, don't be hostile to Ning Xiaochuan. Even if the god-devouring mouse is defeated, you are not allowed to take action. Hearing the demon emperor's words, King Jin was a little curious and asked, Father Emperor, why don't you allow children to fight with Ning Xiaochuan? If I defeat Ning Xiaochuan, I will definitely become famous as the whole demon clan. Fan Yu Demon Emperor said, "There is a phoenix behind Ning Xiaochuan. If you offend him, you are offending the phoenix." Phoenix? King Jin was shocked. How is this possible? Vatican Demon Emperor said, "This matter has not been spread among the demon clan, and few people know it. However, there is a phoenix behind Ning Xiaochuan, which is a fact. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and Shurji Demon Queen do not know this matter. If they know that a phoenix is protecting Ning Xiaochuan, I'm afraid they won't send young masters under their seats to kill Ning Xiaochuan." Boy. I see. King Jin breathed out a deep breath and said with lingering palpitations. "Fortunately, I didn't offend Ning Xiaochuan. If I provoked a phoenix, I'm afraid even the Brahma Demon Emperor may not be able to protect it." In the final analysis, Ning Xiaochuan, Devouring God Mouse and King Jin are just the Tianjiao of the younger generation, and it is impossible to compete with the real people of the older generation, let alone figures at the level of Demon Emperor and Demon Queen. Before they grow up, they must need someone to protect them, or they will be killed in the cradle. Although Phoenix can't help Ning Xiaochuan practice, it can deter those older people who want to be detrimental to Ning Xiaochuan. If the younger generation will fight Ning Xiaochuan, she will not interfere. However, if the Demon Emperor and Demon Queen dare to fight Ning Xiaochuan, she must go to the door and compete with those Demon Emperors and Demon Queens. Prick! Ning Xiaochuan's robe was torn out again. Fortunately, wearing Aoki heavenly clothes, he blocked part of the power of the God-Eater Mouse, otherwise, he would be torn off a piece of flesh and blood by the claw of the God-Eater Mouse. The God-Devouring Mouse didn't succeed at one blow, so it immediately escaped into the ground and disappeared again. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the crack on his sleeve, and his eyes coagulated. He didn't want to continue to sit and wait for death, and immediately called out the demon fire to destroy the world. Chi! The devastating magic fire, like spiraling flames, surged out of the pores and covered the 800-meter space around Ning Xiaochuan's body, which was like turning heaven and earth into a fire field. The earth and stones on the ground made a wheezing sound, but they were melted by the magic fire and turned into golden magma. Ning Xiaochuan is suspended in the center of the huge fireball, with long hair upside down, bright eyes, a pair of illusory dragon wings on his back, colorful light on his legs, and a jade seal in one hand, just like a flame emperor coming to the world. The billowing fire waves spread in all directions. Although it was far away, those demon friars still felt a heat wave coming. Because there was no time to retreat, a large number of mysterious beasts were burned into fly ash by the demon fire, and there was not even a bone left. When King Zhenyu saw that huge fireball, with a diameter of 800 meters, it was like a star rolling on the earth. He was very shocked and thought to himself that it must be the phoenix that gave him the flame magic power. Only the flame of the phoenix family can be so terrible. Wow! Suddenly, a void door appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan, which was like a rippling water curtain. The God-eating mouse drilled out of the water curtain and wanted to sneak into Ning Xiaochuan again. However, as soon as it flew out, it felt like jumping into a sea of fire, and flames from all directions rushed towards it at the same time, which was almost like devouring it. Still want to sneak attack? Ning Xiaochuan hit the seal out and hit the chest of the God-eating mouse. Bang! The God-devouring mouse made a muffled sound in its mouth, and its chest was dented by the jade seal, with blood splashing, bone and flesh breaking, and its short, rat-like body fell straight to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't miss the opportunity to kill God-eating mice. He caught up and woke up the spirit of the jade seal. With a bang, the power of the top-grade supreme weapon completely burst out. The jade seal burst into dazzling white brilliance and bombarded it again, as if to turn the God-eating mouse into fly ash. The God-devouring mouse immediately made a round jade pendant, and countless human rules rushed out of the jade pendant and turned into a rule god net, unexpectedly holding the jade seal. Cut it off. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold, and he called out the 18 concrete magic swords, turned them into a sword rain, and cut them off towards the god-devouring mice. The god-devouring mouse wanted to escape, but the 18 concrete magic swords formed a killing sword array, trapping it in the center of the sword array, and it would not be allowed to escape again. "Human, you forced me." The god-eating mouse clenched its teeth, took out a white pill bottle, and poured a golden human pill out of the bottle. The surface of that human-level Dan is engraved with dense Dan patterns, sending out dazzling golden ons. The golden light forms a red cloud, which is full of spirituality. All the monks smelled a strong fragrance of Dan, and a sound of dong dong came from their ears. It's like human heartbeat. However, the sound of dong dong came from the elixir in the hand of god-devouring mice. Does a pill also have a heartbeat? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the shandan in the hand of the god-devouring mouse and said, "That's Wang Pinran level Dan." "Yes, it's Wang Pinran Dan." The god-devouring mouse's mouth made a wild laugh. "Originally, I intended to take this king-level pill after reaching the 9th realm of heaven and man, and then hit the real realm at one stroke. However, since you are so powerful, I can only take this king-level pill in advance. I am now in the 8th realm of heaven and man, although I can't guarantee that I will hit the real realm 100%, but at least there are 5 opportunities." With that, the god-devouring mouse was about to swallow the king-level pill and hit the human realm with the power of the pill. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "You don't understand the power of Wang Pinran level pill. In your current state, taking Wang Pinran level pill, the only end is to be propped up by Wang Pinran level pill and die. You can't bear the power of Wang Pinran level pill. Do you think I'll believe you?" The deep voice of the devouring mouse. Its wisdom is not low. Naturally, it will not believe the words of an enemy. However, after listening to Ning Xiaochuan's words, the god-devouring mouse's heart is really a little hesitant. After all, it is not a heart-nourishing teacher at all, and its understanding of the pills refined by human beings is very limited. It steals this king-level pill from Yao Shenggu, which is intended to impact the real world with the help of king-level pills. As for the strength of Wang Pinran level pill, it's not clear. It's just that the records of Wang Pinran level pill have been seen in many ancient books and records, and it's said to be miraculous, so I'll steal one. It believes that taking Wang Pinran level pill can definitely help it impact the real world. As long as it reaches the human realm, it believes that with its strong combat power, it can shoot the human opposite to death with just a slap. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you are supported to death, I am naturally very happy. However, if you want to waste a king-level pill, I can't ignore it. Wang Pinran level pill, but has bred 3 souls, wisdom is not below human beings. This level of pills is simply hard to find. Only the king-level mental health master can forge the king-level pill. There are only a few king-level mental health masters in the whole Tianshu continent, which shows the value of Wang Pinran level pills. The king-level pill in the hand of the god-eating mouse has Dan chains carved on the surface of the pill. Dan chain, a pill specially used to imprison channeling, is like an iron chain attached to the surface of the pill to imprison the soul of the pill. Only great mental health practitioners with superb medical skills can know how to burn the Dan chain. If there is no Dan chain to imprison Wang Pinran level Dan, the combat power of a Wang Pinran level Dan is absolutely comparable to a real person. The monk swallowed the Wang Pinran level pill into his mouth, and the pill chain on the surface of the Wang Pinran level pill would melt, and the Wang Pinran level pill would get out of trouble. If the monk's strength can't suppress Wang Pinran level Dan, he will be overwhelmed by Wang Pinran level Dan. Of course, Wang Pinran level Dan will die with the monk. Therefore, devouring God Mouse takes a king-level pill, which is like swallowing a real person into his stomach, and the end can be imagined. The god-devouring mouse naturally wouldn't believe Ning Xiaochuan's words and insisted, "I'm a descendant of the god-devouring mouse, and I have a strong constitution. Even the bones of God can be devoured." Can't I still bear the power of a king-level pill? Although God-devouring mice are very confident in themselves, they dare not swallow the whole king-level pill, just in case. Pah! It even bit the king-level pill in half with its teeth, swallowed half of it, sealed the other half again and put it back into the jade bottle. With such hard teeth, he was able to bite Wang Pinran level down into 2 parts, which made Ning Xiaochuan a little stunned. Biting a king-level pill into 2 halves is like biting a real person into 2 pieces, which can only be achieved by biting the teeth of god rats. However, once a king-level pill is bitten in half, the pill will be terrified and its power will drop more than 10 times. It can be said that the half of the king-level pill taken by the god-devouring mouse has less than 1/20th of the power of the whole king-level pill. Maybe the god-devouring mice didn't know that the damage to the power of the pill would be so great if they bit the Wang Pinran level pill. It is estimated that in its view, taking half of the king-level pill is equivalent to taking half of the power of the king-level pill. What a waste! Ning Xiaochuan felt that his heart was dripping blood. It was a king-level pill that could be met but could not be asked. Unexpectedly, it was bitten in 2 by the goods, which was simply wasting the pill. If the great heart-nourishing master who refined that king-level pill knew that the king of pills he had worked hard to refine was so abused, he would probably be angry to death. At the moment, not only Ning Xiaochuan, but also Shiji Demon Queen among the demon army was extremely angry. It was a king-level pill, and it was also a treasure for her to meet. After the god-devouring mouse got the Wang Pinran level pill, it didn't give it to her, and sure enough, it had rebelled against her. Even if the god-devouring mouse takes the elixir and defeats Ning Xiaochuan, she will no longer save the life of the god-devouring mouse and will surely kill it. The whole clan of god-eating rats will be destroyed. Although the god-devouring mouse wasted the power of Wang Pinran level pill, it is also for this reason that relying on its strong physique, it may really be able to digest the power of that half of Wang Pinran level pill and impact to a higher level. Absolutely kill it before it digests the power of Wang Pinran Dan. Ning Xiaochuan attacked more fiercely and faster. Bang bang! The jade seal was played more than 30 times in a row, and finally broke the big net composed of human rules. Pah! The round ancient jade guarding the top of the god-devouring mouse broke in response to the sound and turned into a pinch of jade powder. After losing the protection of human rules, the god-devouring mouse was completely exposed to Ning Xiaochuan's attack. However, when Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the jade seal, it was caught by the god-devouring mouse with one hand. The god-devouring mouse held the jade seal in one hand and burst out a series of laughter. Human beings, I have broken through the 9th realm of heaven and man. How do I see you fight with me? The god-devouring mouse's arms shook, and a powerful force poured out of its body, beating the seal upside down. Ning Xiaochuan took back the jade seal, stepped back dozens of feet, his eyes were dignified, and he felt that the power of the god-devouring mouse had increased a lot, which had definitely hit the 9th realm of heaven and man. And its power is still rising rapidly, and it seems that it is really going to impact the real world. Correct an error. The heirs of the Brahma Demon Emperor are called True King and written as King of Gold. Thank you for your supervision. The medicine power of Wang Pinran level pill was really amazing. In just a moment, it made the god-devouring mouse break through the realm and reach the extreme realm of heaven and man, heaven and earth. Perhaps it is really possible for it to hit the real world and be granted the Demon King. This is simply a step to the sky. Who else is the opponent of god-devouring mice, the young generation of the whole Tianshu continent, the creatures of any race? If only I could also get a king-level pill, it might also hit the real world at one stroke. From then on, I will live forever, just like the Earth's true immortals. Whether it is the monk of the demon clan or the monk of the Terran clan, all feel frightened. You can imagine that a peerless demon is about to be born. The state of god-eating mice is getting worse and worse, although the strength in the body is getting stronger. However, its body actually gradually expanded, just like a blown-up ball. How? How can this happen? Stop. Stop. Ah. Save me, Grandpa, Demon Queen, save me. The god-devouring mouse's mouth sent out a shrill scream, and cracks appeared in its body, making a snap sound. The god-devouring mouse immediately knelt on the ground and begged, Queen Demon, please practice the great magic power and save my grandson. In the chariot, there was a faint voice from the Queen of Jiu Demon. The way of repair is to pay attention to step by step, step by step. The god-devouring mouse wants to ascend to the sky step by step, but it dares to take one Pinran level pill, which is tantamount to suicide. I can't save it later. Bang. As soon as the voice of Jiu Demon Queen fell, a scream came from the distance, and the flesh of the god-devouring mouse broke into a blood mist. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the demon blood all over the ground and gently shook his head. That's one Pinran level Dan. Even real people dare not take it easily. Although the half-one Pinran level pill taken by the god-devouring mouse had less than 1/20th of the power of the whole one Pinran level pill, it was still not a demon creature in the realm of heaven and man that could bear it. A descendant of a divine beast with pure blood was unexpectedly sustained to death by the power of a Dan medicine, which was definitely a great blow to the demon clan, and it was also a rare anecdote in 10,000 years. Of course, the remaining half of the king-level pill on the god-devouring mouse is still a rare treasure, and every creature seems to seize it and take it as their own. Whether human friars or demon clan strongmen, everyone's eyes lit up and stared at the damn bottle on the broken body of god-eating mice. Ning Xiaochuan is nearest, so naturally it is impossible to miss this opportunity and immediately go to get the pill bottle on the broken body of god-eating mouse. Half of the king-level pill was put in the pill bottle. However, at this time, Ning Xiaochuan found another young talent of the demon clan, like a ghost, standing next to the broken body of the god-eating mouse. It turned into a human shape, wrapped in a silver robe, tall and thin, with a silver full moon on its back, sending out stinging silver rays. Looking at the past from the perspective of Ning Xiaochuan, you can vaguely see a spirit river, flying in the silver light, forming a scene that is both monstrous and sacred. The silver light on its body is too dazzling to see what it looks like at all. Only a pair of sharp silver horns grow on its head, like the horns of dragons and deer. No one could see how the young talents of this demon clan appeared. It was like walking out of the void, giving people a strange feeling. The young talent of the demon clan in silver robes said coldly, "Today is really a humiliating day for the demon clan. You have lost the face of the demon clan with 3 royal lions, Locust Qingzi, and god-eating mice. Locust Qingzi's injury has almost recovered." Standing in the demon clan army, he said in a deep voice, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to say that we are disgraced by the demon clan?" The 3 imperial lions were also very dissatisfied, staring at the demon monk in a silver robe, and said, "You haven't fought with that man, and you don't know his strength at all. If you fight with him, maybe you're not as good as us." A demon king sneered and said, "I don't care whether you are human or demon creature, anyway, I must take the half-king-level pill." This beast king's cultivation reached the 9th realm of heaven and man, and his cultivation was deep. He wanted to take the half-king-level pill and impact the realm of human beings. Whether demons or human beings, the real world is a huge threshold. The identity and status of creatures who reach the real world and those who do not reach the real world can be said to be a world apart. Therefore, every human race and monster will attack the real world at any cost. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, they will never let go. The Beast King ignored Huaining Ogawa and the demon creature in a silver robe, and went straight to the broken body of the god-eating mouse. Death. The demon creature in a silver robe shot 2 lights from a pair of silver pupils, which pierced the body of the Beast King and made 2 huge blood holes. The Beast King screamed and immediately retreated, running the demon Yuan in his body, so that the 2 blood holes healed immediately, and said angrily, "How dare you hurt the king? Do you know that the king is one of the 54 beast kings under the ground centipede demon throne, the 7-winged bull king?" "Oh. Really? What a pity. From today on, there are only 53 animal kings left under the throne of the earth centipede demon." The demon creature in a silver robe waved his arm, displayed a silver light, and penetrated directly from the 7-winged bull king. Poof! The body of the 7-winged bull king and the demon embryo broke at the same time, and the heavy demon body fell back into a cold body. A demon king who reached the 9th realm of heaven and man was killed by it with one move, and he didn't even have the power to fight back. How strong! Ning Xiaochuan stared at the demon creature wearing a silver robe. Just now, when it shot, Ning Xiaochuan Mingming felt that its body emitted a strong dragon spirit. Is it from the dragon nationality? Seeing that the 7-winged bull king was killed, all the demon friars under the ground centipede demon throne were extremely angry. Many people were rubbing their hands and wanted to avenge the 7-winged bull king. Are you human or demon creature? Why kill the 7-winged bull king? A female animal king under the ground centipede demon throne asked, coldly. The demon friar in a silver robe glanced at the female beast king, and his eyes sent out a strange light. "I don't care who it is, but if it dares to move the half of the king level down, it is a crime of death. Who else refuses? Just try it and see if I have the strength to kill him." The female beast king, stunned by the eyes of the silver-robed demon monk, couldn't help but step back. All the other demon friars were shocked. What was the origin of the silver-robed demon friar? A look could even scare an animal king? Locust Qingzi also noticed the extraordinary of the silver-robed demon monk and asked, "Who are you? You are qualified to ask my name? A defeated man who disgraced the demon clan is not worthy to talk to me." The silver-robed demon monk stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Human beings, you can defeat Locust Qingzi and 3 imperial lions, which is not a great skill. If you fight with me, I can kill you in 10 moves and turn you into withered bones." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Are you from the dragon nationality?" The silver-robed demon monk did not deny it, and proudly said, "Yes. I really come from the dragon family, you can call me Dragon Tai." Hearing the name of the silver-robed demon monk, the whole demon army was boiling. Locust Qingzi was very shocked and muttered to himself, "It turns out that it is one of the 3 gods of the younger generation of the demon clan, the silver-robed god Blood Dragon Tai." The so-called divine reserve refers to having the qualification to become a god. If they don't fall, they will become gods in the future. Although it is a little exaggerated to evaluate them with divine reserves, we can also see their strength from the side, which can be called the existence standing at the peak of the young generation. There are hundreds of millions of demon families in the whole Tianshu continent, and there are countless monsters with extreme talent. However, only 3 gods are selected. Long Tai is one of them. Not to mention the demon clan was shocked, even the Terran monks were shocked, and everyone was stunned. Many geniuses have heard of the name Dragon Tai. He is the first strong person of the young generation of the Dragon clan in Tianshu mainland. He was born in the 8-clawed silver dragon clan. His talent is amazing and he has never failed. Among the dragon people, this kind of person can be called 100,000 years, and it is difficult to produce one. He can be a young god and become a god reserve. Unexpectedly, even Long Tai appeared. This is a big trouble. Ding Chuanqiu, no matter how strong he is, can't be the opponent of Long Tai. Aoki Ling was a little worried. The son of Jioshu also shook his head and said, "The son of our Jioshu Holy Land once met with Long Tai, but before the fight, the son of God knew that he was not the opponent of Long Tai and immediately ran away. The son of God once said that with his cultivation, he can only block the dragon Tai's 1 or 5 moves at most." After 5 moves, he will undoubtedly lose. The 9 ruins God's son is enough to be in the top 10 of the young generation in Central Earth, but he can only block Dragon Tai's 15 moves. Aoki Ling said in surprise. The son of Jiu said, "Don't you see that it doesn't take much effort for Long Tai to kill the beast king of the 9th realm of heaven and man? It is estimated that under the real person, no one is the opponent of Long Tai. Even with the abnormal strength of Long Tai, it is enough to compete with the real person. Not to mention the 5 moves to catch him, even those who can catch him without dying, can also be famous for their achievements." Wang Su also nodded. Avenue, if someone can catch Long Tai's moves one by one and not die, it means that his cultivation is more powerful than the 7-winged bull king in the 9th realm of heaven and man, and few people in the younger generation have such cultivation. Ding Xiaochuan has this strength, and the Son of Light is also one. It is estimated that the Son of God of the Ghost family can barely block the 2 or 3 moves of Long Tai. The strength of the Big Dipper 7 stars is not much different, and it should be the same water as the Son of God of the Ghost family flat. The young generation of the whole North Xinjiang, who can resist Long Tai's 1 or 3 moves, will never exceed 10 people. It is estimated that only Ding Xiaochuan can defeat Long Tai's 10 moves. Everyone's face was very ugly. No one thought that the demon dragon, Tai, came to the Holy Land of Light. Who can fight with him? Long Tai's body glittered like a body made of secret silver. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, he said, "Human beings, your cultivation is the first person of the young generation of the human race. If I defeat you, does it mean that the first person of the young generation of human beings is also defeated in my hands? The first person of the young generation of Terrans? Then you really misunderstood." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "The world is vast. There are mountains outside the mountains and people outside the people. With my cultivation, how can I be the first person of the young generation of the Terran? Let alone the whole Tianshu continent, even if it is only in the north. There are also many masters stronger than me in the young generation in Xinjiang." Long Tai's eyes coagulated. "Is there a human genius stronger than you in northern Xinjiang?" "Impossible, the Tianjiao of the great holy lands in northern Xinjiang is vulnerable to the geniuses of our demon clan. Apart from you, how can there be a stronger genius?" 3 Lions Way. Not to mention the monks of the demon clan, even those human monks do not believe in north. There are still young people in Xinjiang who are stronger than Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at those demon friars and said, "You demon friars are too arrogant to pay attention to human friars, but the young generation in northern Xinjiang is indeed stronger than me. Not to mention the distance, just in the Holy Land of Light, there are people who are stronger than me and whose accomplishments are above me." Those human monks were all curious, looking around, wondering who Ning Xiaochuan was talking about. Long Tai said, "Who is it?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the sky, and saw that the sun had set, and the sky was getting darker and darker. He said, "That person is the spirit girl of Tiandi Mountain, Niao Lanqin. Once the sun sets, night falls. In the evening, Niao Lanqin will become the queen of all voices." Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know the current cultivation height of Niao Lanqin, nor does she know whether she can win Long Tai. However, it is definitely not difficult for Queen Wanning to defeat Long Tai. Spirit girl of Tiandi Mountain. Everyone was surprised and looked in the direction of Niao Lanqin. The Son of Heaven is one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, but he was killed in the Holy Land of Light. Since she is the spiritual daughter of Tiandi Mountain, her natural cultivation is not as good as the Son of God. Can she be stronger than Ding Xiaochuan? Long Tai also stared at the past along with everyone's eyes, fixed his eyes on Niao Lanqin, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The woman of the Jade Crystal Beauty family, her cultivation is really good, and it seems that she is really a good opponent. The Yujing Beauty clan, which is a high-level human race, is almost full of beautiful women. Moreover, the women of the Yujing Beauty clan have extremely high cultivation talents, so it is difficult to find a mediocre. Is this spirit girl of Tiandi Mountain really stronger than Ding Xiaochuan, who has unparalleled combat power? At this moment, the soul in Yao Lanqing's body has become the queen of all voices. Her body naturally exudes a majestic momentum, which makes Luo Wu, Situ Jing, and others standing beside feel great pressure. In their eyes, Her Highness Ling seemed to have suddenly changed a person, making them feel depressed and strange. Queen Wanyin just glanced at Long Tai one by one and said, "You are not qualified to fight with me. If the Taiqing Dragon Emperor of your dragon clan came, maybe I will fight with it." Hearing this, those demon friars all laughed, and felt that Queen Wanyin was too crazy to challenge the Taiqing Dragon Emperor. You know, the Taiqing Dragon Emperor is North. The first of the 9 demon emperors in Xinjiang, the first in combat power, and the most famous in the world, can be called North. The oldest creature in Xinjiang. Even the leaders of all holy lands should hide and go when they see the Taiqing Dragon Emperor. Long Tai said, "Little girl, you have great courage. You even want to fight with the Dragon Emperor. Even if your cultivation is really great in the younger generation, it's not even a grain of dust in the eyes of the Dragon Emperor. Little girl, do you dare to go out of the secondary god array and fight with me?" Ow! Long Tai's body emits a bright silver light, condensing a huge silver dragon shadow behind his body. The dragon's shadow meanders and roars, which is like walking proudly in Taishu. At this time, a purple dragon cloud flew over the horizon, countless strong electric snakes shuttled through the cloud, and a brilliant breath of dragon came out of the cloud. In that piece of dragon cloud, an old voice sounded, giving people a magnificent sound pulse. "Tai, you step back first." Purple dragon clouds, hanging in the void, almost cover the whole sky. The thick clouds rolled like waves. Feeling that powerful breath, many monsters knelt down one after another, as if kneeling down to worship an emperor. Taiqing Dragon Emperor. Is it really coming? Xian Biluo, the godson of Yang's sect, suddenly changed his face. The faces of other human monks are also very ugly. The arrival of Shurji Demon Queen, Brahma Demon Emperor, and Ground Centipede Demon Emperor has put the Holy Land of Light into a desperate situation. If you add a Taiqing Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid no one in the whole, bright Holy Land, can escape. An old man with dragon horns on his head, bent and dressed in purple robes, stood above the clouds, took a deep look at Queen Wanyin, and his old eyes shrunk slightly, saying, "Is it the real body of the imperial concubine?" Wanyin Fairy's phoenix eyes looked up at the sky and said coldly, "Taiqing Dragon Emperor, it has been 10,000 years. Are you still alive?" The purple-robed old man standing above the dragon cloud said, "The emperor and concubine can rise from the dead, how dare the old man die first? Now is a real world, the way of heaven has changed, and things that cannot be done in other times may be done in this era. In such a world, the old dragon naturally refuses to die." The dialogue between the Dragon Emperor of the Taiqing dynasty and the Queen of the Wanyin Fairy caused great shock in the Terran friars and the Demon Beast army. All the monks are guessing the identity of Queen Wanyin, who can actually talk to the Taiqing Dragon Emperor. She can't be just a spirit girl in Tiandi Mountain. The Dragon Emperor of the Taiqing dynasty called her imperial concubine. Which emperor's concubine was she? If the concubine of the emperor of the general civilized country of mankind is not even an ant in front of the Dragon Emperor of Taiqing, it is impossible to talk to her at all. Is it? Is it the concubine of the Emperor of Heaven? Some people guess so. However, as soon as he said this, he was startled. The Emperor of Heaven is the only true god after the era of gods. If his concubine is still alive, it is the concubine of the gods, who has lived for at least tens of thousands of years. The young friars of the Terran standing next to the Queen of 10,000 Sound Fairy dared not even speak out, and stared at the Queen of 10,000 Sound Fairy in shock. Even Yao Lanji looked at his sister with a strange look, and didn't understand what happened. How did my sister become like this? Wanning Fairy Silk ignored the surprised eyes of the people and said, Taiching Dragon Emperor, since you are in the Holy Land of Light with knowledge, don't you immediately lead the demon army back to the wilderness? The old man in purple said, if the old dragon is still the master of North Xinjiang, for the sake of the imperial concubine, the demon army will surely retreat. However, the imperial concubine should also know that now the master of North Xinjiang is Tianming Demon Emperor. Who dares not to follow if Tianming Demon Emperor wants to destroy the Holy Land of Light? Queen Wanning said, so, is there a war today? Taiching Dragon Emperor, I ask you, if Ben later presided over the second god formation, how many levels of competence can you attack? The Dragon Emperor of Taiching laughed and said, if the imperial concubine presided over the sub-god formation in person, even if the 9 demon emperors and the 9 demon queens shot at the same time, it was impossible to break the Holy Land of Light. However, if the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor drove to the Holy Land of Light, I'm afraid the imperial concubine might not be able to stop her. Tianming Demon Emperor? Ben has long wanted to fight with her. If she came to the Holy Land of Light, she would just let me see how strong the idea of the secondary god is? Wanning Xian said very strongly. Good. The words of the imperial concubine, the old dragon must personally convey to the Tianming Demon Emperor. After saying this, the Taiching Dragon Emperor turned into a dragon shadow, merged into the clouds, and disappeared above the sky. Ning Xiaochuan also returned to the second god array, walked to the side of Queen Wanning, and said, Elder, are you sure you can defeat the Tianming Demon Emperor? Empress Wanning stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, shook her head and said, come with me. With these words, the sleeves of Queen Wanning sent out a white glow, which involved Ning Xiaochuan in the white light and flew into the Holy Land of Light. When she came to the top of a spirit mountain in the Holy Land, Queen Wanning released Ning Xiaochuan and said, to tell you the truth, the secondary god formation of the bright Holy Land is only a remnant formation. If the Tianming Demon Emperor came personally, even if I controlled this broken secondary god formation, I would never stop her. Unless I master the Demon Tower, I can fight with her. Unfortunately, you also know the current state of the Demon Tower, which can't be used at all. So now, the only way is to open a way for you to survive before the Tianming Demon Emperor comes to the Holy Land of Light, block the attacks of the major demon emperors and demon queens, and maybe make some of them escape. Ning Xiaochuan said with some worry, all the demon emperors and queen demons are the top existence in the wilderness. Each of them has the supreme magic power. Plus the Taiching Dragon Emperor, there are already 3 demon emperors and 1 queen demons. I guess there are some big figures of the demon clan who have also come to the bright Holy Land, but they have not appeared yet. With the power of the Fairy Queen, I'm afraid. Don't worry. As long as I'm not facing the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor, if I want to retreat, no one can stop me. The Queen of 10,000 Sounds stands on the top of the mountain. Her skin is as bright as jade, her long hair is floating, her fairy face is like a fish falling into a wild goose, and her beautiful posture is like a mortal woman. Ning Xiaochuan, you may lend me the Tiandi blade? Queen Wanning said. Ning Xiaochuan said without hesitation, of course, no problem. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Tiandi blade and handed it to Queen Wanning. Ning Xiaochuan knew that Queen Wanning was just in case. If she really met the Tianming Demon Emperor, she might be able to resist the Jinren Tower in her hand with the Tiandi blade. The strong of the demon clan are afraid of the demon tower. How can the strong of Terrans not be afraid of Jinren Tower? Ning Xiaochuan still remembers the skeleton of the human supreme in the Jinren Tower. Even the supreme was killed in the tower by Jinren. I'm afraid even the Queen of 10,000 Voices is quite taboo to Jinren Tower. Queen Wanning took over the Tiandi blade, her eyes like frost, and said, the war will break out tonight. After I open up the way of birth, you should take Niao Lanji and escape as soon as possible. After all, she is also my sister now. If this war, I really die in the hands of the Tianming Demon Emperor. If you want to save the human friars and the whole Tianshu continent, you can only bury the Shinshan mountain. Only the Zijin Emperor is reborn. Can you stop the Tianming demon emperor? Don't go to the Phoenix. The Phoenix's situation is also quite dangerous. Maybe she is now dead in the hands of the Tianming demon emperor. Hearing the news, Ning Xiaochuan's face changed greatly and said, "How can we help the Purple Emperor resurrect?" "I don't know. It's up to you to figure out what to do. If the Zijin Emperor can't be reborn, then you'd better take Longji and escape from Tianshu as soon as possible. Maybe there's a chance," Queen Wanning said. Guangming sect led the elder monks of the Great Holy Land. Thousands of monks came to the foot of the mountain and bowed down to the Queen Wanning above. "I'm going to visit the emperor and concubine of Guangming sect. Please move the emperor and concubine to Mingjing Palace to discuss the strategy of retreating the enemy." The monks below all knelt down and worshipped, as if they were worshipping a god. The arrival of the imperial concubine caused a sensation in the Holy Land of Light. All the monks of the older generation rushed to the Mingjing Palace to worship the imperial concubine. Many monks have guessed her identity, which is likely to be the concubine of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven is a true god recently born in the Terran. Even if it is only his concubine, her position in the Terran is absolutely unattainable. Countless people want to visit her style. This is simply an unprecedented grand occasion. If in a peaceful and prosperous age, once the emperor and concubine appear, they will shake the world. All the leaders of the Holy Land should go to worship in person to show their respect for the Emperor of Heaven and their awe of the gods. Little Marquis, what? What's going on? Niao Longji found Ning Xiaochuan and stared at him pitifully. She felt that Ning Xiaochuan must know the reason and wanted to know the truth. "How did my sister become an imperial concubine?" Ning Xiaochuan took a deep look at Niao Longji and said softly, "Longji, there are some things I can't tell you, but you just need to know that she is still your sister." "Do you believe me?" "I naturally believe what the little Marquis said, but—" Niao Longji gently bit her lip, still full of questions, trying to figure out the reason. She is no longer the little girl she used to be. She has grown up and wants to know what the little Marquis and her sister are hiding about themselves. "No, but—" Ning Xiaochuan said solemnly, "when you cultivate Jiugongzhan and Jiugongsuan to a certain extent, this matter will naturally not hide from you. At that time, you will naturally understand what happened. Tonight, the war between the Demon Clan army and the Bright Holy Land is about to break out in an all-round way. At that time, you must closely follow me and never leave, clear?" "Well, what about my sister?" Niao Longji asked, curiously. She has her opponent." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the direction of Mingjing Mountain and said meaningfully. "Boom. Boom." Suddenly, a burst of vitality rushed into the Holy Land of Light, like invisible waves. The whole space seemed to be hit twice. The Holy Land of Light also shook, the earth broke, the mountains collapsed, and even the temples suspended in the air fell down and smashed. All the monks in the Holy Land were terrified. What happened? Has the demon army started to attack? My God! Outside the Holy Land, there are 2 white bone altars. Ning Xiaochuan flew to the direction of the Holy Gate with Niao Longji and looked at the sky. The number of white bone altars had reached 4. Each white bone altar is like a huge white mountain, made of hundreds of millions of human skeletons, which is very angry, and the resentment converges into dark clouds, making the whole sky dark. The earth emits a light layer of blood light, and every inch of soil seems to become blood soil, which seems to indicate that the Holy Land of Light will flow into a river of blood and become a land of death. The 4 white bone sacrificial platforms are suspended in the east, south, west and north directions of Guangming holy soil, rotating slowly. Every white bone altar emits a devouring force, which turns into a vortex, and is actually absorbing the air of the earth at the bottom of the Holy Land of Light. More than 10 earth veins at the bottom of the Holy Land of Light have become weaker and weaker. Once the earth vein is completely sucked dry, the aura of the Holy Land of Light will completely collapse. This is the so-called breaking the dragon vein and chopping the chi. Is the Holy Land of Light exhausted? On the 4 white bone altars, there is a demon king of the demon family standing on each. The 4 demon kings exuded a torrent of evil spirit, forming a demon cloud. With the help of the power of the white bone altar, they carved array lines in the void and turned into a god chain that imprisoned the space. In order to prevent human beings from escaping, the demon clan must at least trap all human monks in the Holy Land of Light before the Tianming demon emperor comes. Guangming Holy Land, a group of gray-haired elders, stood on the top of Mingjing Mountain. They looked at the monsters and mysterious beasts in all directions. Their faces were very dignified, and they felt a strong pressure. The leader of the Holy Land of Light stood proudly with a deadwood-like scepter in his hand. His white robe was clean without any dust, and his eyes were sharp. The disciples of Guangming Holy Land listened to the order. Today, a war with the demon clan is inevitable. Once the secondary god array is opened, I will lead you to fight a bloody way out of the siege of the demon and beast army. Disciples who can escape everything must keep the inheritance of Guangming Holy Land, rebuild the Holy Land in the future, and reproduce the glory of Guangming Holy Land. Now we have to break through. Although this is a near-death battle, we also have to fight. If we wait until the Tianming demon emperor arrives, then everyone will die in the Holy Land of Light, and no one can survive at all. War. 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 All the disciples of Guangming Holy Land looked solemn, wearing Zhang Kai, followed the Guangming sect and walked in the direction of the Holy Gate. Ning Xiaochuan, Niao Longji, Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing, Luo Wu, and others also followed the disciples of Guangming Holy Land and merged into tens of thousands of monks. Following the strong of the Holy Land of Light, there is always a greater chance of escaping. If Ning Xiaochuan and others are allowed to break through alone, it is estimated that even if they can't lift a wave, they will be swallowed up by the demon army, and they will die without residue. As for the heirs of other holy lands, they are protected by the strong of the older generation and can be killed alone. For example, beside Tang Shuyao, there are Jiutian Pavilion and the elders of the Tang nationality guarding her. She once invited Ning Xiaochuan to join their team and break through together. Although the monks who follow the bright Holy Land can get some protection, their large number will be taken care of by the demon and beast army and become the target of siege. It was also a good choice to break out with the Tang clan and Jiutian Pavilion. However, Ning Xiaochuan also had to protect Niao Longji, Situ Jing, Luo Wu, and others. The old people of the Tang clan and Jiutian Pavilion would certainly not agree. After all, one more young generation will be a drag. In such a critical moment of life and death, I'm thankful to be able to escape. Naturally, I don't want to take a few more encumbrances with low accomplishments. Situ Jing, Niao Longji, and others are indeed outstanding in the younger generation, but they are still too weak in the eyes of the older generation of strong people. Ning Xiaochuan can only take a few people from Tiandi Mountain and continue to follow the team of Guangming Holy Land. Human beings actually want to break through, really think that the strong of our demon clan are vegetarian? Wait and see. There are 4 white bone altars and the array of 4 demon kings. No human in the Holy Land of Light can escape. This time I must catch a person's pride girl to be a pet. Those talented women of the human race are more and more beautiful. Boom. A loud noise. The big array of secondary gods outside the Holy Land of Light works like a huge black hole, pulling the 4 white bone altars towards the array. The 4 demon kings standing on the 4 white bone altar were so frightened that they immediately broke all the Zhenyuan in their bodies into the white bone altar, trying to control the white bone altar and fight back against the secondary god array. Bang! 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 The 4 demon kings are all human-level accomplishments, but they have no resistance in front of the secondary god array. Just for a moment, the bodies of the 4 demon kings all burst into corpses and bones. Queen Wanyin stood in the center of the secondary god array, and every inch of her skin emitted dazzling jade light, which was simply brighter than the stars above the sky. The Dragon Emperor of Tai Ching has not come out for a war. Her long hair was dark and bright, like a waterfall, and her voice shook the world and rang through the world. Ow! A dragon's song sounded from above the clouds. A huge purple dragon claw poked out of the clouds, grabbed one of the white bone altar, and attacked the Queen Wanyin in the secondary god array. Boom! With just one blow, the earth was pierced, tearing out a huge crack, spreading towards the horizon and directly spreading more than 1,000 miles away. The earth vein at the bottom of the Holy Land of Light was shattered, and countless earth ores escaped, forming a yellow light rain. With the power of the second god array, Queen Wanyin flew out the tens of thousands of meters high white bone altar held by the Dragon Emperor of the Tai Ching dynasty, and then more than a dozen bloody dragon scales fell from the sky. Each dragon scale carries strong power, and one of the dragon scales falls and hits the top of an animal king in the 9th realm of heaven and man, directly smashing the body of that animal king into a pool of meat mud. Even a piece of dragon scale falling from the Dragon Emperor of Tai Ching can kill a 9 heavenly venerable. Only the existence of a real person can catch a piece of dragon scale of the Tai Ching Dragon Emperor. However, powerful creatures like the Tai Ching Dragon Emperor were also injured by the sub-god array, and more than 10 dragon scales were knocked out. After the Demon Emperor of the Earth Centipede, the Demon Emperor of the Brahma, and the Demon Emperor of the Stone Ji, they still don't fight together to suppress the imperial concubine. The real body of the Tai Ching Dragon Emperor flew out of the void, but it was a purple dragon thousands of miles long, like a wild dragon flying in the sky. There was indeed a blood mark on its body, which had been injured by Queen Wanyin. The dragon spirit emanating from the Dragon Emperor of Tai Ching suppressed many creatures to lie on the ground and couldn't stand up at all. Imperial concubine, I have offended. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor, the Brahma Demon Emperor and the Shurji Demon Queen rose up at the same time, each controlling a white bone altar, and attacked the Queen of 10,000 Tones at the same time. Although the Queen of 10,000 Tones controls the secondary god array, she can call the wind and rain, and her power is amazing. However, the white bone altar is also the supreme holy thing of the demon family, which has refined countless humans. It has been preserved from ancient times to the present, and has incomparable magical power. It can be said that the power of each white bone altar is comparable to that of a large array of secondary gods. Only the cultivation of Queen Wanyin can resist the attack of the 4 white bone altar with all her strength. The ground centipede demon emperor's body is more than 1,000 meters long, with 108 black centipedes, holding a white bone altar, and hitting the ground. Boom! The ground shook suddenly and sank under pressure. A large area of human screams sounded, killing the human friars within a radius of dozens of miles, bursting their bodies into a blood mist. Among the human monks in a region, there are also several real people. However, under the power of the white bone altar, real people have no resistance. Except for one real person standing on the edge, who showed his rapid magic power and narrowly escaped, all the other 3 real people were crushed to death by the white bone altar and turned into broken bones. Ning Xiaochuan, Situ Jing and others were scared out of cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't break through in that direction, otherwise, they must have died at the moment without residue. That direction seems to be the direction of the 2 holy earth monks in the Middle Earth world to break through. Unfortunately, they are all dead. Luo Wu's forehead was also dripping with sweat. It's terrible. In front of creatures of the level of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor, a random blow can cause a devastating blow to human beings. Suddenly, the secondary god array suddenly turned and rushed into the demon beast army. Poof! A large number of monsters were killed by the sub-god array, leaving hundreds of thousands of dead bodies on the ground, including the bones of more than a dozen demon kings. The blood collected into the stream, and the demon bones were broken into powder, which was like a sure field. One moment, there were hundreds of thousands of living monster creatures, but the next moment, they were all crushed and killed, and there was no whole body. Worthy of being the imperial concubine, it's really cruel. The ground centipede demon emperor said coldly. Let's fight in different space. The dragon emperor of Taiching was also a little scared when he looked at the dead bodies of the demon clan all over the ground. If you really want to fight with Queen Wanyin, although human monks can be killed cleanly, it is estimated that the demon family army will also suffer heavy losses. Queen Wanyin, the emperor of Taiching dragon, the emperor of ground centipede demon, the emperor of Brahma demon, and the queen of Shiji demon simultaneously entered a different space and continued to fight. Seeing them leave this battlefield, whether human monks or demon creatures, I was relieved at the same time. The battle has begun. Breakthrough. Guangming palm sect soared up, hung in the void, and waved the staff in his hand towards the ground. A piece of white light flew out, killing countless monster creatures and forcibly opening up a blood path. Yes, it's the road stained with blood. Where Guangming sect passed, there must be a place of demon family bones, and even the demon king of the demon family could not stop his pace. Fortunately, after the imperial concubine restrained the 3 demon emperors and 1 demon, we had a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for us to escape. Situ Jingdao. Many human friars were excited and followed closely behind the friars of the Holy Land of Light, killing towards the periphery. Under the leadership of the real leader, he may really escape. It's not that simple. The demon clan can't let us escape. Ning Xiaochuan took the demon sword and killed the monsters one by one. He was still very worried and not relaxed at all. The robes on his body had already been dyed red by blood, and most of them lost the blood of monsters. The older generation of the strong in Guangming Holy Land blocked most of the top masters of the demon clan. The young disciples of Guangming Holy Land and Ning Xiaochuan and others were all weak monsters, and no one was injured for the time being. Suddenly, a powerful evil spirit came from the north. The evil spirit enveloped the whole battlefield. For a moment, the cold wind hunted and the thunder roared, which made all human monks shiver, as if suddenly a mountain was pressing on them. Pa! Countless thunderbolts fell from the sky and condensed into a burly thunderbolt giant. The thunder giant's eyebrows, condensed with the crescent mark, holding a thunder hammer and a thunder nail, smiled with a long smile. Guangming Zhangjiao, your opponent is the emperor, how can you fight with those demon descendants? Bang! The thunder giant hit the thunder hammer hard on the thunder nail. An electric pole rushed out of the lightning spike and flew to the sky. Not good. Ning Xiaochuan felt a strong unease in his heart. He immediately sacrificed the jade seal and hit the void, involving Miao Longji, Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing, Luo Wu, and others in the light of the jade seal. The next moment. Boom! Hundreds of thunder and lightning immediately fell on the sky. The smallest one was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, and the thickest one was as thick as a water tank. All of them fell into the camp of human monks. Under the bombardment of this wave of thunder and lightning, the battle formation of mankind was completely destroyed, and countless inner disciples fell in a pool of blood, and the bodies smoked. Thor Demon Emperor, you unexpectedly also came, this seat will come to fight with you. The bright palm turned into a white light beam, and one palm hit the Thor Demon Emperor, splitting the Thor Demon Emperor's body into more than a dozen thunderbolts. The more than a dozen thunderbolts flew to the sky and condensed into the body of the thunderbolt giant, and his mouth sent out a huge laugh like thunder. Guangming Palm Sect, I really didn't expect that your cultivation has reached such a level. but you are qualified to fight with the emperor. Bang! The thunder god demon emperor waved a thunder and lightning sledgehammer and attacked the Guangming Palm sect. Lin Fengxian, Wang Baishu, and Tian Hen, you lead the disciples of Guangming Holy Land to continue to break through. Guangming sect confessed, and then fought against the Thor demon emperor. Yu Mingsong touched his chin and looked at the battle above the sky. The Thor demon emperor ranks in the top 3 among the 9 demon emperors in terms of combat effectiveness. The Bright Palm sect is more or less dangerous. We'd better escape before the defeat of the Bright Palm sect, otherwise, everyone will die here. Luo Wu looked at the monsters and Xian beasts coming from all directions and said, without the light leader to open the way, we will soon be surrounded by the demon friars, and we can't escape at all. Ning Xiaochuan looked around, and sure enough, he saw a dense shadow of animals, all pouring in this direction. If it was really surrounded, it would be absolutely impossible to escape. The ranks of the monks of the Holy Land of Light are the largest and the attacks are the most fierce. Without the protection of the leader of light, the large array of the monks of the Holy Land of Light will soon be broken. We must leave and walk separately from the monks of the Holy Land of Light, and maybe we can have a way to live. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Longji said, yes. The friars of the Holy Land of Light will contain the absolute majority of the strong in the demon clan. If we break through from other directions, we will have a glimmer of vitality. That's it. Once the array is broken, we will immediately break through to the east. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Under the attack of the demon and beast army, the large array composed of friars of Guangming Holy Land was soon broken, and a real mortal battle was launched. Poof! Poof! As soon as they came into contact, human monks and monsters were spiritually killed and injured countless times, and corpses piled up like mountains. In the face of racial war, human beings are not even as good as grass mustard. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the jade seal in his hand and turned it into a big seal with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It was scattered in all directions and smashed a mysterious beast and a monster to death. He walked ahead to open the way and went to the east to kill. Yu Mingsong, Niao Longji, Luo Wu, and Situ Jing followed closely behind him, each playing martial arts and magic powers to kill the Xian beast and demon beast that came up. Luo Wu and Situ Jing are both Tianzong wizards with high accomplishments. Although they cannot compete with the existence of the Beast King level, it is not difficult to deal with ordinary monsters. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan was under the greatest pressure and involved the vast majority of monster strongmen in his battle circle. The jade seal waved out, emitting a white brilliance, and drove back more than a dozen demons. Human beings, we meet again. Locust Qingzi, carrying a long gun, cut out from behind the 10 big demons, laughed, and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan with a gun. Locust Town, how dare you fight me? Ning Xiaochuan put his vitality into the jade seal and blocked the gun that Locust Qingzi stabbed with all his strength. If you fight alone, I may be weaker than you, but now I'm not fighting alone. Haha. I want to capture you alive, seize the dragon vein in your body, and replace you as the new fighting dragon envoy. Locust Qingzi laughed. Behind it, more than a dozen monsters were killed at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and felt the pressure increasing. He immediately called out the concrete magic sword and turned it into a sword rain. He cut it towards the 10 big demons, and countless blood splashed out, dyeing Ning Xiaochuan's robe red into blood. The flesh bodies of the 4 monsters were all punctured by the sword, and the sword gas tore their demon bodies into 2 parts, turning them into a mass of rotten meat, and fell straight into a pool of blood. What a strong fighting force! The remaining 8 demons dared not get close to Ning Xiaochuan anymore, stood 10 feet away from Ning Xiaochuan, and attacked them with magical powers. Although those magical powers were blocked by Ning Xiaochuan, they caused great trouble to Ning Xiaochuan. Locust Qingzi also shot again, his arms shook, and the spear immediately burned, like a fire dragon, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Human beings, this seat also wants to fight you. A lion's cry rang out. 3 imperial lions turned into bodies, with golden lights all over, and their bodies were like a golden hill, spitting out a flame in their mouths. Ning Xiaochuan's legs exuded colorful brilliance, his feet kicked on the ground, flew to the back of the 3 emperor lions, took out an iron chain from the heaven and earth bracelet, and wrapped the necks of the 3 emperor lions. Just an iron rope can tie this seat? The mouth of the leftmost head of the 3 royal lions spit out a golden saber, which turns into a golden light and cuts off the chain around its neck. The surface of the golden saber is full of demon patterns, emitting dazzling light. It is actually a very rare medium-grade supreme weapon. Bang! The golden saber cut on the iron chain and made a sound of metal collision. The iron chain was not broken, but the golden saber bounced out and hit a Jiu beast not far away, cutting the head of that Jiu beast out. How can it be? Is it a dragon rope? The 3 royal lions were slightly surprised, and their eyes as big as 6 bronze bells were about to pop out. They didn't believe it would be such a result. Suppress it. Ning Xiaochuan slapped the top of the head in the center of the 3 emperor lions with a loud bang, which made the 3 emperor lions dizzy, as if they had been struck by lightning, and their brains were blank. This is the time. Ning Xiaochuan put his mind power into the bodies of the 3 royal lions, forcibly suppressed the hearts of the 3 royal lions, and was detained by the 7 orifices demon heart. From now on, listen to my orders. Otherwise, as long as my heart moves, I can let you crush your mind. Ning Xiaochuan leaned down and said in a deep voice in the ears of the 3 emperor lions. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, the 3 imperial lions trembled all over, and their eyes showed a look of panic, and immediately nodded. If its mind is really crushed by the other party, its practice will be completely destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan didn't take 3 royal lions as heart slaves, but just controlled its mind to threaten it. Ning Xiaochuan stood majestically on the back of the 3 imperial lions, standing straight, holding the chain, and shouted to Niao Longji, Situ Jing and others, "Come up quickly." Situ Jing and Luo Wu were stunned. The 3 imperial lions are the supreme pride of the demon family, and their combat power is unparalleled. Even the godson of the turtle family is not its opponent. However, they were subdued by Ning Xiaochuan and became his mount. Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing, Niao Longji and Luo Wu flew to the back of the 3 imperial lions one after another. Ning Xiaochuan beat the iron chain on the top of the 3 imperial lions. After the 3 imperial lions ate pain, they immediately rushed to the east, leaving a trail of smoke and dust. The 3 imperial lions are huge and powerful. They can knock down the mountains with their strength, rush straight over, trample a large mysterious beast to death, and knock countless monsters away. Like a war beast, it is not low in bravery, and no demon beast can get close to it. Locust City was really mad, and the 3 imperial lions were too useless. They were suppressed by that human within a few moves, and became other people's mounts. It immediately led a group of demons to chase up. Kill. Never let those humans escape and stop them. Locust Qingzi spread out a pair of black wings on his back, rushed up, and soon chased the top of the 3 king lions. Welcome. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the back of 3 emperor lions and saw the Locust City chasing the sky. He immediately took out the Zhenwu bow, bent the bow, and shot an arrow that was more than 2 meters long. Boom! Zhenwu arrow hit Locust Qingzi's body and dented the armor on Locust Qingzi's chest. A powerful force passed through the armor to its chest, shaking its internal organs suddenly, and the body immediately retreated hundreds of meters before offsetting that force. Just beat back the Locust City, and before Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief, 2 powerful forces rushed towards them. Those are the 2 animal kings under the throne of the Earth Centipede Demon, the Locust King and the Lion King. The two beast kings led dozens of demons, respectively, followed by hundreds of thousands of demon beasts and mysterious beast legions. It was like a sea of fierce beasts, sending out earth-shaking animal roars and frantically rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. It's over. It's dead. So many monsters and Xian beasts can blow us to shreds with their own magic power. Yu Mingsong sighed, as if lamenting the fragility and shortness of life. Ning Xiaochuan also felt great pressure, but he still kept his teeth tight, not desperate, full of war, and rushed towards the two beast kings. Evil fire to destroy the world. Ning Xiaochuan spits out a flame in his mouth, which turns into a blazing fire wave and rushes towards the group of monsters. A series of screams rang out, and countless Xian beasts were burned into fly ash by the magic fire. Some Xian beasts in the distance were also ignited by the fire and fled in all directions. Human beings, let go of my son immediately, or the king will sacrifice you alive. The Lion King rushed out of the demon fire and turned into a human shape. He was more than 4 meters tall, with a tiger back and a bearded face, and his muscles were like pieces of gold, roaring at Ning Xiaochuan. 3 king lions are the son of the king lion. Those demon and monster armies of the royal lion clan also rushed over and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and others in the center, some driving chariots, some carrying stone mountains, and some carving array lines. Later, the Locust King also led a troop of monsters to come, forming a second encirclement. Haha! Human beings, I see where you can escape today? Locust Chingzi stood with Locust King, with a long gun in his hand, with a joking smile on his face. Just 5 young friars of human beings are like 5 lambs to be slaughtered in front of the armies of the 2 monster races. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the back of the 3 imperial lions, glanced at Yu Mingsong and said, "Are you really not an elder of Yang's sect?" Yu Mingsong looked at the monsters around him and said with a sad face, "If I were an elder of the Yang sect, I would have picked flowers long ago. Flowers bloom after bloom. You and I have known each other for so long, and see me picking flowers? Ning Xiaochuan, it's up to you whether we can escape today." Ning Xiaochuan knew it was useless to ask. It seemed that he really had to rely on himself. "I'll deal with the 2 beast kings and Locust City. You look for opportunities to fight." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The number of monster armies is hundreds or thousands of times that of human friars. It is estimated that the situation of other human friars who broke through the siege is no better than them, and it is impossible for someone to save them. Whether you can escape depends on your luck. "Little Marquis, I can help you," Niao Longji whispered. "Can you help me?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Longji stood up and held Ning Xiaochuan's left hand with a delicate jade hand. Her other hand pointed to the sky. Wow! Driven by a mysterious force, the demon clouds in the sky immediately dispersed, revealing a bright starry sky. Stars hung like pearls in the extraterritorial sky, like an infinite distance away. The brilliance of the stars outside the region, all spilled on Niao Longji, gathered into a force of stars, and spread to Ning Xiaochuan's body through his arms. Ning Xiaochuan felt a powerful force injected into his body, and immediately took out the star halberd and poured the force into the star halberd. The rusty bronze, broken halberd immediately burst out of a powerful force wave. The array inside the star halberd began to work, and its strength gradually became stronger. The star halberd is the royal halberd of the crown prince. Although it is only a disabled soldier, it is after all a royal halberd. Its power is unparalleled in natural terror. With Ning Xiaochuan's power, it is impossible to awaken the power of Wang Pin's supreme weapon. However, Niao Longji unexpectedly injected the power of extraterritorial stars into Ning Xiaochuan's body through the secret method of 9 palace occupation, so that Ning Xiaochuan can stimulate the power of Wang Pin's supreme weapon in a short time. Kill! Ning Xiaochuan pinched the broken halberd and stabbed into the void. With just one blow, the broken halberd rushed through the chest of the Locust King, leaving a blood hole the size of a bowl. The Locust King covered his chest and immediately retreated, his face startled. This son is so powerful, and there is a king's supreme weapon. Let's fight together, and seize the king's supreme weapon in his hand. The Locust King turned the demon Yuan in his body and made the wound on his chest heal quickly. With a wave of his arm behind him, the Locust King demon with black wings on his back rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. 7 big demons, each with strong combat power, can play its own role. They are big people in the demon family and can command millions of mysterious beast creatures. Ning Xiaochuan waved the star halberd, and a star-like light rushed out of the star halberd, blowing all the 7 demons out. 3 of the monsters died on the spot, and the other 4 monsters also suffered heavy losses, and their bodies were almost broken. Rush out, and those who block me will die. Ning Xiaochuan saw that Niao Longji's face was a little pale. It was obvious that although she could borrow the power of the stars outside the sky, once she borrowed too much power, she would also pay a huge price. Ning Xiaochuan did not dare to delay time, and immediately rushed to the monster army. Locust Qingzi wanted to stop Ning Xiaochuan, holding a spear, stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan from the side. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm and shot the inferior supreme weapon-level spear out of Locust Qingzi's hand. With a bang, he struck the Locust City on the chest, almost breaking the Locust City's body, and the palm print penetrated through the Locust City's back. The whole body was punctured. The Locust King's face changed dramatically, and he immediately rescued the Locust City. Then, he spread a pair of black wings and fled to the horizon. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to cut the grass en route and kill the Locust City completely. However, he just stabbed the star halberd out, but he saw a large amount of demon birds flying above the sky. Each demon bird's body is 3 or 4 meters long. It looks like a bat and a giant eagle, with thousands of heads. It is like a black demon cloud, pressing down. There are too many monsters to kill at all. Luo Wu summoned 3 battle swords and used them 3 times with 1 heart. The imperial sword cut to the 4 directions. However, just after the wave of retreat, a group of monsters rushed up. You can't kill people without mercy. If it goes on like this, even if it is not killed by monsters, it will run out of strength and die. Ning Xiaochuan made a magic fire fingerprint towards the sky, like a cloud of fire rushing into the void. Chi-chi. The demon birds on the sky immediately fled in all directions, but countless demon birds were still killed, falling down like a rain of fire. Human, let go of me. The Lion King was wearing a gold fist, like a giant, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan with 1 punch. The cultivation of the Emperor Lion King has reached the 9th weight of heaven and man, and his strength is extremely powerful. However, Ning Xiaochuan just raised his arm and waved it, lifted the Emperor Lion King out and inserted it upside down on the ground. When the Lion King got up again, Ning Xiaochuan and others had fled dozens of miles away. The human voice came into the king's ear, "King Lion, lend your son a hand, and when we escape, we will let it go. Too hateful, don't catch up." The Lion King was so angry that he smoked on his head and flew into a rage that he shouted at those monsters and mysterious beasts, and then pursued them again. The 3 royal lions are its best sons, and it is counting on the 3 royal lions to inherit its throne. The 3 king lions are also worthy of being young talents who awaken the blood of the divine beast. The speed is even faster than the king lion. The monsters behind them can't catch up with Ning Xiaochuan and others at all, and are far behind. However, Ning Xiaochuan and others did not escape far, and a large group of monsters and Xian beasts appeared in front of them. "Human boy, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Devouring God Mouse flew out from the group of monsters, thin, hunched, carrying his hands, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with cold eyes. 2 sharp rat teeth, exposed outside, emit a frightening cold light. "It's over, that's a demon king. Seeing the god-eating mouse, everyone felt cold all over. Other monsters, no matter how many, at least have the power of a war. However, if you are stopped by a demon king, you are absolutely dead. Ning Xiaochuan was calm and said, "You Mingsong, Situ Jing and Luo Wu, you three leave first, and the demon king is over to me." "But, brother Ning, that's a demon king," Situ Jing said, very worried. "Hurry up. If we don't leave, 5 people will die. But if we leave, only 2 people will die. This account won't count. I'm really anxious for your parents." Yu Mingsong immediately took the bundle of dragon rope in Ning Xiaochuan's hand and kicked it on the top of the 3 royal lions. The 3 imperial lions were in pain and gave a long roar. They rushed out with Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing and Luo Wu. "Ning Xiaochuan, today next year, I will burn paper money for you. Don't worry. Anyway, younger martial sister Nie is buried with you, and you won't be lonely in the underworld." Yu Mingsong, with Situ Jing and Luo Wu, rushed into the camp of that group of monsters, knocked countless monsters out, rushed out of the defense line, and fled to the distance. The target of devouring God Mouse is Ning Xiaochuan, so he didn't attack Yu Mingsong and others and let them escape. Of course, it is impossible to really escape. Even if they pass this level, there are waves of monsters waiting for them behind, and no one can escape. Yu Mingsong was too angry to really escape. Niao Longji's cheeks bulged with anger. Ning Xiaochuan clasped Niao Longji's 5 fingers, stared at the god-eating mouse, and said, "Longji, are you afraid of harm?" Niao Longji shook his head, stared at Ning Xiaochuan's face affectionately, and whispered, "I'm not afraid to be with the little marquis." Devouring God Mouse sneered, "I'm dying, but I'm still in love. Okay. I'll let you be a pair of desperate mandarin ducks, and revenge, for my grandson." Ning Xiaochuan pointed the star halberd at the devouring God Mouse, fearless, and said coldly, "Devouring God Mouse, are you not afraid of the demon tower?" "Qua qua. Even if you really have the demon tower, how much power can you play? I guess you have given the demon tower to the imperial concubine?" Devouring God Mouse sneered. Ning Xiaochuan just wanted to frighten the God-eater mouse when he said the demon-killing tower, but he didn't expect that the God-eater mouse had become clever and was not frightened by Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't speak, the God-eater mouse was more sure of his guess. As expected, he handed the demon tower to the imperial concubine. However, there are a lot of treasures on this boy. Unexpectedly, there is a king's weapon and a disabled soldier. This is also a rare treasure. It's too wasteful to put it on a human boy in the realm of heaven and man. Although the god-devouring mouse is a demon king, it only has a medium-class supreme weapon of defense, not even a top-grade supreme weapon. Naturally, it wants to seize the half of the star halberd in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Although the demon tower is on Ning Xiaochuan, it cannot be used. It seems that today is really a bad day. Wow. The devouring god mouse sent out a powerful evil spirit, spread out in all directions, and swept Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Longji in. Its eyes were cold, and it stretched out a sharp claw, which was about to seize the star halberd in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan has never fought with creatures at the level of real people. Until now, he realized that real people are so powerful that he can't compete at all now. If you don't reach the realm of real people, you won't understand how strong real people are. When the evil spirit of devouring God Mouse wrapped his body, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that he could not move his whole body, not even a finger. Is this the power of real people? I can't die, even for Niao Longji. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth and didn't admit defeat. He quickly ran the blood in his body, awakening the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons. Wow! One white and one black, 2 kinds of light rushed out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, dividing his body into black and white, half pure and holy light, and half evil spirit. The supreme power of the gods and demons wrapped Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanji in the center, and finally broke through the demon suppression of god-killing mice. Lanji, lend me your strength. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Lanji closed her eyes, held Ning Xiaochuan's hand again, absorbed the power of extraterritorial stars into her body, and passed it to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan received the blessing of the power of the stars, and his whole body emitted bright starlight. All of them entered the star halberd and stabbed at the god-devouring mouse. However, his full blow was blocked by the god-killing mouse. Can even the power of the Supreme King's instrument be blocked? Qua. Young generation, you don't understand the gap between heaven and man and real people. Even if you can break through my demonic suppression, you are far from my opponent. Hitting stones with eggs is not self-defeating. The devouring mouse gave a sinister smile, shook its arms, and an overwhelming force rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan along the star halberd. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan resisted the attack of the god-killing mouse, and his skin all over his body was about to crack. He spit out a mouthful of blood in his mouth, and stepped back 3 steps. The god-killing mouse was slightly different. I thought this blow was enough to turn that human junior into fly ash. But was actually carried down by that human. Ning Xiaochuan thought that with the help of Niao Lanji's power, he could resist the god-eating mouse, but he still underestimated the power of a real person. When he realized that he was irresistible, Ning Xiaochuan immediately pushed Niao Lanji out and said, "Hurry up, I'll help you break the back." After saying this, Ning Xiaochuan took the star luo halberd and blasted a large number of monsters, forcibly opening up a way of life, trying to send Niao Lanji away. However, Niao Lanji didn't go at all. She squeezed Ning Xiaochuan's hand tightly again, widened her eyes, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and shook her head vigorously. Gaga. No one can leave today. The devouring mouse turned into a fast streamer, disappeared in place, and appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan the next moment, with a paw on Ning Xiaochuan's head. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was about to die in the hands of the god-killing mouse. However, Ning Xiaochuan's speed was unexpectedly faster than expected. Instead of escaping, he ran into the god-eater mouse, called out all the 18 concrete magic swords, and stabbed the god-eater mouse. With a wave of the palm of the god-devouring mouse, a monstrous wave surged out, and all the 18 concrete magic swords flew out, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's body and blowing Ning Xiaochuan out again. It has long been said that you are an ant trying to shake a big tree, but you don't believe that the power of a real person is not something you can imagine. The god-devouring mouse walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, stared at Ning Xiaochuan on the ground viciously, and stepped on it. However, this foot did not split Ning Xiaochuan as it imagined, but was held by Ning Xiaochuan's arms. The god-devouring mouse was also slightly shocked, but he didn't expect that the human boy's strength was so great that he could hold the power of a real person. It immediately added some strength to trample Ning Xiaochuan to death under its feet. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth and held the feet of the god-eating mouse in his hands, as if thinking of holding 100,000 mountains. The blood in his body ran rapidly, and the heaven and earth Taoist yuan in the eyebrow and the world-destroying Taoist yuan in the magic sword lit up at the same time. Among the Dao yuan, 180 million rules quickly condensed and gathered together, and unexpectedly condensed into Dao Tire. Under the oppression of god-devouring mice, Ning Xiaochuan finally condensed into the Tao fetus and hit the 8th realm of heaven and man. The resentment, murderous spirit and evil spirit on the battlefield gathered into the world-destroying spirit, converging towards Ning Xiaochuan like a tide, and pouring into the world-destroying Tao Tire in the magic sword. The air of the earth floating in the air also flowed into Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows and merged into Tian Dao Tai, which made Ning Xiaochuan's Dao Tai grow rapidly. At the moment of the breakthrough of Ning Xiaochuan realm, a dark robbery cloud condensed in the sky, and countless lightning shuttled through the robbery cloud, making a roaring sound. What's the matter? Is this human boy unexpectedly breaking through the realm in the desperate situation and bringing thunder robbery? Is this going to become a real person? The face of the devouring mouse changed slightly. It's no wonder that devouring rats misunderstand. After all, for others, only when they hit the realm of real people will they attract real robbery. However, who would have thought that Ning Xiaochuan's birth would also lead to thunder? This is the sorrow of the heirs of the world-destroying Taoism. Almost every time they break through a slightly larger realm, they will be attacked by thunder. The doctrine of the way of destroying the world is to destroy the old God. Naturally, God will not allow them to grow up. Seeing the thunder robbery in the sky, the monks of the demon clan retreated one after another and dared not get close to Ning Xiaochuan for fear of being involved by the thunder robbery. Devouring God Mouse naturally didn't dare to stay under the robbery cloud and ran away immediately. However, Ning Xiaochuan hugged its thigh like brown sugar and didn't let go at all. "Give up, or I'll kill you." Devouring God Mouse looked at the increasingly thick robbery clouds in the sky, for fear of being swept in by the robbery clouds. All clouds have spirituality. If the robbed cloud mistakenly thinks that it is to help Ning Xiaochuan block the robbery, Lei Jia will become more powerful. While killing Ning Xiaochuan, it will also be blasted. The devouring mouse struck Ning Xiaochuan's arm with a palm, trying to cut off Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Its palm has not been cleaved down, but Ning Xiaochuan loosened his hands and retreated more than 10 meters away. When the devouring mouse saw Ning Xiaochuan's initiative to let go, it was finally relieved, and immediately ran away and flew away to the distance. However, it found that the robbery cloud on its head still followed it, and it couldn't be thrown away at all. How could this happen? The devouring mouse looked back and saw Ning Xiaochuan following it. Its speed becomes faster, and so does Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan can show the speed of the dragon. In terms of speed, it is no longer much slower than a real person. The god-eating mouse can't get rid of Ning Xiaochuan at all. "Human boy, if you follow me again, I will make your life worse than death." Devouring God Mouse is also a little anxious, afraid of being swept in by the robbery cloud. "In that case, come and kill me. Aren't you a demon king?" "I'm just a boundless man, and I will definitely be killed by you every minute." Ning Xiaochuan followed closely behind the god-eating mouse. The monsters around saw the robbery cloud on Ning Xiaochuan's head, and they all avoided, dared not approach, and fled in all directions. Devouring God Mouse bit his teeth, and actually rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan to kill Ning Xiaochuan as quickly as possible. As long as Ning Xiaochuan is killed, the robbery cloud will naturally disperse. Boom! A purple electric pole with a thick bull mouth fell from the robbery cloud and was draped over the top of the God-Eater mouse. It hacked the God-Eater mouse to be scorched black, with its hair standing up, and black smoke constantly emitting from its mouth. After the first electric pole was cut down, then the dense thunder and lightning fell from the sky, just like rain, and all fell on Ning Xiaochuan and Devouring God Mouse. It's over, I'm killed by you." Devouring God Mouse was split more than 10 times in a row, and its Demon King-level body was also a little unable to resist. It immediately ran away, trying to rush out of the thunder and lightning field. "Still want to escape?" Ning Xiaochuan grew a pair of illusory dragon wings on his back, catching up, and following the ass of the god-eating mouse. Wherever the devouring mouse ran, he followed. Boom! Thunder and lightning fell heavily, which not only beat the god-eater mouse to vomit blood, but Ning Xiaochuan was actually not well hurt, and was more seriously injured than the god-eater mouse. Because the god-devouring mouse was involved in the cloud robbery, and the thunder and lightning became more terrifying, which was beyond the bearing range of Ning Xiaochuan. But Ning Xiaochuan is going to pull the devouring god mouse on his back and die together if he wants to die. Young generation, do you have to die together? Devouring God Mouse was split by lightning, its head seemed to crack, and its body seemed to be melted by lightning. Who wants to die with you? Even if you die, I won't die. Ning Xiaochuan put the jade seal on his head and took a 3-turn yang restoring pill into his mouth. His severely injured body immediately recovered and recovered. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan actually carried the healing medicine with him, the god-devouring mouse was so angry that it vomited blood and bit its teeth. It stopped running away and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Young generation, I want to kill you. Seeing the devouring mouse rushing over, Ning Xiaochuan immediately showed his dragon speed, turned around and ran away. Ning Xiaochuan has already cultivated his womb. With the speed of the divine dragon, even the speed of the devouring god mouse is only a little faster than him, and it is impossible to catch up with him in a short time. Ning Xiaochuan fled all the way and rushed to the densest place of monsters. The thunder and lightning on the sky poured down like a water curtain, cleaving countless monsters under the thunder, leaving a dead body. Ning Xiaochuan saw that the god-devouring mouse wanted to escape again, so he immediately chased after it. The thunder above the sky broke for half an hour, and finally it gradually dispersed. Those monsters finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the robbery cloud dispersed. If they continued to let Ning Xiaochuan toss, it was uncertain how many monsters and Xian beasts would die under the power of thunder robbery. The ground was full of dead monsters. People who didn't know it thought that a large war broke out here, leaving a battlefield full of corpses. Both Ning Xiaochuan and devouring god mouse were badly hit by the thunder robbery, and they almost died in the thunder robbery. The god-eating mouse is really powerful, and its flesh is strong. It even survived the thunder robbery. Ning Xiaochuan took 3-3-3-turn Huanyang pills in a row and saved his life in the thunder robbery. Although his life was saved, he was also seriously injured. Boy, you're dead. Devouring god mouse has never suffered such a big loss. While spitting blood, it rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan called out the illusory dragon wing again, ran away immediately, flew to Niao Longji's face, picked up Niao Longji, and fled to the east. Little Marquis, you're injured. I'll help you. Niao Longji pinched Ning Xiaochuan's palm, borrowed the power of stars, and poured it into Ning Xiaochuan's body. With the help of the power of the stars, Ning Xiaochuan's speed immediately doubled, flying across the sky like a meteor and disappearing into the night in the east. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan killed wave after wave of monsters, and finally got out of the siege. I don't know how far away he has escaped from the Holy Land of Light. Ning Xiaochuan is injured all over. Fortunately, he is strong in physique. Otherwise, he would have fallen down long ago. Longji, what's the matter with you? At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan found that Niao Longji's face was extremely pale, very haggard, and it was like being terminally ill. No, nothing. Niao Longji shook his head. Why not? My hair is white. Ning Xiaochuan held Niao Longji and lifted her long hair. The tip of the hair is 3 inches white. It's really all right. Don't worry about me. Niao Longji's stubborn way. Ning Xiaochuan immediately pinched her wrist and injected his mind into her body. His face changed slightly. How did your vitality weaken so much? You will consume Shouyuan by using the power of the stars, right? You said earlier. Are you crazy? How many Shouyuan can you consume? Ning Xiaochuan also blamed herself for finding it too late. If she had known that using the power of the stars would consume her life, she would never have used her power. We didn't escape. As long as we escaped, what happened to the consumption of some Shouyuan? Niao Longji sat curled on the ground, pursing her lips wrongfully. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became softer and said, How many longevity yuan did you consume? Not much. Niao Longji dodged Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and said, Practicing Jigongzhen and Jigongsuan can increase my longevity. You don't have to worry about me. Calculation and divination are both things that go against the sky to obtain the secrets of heaven. Therefore, for fortune tellers and astrologers, every time they calculate and divine, they will lose part of their life yuan. If the secret is revealed, the loss of life will be more. Therefore, if you want to become a fortune teller and astrologer, you must first have enough longevity. Practicing Jigonzan and Jigonsuan can indeed increase longevity, which is far more than that of monks in the same realm. However, because they often get and reveal the secrets against the sky, their real life is not long, and they are much shorter than monks in the same realm. Ning Xiaochuan said angrily, "How many longevity yuan did you consume?" Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's angry appearance, Niao Longji was also a little afraid and whispered, "It's just that it cost 600 years. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned. He pinched Niao Longji's wrist again and explored her life force. His face became more and more ugly. "Do you know how long you can live?" 12 years. I know. Niao Longji broke away from Ning Xiaochuan's hand, turned around and said, "When my realm breaks through, Shou Yuan won't increase. Don't worry about me. Little Marquis, as long as we escape, we'll be fine next time." "No next time." Ning Xiaochuan took out the gourd 9-flower nectar that Mao Turtle gave him, handed it to Niao Longji, and said, "When we return to Tiandi Mountain, you will start taking the 9-flower nectar in the gourd, which can make up for your lost longevity. Remember, the nectar in the gourd should be used with caution. Every sip will make you sleep for more than 3 months." "Thank you, little Marquis." Niao Longji held the green gourd and liked it very much. It seemed that he didn't care how much longevity yuan he consumed. Ning Xiaochuan took a real blood pill and quickly made up for the consumed blood gas. After a while, his cultivation recovered to 7788. He stood up and looked at the demon cloud in the sky. "We must leave here as soon as possible. Those demon beasts have very smart noses and will catch up soon." Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Longji continued on the road, crossing mountains and mountains. I don't know how long they had walked, and came to a practice center built on the hillside. This practice center was originally an external force established by a core disciple of the Holy Land of Light, but now all human monks in the center have been killed by monsters, except for the broken walls and temples, which are full of blood. "Little Marquis, why can't you see a corpse?" Niao Longji asked. Ning Xiaochuan walked into the ashram and said, "All the dead human beings have been devoured by monsters. All the living human beings have been caught and sent to make sacrifices, so naturally, they can't see the body. Since monsters have visited here, I believe it is relatively safe here." Ning Xiaochuan took pieces of ground shancher from the heaven and earth bracelet, buried them in the ground, carved array lines in the ruins, and soon arranged 2 arrays. "I have arranged a hidden array and a defensive array in this Taoist temple, so you can hide here for the time being and wait for me. If I haven't come back by noon tomorrow, then it's estimated that I can't. Come back, just go back to Tiandi Mountain by yourself." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan walked out. "Little Marquis, where are you going?" Niao Longji looked at Ning Xiaochuan pitifully, and always felt that once Ning Xiaochuan walked out of this door, he would never come back. "I want to go back to the Holy Land of Light again." Ning Xiaochuan stood under the night sky, looking in the direction of the bright Holy Land, and his heart was very worried. "I don't know how far the battle between Queen Wanyin and 3 demon emperors and 1 demon queen has gone. I don't know if Tianming demon emperor has arrived at the Holy Land of Light. Once it's dawn, Queen Wanyin will become Niao Longqin. How can Niao Longqin's cultivation compete with 3 demon emperors and 1 demon queen?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart naturally worried that although he knew he could not help in front of the demon emperor level creatures, he still wanted to go back. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan seemed to notice and looked into the night. Shua! A red glow, flying out of the woods, fell to the door of the broken ashram and condensed into a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The little girl was wearing a long red dress, with long hair floating, red lips and white teeth. Her eyes were big and bright. She blinked twice and said with a smile, "Ha ha. Ning Xiaochuan, I can find you. Seeing the little girl, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a happy face and said, Xiao Hong, I didn't ask you to pick me up long ago. How can I come here now? Do you know that I almost died in the mouth of a mouse? Xiao Hong said, I didn't meet a nun and a monk, so I delayed. Otherwise, I would have saved you. Who knew you were so useless that you couldn't even beat a mouse? Nuns? Monks? Where did nuns and monks come from? Ning Xiaochuan asked in surprise. Isn't it right behind me? I've been talking about scriptures all the way. I'm bored to death. Xiao Hong pointed to her back. Ning Xiaochuan immediately walked to the gate of the mountain and looked down the stone ladder. Sure enough, he saw a nun and a monk slowly coming. He Sheng wore 2 big feet, wore a large string of Buddha beads around his neck, smiled like Maitreya, narrowed his eyes, which looked like peach blossoms, and said to the nun, although the young abbess is not old, she is so proficient in Buddhism, which is really rare, too rare. The Heart Sutra says, no ignorance, even no old death, no old death. No bitterness, no wisdom, no gain. The little abbess is afraid that she will soon reach such a state of mind, which is really admired by the poor monk. Little abbess, do you know the Buddhist holy land, the Tathagata Palace? The big monk talked endlessly and kept getting close to the nun. That female nun is very young, tall, with eyebrows as thin as willow leaves, eyes as autumn water, and red lips as red cherry. Although she is wearing a simple Buddhist dress, her chest is extraordinarily full, and even the wide Buddhist dress can't hide it. Every curve on her body is extremely perfect. Although she is just a female nun, she is beautiful and dust-free. Every inch of her skin emits jade fluorescence, which is both sacred and inviolable, and flirtatious to all living beings. Not to mention a man, even an eminent monk will be fascinated by her and cannot dial himself. Isn't that the big monk? The nun held a jewel in her hand. Her voice was soft and beautiful, and her expression was high and cold. She said, have you ever been to the Tathagata Palace? Of course I have, and I'm very familiar. If little abbess wants to go to the Tathagata Palace to practice Buddhism, just tell me, I will help you do it properly, hee. The big monk stared at the nun with a smile, but he was a long way shorter than the nun, and his eyes just stared at the nun's chest. Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice and said, Master Tanqian, you are an eminent monk. Pay attention to your image. When monk Tanqian saw Ning Xiaochuan not far away, he immediately withdrew his eyes and looked solemn. Ba. Sariko, color is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from color, color is emptiness, emptiness is color, thought and practice are the same. Sariko is the emptiness of all dharma. Stop pretending. You're not looking for the other half of the town tower. Have you found it? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Monk Tanqian raised his head and looked at Ning Xiaochuan. It was like this time that he found Ning Xiaochuan. He was surprised and said, Hey, benefactor Ning, why are you here? Haven't seen you for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan had a black line on his forehead and said, I just asked you something. Monk Tanqian sighed, shook his head, and said, It's hard to say. After many adjustments and 36 disasters, I finally found that the other half of the town tower had been lost in Guishu many years ago. You also know that Guishu is too dangerous, whether it's in or out, and it's dangerous. In a word, did you go to the market or not? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. No. Monk Tanqian spread his hands. Since you didn't go, why are you making so much nonsense? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian sighed, Benefactor Ning, you don't know that it's so dangerous to return to the ruins. Even the secondary god will die in it. How dare the poor monk go? Are not the 5 monks all empty and fearless? Ning Xiaochuan rode. This. Ba. Listen to benefactor Ning's words and read the 10-year sutra. It's really a blow to the head, which makes the poor monk suddenly enlightened. Okay. I'll go to the ruins immediately. After saying this, monk Tan Qian immediately turned around and left. I'll go. Now the whole bright holy land is going to be destroyed, and you're going to run away. Are you also a Buddhist monk? Don't care about the Zhenren Tower now, come with me, let's go to the bright holy land. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Don't. Without the other half of the town tower, we will die if we go to the bright holy land. Don't you know that the Tianming demon emperor has rushed to the bright holy land? Monk Tan Qian's face changed greatly, and he shook his head hard, just like a lion shaking his head. The gorgeous nun standing aside said, "Didn't the master say that her Buddhism is profound and can subdue all demons?" Are you kidding me? Seeing the nun looking at him with suspicious eyes, monk Tan Qian immediately cleared his face, flipped his fingers and said, "Bah. Monks don't lie. But I never kill animals. What if I kill the Tianming demon emperor with too strong a hand? The Buddha will blame me. Goodness. Goodness. Don't go." Ning Xiaochuan winked at the nun. The nun understood it and said, "The demon king of Tianming has already died. It's just an idea. If the master transcends her idea, it's true great mercy and universal salvation. All sentient beings will appreciate the kindness of the master." Monk Tan Qian smiled bitterly and said, "What little nun said is too right, too right. Poor monk, I'm going to subdue demons now." That. Benefactor Ning, why do you really want to go? It's very dangerous. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, "No matter how dangerous it is, you have to go." Don't worry, master. Although we don't have the Half-Shenren Tower, there is a Jinyao Tower. Ning Xiaochuan took out the demon tower and lit it in front of monk Tan Qian. When monk Tan Qian saw the demon tower in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, he immediately felt refreshed and high-spirited. He rolled up his sleeve and said, "Donor Ning, the demon tower is in your hand. You said earlier. Since there is a demon tower, we can fight against the demon emperor of Tianming." Hey. Donor Ning, why don't you take the demon tower first and let the poor monk have a look? When I meet the Tianming demon emperor, I will naturally give you the demon tower. Now, let's go to the bright holy land to support the imperial concubine. If the Tianming demon emperor has arrived at the bright holy land, I'm afraid it won't last long with the power of the imperial concubine. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Imperial concubine? Which imperial concubine? Monk Tan Qian asked. The concubine of the Emperor of Heaven, the former queen of the Jade Crystal Beauty family, the queen of 10,000 tones. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Great! If the poor monk and the imperial concubine work together, plus the demon tower, maybe they can repel the demon clan army. Go now. Monk Tan Qian's body emits golden Buddha light, which engulfs Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong, and that gorgeous nun into the Buddha light and flies in the direction of the Holy Land of Light. Ning Xiaochuan didn't tell monk Tan Qian that there was a big koan suppressed in the demon tower and it couldn't be used. If you told him, with the character of monk Tan Qian, you would not dare to deal with the Tianming demon emperor, and you might run away immediately. Monk Tan Qian's cultivation is unpredictable. Ning Xiaochuan must drag him into the water and deceive him to the Holy Land of Light. Otherwise, let Ning Xiaochuan go alone to support the Queen Wanyin Xian, which is really hitting the stone with an egg. That beautiful nun, standing beside Ning Xiaochuan, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with beautiful eyes. This nun is naturally the saint of Jiutian Pavilion, treasure trove. At this moment, she and Ning Xiaochuan had a lot of things in their hearts to ask each other. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan broke the silence first and said, "Farewell to the city of Huiyun Emperor, long time no see. I heard that Tang Shuyao designed to deal with you. How did you escape?" How did you meet Monk Tanqian? Hearing Tang Xiao's name, Bao Zhu Dizong's eyes flashed a murderous intention and said, that day, you went to Jiutian Pavilion to save Xiaohong. I originally wanted to go in with you, but Tang Xiao intercepted me halfway and led me to Jiusheng Valley outside the city of Huiyun Emperor. The strong men of the Tang clan have long ambushed in the valley and laid a battle array to kill me. However, she did not expect that. Instead, I realized the true meaning of life and death in the crisis of death, cultivated the immortal Zen Sutra, condensed the 6 Buddha fetuses, reached the 8th realm of heaven and man, and finally killed Jiusun Valley. After leaving Jiusheng Valley, I found a secret place in the city of Huiyun Emperor to practice in seclusion and consolidate the realm. When I left the customs, I immediately came to the bright Holy Land. I originally wanted to revenge Tang Xiao. But I didn't expect that the demon army suddenly wanted to besiege the bright Holy Land, imprison the whole Holy Land, and couldn't enter at all. Later, I met Xiaohong. At that time, Master Tanqian was discussing Buddhism with Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan said, discuss Buddhism with Xiaohong? Xiaohong said, yes. The big monk said that he has a wise root and is destined to Buddha. He wants to help me become a Buddha. However, when he saw the Saint Sister, he felt that the Saint Sister was more intelligent than me and more predestined to the Buddha than me, so he took the initiative to discuss Buddhism with the Saint Sister and guide the Saint Sister to what Buddhist Holy Land. Anyway, I always felt that the monk was not a true monk, just like a flower monk. Ba. Benefactor, don't destroy the poor monk's practice. I am wholehearted to the Buddha, and my heart is like a mirror. My heart is concerned about the world. How can I be contaminated with those worldly things? Monk Tanqian's ears are very sharp. After hearing Xiaohong's words, he looks upright and merciful. Ning Xiaochuan frowned when he heard Bao Zhu Dizong's words. Her gratitude and resentment with Tang Xiao are very deep, which is afraid to be difficult to resolve. If it had been before, Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhu Dizong would have formed an alliance and naturally stood on the side of Bao Zhu Dizong. But now, if Bao Zhu Dizong really wants to revenge Tang Xiao, life and death face each other, Ning Xiaochuan cannot sit idly by. What should we do? Bao Zhu Dizong said, I heard that the crown prince of the emperor is dead. Should it be in your hands? Ning Xiaochuan didn't hide it, saying, that's right. Since the crown prince of the emperor is dead, can you help me deal with Tang Xiao? Bao Zhu Dizong stared at Ning Xiaochuan with expectant eyes. Cough. Let's talk about this later. Let's go to the bright Holy Land first, and it's the top priority to repel the demon clan army. In the face of racial righteousness, we must put aside personal gratitude and resentment for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan said, his face not red and his heart not jumping. Before long, Monk Tanqian came to the Holy Land of Light again with Ning Xiaochuan, Bao Zhu Dizong and Xiaohong. The formation of seated gods outside the Holy Land of Light has been broken, and even the array arranged by the God of Light cannot stop the pace of the demon army, and has been completely broken. However, it is obvious that the demon clan also paid a huge price, leaving countless demon corpses. The whole Holy Land was torn apart, and the bones were like mountains. What was the blood? The original beautiful mountains and rivers were completely broken, and the whole world seemed to be pierced. On the Holy Gate, there are more than 10 human bones hanging, like pieces of bacon hanging in the wind. Their blood was sucked dry by some creature. The body was withered, like a layer of brown skin covering the bones, which was particularly ferocious and frightening. Ning Xiaochuan saw a familiar corpse among the bones of more than a dozen human beings. The man Ning Xiaochuan had met in the Holy Land of Light. He was a mysterious, middle-aged man. It was he who told Ning Xiaochuan what kind of person he was entitled to be young hero. Unfortunately, when I saw him again, I couldn't talk with him about the major events of the world. Yin and Yang are separated. Walking into the Holy Gate, I still see the desolation everywhere. The once medicine field has turned into blood-red scorched earth, once the magnificent temple, burning in the flame, the talented heroes and beautiful women I once met have turned into bones. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan was shocked and looked at a cliff in the distance, on which hung the body of an old man. Guangming Palm Sect. He was nailed to death on that cliff, with a thunder nail on his body, piercing his heart, blood stained the cliff, and his eyes staring at the sky, as if asking why the sky is so unfair. Even Guangming Palm Sect has fallen. Ning Xiaochuan felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Seeing the skeleton of a strong man seemed to see his own future. Suddenly, a huge crack hundreds of miles long ripped out of the sky, just like the ogre's open mouth, trying to devour the earth. Queen Wan Yinxian rushed out of the crack, and her whole body exuded white jade brilliance, as if she had been injured, and her white robe was dyed red with blood. Holding the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, she turned around and cut a knife into the void. The brilliance of the Emperor's blade covers the whole holy land of light, and its power is so powerful that it is almost like being able to shatter the stars and cut off rivers. Boom! A remnant tower flew out of the clouds, thousands of meters high, made a strange demon sound, smashed the light of the knife, and suppressed it towards Queen Wanyin. At the top of the remnant tower, stood a gorgeous woman, standing straight, her clothes floating with the wind, her eyebrows like willow leaves, her long hair as white as snow, and her red lips glittering and translucent, as if carved from the most precious ruby. Her eyes were sharp and arrogant, and she said, "The Emperor of Heaven's concubine, the Emperor of Heaven is an immortal wizard, who can become a god against the sky. Unfortunately, he was not born in the same era, otherwise, he may not become a god." Although Queen Wanyin hated the emperor, she admired the emperor's talent extremely. "Tianming Demon Emperor, you are too arrogant. Even if you are at the peak, I'm afraid you can't compare with the emperor?" Tianming Demon Emperor said, "Is it true? The Emperor of Heaven was just lucky to break into the ancient cave of gods and get a mysterious formula. In addition, 10,000 years ago, the rules of heaven and earth changed and ushered in a big era. He was in the early stage of this big era, so he could cultivate himself into a god. In terms of talent, he may not be comparable to the Zijin Emperor. The Zijin Emperor can cultivate to the extreme state of the secondary god in the era of godlessness. If he was born in this great era, he must be a peerless sage. Tianming Demon Emperor, you are already dead, so why should there be a bloodbath again? If you cause anger and resentment, someone will surely suppress you, so that you will never be born again." Queen Wanyin said. Tianming Demon Emperor said faintly, "This emperor is to use the blood of hundreds of millions of people to cast the true body of the secondary god, and whoever blocks me will kill it. The Holy Land of Light has completely become history, and your imperial concubine, it's time for dust to dust, earth to earth." The demon spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor radiated, enveloped the whole heaven and earth, beat out the Zhenren Tower, shattered dozens of mountains on the ground, collapsed the ground, and shattered the void, as if heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. "Tianming Demon Emperor, if you have a poor monk here, you can't be presumptuous." Monk Tanqian threw out the string of Buddha beads on his neck, emitting dazzling Buddha light. The Buddha beads became extremely huge, like 36 stars in series. Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes were cold, his palm waved, hit a demon cloud, and beat the string of Buddha beads back. Where did the monk dare to take care of the emperor? The Tianming Demon Emperor stared at Monk Tanqian. A divine cloud condensed on her head, and countless lightning shuttled through the divine cloud. At any time, terrorist forces would explode to kill Monk Tanqian. Monk Tanqian knew that Ning Xiaochuan had a demon suppression tower on his body, so he was confident enough to complain about the crimes of the Tianming Demon Emperor, and he looked distressed. Monk Tanqian was like an angry King Kong, and said firmly, "Tianming Demon Emperor, I don't want to kill you because it's not easy for you to practice. As long as you stop killing in time, I will naturally reincarnate you." However, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame the poor monk for using the great Buddha Dharma to destroy your gods and forms. No one has ever dared to speak to the emperor in such an arrogant tone, which seems to be true. In that case, monk, you can try it. The emperor wants to see how you can destroy the gods of the emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor's cold voice. Monk Tanxian looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Benefactor Ning, lend me the demon tower. I want to subdue the demon and eliminate the demon today. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched his nose, walked to Monk Tanxian and whispered in his ear. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Monk Tanxian's face changed greatly, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, Dakuan, this is not a pit for a poor monk. Monk Tanxian's face became extremely ugly. He looked at the Tianming Demon Emperor again, and his legs could not help shaking twice. However, he still remained calm, his hands folded, and said, Ba. Since I have escaped into the empty door, I will no longer care about the affairs of the world. Practicing Buddhism is a true heart. If I use Buddhism to fight for victory, I will violate my true heart. Tianming Demon Emperor, since you want to adhere to your cultivation path, it shows that you are also adhering to your original heart. The Demon Emperor's state of mind is more than 100 times higher than the poor monk, which really makes the poor monk admire. It seems that my cultivation is not enough. I have to go back to continue my cultivation immediately, so that I can catch up with the Demon Emperor in the future and explore the true meaning of repair. Goodbye. Ba. Ba. Monk Tanxian ran away, quickly, while reading the Buddhist language. Monk, since you are here, don't go. The divine cloud above the head of Tianming Demon Emperor sent out a roar, and countless electric dragons shuttled through the cloud and suppressed Monk Tanxian. In a flash, Monk Tanxian was completely wrapped by the thunder god cloud and suppressed in the god cloud. The light of the Buddha shines. Suddenly, a huge golden Buddha was propped up in the divine cloud. Originally only a few meters high, it soon became tens of meters high, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. It was like a golden giant Buddha with head on the sky and feet on the ground, breaking through the divine cloud and emitting thousands of Buddha lights. Monk Tanxian looked serious, with a bright Buddha ring behind his head. He stepped on the lotus platform, and said in a loud voice, Qishuan Taoist friend, since you have arrived, why don't you show up? Hearing Monk Tanxian's words, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Are there any masters of the Terran coming? Wow! A white light came from the end of the sky, forming a heavenly road hanging in the void. An old man in a Taoist robe, holding a bell in his hand, came with big sleeves floating, stood in the void, looked at the corpses on the ground in the holy soil, and sighed, I'm late. Ning Xiaochuan was even more surprised when he saw the heavenly bell in the old Taoist's hand. Isn't it the heavenly bell with snow spirit? Is this Taoist priest the eldest disciple of the Emperor of Heaven? Taoist Qishuan. God. This is the founder of Tiandi Mountain. He once learned from the Emperor of Heaven that a mysterious existence was passed down, and he actually saw his real body. The world thought he had fallen thousands of years ago, but no one expected that he would appear on Earth again. Treasure Trove is also extremely shocked. There are so many big people coming, each of whom is like a figure in myth and legend. Anyone born can shake the world, and a stamp is enough to make the whole North. Jiang trembles. Now that you are here, come out. Today, the Emperor will do everything he can to avoid running around. The Tianming Demon Emperor stood on the top of the half-town tower, proudly independent, and the evil spirit on his body was released, turned into a pillar of light, and broke through the clouds. The cold wind of hunting blew the white hair on her head, like a white waterfall hanging in the void. As soon as the voice of Tianming Demon Emperor fell, a red fire cloud flew from the sky, covering thousands of miles, like a raging sea of fire, turning the whole sky into the color of fire. The air seems to be boiling, heaven and earth, like a copper furnace. This is a sacred scene, auspicious clouds of fire, shuttling through the void. Jia. A loud and clear Feng Ming came from the sea of fire, shaking the earth. Even creatures standing hundreds of thousands of miles away can hear the call of the phoenix, giving people a shocking and inexplicable feeling. The cry of the phoenix is the most penetrating. It is said that in the era of Fengshen, a divine phoenix was born, and a cry spread all over the world and the whole continent. Today, Feng Ming sounded again. Although the voice did not spread all over the world, but also left the north. Many creatures in Xinjiang have heard it clearly. It's the wind and moon. Ning Xiaochuan saw the phoenix fire cloud above the sky and showed his joy, knowing that the wind and moon were not dead. That's great. It's the end of the month, please ask for a monthly ticket.